Chapter 1. Shipwreck. Ah, ah. Qian Feng felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body, and the relentless sting of the scorching sun felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his skin. He attempted to turn over, but at that moment, he was devoid of any strength. After a brief respite, he regained some energy, and with great effort, he finally managed to flip onto his back. The intense sunlight rendered him unable to open his eyes as he squinted. The blinding rays seared into his vision, causing a sharp pain. After a moment, he managed to pry his eyes open just a sliver. A blazing sun hung high in the azure sky. He turned his head to survey his surroundings, and all he could see was a beach shimmering with a white glow. Where is this? Where am I? Qian Feng's mind was a blank slate. He could recall nothing and was besieged by a throbbing headache. He pressed his hand against his head and felt something soft. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a beige lady's undergarment. Is this my sister-in-law's? Seeing the beige undergarment slowly triggered his recollection of recent events. Qian Feng had grown up in a rural area, attending elementary, junior high, and the first 2 years of high school in the countryside. However, when it came time for his senior year, he had to move to the city, as the educational environment in his hometown was deplorable. Teachers were reluctant to work there, resulting in a shortage of instructors and the inability to hold classes. Thus, Qian Feng had to transfer to a school in the city for his senior year. Due to the distance from his home and the absence of dormitory facilities, he was compelled to rent a room near the school, but the exorbitant rent strained his family's finances. By a stroke of luck, an older brother from his village, Zhou Bin, happened to run a business nearby and had a rental property available. Upon learning that Qian Feng was studying in the city, Zhou Bin reached out to him, inviting him to stay. Zhou Bin was only 3 years older than Qian Feng as children. Qian Feng had often followed Zhou Bin around, playing. Although Zhou Bin was of college age, financial constraints had forced him to abandon his studies early to earn a living. Nonetheless, his intellect remained sharp. He opened a stationery shop near Qian Feng's school, which was thriving, and he had recently begun dating a girl who assisted him in the shop. Zhou Bin rented a 2-bedroom apartment. He and his girlfriend occupied one room, while the other was reserved for Qian Feng. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Qian Feng had completed his college entrance examination with excellent results, securing his place at a prestigious university. During this holiday, Qian Feng initially planned to work to save for his university expenses. However, several classmates invited him to join them on an outing. Initially, he declined, but upon returning to the shared apartment and mentioning the invitation to Zhou Bin, he learned that business would slow down for Zhou Bin after the school term ended, and he was also eager to take his girlfriend, Zhang Xiaolan, on a trip. If possible, Zhou Bin thought it might be enjoyable to join Qian Feng and his classmates. Upon hearing Zhou Bin mention his intention to bring along his girlfriend, Zhang Xiaolan, Qian Feng promptly altered his plans and decided to join them for a few days of leisure. From the moment he first moved into Zhou Bin's residence, he was captivated by the stunning beauty of his sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaolan. The memory of their first encounter remains vivid in Qian Feng's mind. When Zhou Bin introduced Qian Feng to his rented abode, he was greeted by the sight of Zhang Xiaolan adorned in a flowing pink gown, the sunlight delicately highlighting her flawless figure, her skin as smooth and tender as that of an infant. Her exquisite visage left Qian Feng momentarily entranced. Initially, every interaction with Zhang Xiaolan caused Qian Feng to blush with shyness. However, as time passed, he found himself harmoniously engaging with her. Zhang Xiaolan treated him with the affection of an elder sister, and Qian Feng embraced her as such. Yet, deep within his heart, he harbored a peculiar sentiment towards her, one that transcended the bounds of a typical sibling relationship. As Qian Feng gradually regained his strength, he clumsily made his way toward a cliff not far from the beach. The sun blazed mercilessly above, compelling him to seek refuge in the shade, for the risk of fainting from dehydration loomed ominously. After much effort, he reached the base of the cliff and leaned against it, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. Before him lay an expansive expanse of pale white sand, while a towering cliff loomed behind him, reaching heights of 100 meters. "Where on earth am I?" he murmured to himself, shaking his head as he endeavored to recall the events leading to this moment. He remembered being aboard a boat with his classmates, along with his brother Zhou Bin and sister-in-law Zhang Xiaolan. As they sailed across the ocean, he, his brother, and sister-in-law, along with several classmates, were on the deck taking in the breathtaking view of the sea when a colossal whirlpool suddenly appeared before them. Before they could react, the boat was drawn into the swirling waters, tilting precariously as passengers cried out in alarm and plunged into the depths of the ocean. In the chaos, Qian Feng grasped the railing on the deck, preventing himself from falling overboard. However, just as he steadied himself, he witnessed his sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaolan, tumble from his side. In that fleeting moment, he reached out to grasp her hand. Yet, to his embarrassment, he failed to catch her hand and instead seized the fabric of her blouse, inadvertently revealing her beige undergarment. But there was no time to dwell on the awkwardness. He clung desperately to her clothing, striving to prevent her from falling. Tragically, an object fell from above, striking Qian Feng on the head, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he awoke, he found himself on the very beach he now occupied, gradually realizing they had suffered a maritime disaster. Chapter 2. Encountering my sister-in-law. Realizing he had survived a shipwreck, Qian Feng was immediately struck by the thought that there might be other survivors. He felt a pressing need to locate them, especially his brother Zhou Bin, sister-in-law Zhang Xiaolan, and his classmates. Resolute, he leaned against the cliff for support and struggled to rise. He first assessed his body. Aware of the aches coursing through him, it was imperative to confirm whether he had sustained any injuries, for being hurt in such a desolate place posed a grave danger. He meticulously examined his body, finding no wounds, only a few bruises that likely resulted from his fall into the water. He paid particular attention to his head, recalling that something had struck him before he plunged into the depths. Fortunately, he had only sustained a bump, with no serious injury. After his inspection, he set out to search for other survivors, fully aware that their vessel had encountered an accident and that rescue would undoubtedly come. However, the exact timing of the rescue remained uncertain, as he remembered their boat being drawn into a massive whirlpool. The presence of such a whirlpool suggested that severe weather conditions were likely in the vicinity, which could hinder the rescue team's efforts. Therefore, his immediate task was to locate as many survivors as possible and await assistance. Qian Feng found himself on a beach beneath a cliff, which appeared desolate at first glance, devoid of any human presence. The only object in sight was a black suitcase resting at the edge of the shore, intermittently lifted and lowered by the relentless waves. Realizing the potential danger of the suitcase being swept away by the tide, he hastened towards it. By the time he reached the suitcase, it had already been dragged into the sea, though it remained only a few dozen meters from the shore. Without hesitation, he rolled up his trousers and prepared to wade into the water. Despite the shallowness of the sea, the surging waves soaked his trousers, prompting him to think that wet clothes would be uncomfortable. Thus, he glanced around, stripped off his shirt, and tossed it onto the beach before plunging into the water. Soon, Qian Feng managed to drag the suitcase back to the shore. Though it was not large, its weight was considerable, likely due to water ingress. He attempted to open it, but it was secured with a combination lock. So he donned his shirt and pulled the suitcase back to the shade beneath the cliff. There, he found a stone and smashed the lock open, only to discover it was filled with clothing. Disappointment washed over him. While the garments were new, they were not what he needed at that moment. Above all, Qian Feng craved water, having not had a single drop to drink since regaining consciousness, his lips already chapped from dehydration. Surveying the barren beach beneath the cliff, he noticed it lacked any coconut trees. Although climbing trees was second nature to him, having grown up in the countryside, the issue was that there were no trees in this desolate area. He was akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal due to a lack of ingredients. Observing his surroundings carefully, he discerned that he was likely at a corner of an island, with a limited view. If he could traverse the rocky terrain beneath the cliff, he might reach the other side, where perhaps coconut trees awaited him. Qian Feng believed that he could find coconut trees on the other side of the cliff because, while retrieving a suitcase moments ago, he had spotted several decaying coconut shells floating in the water. He cautiously navigated along the cliff, carefully maneuvering through the treacherous rocks. The stones were exceedingly slippery, and relentless waves crashed against him, nearly causing him to tumble into the sea on several occasions. However, after overcoming these perils, he successfully made his way to the other side of the cliff. To his surprise, upon arriving, Qian Feng discovered that he had merely reached another corner of the island. This area was still a beach adjacent to the cliff, albeit larger than the one where he had awakened earlier. Fortunately, he was delighted to find several coconut trees here, with many green coconuts hanging from their branches when viewed from a distance. Approaching one of the trees, he embraced the trunk and began to climb. For a child from the countryside, climbing trees was a commonplace endeavor. Qian Feng recalled fondly the days of his youth spent climbing trees to gather fruit, often indulging with friends until they were thoroughly sated before descending. With a sudden leap, he propelled himself over a meter off the ground, grasping the coconut tree with both hands and securing his legs around the trunk. Gradually, he ascended, reaching about halfway up the tree. Looking down, he nearly lost his grip despite his frequent tree climbing in the countryside. Those trees were typically fruit-bearing and not particularly tall, usually around 4 or 5 meters, with ample branches to aid in climbing. In contrast, the coconut tree he was now climbing towered over 10 meters high, its trunk smooth and devoid of any branches, with coconuts only appearing near the summit. Nevertheless, height was not an insurmountable obstacle for Qian Feng. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his resolve and scaled the tree to its apex, reaching out to pluck several coconuts, which he then tossed on the sandy beach below. Observing that there were approximately a dozen coconuts remaining on the tree, he decided to collect them all, seizing the opportunity of his hard-won ascent. Just as he prepared to gather the remaining coconuts, he caught sight of a figure on the distant beach. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a person. Ignoring the coconuts for the moment, he swiftly descended the tree. As he approached the figure, he realized it was a woman, and the closer he got, the more familiar her attire became, a light beige dress. His sister-in-law had worn a similar dress on this outing, prompting him to quicken his pace. When he reached the woman, there was no doubt in his mind it was indeed his sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaolan. Although she lay on the beach with her back to him, he recognized her unmistakably. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law," Qian Feng called out as he rushed to her side, flipping her over to confirm his suspicions it was indeed Zhang Xiaolan. Chapter 3. Awakening sister-in-law. As Qian Feng gently turned Zhang Xiaolan on her back, he incessantly called out to her, noticing her eyes tightly shut and devoid of any response. A wave of anxiety surged within him. He placed his hand over her nostrils and discerned her breath was faint and sporadic. Instantly, he commenced resuscitation efforts. "Sister-in-law, please wake up. You mustn't leave me," he pleaded, pressing his hands firmly against her chest. Attending a high school situated in a coastal city, Qian Feng was acutely aware of the annual incidents of drowning that plagued the area. His school placed immense emphasis on such matters, conducting regular training sessions in emergency rescue techniques. Having participated in such training, Qian Feng was well-versed in cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration. As his hands made contact with Zhang Xiaolan's chest, an unexpected softness coursed through him, causing a brief tremor in his hands. However, the urgency of the situation snapped him back to focus, and he began rhythmically compressing her chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He counted, diligently pressing down. On the 30th compression, Zhang Xiaolan emitted a cough. Cough, cough. Qian Feng quickly tilted her head to the side and resumed his compressions. Moments latte. She expelled several mouthfuls of seawater. Encouraged by this sign of progress, he continued his efforts. Yet, upon checking her nostrils once more, he found her breath still barely perceptible. Drawing a deep breath, he supported her head with both hands and gently blew air into her mouth. Thus, after nearly 10 grueling minutes of rescue, Zhang Xiaolan began to regain consciousness. Xiao Feng. In her hazy state, she sensed someone pressing on her chest and felt warm breaths entering her mouth, filling her chest cavity. Instinctively, she wished to resist, yet her body remained unresponsive. Struggling to open her eyes, she glimpsed a familiar face, Qian Feng. His expression fraught with concern and sweat beading on his brow as he leaned closer. Upon hearing her utter his name, Qian Feng halted his actions, the tension in his face easing. "Sister-in-law, it's me. You've finally awakened. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Xiao Feng, what happened to me? Where are we?" Zhang Xiaolan's voice was faint, yet Qian Feng, having cradled her in his arms, could hear her clearly. "Sister-in-law, we've encountered a maritime disaster. We must be on an island. You nearly drowned, but I managed to save you." As Qian Feng explained, Zhang Xiaolan took a moment to collect her thoughts, slowly recollecting the events that had transpired before her unconsciousness. She recalled that they were on the deck of a ship when suddenly someone shouted "Whirlpool." Before she could react, she felt her body plummeting downward at an alarming speed. It was Qian Feng who grasped her clothing tightly. When she looked up at him, she saw a piece of wood strike his head, and then they both plunged into the sea. The memory of where Qian Feng had held onto her, coupled with his desperate attempts to revive her while she was unconscious, made Zhang Xiaolan's cheeks flush crimson. "Sis, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Qian Feng asked, his expression etched with concern. "And no, it's nothing, just a bit of soreness all over." Zhang Xiaolan hastily fabricated an excuse to mask her embarrassment. "All right then, let me help you over to that coconut tree. I just picked some coconuts there," he offered. Okay." Upon hearing about the coconuts, Zhang Xiaolan instinctively licked her dry lips and nodded in response. At that moment, she had yet to regain her composure, and Qian Feng insisted on carrying her. Zhang Xiaolan felt a sudden emptiness in her chest. If she simply lay on his back, it would be. With that thought, she repeatedly declined his offer, ultimately managing to walk step by step to the coconut tree with his assistance. Once they reached the base of the tree, Zhang Xiaolan spotted several coconuts scattered on the ground. "Wow, Xiaofeng, did you pick all these?" "Yes, sister-in-law. These are a few I just collected. And look, there are more on the tree. I intended to gather them all, but when I saw you lying there, I hurried down without picking any more," he explained. Zhang Xiaolan gazed up at the coconut tree, towering over 10 meters high, her mouth agape in astonishment. "How did you manage to get those down? You didn't climb up, did you?" "Indeed, I did climb up to fetch them." She was taken aback by the revelation. "Ah, you really climbed up there? You're so impressive, Xiaofeng. I never expected you had such skills." Qian Feng beamed with excitement at her praise. "Ah, it's nothing, sister-in-law. Climbing trees is a piece of cake for me. Wait here while I go up and get the rest," he declared, turning to leap back up the tree. Wait. Xiaofeng, these are enough. If we need more, you can go later. Please help me open one of these. I can't seem to manage it," she urged, her heart filled with worry as she watched him ascend the tall coconut tree. Seeing Zhang Xiaolan request him to open a coconut, Qian Feng glanced at the 5 or 6 coconuts on the ground and decided they were sufficient for the 2 of them, so he jumped down. After landing, he searched for 2 stones near the cliff, placing one underneath and using the other sharp stone to strike the coconut repeatedly. Eventually, he made a small hole in one, allowing the coconut water to flow out, which he then handed to Zhang Xiaolan. "Here, sister-in-law, you drink first," he said, before using the same method to crack open another coconut, pouring the refreshing juice into his own mouth. A wave of sweetness cascaded down his throat, prompting Qian Feng to involuntarily utter a sound of satisfaction. This is utterly delightful. Without water, I would have surely perished from thirst." Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, Zhang Xiaolan inquired where he had awakened. Qian Feng recounted the events leading up to their meeting, including his journey from the other side of the beach. It was only then that Zhang Xiaolan realized Qian Feng had not had a drop of water to drink. Chapter 4. Beige Lingerie. After finishing the coconut water, both individuals regained a semblance of strength. "Xiaofeng, have you seen your brother?" "No, you're the first person I encountered upon waking. I didn't catch sight of him when I fell into the water." Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, Zhang Xiaolan's face fell with disappointment. "We fell into the water together. Binggu should not be far from us. Let us have something to eat and search for him." Qian Feng, noticing her distress, hurried to console her. After speaking, Qian Feng cracked open the coconut with a stone and scooped out the flesh to eat. Though the coconut meat was not particularly palatable, it sufficed to stave off hunger. Once they finished eating, Qian Feng prepared to search along the coastline for Zhou Bin. However, he soon realized that Zhang Xiaolan was lagging behind. Turning back, he discovered that she was still wearing high heels, making it quite arduous for her to walk on the beach. "My apologies, sister-in-law. I didn't notice you were still in heels. Perhaps I should remove the heels for you, making your walk more comfortable?" "No need. I'll take them off and walk barefoot." With that, Zhang Xiaolan removed her high heels, revealing her smooth, fair feet. Each step she took on the sand left an elegant imprint, quite beautiful to behold. With several coconuts slung over his shoulder, Qian Feng led the way while Zhang Xiaolan followed, carrying her heels. They traversed the coastline in search of Zhou Bin, but as the sun began to set, they had yet to find any sign of him or other survivors. "Sister-in-law, it's nearly dark. Let us search for my brother tomorrow. We need to find a place to spend the night." Observing the encroaching darkness, Qian Feng resolved to find a suitable shelter for the night. However, after searching for some time, they found no appropriate refuge. The winds by the sea were quite fierce, making sleep nearly impossible. Suddenly, Qian Feng recalled a beach he had previously visited, where beneath a cliff there was a small space that could suffice for the night. He led Zhang Xiaolan toward that direction, but encountered a problem while crossing the rocky terrain. Her high heels made it impossible for her to navigate. Walking barefoot was equally impractical due to the sharp stones littering the ground. It seems your heels are beyond salvage. If you truly cherish them, I can assist you in getting across. Qian Feng understood how much Zhang Xiaolan adored those heels, evident in her reluctance to damage them. That is all right. This is not the time for sentimentality. Xiao Feng, please help me get rid of the heels. This demonstrated Zhang Xiaolan's understanding nature. Without hesitation, Qian Feng took the heels she handed him and struck them against the rocks until they transformed into flat shoes. Once Zhang Xiaolan donned her modified footwear, Qian Feng took her hand and guided her through the rocky passage until they reached the sheltered space beneath the cliff. This place is quite commendable. Xiao Feng, you truly have a knack for finding such spots. In response to Zhang Xiaolan's praise, Qian Feng appeared somewhat bashful, rubbing the tip of his nose as he said, "It's nothing much. I happened to wake up nearby, so I found my way here." In truth, the space beneath the cliff was rather limited, yet the location was quite advantageous. The cliffs on either side formed a natural windbreak. Although the coastal winds howled fiercely outside, the effects were hardly felt in this sheltered spot. Qian Feng instructed Zhang Xiaolan to remain in the recess of the cliff while he retrieved the suitcase he had discovered earlier in the day, along with some branches he had collected from an unknown source. As dusk had nearly settled, Zhang Xiaolan only noticed the suitcase in Qian Feng's hands as he drew closer. "Wow, Qian Feng, this is fantastic. Where did you find this suitcase?" she exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. "I found it earlier at the beach. It contained some clothing. I dried the wet garments during the day, so they are ready to wear now. By the way, there are several tracksuits inside. They should fit you. Tomorrow we need to search for my brother. It would be inconvenient for you to wear that dress." With that, Qian Feng pulled a few tracksuits from the suitcase. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, Qian Feng. Any girl who marries you will surely be fortunate." Upon hearing such praise, Qian Feng's face flushed a deep red, akin to that of someone who had indulged in wine. He glanced at Zhang Xiaolan and remarked, "What does that matter? You will enjoy a similar fortune if you marry my brother." Uncertain of why he said such a thing, he felt it had slipped out unexpectedly. Zhang Xiaolan's smile visibly stiffened at Qian Feng's words, and she lowered her head to organize the clothing he had just provided. Observing her reaction, Qian Feng inferred that his comment had reminded her of his brother Zhoubin, and that she was perhaps worried about his safety. To lighten the mood, he quickly changed the subject. "Sister-in-law, why don't you pick an outfit to change into? I'll hang the rest of the clothes on these branches so we can stay warm tonight." As he spoke, he leaned the freshly gathered branches against the cliff and planned to drape the clothes over them, thus constructing a makeshift shelter. While Qian Feng was busy creating the shelter, he suddenly heard Zhang Xiaolan's voice behind him. "Qian Feng, where did you get this?" Noticing an unusual tone in her voice, he turned around to find Zhang Xiaolan holding the very beige women's undergarment he had clutched when he first awoke. Chapter 5. He is not on our boat, indeed. That beige lingerie was unmistakably Zhang Xiaolan's. She recognized it at a glance while rummaging through her suitcase. Just as she was about to fall into the water, Qian Feng inadvertently grasped the garment at her chest. Although it was unintentional, the very thought of Qian Feng having seized it and kept it made Zhang Xiaolan feel both indignant and embarrassed. Noticing the fury etched on her face, Qian Feng hastily began to explain. "Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. I had no idea how it happened. When I woke up, it was in my hand. Since I thought you would still want to wear it, I washed it in the water and hung it out to dry. When I went to gather the clothes, I picked it up along with the rest." "What? You even washed it for me? You?" Upon hearing that Qian Feng had laundered it, Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed crimson, rendering her momentarily speechless. Sister-in-law, please don't think too much of it. I truly meant no harm. I just thought you would still need it, so I washed it for you." Qian Feng stammered, trying to clarify. Observing his anxious demeanor, Zhang Xiaolan could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Little Feng, you are simply adorable. I was just teasing you." Look at how flustered you are. Why do you need to explain? It's not like this is our first encounter. I should be thanking you, not being angry. Faced with Zhang Xiaolan's sudden change in attitude, Qian Feng stood there, bewildered, taking a moment to process her words. Oh, sister-in-law, you tricked me. Just wait until I get my hands on you. With that, Qian Feng lunged to tickle Zhang Xiaolan, who squealed and darted away, with Qian Feng in hot pursuit. Just as Zhang Xiaolan was running ahead, she suddenly tripped. Qian Feng hurried over to help her up. What happened, sister-in-law? Are you hurt? I'm Fine. I just stumbled over something soft. Soft? Qian Feng was puzzled by her description and could not fathom what soft object on the beach could have caused her fall. He took Zhang Xiaolan's hand and led her to investigate. By now, the sky had turned completely dark and visibility was severely diminished, making it particularly difficult to discern objects on the ground. As they approached, Qian Feng was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, a person, a rather elderly man. Little Feng, how could it be a person? When did he appear? He can't be dead, can he? Zhang Xiaolan bombarded him with questions, her heart racing with panic upon the realization. Thankfully, Qian Feng's presence provided her with a sense of security, despite being only 18. He exuded a sense of responsibility and manliness. Qian Feng did not answer her immediately. Instead, he cautiously placed his fingers near the man's nostrils, detecting no breath. Considering that the strong wind outside might be the cause, he then moved his hand to the man's chest and felt a faint heartbeat. Zhang Xiaolan blushed at the sight of Qian Feng's actions. He probably wouldn't have checked if I was alive in such a manner before. If that were the case, it would mean that I was. At this thought, Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed even deeper. Fortunately, it was night and Qian Feng could not see her. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss as to how to explain herself. He still has a pulse. Let us first move him to the shelter. With that, Qian Feng grasped the back of the man's collar and prepared to head towards the refuge. This method was something he had seen demonstrated in a short video, which mentioned that military uniforms typically feature a pull handle at the back for the convenience of rescuing injured comrades. Although this man lacked such a handle, Qian Feng rationalized that pulling on the clothing was still an acceptable approach. What he did not anticipate, however, was the fabric tearing. With a sharp rip, the man's clothing was severed, and Qian Feng felt a sudden chill of unease grip his heart. All right, Zhang Xiaolan responded, having heard Qian Feng's words. She hurriedly joined him in the effort to relocate the man to the shelter. Through their combined efforts, they finally succeeded in bringing him to safety. Given the current circumstances, there was little more they could do. They had not realized they would be spending the night there. They presumed their boat had not been at sea for long before encountering the whirlpool, and believed rescue teams would arrive shortly. Thus, they had not considered the need to start fire. For now, they could only huddle in the shelter. In the darkness, they covered the man with clothing from their suitcase, which was the only assistance they could offer. Who is this person? Is he one of us who faced a shipwreck? Zhang Xiaolan inquired. I do not know who he is, but I am certain he is not one of our boat's passengers. How can you be so sure he is not from our vessel? Zhang Xiaolan looked at Qian Feng with a puzzled expression. It is simple. When I pulled him just now, I hardly exerted any force, and yet his clothing tore. This indicates that he has worn these garments for a long time, and they have become quite worn. Zhang Xiaolan nodded, somewhat understanding. Qian Feng continued, consider this. Our boat is a cruise ship, although it is not particularly luxurious. The passengers are here for leisure and surely would not be dressed in tattered clothes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolan finally grasped the situation. Indeed, the man's attire was clearly old and ragged, and his beard was unkempt. Chapter 6. He could no longer having determined that the man was not from their vessel. Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan began to analyze his condition. Xiao Feng, do you think he might be a native of this island? Yet, he doesn't quite appear to be one. Look at his attire. Although tattered, the style and fabric clearly indicate it is custom-made, and exceedingly expensive, something an ordinary person could never afford. At this moment, Qian Feng seemed lost in thought, offering no response to Zhang Xiaolan's remarks. Could he be a survivor from a previous shipwreck, stranded without rescue? Zhang Xiaolan continued her speculation. It is futile to guess now. We should wait until he awakens tomorrow to inquire further. After pondering for quite some time, without arriving at any conclusions, Qian Feng decided to let it rest. Zhang Xiaolan nodded in agreement and prepared to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, she had already begun to view Qian Feng as her anchor, naturally following his lead. The night passed in silence. It was the first time Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan spent a night by the sea. To their surprise, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks was so loud that it rendered sleep impossible. When dawn broke, they rose early, emerging from their shelter with panda-like dark circles under their eyes. "Haha, Xiaofeng, look at your eyes. They are nearly panda eyes." Zhang Xiaolan could not help but laugh at Qian Feng's dark circles. He glanced at her, noting her similar appearance, and teased, sister-in-law, you too. Now we both resemble great pandas." After sharing a light-hearted moment, which served as a way to find joy amidst their hardships, they proceeded to check on the man from the previous day. Now, in the daylight, they could scrutinize the man's features more closely. The previous night's poor lighting had only allowed them a vague impression. The man's emaciated frame was unmistakable evidence of long-term malnutrition. He was dressed in a suit, jacket, and trousers, with a pair of black leather shoes. Though now disheveled, it was clear that these were expensive, high-end garments. Examining his sunburnt, rough skin revealed the toll of prolonged exposure to the elements. At this moment, the man's breathing remained faint. Qian Feng used a stone to crack open a coconut, then fashioned a funnel from a large leaf. He positioned the funnel's end at the man's mouth, instructing Zhang Xiaolan to pour coconut water slowly into it. Although the man remained unconscious, he instinctively swallowed when the coconut water entered his mouth. Due to his state, they had to be cautious, ensuring that the liquid did not flow too rapidly, lest he choke. After much effort, they finally managed to hydrate him, leaving them both quite exhausted. For now, they could only provide him with coconut water. Whether he would survive depended solely on his own resilience. If he could endure until the rescue team arrived, his life might yet be saved. At this moment, Qian Feng was filled with confusion regarding the appearance of this man, whom he found somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much. He firmly believed that the rescue team would soon arrive to save them. After all, he had great faith in the efforts of his country's rescue operations. The nation spared no effort and expense in rescuing those in distress. Qian Feng recalled a news report about a 5-year-old boy in Hebei who had fallen into a dry well, prompting his family to call for help. The government immediately organized a rescue operation. It was said that around 500 people participated in the rescue efforts, employing over 40 excavators and more than 100 transport vehicles to remove the earth. During the 107 hours of rescue operations, they transported 300,000 cubic meters of soil, an amount equivalent to a year's worth of earth from an average construction site. Although it was tragic that the child was found unresponsive, the scene depicted in the videos demonstrated the government's unwavering commitment to saving its citizens. Therefore, Qian Feng was absolutely convinced that rescue would eventually come. It was merely a matter of time. Their current concern was how to survive until the rescue team arrived. With this in mind, Qian Feng discussed with Zhang Xiaolan strategies for enduring this ordeal while also searching for Zhou Bin and his classmates. "Sister-in-law, let us first open these coconuts and eat. Then we can search the nearby rocky area for some edible seafood," he suggested. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Zhang Xiaolan agreed, aware that they needed a reliable food source to survive, as relying solely on a few coconuts would be insufficient. Unbeknownst to them, whether due to their misfortune or the location, they spent nearly 2 hours searching the rocky outcrop, only finding a few small crabs and some oysters. Upon returning to their shelter, they first checked on the man who was still lying there. "This is not good, sister-in-law. Come look, he is not breathing," Qian Feng exclaimed as he approached the man and noticed his pallor. Placing his hand over the man's nostrils, he confirmed the absence of breath and called Zhang Xiaolan over. Hearing his words, she rushed to his side. At this moment, Qian Feng placed his hand on the man's chest and felt no heartbeat. He immediately began performing CPR, his hands pressed firmly against the man's heart in a relentless rhythm. For over an hour, Qian Feng continued his efforts, yet the man showed no signs of life. "Sister, he is not going to make it," Qian Feng gasped, utterly exhausted, his words coming in short, labored breaths. Chapter 7. The astonishing identity of the man after a grueling hour of attempts to save him. Qian Feng and his companion ultimately could not preserve the man's life, leaving them with no choice but to concede defeat. Alas, They had hoped he might awaken and provide them with insight into his circumstances, but that possibility had now vanished. Qian Feng's countenance was marked by profound disappointment. Indeed, we are still unaware of who he truly is, Zhang Xiaolan sighed, her hands thrown up in exasperation. She continued, if only we had medication or if the rescue team could locate us, perhaps his life could have been spared. However, considering he fell from such a height and did not perish immediately, it could be said he was fortunate, though the severity of his injuries was undeniable. Perhaps this was simply his fate, Qian Feng reflected. It was the day after the discovery of the man that Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan sought to unravel the mystery of how he had suddenly appeared on the beach. During their examination of his body, they noted multiple severe injuries, evidently the result of a fall. By analyzing the traces on the beach, they deduced that the man had likely tumbled from the cliff above, landing on the shore. Though he did not lose consciousness immediately, he was unable to stand, ultimately dragging himself to a location near their shelter before succumbing to unconsciousness, fortuitously discovered by the pair. Zhang Xiaolan gazed at Qian Feng with a perplexed expression. Are you truly believing in fate now? Are you feeling all right? In her memory, Qian Feng was a bright and cheerful young man, yet today he appeared somewhat melancholic, perhaps due to their entrapment for 2 days without a sign of rescue. I'm perfectly fine, sister. What could possibly be wrong with me? I merely sense that something is amiss, and he seems somewhat familiar, though I cannot recall where I have seen him before. What? You also find him familiar? What's the matter, sister? You too recognize him? Indeed, I felt a sense of familiarity since this morning, yet I cannot pinpoint who he is. Since we both share this feeling, it is possible we have encountered him on television or online. He must be someone famous. But how could a celebrity end up in such a place? Perhaps it's merely a case of resembling someone, Qian Feng mused. Yes, your reasoning is sound. Zhang Xiaolan conceded with a nod. After a moment's contemplation, they resolved to bury him, deciding to inter the man at a distance from their shelter. It was imperative that the body not be buried nearby, for the stench of decay would soon become unbearable and could lead to bacterial infections. Given the difficulty of moving the man's body along the beach, Qian Feng fashioned a makeshift stretcher from branches he had previously gathered on the shore to facilitate the transport. Once the stretcher was ready, Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan prepared to lift the man onto it. As Qian Feng was lifting the man's arm upward, the fabric of his clothing was torn. Given that the man's attire was already in tatters, Qian Feng paid little heed and continued to hoist him onto the stretcher. Wait a moment, Xiao Feng, what is that? Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed, pointing at the man's clothing as soon as he was placed on the stretcher. Upon hearing her voice, Qian Feng turned his gaze to the direction she indicated. There, a dark gray cloth pouch had slipped from the man's garment. The pouch, blending almost seamlessly with the color of his tattered clothing and sewn into the inner lining, would have gone unnoticed had Qian Feng not torn the fabric. Qian Feng bent down to retrieve the pouch, examining it closely as he addressed Zhang Xiaolan. This appears to be a handcrafted pouch. It must contain something of significance, given how securely it was concealed. Shall we open it? Zhang Xiaolan suggested. Certainly, after all, he is beyond saving. It holds no meaning for him now. With that, Qian Feng proceeded to unfasten the pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered a notebook and a pen within. The notebook was nearly filled to capacity, densely inscribed with numerous entries, while the pen hardly contained any ink. What a disappointment. I expected something of value, yet it turns out to be merely a diary. Qian Feng mused, preparing to cast the notebook aside when a familiar name caught his eye. Li Zhengkai. He glanced back at the first page of the diary. My name is Li Zhengkai. I am a biologist researching human genetics. In 2018, while aboard flight NH770 from M country to Huaxia, I was hijacked. At this revelation, Qian Feng felt a wave of realization wash over him. No wonder the man had seemed familiar at first glance. He was indeed Li Zhengkai, a renowned biologist in Huaxia, celebrated for his work on human genetic recombination, frequently seen on television and in videos. Noticing Qian Feng's astonishment, Zhang Xiaolan leaned in to scrutinize the diary's contents. After reading, her expression was one of incredulity as she stared at Qian Feng. Xiao Feng, could this really be true? Is he genuinely Li Zhengkai, one of the victims of flight NH770? Chapter 8. The hijacking. It must be his sister-in-law. He is undoubtedly Professor Li Zhengkai. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, he struck me as somewhat familiar. Could it be? NH-770 has been missing for over 5 or 7 years. How could he suddenly appear here? Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence. They could just share the same name. Qian Feng did not respond to Zhang Xiaolan's inquiry. His expression turned grave as he focused intently on the fourth finger of the man's left hand. With unwavering confidence, he declared to Zhang Xiaolan, "There is no doubt, sister-in-law. He is indeed Professor Li Zhengkai." Zhang Xiaolan, taken aback by Qian Feng's certainty, asked him with a look of confusion, "Xiao Feng, how can you be so sure it is him? Professor Li Zhengkai is a renowned geneticist in our country. Our biology teacher greatly admires him and is well acquainted with his life journey, often sharing anecdotes about him with us. On one occasion, he told us that Professor Li had a portion of his left ring finger amputated due to an unfortunate accident during an experiment. He neglected to seek prompt medical attention for the injury in pursuit of his research, ultimately leading to an infection that necessitated amputation." Upon hearing Qian Feng's explanation, Zhang Xiaolan appeared even more perplexed. But how could he possibly be here? "I do not know. Let's examine his diary first." With that, the two leaned closer together and began to peruse Professor Li's diary page by page. It turned out that several years prior, Professor Li Zhengkai had accepted an invitation from the Frank Institute in M country to collaborate on developing a drug capable of reconstituting human genes and enhancing bodily functions. At that time, he had published a methodology on the reconfiguration of human gene sequences in an international journal, which had garnered significant attention worldwide. Subsequently, Professor Li discovered a method that could actualize his vision. However, this approach required a high-quality research facility, which was not available in Huaxia at the time. It remains unclear how the Frank Institute acquired this information, but they extended an invitation to Professor Li, offering access to their advanced equipment to transform his theories into reality. Although Professor Li was eager to go and materialize his theories, he was acutely aware that M country would not be so benevolent. They must have ulterior motives. Thus, he initially declined their offer. However, M country eventually assured him that they would not interfere with his research and merely sought his guidance on gene reconfiguration after he completed his work, allowing him to retain all his findings. After considerable contemplation, Professor Li decided to embark on this journey with his two assistants, Li Qi and Qin Xiao, to the Frank Institute in M country for his research. Upon their arrival in M country, Professor Li harbored concerns that they might pilfer his research. After all, M country's reputation on the international stage had not been particularly favorable. Nevertheless, under the scrutiny of Professor Li and his two assistants, no dubious actions were observed from M country, which, in fact, cooperatively ensured that Professor Li's research facilities were isolated from external access, preventing any intrusions. After witnessing these events, Professor Li ceased to harbor any suspicion towards the United States and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his research, for his purpose in coming here was to advance his scholarly pursuits. Diligence indeed pays off. After 3 years of tireless effort, Professor Li and his team succeeded in developing a gene therapy capable of enhancing human function. At this juncture, Professor Li felt it was time to return to his homeland, aspiring to bring his research findings back to China, fulfilling his lifelong dream of contributing to his country with the knowledge he had acquired. Following his essential guidance on genetic research in the U.S., the authorities graciously acquiesced to Professor Li's request to return home, even arranging for personnel to escort him and his two companions back. However, what Professor Li did not anticipate was that this entire arrangement was a fade. While it appeared that they were cooperating fully with him, their true intentions were to surreptitiously seize his research findings, maintaining a semblance of collaboration merely to preserve their international image. This will be discussed later. Initially, it is important to note that the Frank Institute in the U.S., after receiving Professor Li's guidance, organized personnel to escort him on a private jet back to China, alongside numerous experts from various fields who were conducting research in the U.S. Before boarding the plane, a sense of trepidation enveloped them, as they feared that the U.S. might suddenly imprison them. It was only when their flight took off smoothly that their anxieties began to dissipate, replaced by an unmistakable joy reflected on each face aboard the aircraft. Professor Li held tightly to the secure box containing the biological agent, frequently engaging in conversation with his colleagues. Li Qi and Qin Shao. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, shortly after their flight ascended, a group of assailants disguised as passengers rose from their seats, brandishing firearms and other weapons. They first subdued the passengers, subsequently forcing their way into the cockpit and overpowering both the captain and the first officer. Under duress, the captain disabled all radar equipment on the aircraft and altered the flight path toward international waters. Chapter 9. Here lies the Bermuda. Professor Li observed a robber glancing furtively in his direction, occasionally casting a deliberate gaze towards the safe in his arms. At that moment, Professor Li realized that they were not dealing with ordinary criminals. These individuals were not merely seeking to abduct them for ransom. Instead, they might be after the biological agent he was concealing, and it was entirely possible that they were operatives sent by Country M. With this thought in mind, he discreetly removed the biological agent and concealed it within another backpack while the assailant was momentarily distracted. As he had anticipated, the criminal approached him directly and forcibly seized the safe. Just as the robber was about to open the box, the aircraft jolted violently, causing Professor Li to lose consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself lying on the sandy beach of a deserted island. It dawned on him that their flight had encountered a catastrophe. Observing this, Zhang Xiaolan remarked to Qian Feng, "He truly is Professor Li Zhengkai." Indeed, he was Professor Li Zhengkai. Yet it was surprising that their plane had not only gone missing, but had also been hijacked prior to its disappearance. Just as online speculations had suggested, there were complications surrounding this flight's vanishing. The individuals aboard this flight were all luminaries in their respective fields, each holding a pivotal position within their industry. Their disappearance would have a profound impact on Huaxia, particularly concerning Professor Li's biological agent. If it could be mass-produced, the implications for the nation would be monumental and far-reaching. After exchanging a few sentiments, Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan resumed their examination of Professor Li's journal. Following his stranding on the deserted island, Professor Li initially believed that a rescue team would arrive promptly, as the nation was always attentive to his whereabouts. However, to his bewilderment, he waited for a month, 2 months, 6 months, and then a year without any sign of a rescue party. Even now, as Qian Feng and the others found themselves in a similar plight, there was still no sign of a rescue team. During his prolonged stay on the island, Professor Li encountered several compatriots from the plane, and they supported one another, allowing them to survive together. Notably, they also encountered the very robbers who had stripped away their disguise, revealing that they were employed by the Frank Institute of Country M. The institute had offered a staggering bounty of 1 billion for the acquisition of the biological agent in Professor Li's possession, as well as the formula and methodology for its production. Furthermore, he later discovered that his assistant, Qin Shao, had long ago betrayed Huaxia and become an undercover agent with the intent of pilfering all of Professor Li's research findings and experimental data. Fortunately, Professor Li had been prudent, keeping all the data under his sole control. The revelations of the hijacking orchestrated by Country M's hired hands and the truth about Qin Shao being a mole were only uncovered after they found themselves marooned on this island. Originally, the plan had been to abduct Professor Li and his companions and confine them in a small Southeast Asian nation. However, they had not anticipated the disastrous crash that led them to this isolated shore. Initially, the robbers sought to accomplish their mission and secure $1 billion in commission without revealing their identities. However, as they awaited rescue in vain, they abandoned their concealment, disclosing the entire situation to Professor Li. Armed with firearms, the robbers forced Professor Li and his associates to devise daily strategies to evade them. Eventually, many succumbed to the robbers' intimidation, joining their ranks in a desperate bid for survival. Among them was Qin Shao, Professor Li's assistant, who, in a bid to elevate his standing, informed the robbers of the biological agents possessed by Professor Li, which could significantly enhance human capabilities and immunity. This betrayal rendered Professor Li's existence increasingly arduous, ultimately leaving him as the sole survivor. It appeared that Professor Li had been driven to the brink, resulting in his fall from the cliff. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's words, Qian Feng remained silent, merely nodding slowly. He then noticed a hand-drawn map at the end of Professor Li's journal. The map illustrated a cluster of islands amidst a vast ocean, with several isolated islets, and a larger island to the north, its size indeterminate due to its incomplete depiction, yet evidently far larger than the others. Qian Feng discerned that one specific island was marked, and through careful examination, they identified it as the very island they currently inhabited. The journal further revealed Professor Li's intention to return all his research, including the biological agents, to Huaxia until his last breath. To prevent the robbers from seizing these treasures, he concealed them on this island. Why this island? Qian Feng pondered, deducing the reason from the map. Its unique location, devoid of fish and seafood, rendered it an unappealing habitat for most. Zhang Xiaolan, upon this realization, understood why they had scoured the reef for so long, only to find a meager supply of pitiable seafood. Suddenly, Qian Feng's gaze fell upon a piece of information in the journal that he found difficult to accept. Over the years spent in this desolate place, Professor Li and his companions had conducted various studies and speculations, uncovering a shocking revelation. They were situated in the infamous Bermuda Triangle, an area long regarded as a human taboo, harboring a previously undiscovered archipelago. Chapter 10, Preparing to Make Fire. This revelation left Qian Feng utterly bewildered, for he possessed a profound understanding of Bermuda, recognizing it as an expanse of boundless ocean devoid of such islands. Neither satellite imagery nor the accounts of intrepid adventurers who had navigated these waters yielded any record of islands. However, among Professor Li's group was a seasoned geographer who, based on comprehensive geographical data, concluded that they were indeed situated within the Bermuda Triangle. Although Qian Feng found this notion astonishing, the information at their disposal strongly indicated that they were undeniably in Bermuda. With a grave expression, Qian Feng turned to Zhang Xiaolan. She nodded in agreement. It must be so, Xiao Feng. Professor Li and his team hold significant importance to Huaxia and possess a distinguished status internationally. They have been here for many years without rescue, and we have been here for 2 days without a trace of a rescue team. This place can only be Bermuda. The thought of potentially being unable to return weighed heavily on their hearts, engendering a profound sense of loss as they gazed at the diary, lost in contemplation. Gurgle, gurgle. After an indeterminate period, a sound broke the silence. Qian Feng's stomach growled. Since their arrival, they had not anticipated a prolonged stay, believing that a rescue team would arrive swiftly, thus neglecting the necessity of survival. They had subsisted on coconut water and flesh, but now they realized the urgency of considering their survival strategies. To endure in this environment, they needed water and food, compelling them to seek new sources of sustenance. However, their immediate priority was to ensure a proper burial for Professor Li Zhengkai. Initially, Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan contemplated a simple grave, but upon learning of his esteemed identity, they resolved to give him a dignified farewell. They fashioned a makeshift stretcher to transport the professor's body to a clearing near the cliff's edge, where Qian Feng proceeded to dig a deep pit nearly 2 meters deep. Together, they gently placed Professor Li's body within the grave before covering it with the excavated soil, creating a slight mound as a marker. Qian Feng had initially hesitated to dig such a deep pit, recalling that Graves' hometown were only about 1 meter deep. However, Zhang Xiaolan pointed out the possibility of wild dogs scenting the remains and disturbing the grave. This prompted Qian Feng to grit his teeth and dig to the 2-meter depth. His reluctance stemmed not from a lack of foresight, but rather from the exhaustion that had settled upon him. He was weak from hunger after subsisting only on coconut water and flesh since their arrival, and had yet to consume the seafood they had discovered before this tragedy unfolded. Fortunately, they successfully interred Professor Li, and it was now time to contemplate their next steps. Sister, how much food and water do we have remaining? We possess 2 coconuts, along with the crab discovered earlier on the rocks, 2 oysters, and several small fish and shrimp. Zhang Xiaolan counted the provisions while conversing with Qian Feng. Indeed, these supplies are woefully insufficient for our needs, I mused. Let us first replenish our strength with some coconut water and meat, and then I shall find a way to kindle a fire. You should scour the beach for any usable marine debris, bottles, cans, or anything else that may be of assistance. Qian Feng commenced devising their survival strategy. All right, I am not hungry at the moment. I shall head to the shore and see what useful items I can gather, as well as check for any seafood. With that, Zhang Xiaolan made her way toward the beach. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan depart, Qian Feng seized a coconut and struck it against a stone, drinking the refreshing coconut water and scooping out the flesh to alleviate his earlier hunger pangs. Eager to ignite a fire swiftly, he discarded the shell and searched the cliff base for dry twigs and vines. Finding no dry grass, he placed the vines on a flat stone, using another stone to pound them until they transformed into a fibrous material. With his fluff in hand, he procured 2 dry branches. One was sharpened at one end with a stone, while the other, thicker branch was flattened on one side and carved with a small groove. Next came the familiar technique of friction fire, often showcased in survival videos. He gathered the fibrous material onto the stone, positioning the thicker branch atop it and securing it with his foot. Then, he placed the sharpened end of the other branch into the groove, gripping the branch with both hands to rub it vigorously back and forth, causing it to rotate continuously. Qian Feng had always enjoyed watching survival shows, and although he had never practiced this method, he was well acquainted with the steps involved. Chapter 11. Kindling a fire. There's a saying that some things are easy to see, yet exceedingly difficult to master, and that rings true in this instance. Qian Feng found himself tirelessly twisting branches, his hands blistering, yet he could not coax a single flame into existence. At that moment, drenched in sweat, he began to doubt the authenticity of the primitive method of fire-making. After laboring for the better part of the day, he had yet to glimpse even a spark. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon his efforts for the time being. In the distance, he observed Zhang Xiaolan, her head bowed as she searched for something along the shoreline. She would occasionally stride forward briskly, kneel to rummage through the sand, and glance in his direction. Qian Feng felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had initially believed he could quickly ignite a fire, providing them with a glimmer of hope on the island. Yet, he was now confronted with the harsh reality that survival here was far more challenging than he had ever imagined. Even the simplest task of kindling a fire proved to be an arduous endeavor. However, witnessing Zhang Xiaolan's earnest search reignited a flicker of hope within him. Since he could not produce fire, he resolved to gather a few coconuts. At the very least, he would stave off hunger. With this thought in mind, Qian Feng dashed toward the coconut trees lining the rocky beach. He gazed upward at the ripe coconuts hanging above, then leaped into action, wrapping his arms around the trunk while securing his legs tightly against it. With determination, he propelled himself upward. Before long, he reached the top of the tree, expertly plucking several coconuts and tossing them down onto the sandy ground below. He then slid down the tree with agility. Upon returning to their makeshift shelter with a handful of coconuts, he found Zhang Xiaolan approaching, her clothes bundled with various items. Given their current predicament, they had resorted to using clothing as makeshift bags. Zhang Xiaolan approached him with a warm smile. "How did it go, Qian Feng? Did you manage to start a fire?" Qian Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I've worked until my hands are blistered, but I still couldn't start a fire." Upon hearing that Qian Feng's hands were blistered, Zhang Xiaolan hurried to his side, dropping her makeshift bundle to the ground, and took his hands to inspect them. She noticed 2 translucent blisters forming on his palms, surrounded by a red hue, which made her heart ache for him. "How did this happen? Let me see," she exclaimed, cradling his hands in hers and gently blowing on them. The warmth of her breath caused Qian Feng's hands to tremble involuntarily. Zhang Xiaolan seemed to notice his reaction, but merely paused momentarily before continuing to soothe his hands with her breath. "Sister, it's nothing. It's just a minor inconvenience. I'm quite accustomed to it," he stammered, quickly retracting his hands. Zhang Xiaolan chuckled at Qian Feng's bashful demeanor, unable to contain her laughter. "Oh, Qian Feng, why are you so shy? You don't need to be so formal with your sister-in-law." No, sister-in-law. I'm perfectly fine. Let us see what you've gathered instead." To alleviate the awkwardness, Qian Feng swiftly shifted the conversation, eager to learn about the treasures Zhang Xiaolan had collected by the sea. Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, Zhang Xiaolan immediately felt a surge of excitement. She pulled over a bundle made of fabric and began to unwrap it, revealing the treasures within. While collecting marine debris, she followed Qian Feng's advice to gather anything that did not belong to the island, regardless of its usefulness. Consequently, her bundle was filled with various items. Among them were a piece of rusty wire, several plastic water bottles, a chunk of foam, and a single flip-flop. To Qian Feng's surprise, There was also a glass bottle, inside which lay a note, presumably a wish bottle. However, the bottle had a hole, and the contents of the note had been washed away by the sea. Wow, you are amazing, sister-in-law. How did you manage to collect so many items? Haha, isn't it what you suggested? As long as it doesn't belong to this island. I collected it all. Look, there's even this. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaolan pulled another item from her pocket, revealing an intact pull-tab can. Fantastic, sister-in-law. With this, we can heat up food and cook seafood. However, as Qian Feng spoke, he realized he hadn't yet started fire. Just then, an idea struck him. He glanced up at the blazing sun and then at the damaged glass bottle, excitement coursing through him as he turned to Zhang Xiaolan. Sister-in-law, I have a plan to make fire. Wait a moment, and soon you'll have something warm to eat. With Zhang Xiaolan watching in bemusement, Qian Feng took the broken glass bottle to the base of the cliff. He searched for a suitable stone and began to gently strike the glass. Before long, he had reduced the bottle to just its base. Satisfied with the glass base in hand, Qian Feng nodded approvingly. He then spread the fibrous material he had gathered on the sand and employed a method known even to elementary students. Focusing sunlight through the glass base onto the fibrous material. Realizing Qian Feng's intention, Zhang Xiaolan quickly gathered dry wood from the surrounding area. Within moments, smoke began to rise from the fibrous material, growing thicker until a flicker of flame burst forth from the smoke. Wow, Xiaofeng, that's incredible. It's igniting. Upon seeing the flames, Qian Feng set down the glass piece and swiftly broke the nearby dry twigs, adding them to the fire, which soon blazed alive. Chapter 12. Foraging in the woods as they gazed upon the flickering flames, Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan were filled with exhilaration. The fire represented not merely a source of warmth, but also a beacon of hope for their survival on this island. Sister-in-law, please tend to the fire and add some of these branches. I shall venture forth to gather sturdier logs, Qian Feng instructed. All right, go ahead, Zhang Xiaolan replied enthusiastically. Once Qian Feng departed, she added several branches to the fire, which flared up momentarily. Satisfied with the amount of kindling, she retrieved the small crabs and oysters she had previously found among the rocks and placed them onto the flames to roast. Alongside a few sea snails she had collected while cleaning up along the shore. Before long, Qian Feng returned, arms laden with a substantial bundle of thick branches. I was surprised to discover so many dead tree trunks in the area. Look at how much I gathered in such a short time, he exclaimed. After tossing the wood aside, he glanced at the crabs and oysters sizzling over the fire. Be careful not to burn them. He cautioned Zhang Xiaolan before picking up the garment she had used to wrap her finds and setting off once more. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qian Feng returned, unveiling 5 small fish, each measuring several inches in length, from within the fabric. Zhang Xiaolan's face lit up with excitement. Wow, where did you find these little fish? She inquired eagerly. I stumbled upon a small puddle while foraging for wood and spotted these fish. After placing down the kindling, I dipped the garment into the water and managed to catch them all, he explained. That's fantastic. This should be enough for our meal. Let us roast them shortly. Qian Feng remarked, eyeing the crabs and oysters that Zhang Xiaolan had already prepared. Indeed, those are hardly enough to satisfy our hunger. However, let's not roast all the fish. Let us prepare a fish soup instead. Fish soup? But how can we make that without anything? Zhang Xiaolan asked, puzzled. Do you not recall the can you found? That will suffice. Qian Feng replied, promptly taking the can and the fish to the shore to clean them. After cleansing the can, he opened a coconut and poured its refreshing juice into the can, then placed one of the prepared fish inside, finally setting the can over the fire. He then skewered the remaining 4 fish onto branches and placed them upon the flames to roast. How wonderful, Qian Feng. Soon we shall savor fish soup. It has been nearly 2 days on this island, and I have only had coconut juice. I long for the taste of bubble tea and hamburgers. By the way, Qian Feng, do you think we can ever return home? I am uncertain, but sister-in-law, I believe as long as we are alive, there is hope. Our utmost priority now is to survive. Only by living can we await the day we return. Their conversation meandered as they waited, and soon the fish on the branches were cooked to perfection, while the fish soup in the can bubbled away. All right, we can feast now. Sister-in-law, could you fetch 2 coconut shells? I will retrieve the can. Since their arrival, they have relied on coconut flesh as their primary source of sustenance, with the ground littered abundantly with coconut shells. The remnants of the scooped-out coconut flesh resemble bowls, and Zhang Xiaolan selected 2 relatively intact shells. Qian Feng found 2 sturdy branches to pry open a can, pouring the fish soup inside into the 2 coconut shells. Zhang Xiaolan eagerly lifted the coconut shell and took a sip of the fish soup. How fresh it is! Not only does it taste of fish, but also has a delightful sweetness, she exclaimed. Of course. Have you forgotten who I am? I am the master chef of our household, Qian Feng declared, taking a sip of the fish soup himself and exaggerating his expression. It is truly exquisite. This is the finest fish soup I have ever tasted. Observing Qian Feng's exaggerated demeanor and proud expression, Zhang Xiaolan could not help but chuckle. Indeed, this is the best fish soup in the world. You are indeed impressive. In truth, during their time of cohabitation, Qian Feng frequently prepared meals for Zhang Xiaolan and Zhou Bin, and his culinary creations often aligned perfectly with Zhang Xiaolan's taste. She would often tease him, suggesting that he should abandon his studies to apply as a chef at an interstellar hotel. After finishing the fish soup, they shared the grilled fish, crabs, and oysters. Although these delicacies did not fully satiate them, they provided some nourishment. After consuming these morsels, they each indulged in a sweet treat, finally feeling less hungry. Sister-in-law, I believe we cannot remain on the beach forever. We must venture into the island's forest to search for food. If we stay on this beach, we will starve within a week, Zhang Xiaolan remarked, gazing up at the steep cliffs with a sense of melancholy. How can we possibly climb that high? Are we expected to scale it? Haha. Given our abilities, it seems unlikely we could climb it. But I did notice a slope over there while searching for wood that may allow us to ascend. Very well, while the daylight persists. Let us explore and return before nightfall. All right, I will add some wood to the fire. I hope it remains lit when we return. Qian Feng tossed several thick logs onto the fire and retrieved 2 pieces of clothing from the suitcase before leading Zhang Xiaolan into the woods. Chapter 13. The bamboo grove. Before venturing into the woods, Qian Feng ingeniously fashioned 2 fish hooks from a segment of iron wire that Zhang Xiaolan had discovered. He meticulously bent the wire back and forth until it was divided into 2 smaller pieces. After sharpening one end against a rock, he shaped both segments into the form of fish hooks. Subsequently, he scavenged some fishing line from a pile of refuse and affixed it to the hooks, securing the other end to a rock. He then baited the hooks with bits of shellfish, thus completing the rudimentary fishing apparatus. With his garments tied around his waist, Qian Feng rummaged through the marine debris collected by Zhang Xiaolan to find a thicker rope. The 2 of them ascended the hillside and entered the forest, one following the other. The landscape of the island was chaotic, with trees sprawling haphazardly and wild grasses and vines intertwining. The disorder rendered the forest almost impassable. Unprepared for the challenging terrain, they were compelled to navigate the periphery of the woods. While this path was easier to traverse, it offered little visibility into the dense thicket beyond, which loomed dark and foreboding. Perhaps tomorrow we can find something to clear away the vines and underbrush, allowing us to venture deeper into the forest, Qian Feng remarked as they proceeded along the edge. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolan glanced apprehensively at the dimly lit thicket, sensing an ominous presence within. A chill enveloped her, prompting her to quicken her pace and draw closer to Qian Feng, her grip on his hand tightening. Xiao Feng, do you think it might be snakes inside? I dread snakes, she confessed. Snakes? Certainly. This dark and damp environment is ideal for venomous serpents. Not to mention a myriad of poisonous insects and creatures, Qian Feng replied, playfully imitating a snake by flicking his tongue. Zhang Xiaolan, initially gripped by fear, erupted into laughter at Qian Feng's antics, her earlier apprehension dissipating. If only venomous snakes were as adorable as you. No one would fear them. Adorable? You think I'm adorable? I'm mimicking a deadly cobra. A single bite and it's all over, Qian Feng retorted, bewildered by her description. However, seeing her stress transform into joy brought him delight. The duo continued their light-hearted banter as they progressed along the forest's edge. To an outsider, they would hardly appear as castaways on a deserted island. Rather, they resembled a couple on a delightful holiday. Xiao Feng, look over there. That seems to be bamboo, Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed, halting in her tracks and pointing to a spot not far ahead. Engrossed in his thoughts of the deeper forest, Qian Feng had overlooked the bamboo. At her urging, he turned to observe, and indeed, a grove of bamboo awaited them in the distance. Not far ahead, at the edge of the jungle, stood tall clusters of mozo bamboo, resembling valiant warriors guarding this verdant realm. Qian Feng and his companion hastened to the bamboo grove, which sprawled over an expansive area of approximately 1,000 square meters. Within this grove, the surroundings were significantly more serene compared to the chaotic wilderness beyond, devoid of tangled vines, allowing them to traverse with ease. Look, sister-in-law, there are bamboo shoots here. We can gather some to take back and finally bid farewell to those coconuts, Qian Feng exclaimed, casually snapping off a shoot slightly thicker than his thumb. He first peeled away the dried outer skin, revealing the tender, white flesh within. Upon taking a bite, he found it delightfully crisp and refreshingly juicy. Although the taste did not quite enthrall him, it was certainly a slight improvement over the monotonous coconut meat they had been consuming since their arrival on the island. I truly wonder why giant pandas are so fond of this. It doesn't seem particularly appetizing to me. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan crouched down to gather a few bamboo shoots as well. Oh, you silly boy. How can you compare yourself to a panda? They are herbivores, while you are a carnivore. Eating bamboo shoots raw is surely unpalatable. They are best enjoyed sautéed with meat. However, we could roast or boil them, which would enhance their flavor significantly. Very well, let us gather some to try. If they prove delectable, we might indulge in bamboo shoots more often, he replied. The pair then began to harvest bamboo shoots, carefully selecting those of thumb-sized thickness, fresh and tasty, which yielded easily to their grasp. Before long, they had collected 2 or 3 dozen succulent shoots. Qian Feng removed his shirt, tying it to fashion a makeshift bundle, into which he placed the bamboo shoots before securing it on his shoulder. This should suffice. Let's see what other treasures lie ahead, he suggested. Indeed, they continued forward, with Qian Feng leading the way and Zhang Xiaolan closely trailing behind him. As she walked, holding his hand, thoughts flitted through Zhang Xiaolan's mind. Her cheeks flushed and a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 14. The Bamboo Pot. After walking for approximately half an hour, they emerged from the bamboo grove and entered a forest thick with vines. Realizing that further progress was hindered, Qian Feng glanced upward at the slanting sunset. Sister-in-law, shall we head back for now? It's getting late, and we don't know what lies ahead. If night falls, we might find ourselves in a predicament, he suggested. Zhang Xiaolan shared this sentiment, and together they turned back. On their way, Qian Feng gathered some sharp stones and broke off a few bamboo stalks, preparing to take them home. What are you doing with those, Xiao Feng? Zhang Xiaolan inquired, puzzled by his actions. Just help me carry these bamboo back, and you'll see their purpose later. His cryptic response elicited an eye roll from Zhang Xiaolan, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. By the time they returned to the beach, darkness had enveloped the landscape. Qian Feng hurried to check on the fire pit, with no sunlight remaining. If the fire were to extinguish, they would be unable to ignite it again using the bottom of a glass bottle. Fortunately, they had added plenty of firewood before leaving, and a faint glow danced in the night. Sister-in-law, quickly add more firewood so it doesn't go out. I'll see what we've caught on the fishing line, he urged. All right, Xiao Feng, go ahead. Leave this to me. I promise to stoke it into a roaring blaze, she replied. Once Qian Feng departed, Zhang Xiaolan first placed smaller twigs onto the fire. As the flames grew, she added larger pieces of wood, and soon the fire blazed brightly. Meanwhile, Qian Feng approached the rocks and tugged on the fishing line he had previously tied. The first hook came up empty, even the bait had vanished. Upon checking the second hook, he was delighted to find a palm-sized grouper hanging from it, appearing weak and likely caught some time ago. He carefully stowed the fish in his pocket and continued searching the rocky area, discovering a few oysters before returning to the fire. It's all right, Xiao Feng. Even if we didn't catch any fish, we have plenty of bamboo shoots today. Once prepared, you'll definitely have your fill, Zhang Xiaolan comforted him, noticing he only held a few oysters upon his return. Without teasing her, Qian Feng pulled the grouper from his pocket. Sister-in-law, we have a catch. We can enjoy this today. I've heard this fish is quite delectable, though it's a bit small, just enough for a taste. Seeing the small grouper, Zhang Xiaolan beamed with excitement. unable to contain her joy. Haha, it may be small, but its value is not to be underestimated. That one could fetch 70 or 80 out there. Really? I only knew it was a grouper. I didn't realize it was so expensive. It must taste wonderful, she exclaimed. Of course it's delicious. Or else it wouldn't be priced so highly, Qian Feng replied with a smile. Sister-in-law, just wait a few days. I promise I will bring you a grouper several times larger than this one. Earlier, while searching for oysters among the rocks, I spotted a much larger grouper, but unfortunately, I had no suitable tool to catch it before it escaped. Well, sister-in-law, anticipate your grand grouper, but how shall we handle this small grouper for now? Grilling it seems futile. It would vanish in an instant. As for boiling, the canister is far too small to accommodate it. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's remarks, Qian Feng appeared to have already contemplated this dilemma. He promptly walked over to the pile of bamboo he had gathered earlier that afternoon and selected a piece roughly as thick as a calf. He placed the bamboo on a stone at the cliff's base and struck it with another stone to sever a section. Next, he divided that segment in half, meticulously cleaning out the middle while preserving the nodes at both ends, creating a hollow trough suitable for cooking. Returning with the two bamboo halves, Qian Feng presented them before Zhang Xiaolan. Sister-in-law, what do you think of this? We can boil the fish in here without issue. Zhang Xiaolan examined the bamboo vessel and gave Qian Feng a thumbs up. Not bad at all. This bamboo pot is quite ingenious. I must ask, why did you bring back so much bamboo? Is it all for making pots? Yet, one doesn't require this much for a single pot. With a mysterious smile, Qian Feng refrained from divulging his secret. Haha, that essay's secret. Zhang Xiaolan shot him a playful glare, but chose not to press further. She set the bamboo pot over the fire, added coconut juice, and placed the grouper inside, along with a splash of seawater. After approximately 10 minutes, the fish was ready. Zhang Xiaolan divided the fish and broth into 2 coconut shells, one for herself and one for Qian Feng. The grilled bamboo shoots and oysters were also finished, and the two began their meal. Today's feast was quite sumptuous, featuring grilled bamboo shoots, grilled oysters, and boiled grouper. Qian Feng took a sip of the fish broth. So fresh. He then savored a piece of fish. Wow, it's delicious. No wonder you said this fish is expensive. It truly is exquisite. Zhang Xiaolan also relished a sip of the broth, her face reflecting pure enjoyment. Ah, it is indeed delightful, but it lacks seasoning. With some spices, it would undoubtedly taste even better. As they conversed and dined, they soon finished the broth and the grilled bamboo shoots and oysters. Notably, the flavor of the grilled bamboo shoots was surprisingly pleasant. Chapter 15. Fishing today after satisfying their hunger and thirst. Qian Feng dragged the bamboo he had gathered in the afternoon to the fire. He first selected a piece of bamboo about the thickness of a forearm, splitting one end with a stone into 5 or 6 sections, roughly 20 centimeters deep. He then found a stone the size of a fist and wedged it into the split end, transforming it into a fork-like implement. By sharpening the tips of the split bamboo with a stone, he fashioned a rudimentary fish spear. Once the spear was complete, Qian Feng sought out a longer piece of bamboo, cutting it into segments and aligning them side by side, binding them together with the fishing line he had collected. Zhang Xiaolan, assisting nearby, recognized the spear but was puzzled by Qian Feng's intention to create a bamboo raft. What are you doing, Qian Feng? Why are you making a raft? Are you planning to go out to sea? She inquired. No, sister-in-law. I noticed you were going to sleep directly on the beach tonight, and over time, that might be uncomfortable. I thought I could lay down some dry grass on this, so you can sleep here more comfortably tonight. As Qian Feng prepared this makeshift bed for her, a sense of warmth enveloped Zhang Xiaolan, and a smile crept upon her lips. What about you, little Feng? You can't keep sleeping on the beach, she exclaimed. Me? Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'm fine. I'm quite resilient. When I was little, my family used to dry wheat, and I would sleep on the pile of wheat at night. Back then, Zhou Bin and I often slept like that. Mentioning Zhou Bin, Qian Feng wondered where he might be now and how he was faring. He believed Zhou Bin was likely in a better situation than they were, having grown up in the countryside with more survival experience than him. As Zhang Xiaolan listened intently to Qian Feng's childhood tales, a flicker of struggle appeared in her eyes when Zhou Bin's name was mentioned. It seemed she wanted to say something, but hesitated, ultimately resorting to fidgeting with her fingers. Unaware of Zhang Xiaolan's expression, Qian Feng continued to focus on his bamboo work. The night passed in silence. When Qian Feng awoke the next day, he found that Zhang Xiaolan had already begun cooking bamboo shoots in a bamboo pot. Seeing him awake, Zhang Xiaolan eagerly beckoned him to wash up. After freshening up by the sea and attending to personal matters, he made his way to the fire pit beside the shelter. Zhang Xiaolan handed him a cooked bamboo shoot. "Here, little Feng, come eat. I noticed you were busy with the bamboo last night, so I'll let you sleep in. I didn't wake you this morning. Hurry up and eat. After that, we can explore the jungle to see what we can find." Qian Feng accepted the bamboo shoot, already stripped of its outer skin, making it ready for him to enjoy. Taking a bite, he found it crisp and delightful, as they had chosen young bamboo shoots, which tasted quite pleasant when boiled. "Sister-in-law, let us refrain from venturing into the jungle today. I intend to utilize the several harpoons I fashioned last night, along with those 2 fishing hooks, to catch some larger fish. Furthermore, we cannot solely rely on coconuts for hydration. We must devise a solution for our water source. Only with ample water and food can we afford to spend more time in the jungle." Perhaps Zhang Xiaolan herself has not realized how increasingly reliant she has become on Qian Feng as her pillar of support. Despite being a few years his senior, she has now unconditionally accepted his decisions. "All right, Xiao Feng, I shall heed your guidance," Zhang Xiaolan declared. Upon hearing her words, Qian Feng felt a tinge of peculiarity, yet he dismissed the thought, for many tasks awaited him. After finishing his meal, he retrieved a bamboo basket from a pile of bamboo. Though it appeared somewhat crude, it was adequate for holding items. "Sister-in-law, this is a bamboo basket I wove last night, lacking appropriate tools to refine the bamboo further. I could only craft it in this manner, but it serves its purpose well enough." Zhang Xiaolan accepted the basket he offered and exclaimed, "Ah, I didn't realize you possessed such skill, Xiao Feng. You can weave bamboo baskets. It's nothing remarkable. Back at home, I often assisted my mother in weaving bamboo baskets and other items to sell at the market. You may use this for now, and when I acquire suitable tools, I shall craft a more refined version." "Very well, but you must promise to weave me a hat when that time comes. The sun here is quite harsh, and my skin has suffered from sunburn." Indeed, Qian Feng had noticed the redness on Zhang Xiaolan's skin from sun exposure yesterday, but he found no immediate remedy other than covering it with clothing. "Fear not, sister-in-law. I shall ensure to craft a larger hat for you to shield you from the sun's rays. Sister-in-law, while the sun is not at its peak, I shall head to the seaside to see if I can catch some fish, while you take this basket to continue collecting marine debris." Having delineated their respective tasks, Qian Feng set off towards the shore, armed with his harpoon and carrying another bamboo basket. Chapter 16. A folding knife. Qian Feng arrived at the rocky area where he had fished the day before. As before, he attached bait to 2 hooks and cast them into the water. However, today he made some enhancements to his fishing hooks. He procured 2 slender bamboo poles, firmly securing one end into the crevice of the rocks. To the other end, he tied a fishing line equipped with hooks, and then affixed a shorter line to this end of the bamboo pole, pulling it down to create a bend, which he secured to a small mechanism he fashioned from bamboo. This way, whenever a fish bit the hook, it would trigger the mechanism, causing the bamboo pole to lift and subsequently pulling the fish out of the water. After successfully creating 2 fishing triggers, Qian Feng proceeded to the other end of the rocky area with a fish spear he had crafted. He sought to ascertain whether the large grouper he had spotted the day prior was still present. Unfortunately, despite an extensive search, he could not locate the impressive fish. However, as noon approached, he did manage to catch 2 fish weighing around 4 to 5 pounds with his spear, and both hooks yielded additional catches of approximately 1 pound each. After collecting the fish from the hooks, he rebaited them and prepared the mechanisms once more. Upon returning to the shelter, Qian Feng found that Zhang Xiaolan had already arrived. From a distance, he noticed a disarray of items beside her, indicating a bountiful haul. Before he could reach her, she excitedly ran toward him, clutching something in her hand. Xiao Feng, look what I found." As she approached, Qian Feng discerned that she was holding a rusted object. "Here, take a look at this." "Haha, let's see how you reward me." Zhang Xiaolan beamed, extending the item toward him. Upon receiving the object and glancing at it, Qian Feng felt a surge of excitement. No wonder Zhang Xiaolan was so jubilant. It was a rusted, multifunctional folding knife. Despite its appearance, the quality of the knife was commendable, and the rust did not impede its functionality. Wow, sister-in-law, where did you find this? You're amazing. With this, I can make you a hat. The thought of crafting a hat with the knife made Zhang Xiaolan's smile widen even further. Hee hee, I found it over there by the sea. She pointed to a distant spot. While I was collecting debris along the shore, I stumbled upon it. At first, I thought it was a piece of scrap metal, but upon closer inspection, I realized it was a folding knife. I figured you would surely need it, so I picked it up. Seeing his expression, she added, I knew you would be thrilled. Of course. With this, our future endeavors will be much more convenient. I've seen such knives before. Outdoor survivalists typically carry them due to their multifaceted utility. As he spoke, Qian Feng unfolded the knife, revealing a blade. Behold this. Despite its heavily rusted exterior, it remains remarkably sharp. After honing it, we can utilize it for slicing fish and meat, and it possesses the capability to split bamboo into fine strips, which can subsequently be woven into fish traps. Having said that, he tucked away the blade and produced a small handsaw. Look at this, it is a handsaw, which we can employ to saw through thicker timber for constructing a shelter and to cut through the vines in the jungle. Qian Feng elaborated on the myriad uses of the folding knife, but upon opening the base, he cast a disappointed glance. There was originally a flint inside, but it seems it has been used up. How convenient it would be to have a flint for making fire in the future, allowing us to easily kindle flames even at night. Nonetheless, in comparison to its other functionalities, this matter is of lesser importance. After enlightening Zhang Xiaolan on the uses of the folding knife, Qian Feng presented his own catch for her to see. Upon witnessing the abundance of fish he had caught, Zhang Xiaolan leaped with excitement. Oh my, so many fish! Look at this one. It is enormous. It will sustain us for an entire day. You are incredible, Xiao Feng. Today, we can feast on grilled fish to our heart's content. With that, she linked her arm with his and guided him back. Upon returning to their shelter, Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan commenced their culinary endeavors. Earlier by the seaside, Qian Feng had already prepared the fish, so they could cook it directly upon their return. This time, they opted not to make soup, instead placing a fish directly over the fire, alongside the remaining 2 bamboo shoots to roast. Once the fish was grilling, Qian Feng retrieved the folding knife that Zhang Xiaolan had given him. He fully unfolded the knife and began to manipulate it in the sand, and before long, the blade gleamed brilliantly from the polishing. After finishing with the knife, Qian Feng procured a section of bamboo, roughly the thickness of his arm. He selected a segment and sawed it down with the handsaw on the folding knife, resulting in a bamboo tube sealed at both ends. Next, he used a drill bit from the folding knife to bore a hole in the side of the tube. He then found another piece of bamboo, matching the diameter of the hole, hollowed it out, and fashioned a bamboo pipe. Upon completing these tasks, he filled the bamboo tube with seawater, inserted one end of the bamboo pipe into the small hole of the tube, and the other end into the mouth of a clean mineral water bottle. Finally, he placed the filled bamboo tube over the fire, heating it until it reached a boil. Soon, droplets of water began to appear in the mineral water bottle. Witnessing Qian Feng's dazzling array of operations, Zhang Xiaolan could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, "There's water! There's water! Xiao Feng, you are amazing. You actually thought of this method to obtain distilled water." Perhaps overwhelmed by her excitement, she then embraced Qian Feng's face and planted a kiss on his cheek. Chapter 17. The bamboo-woven straw hat. Qian Feng was momentarily taken aback when Zhang Xiaolan unexpectedly kissed him, his cheeks flushing with a visible crimson hue. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan seemed to realize the implications of her actions, her own cheeks turning a rosy red. And no, Xiao Feng, please don't misunderstand. I was just so excited to see you produce distilled water, she stammered. Sister-in-law, I understand. There's no misunderstanding, he replied, feeling the awkwardness enveloping them. To alleviate the tension, Qian Feng hastily shifted the conversation. Sister-in-law, let us not engage in any other activities this afternoon. We should focus on producing distilled water and aim to fill those mineral water bottles. He gestured toward the pile of intact mineral water bottles that Zhang Xiaolan had collected. There were a good dozen of them. All right, if we can fill those bottles this afternoon, We won't have to worry about our water supply anymore. Plus, we can go search for the items left by Professor Li, she replied enthusiastically. In truth, both Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan had realized since the previous day that the resources on the island were rather scarce. The coconut trees were dwindling, and given the circumstances, the island could hardly sustain such a large number of people. According to Professor Li's notes, there was a significantly larger island nearby that could accommodate many individuals, suggesting that it was there they might find Zhou Bin and his classmates, and thus the possibility of rescue. Initially, they had planned to search for Professor Li's belongings only after resolving their basic needs, intending to hand over the materials to the authorities upon their rescue, thus fulfilling Professor Li's dream of contributing to the motherland. After their midday meal, Zhang Xiaolan began collecting distilled water as per Qian Feng's method, while he took a folding knife to a pile of bamboo. He continued to split the bamboo into slender strips, and with the blade, he was able to create even finer pieces. After working diligently for over 2 hours, he had amassed a plentiful supply of flexible bamboo, strips akin to willow branches. Satisfied with his progress, he spread the strips across the ground and began weaving them together, not ceasing his labor until the sun dipped below the horizon. "How is it going, sister-in-law? How much distilled water have you produced?" he inquired, stepping over to observe her efforts. "Oh, don't even mention it. I had hoped to fill all the bottles this afternoon, but it seems it is not as easy as I thought. I've only managed to fill 2 bottles, she replied, her face a picture of disappointment as she handed him the filled mineral water bottles. Qian Feng accepted the 2 500-milliliter bottles, each filled to the brim, just 1 pound per bottle. Theoretically, an average adult required at least 2 such bottles of water each day, indicating that the efficiency of their water production was woefully inadequate for their impending jungle exploration. However, in order to preserve Zhang Xiaolan's morale, he could only offer words of comfort. "Do not worry, sister-in-law. The process of creating water is inherently slow, and the quantity you have managed to produce this afternoon is truly commendable. Besides, we still have coconut juice to drink. This is merely reserve water, and we can take our time. I simply wish to contribute more and alleviate some of your burdens." Zhang Xiaolan gazed at Qian Feng with a look of regret. Ever since Qian Feng had rescued her, she felt as though she had been a hindrance to him. Most of their sustenance had been procured by Qian Feng, while she had only assisted him in minor ways. Although he constantly referred to her as sister-in-law, she was acutely aware that she was not his true sibling, nor was Zhou Bin his biological brother. They were merely childhood companions from the same village, and she had not married Zhou Bin. She pondered that if Qian Feng were to live here alone, he would undoubtedly find it easier. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xiaolan, Qian Feng was oblivious to her thoughts. He only recognized that since fate had brought him to this island with her, he must care for her diligently. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? You need not concern yourself with anything on my behalf. As long as I have the strength, I will ensure you endure no hardship." He continued, "Look, I've constructed 2 large fish traps. If we place them in the sea, catching fish will be much simpler." In an effort to divert Zhang Xiaolan's thoughts, Qian Feng eagerly showcased the 2 fish traps he had made that afternoon. "Wow, Xiaofeng, you are incredible. Have you undergone formal training in survival on a deserted island? How is it that you possess such a wide array of skills? Did I not mention? In my youth, I learned to weave items for my mother to sell, so these are quite basic skills. Once you grasp the technique, weaving becomes rather straightforward." He then added, "Sister-in-law, take a look at this. Does it fit well?" As he spoke, Qian Feng retrieved a straw hat woven from fine bamboo strips from one of the fish traps. "Ostratot, you truly made this." Upon seeing the hat, Zhang Xiaolan gasped, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief as she regarded Qian Feng with wide eyes. When he had initially mentioned crafting a hat for her, she had envisioned a simple design. She could never have imagined the perfection of what he had created. The hat, crafted from delicate bamboo strips, featured a pointed top and a generously wide brim. Though its shape was unassuming, the craftsmanship was impeccable with no rough edges, and the surface felt exceptionally smooth and cool to the touch, revealing the care Qian Feng had invested in its creation. Chapter 18. You look beautiful in anything. Upon seeing the straw hat crafted for her by Qian Feng, Zhang Xiaolan's mood noticeably brightened. She eagerly snatched it from his hands and placed it atop her head. "How do I look?" she inquired. Qian Feng, captivated by her adorable appearance, could not help but smile. You look splendid. You are inherently beautiful, sister-in-law, and anything you wear suits you. Ah, such sweet talk. I never noticed before. But your tongue is quite charming, little Feng, she teased. Truly, sister-in-law, I'm not merely flattering you. You are genuinely lovely, Qian Feng replied earnestly. Seeing his serious expression, Zhang Xiaolan felt a playful urge to tease him further. Hee, it seems you have quite the talent for charming girls at school. Come on, confess how many girlfriends you have, she said, adopting a fierce demeanor as she scrutinized him. Qian Feng, visibly anxious, resembled a child caught in mischief, his face aflame with embarrassment. And no, I haven't deceived any girls. I've never had a girlfriend. Ha! Just look at how nervous you are. I'm just teasing you. You're too adorable, little Feng. Zhang Xiaolan erupted in laughter, unable to continue her playful banter. All right, sister-in-law, if this is how you wish to play, watch how I deal with you, Qian Feng declared, feigning an approach to catch Zhang Xiaolan, who quickly dodged to the side. On the island, their playful antics served as a release from pent-up emotions, and after a while, they each returned to their tasks. Zhang Xiaolan retrieved the leftover fish from lunch, both roasted and boiled, and, lacking bamboo shoots, she produced 2 coconuts. Meanwhile, Qian Feng arrived at the rocks with 2 fish traps. He first gathered some shellfish, crushed them, and placed their meat inside the traps, securing the bases. This design ensured that any fish attempting to access the shellfish could only enter through a singular, funnel-shaped opening, which would prevent their escape. After casting the traps into the water, he tethered them to the rocks with rope to safeguard his painstakingly crafted traps from being swept away by the tide at night. Upon checking his fishing hooks, he discovered no catches. The fish resources here are indeed scarce. It seems I must venture into the jungle to retrieve the items left by Professor Li and explore other islands, Qian Feng mused to himself. When he returned to the shelter, Zhang Xiaolan had already prepared the meal: grilled fish, fish soup, and 2 coconuts. She handed him a piece of grilled fish. Little Feng, will those 2 fish traps actually catch fish? Qian Feng took a bite of the grilled fish, savoring the flavors as grease coated his lips. They will certainly catch fish. Not only that, but they will catch plenty. In my youth, back in my hometown, I frequently employed such fish traps to catch fish in the river, often returning with a basket brimming with my catch. Thus, rest assured, with these 2 fish traps, we shall indulge in a self-service feast of marine delicacies, leaving you unable to consume it all. Ha. After saying this, Qian Feng took a large bite of fish and savored it. Once the meal was finished, Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan engaged in conversation for a while before retiring for the night. On this desolate island, the darkness enveloped them, devoid of any entertainment options, prompting them to sleep early to rejuvenate their strength for the following day. The night passed without incident. At the break of dawn the next day, as the first light began to dawn, Qian Feng called to Zhang Xiaolan to rise and accompany him to the rocky area to inspect the yield from the fish traps he had set. Arriving at the rocky shore, Qian Feng lifted the trap he had placed the previous day. Before he could fully raise it, he noticed fish swimming within, prompting Zhang Xiaolan to shout joyfully like a child, "Fish! Xiao Feng, we have fish! You are amazing!" Qian Feng fully extracted the trap from the water, finding it quite heavy, indicating a bountiful catch. He carried the trap to the beach, opened its base, and emptied the contents onto the sand. The haul was impressive, comprising 2 crabs, a mantis shrimp, and 2 sizable fish weighing over 2 pounds each. This is sufficient for our meal today. Sister-in-law, please take care of these while I retrieve the other fish trap, he said, before departing with the empty trap. They needed to maximize the utility of the traps, immediately placing bait in the first one before casting it back into the sea. After securing the first trap, Qian Feng returned with the second one to the beach. Upon inspection, it yielded only 1 crab and a fish weighing over 3 pounds. While the catch was modest, it was still adequate for their needs. Sister-in-law, please help me process this. Remove the entrails and clean the fish thoroughly while I return this trap, he instructed. All right, Xiao Feng, go ahead. When Qian Feng returned, he found Zhang Xiaolan had already prepared the fish. Her adaptability had proven remarkable within just 2 days. Her efficiency in handling fish and crabs rivaled that of seasoned vendors at a seafood market. Her swiftness was attributed to the limited conditions on the island, where the expectations were not lofty, Merely extracting the entrails and rinsing the fish in seawater sufficed. Observing Qian Feng's return, Zhang Xiaolan voiced a concern that had crossed her mind while processing the fish. Xiao Feng, what if we catch too many fish and shrimp in the future? The weather here will spoil them in no time. Qian Feng had contemplated this issue as well and had devised a solution. Sister-in-law, I have a plan. We can preserve the fish with salt, and when it's time to eat, we simply rinse them off. Preserving fish? We need salt for that. Where can we acquire so much salt? She queried. Isn't that salt? Qian Feng replied, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he pointed to the seawater at their feet. Chapter 19. Salt production. Are you suggesting we extract salt from seawater? Zhang Xiaolan inquired. Correct. That's worth 10 points, Qian Feng replied with a smile. Zhang Xiaolan was aware that seawater contained a high salt concentration and that one could evaporate seawater to obtain sea salt. However, they lacked the appropriate tools. Relying on a bamboo pot was utterly impractical. Don't be ridiculous, Qian Feng. I know seawater can yield salt, but we don't have a pot. Don't tell me we can use a bamboo pot. It would catch fire as soon as the water evaporated, making it impossible to produce salt. Unfazed, Qian Feng slowly retrieved an object from behind him and waved it before Zhang Xiaolan. Look at this. Iron sheet? Where did you find this? I discovered it in a crevice while setting the fish trap among the rocks. Holding a roughly 30-centimeter square piece of metal, resembling a fragment of an aircraft or boat. Zhang Xiaolan could hardly fathom how Qian Feng intended to use it to produce salt. What are you planning to do with it? It can hardly hold much seawater. You'll see once I finish. Faced with Qian Feng's characteristic confidence, Zhang Xiaolan rolled her eyes in response. Qian Feng carried the iron sheet to the base of the cliff, with Zhang Xiaolan trailing behind him. He gathered several stones and arranged them into a hollow circular formation, placing the iron sheet at the center. He then picked up a stone and began to strike the center of the iron sheet repeatedly. As he continued to hammer, the center gradually dented inward, eventually shaping the iron sheet into a semblance of a pot. Qian Feng, I've realized you're indeed a treasure of a boy. You seem to be skilled at everything. Whoever marries, you will surely lead a life of ease. Qian Feng chuckled, scratching his head as he proceeded to round off the sharp edges of the iron sheet. After about an hour, he paused. Although the iron pot was not as aesthetically pleasing as those sold in stores, to Zhang Xiaolan, it appeared remarkably perfect, perhaps even deeper and more functional than any purchased pot. With a pot in hand, the process of making salt became a simple task. They constructed a makeshift stove from stones at their fire pit. Placing the iron pot upon it, they filled the pot with filtered seawater and then ignited the fire beneath it. Being stranded on a deserted island, they were not short on wood. The stove was packed with dry timber collected from the shoreline. Soon, the seawater in the iron pot began to boil vigorously. Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan watched the bubbling water while adding more wood to the fire. Before long, Zhang Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as tiny white crystals began to appear along the rim of the pot. Qian Feng, is that sea salt? Yes, it is indeed sea salt. Suddenly, Qian Feng extended a finger and swiftly touched the edge of the pot. Qian Feng, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? That's hot. Amid Zhang Xiaolan's exclamations, Qian Feng brought his finger before her eyes. Zhang Xiaolan instinctively grasped Qian Feng's hand, gently blowing on his finger. Haha, it's nothing, sister-in-law. It's not hot. My hand speed is quite swift, you know. After all, I've been single for nearly 20 years. Zhang Xiaolan shot him a disapproving glance, feigning anger. Is that so? Have you lost your manners with your sister-in-law? No matter how quick your hands are, you cannot directly touch that iron pot. What if you burn yourself and develop an infection? There are no medicines available on this island. It's fine, sister-in-law. See, I am perfectly alright. Don't be angry. I promise I won't do it again in the future, alright? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolan's anger dissipated into a smile. Looking at the white granules on Qian Feng's finger, she inquired, Little Feng, is that the sea salt we made? It looks quite clean. Can we consume it directly? Indeed, this is sea salt. We filtered the seawater beforehand, so it is safe to eat. If you don't believe me, try it. Zhang Xiaolan extended her tongue and licked the salt off Qian Feng's finger, causing his hand to tremble slightly, leaving him momentarily flustered. He had merely intended for her to taste it, never anticipating that she would lick the salt directly from his finger. Zhang Xiaolan seemed to sense his awkwardness and the tremor of his hand, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It's quite salty. This salt is no different from what we usually eat, though it has a hint of fishiness. Hearing her words, Qian Feng finally reacted. Of course, there will be a fishy taste. Our conditions are limited and we cannot process it to remove that flavor. However, it can be consumed directly or sprinkled on food. Once Zhang Xiaolan had finished tasting, the two resumed the task of making salt. Watching the white steam rising from the iron pot, Zhang Xiaolan tilted her head and remarked, "If only we had something to cover the pot, we could create a distillation apparatus, producing distilled water above while making salt below. What a twofold benefit that would be." Qian Feng found her idea quite sensible, observing the dissipating steam, feeling it was indeed a pity to let it go to waste. "Sister-in-law, that's a brilliant idea. Once we have the appropriate materials, I'll modify this iron pot." After approximately an hour, the iron pot contained little moisture. Only a thick layer of white crystalline substance remained. Qian Feng took a piece of wood and crushed the blocks of salt within the pot until they resembled the granules of salt typically found in supermarkets. He then filled a pre-washed and dried mineral water bottle with the salt. To Qian Feng's surprise, the yield from the seawater was remarkably high. A full pot of seawater had produced an entire bottle of edible salt. Chapter 20. The Woman in a Coma in the Ensuing Week. Qian Feng and his companions devoted their time to the laborious tasks of salt extraction and the distillation of water. During this period, they successfully amassed over 40 bottles of distilled water and more than 20 bottles of sea salt. They also pickled approximately a dozen pounds of fish. Additionally, Qian Feng ventured into the bamboo forest, retrieving several pieces of bamboo to reinforce their shelter. Utilizing the small indentation in the cliffside, he made modifications that effectively doubled the size of their haven, now comfortably accommodating 3 to 4 individuals for rest. One day, as was customary, Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan set out. Qian Feng to retrieve fish traps from the rocky area, and Zhang Xiaolan to collect marine debris along the shore. Thanks to Qian Feng's relentless effort in crafting fish traps, they now possessed over a dozen, and although the local fishery resources were limited, the quantity of traps proved fruitful. Their daily catch of fish and shrimp was more than sufficient, even yielding the large grouper that Qian Feng had long coveted. In preparation for unforeseen circumstances, they opted to pickle the surplus fish. As the quantity of fish increased, Qian Feng's pace in collecting them inevitably slowed. Just as he was retrieving the last trap, he suddenly heard Zhang Xiaolan's urgent voice calling from the distance. "Xiao Feng, come quickly. There is someone here." Upon hearing her cry, Qian Feng immediately turned to her direction, noticing her frantically waving her arms in distress, beckoning him to approach. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the fish basket and hurried towards Zhang Xiaolan. As he neared her, he discovered a figure lying next to her. Quickening his pace, he approached to find a woman, approximately 25 or 26 years of age. Her clothing tattered and her appearance indicative of malnourishment, suggesting she had been lost for quite some time. "Xiao Feng, hurry, quickly." Upon reaching her side, Zhang Xiaolan clutched his arm, visibly anxious. Qian Feng gently patted her hand, reassuring her to remain calm. "Sister-in-law, what is the situation? How did she end up here?" I don't know either. I was just picking up trash by the sea, and I spotted her from our parting point. At first, I couldn't tell it was a person. It looked like ordinary debris in the distance. But as I got closer, I realized it was a human being. When I first saw her, she was lying on her side, facing away from me, and I hesitated to check if she was alive, so I called for you. After hearing Zhang Xiaolan's account, Qian Feng approached and felt for a pulse at the woman's neck, relieved to find a heartbeat. Together, they carefully transported her back to their shelter. Once there, they immediately set about administering aid. Zhang Xiaolan conducted a thorough examination of the woman, ensuring there were no life-threatening injuries. The absence of serious wounds alleviated their worries, for in such an environment, severe injuries often equated to a death sentence, as even minor infections could prove fatal. After confirming that she had no life-threatening injuries, they proceeded with the next steps of her rescue, which, to put simply, involved providing the woman with water and nutritional sustenance. Her emaciated frame and sallow complexion clearly indicated long-term malnutrition. Although Qian Feng and his companions were experiencing their own hardships, They still had a reliable source of food at that moment. Qian Feng produced a folding knife and made a small hole in a coconut, then inserted a bamboo tube through it, a method inspired by Zhang Xiaolan's fondness for milk tea. He handed the coconut to Zhang Xiaolan. "Sister-in-law, please feed her some coconut water while I fetch the fish from the cage over there. I'll prepare some fish soup for her in hopes that she regains consciousness soon." "All right, go ahead, Xiao Feng. I'll take care of things here. I'm quite adept at looking after people," Zhang Xiaolan replied with a cheerful smile, entirely shedding her earlier tension upon seeing the woman. After Qian Feng left for the rocky area, Zhang Xiaolan cradled the coconut and positioned the bamboo tube at the woman's lips, slowly pouring the liquid. Initially, the coconut water dribbled out from the corners of the woman's mouth, but soon she began to stir, seemingly aware of the water. Her throat moved, and she attempted to swallow. Observing this, Zhang Xiaolan hurriedly continued to pour coconut water into her mouth. After consuming more than half of the coconut water, the woman's swallowing motions began to slow down. Coughing ensued, and the woman gradually opened her eyes. After some effort, she gazed at Zhang Xiaolan for a moment. Then her eyes roamed the surroundings before slowly closing again, as if the mere act of opening them had exhausted her strength. After a brief interval, she opened her eyes once more. "Who are you? Where am I?" Seeing the woman awake and speaking, Zhang Xiaolan quickly retrieved the coconut. "Wonderful. You're awake. This is an island, and you fainted on the beach. We rescued you." "You?" The woman seemed to be fully awake now, noticing only Zhang Xiaolan's presence and expressing her confusion. "Yes, it's us, and my brother too. We both dragged you from the beach to here. He went to the rocks to gather fish and is preparing some fish soup for you." The woman, breathless, turned her head in the direction Zhang Xiaolan indicated, and indeed, there was a figure on the rocky outcrop collecting items. "My name is Zhang Xiaolan. I washed ashore here after a boat accident. We arrived not long ago." Zhang Xiaolan glanced at the woman again. "What is your name? Judging by your clothing and condition, it seems you've been stranded here for quite some time." "I am Li Qi," the woman replied. Chapter 21. "He is my father, Li Qi. Is it your name?" As Zhang Xiaolan engaged in conversation with a woman, Qian Feng returned with a fish basket, inadvertently overhearing the woman identify herself as Li Qi. The revelation of this name left him utterly astonished. The sudden appearance of Qian Feng startled Li Qi, who turned to face him. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that she did not recognize the man before her. Yet his tone suggested a familiarity that perplexed her. "Do you know me?" Li Qi Inquidat. Zhang Xiaolan, too, was taken aback by Qian Feng's tone. "Yes, Xiao Feng. Do you know her?" she asked. "No, I do not know her, but sister-in-law, think about the diary," Professor Li mentioned his assistant. Upon hearing Qian Feng reference Professor Li's diary, Zhang Xiaolan's expression shifted to one of realization. "Oh, I remember now," she exclaimed, turning back to the woman. "Is your name truly Li Qi?" Upon hearing them mention Professor Li in the diary, Li Qi comprehended who they were speaking of, and her excitement caused her to sit up abruptly. "Are you referring to Professor Li Zhengkai?" "Yes, we are indeed speaking of Professor Li Zhengkai. We learned your name from his diary," Qian Feng replied after a moment of thought. "Furthermore, from the first moment I saw you, I sensed a resemblance to Professor Li. I have a hypothesis that I am uncertain about, yes. That is correct. Professor Li Zhengkai is my father." Li Qi interjected before Qian Feng could finish his thought. She then urgently questioned him. "Where's my father now? Is he well? Please, take me to see him." Despite Li Qi's fervent urgency, Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan exchanged glances, unsure of how to explain the situation, their faces etched with difficulty. As they remained silent, Li Qi, noticing their peculiar expressions, seemed to grasp the gravity of the matter and became even more frantic, clutching Qian Feng's leg tightly. "Brother, what has happened to my father? I implore you, please take me to see him." Coughing repeatedly due to her overwhelming emotion, Li Qi bowed her head for a prolonged moment before finally lifting it, her cheeks stained with tears. At this moment, Qian Feng could no longer hold back. He knelt down and clasped Li Qi's hands in his own. "Professor Li passed away a few days ago. We buried him over there." He pointed towards a rise beneath the cliff, the grave he and Zhang Xiaolan had prepared for the professor. "Woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo," though Li Qi had sensed something amiss. Hearing Qian Feng confirm her father's death pierced her heart deeply. In that instant, Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Faced with her anguish, Qian Feng felt at a loss for how to comfort her, holding her hands tightly as she cried out in despair. Zhang Xiaolan nil bazida liki, offering solace while gently stroking her back. Suddenly, Li Qi's sobs ceased abruptly, and her body went limp, collapsing into unconsciousness. Ah, Xiao Feng. Before Zhang Xiaolan could voice her concern, Qian Feng swiftly gathered Li Qi into his arms. At that moment, he distinctly perceived how light her body was, feeling as though she was nothing but bones, devoid of flesh. It's nothing. She must be suffering from malnutrition, compounded by her overwhelming sorrow leading to her fainting. Just look at her. She has hardly any flesh, just bones. It seems she has been starving for quite some time. Let's allow her to rest for a while. Once the fish soup is ready, we can feed her some. Indeed, it appears she has endured considerable suffering, and now she is grappling with the loss of a loved one. I wonder if she can bear it. Zhang Xiaolan remarked with a face full of compassion as she gazed at Li Qi. I don't know. In such circumstances, no one can assist her. This is something she must confront on her own. The two of them arranged for Li Qi to lie on a makeshift bed within the shelter. To call it a bed might be a misnomer. It was essentially a collection of bamboo pieces cut to appropriate sizes, securely bound with rope, and topped with a layer of palm leaves. After placing Li Qi on the bed, they covered her with some clothing and proceeded to the fire to continue boiling seawater and the distilling water, while also roasting the fish and crabs they had caught earlier that morning. Xiao Feng, how could both Li Qi and Professor Li end up here in such dire straits? Zhang Xiaolan inquired. I believe it is because they are both researchers, dedicating their energy to scientific exploration, leaving them little time to learn how to survive in such an unusual environment. That makes sense. Just like the two of us, we are fortunate to have each other. You can climb trees to gather coconuts, catch fish in the water, and weave things from bamboo. Without you, I might be in an even worse predicament than they are. Actually, I think there is another reason, sister-in-law. They might have been mistreated or controlled. Mistreated? Upon hearing Qian Feng's assertion, Zhang Xiaolan's face reflected confusion, but being astute, she quickly grasped the implication of his words. Are you suggesting they have been under the control of those hijackers from the plane all along? Chapter 22. He is a scoundrel. As they engaged in conversation, Li Qi emerged trembling from the shelter. Upon hearing the sound, Qian Feng turned and hurried over to assist her in taking a seat beside the fire. Indeed, you guessed correctly. We have been held captive by those bandits. Li Qi continued, echoing Qian Feng's earlier remark as she settled down. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan quickly ladled a bowl of fish soup from the pot and offered it to her. Gazing into the milky white broth served in a bowl crafted from bamboo, Li Qi accepted it with gratitude. After taking a sip, she found the flavor remarkably delightful, and just that single mouthful rejuvenated her considerably. Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan remained silent, patiently waiting for Li Qi to finish the entire bowl of soup. You must have discerned my father's identity by now. Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan nodded in acknowledgement. Then you should also be aware of the bandits aboard our plane. Their intentions must be clear to you as well. Li Qi inquired. Yes, I suspect those individuals were sent by the Frank Institute of M Country, aiming to seize Professor Li's research findings. Li Qi affirmed, indeed, those people were dispatched by the Frank Institute. From the onset, their invitation for my father to conduct research, there was a trap, a thoroughly orchestrated deception. After the tragic incident, we found ourselves here. Upon regaining consciousness, my father and I were under the control of those bandits. Fortunately, my father had preemptively relocated the vital documents, so they did not acquire them. In their desperation to obtain those materials, they resorted to various means, including withholding food from us. They even threatened my father using me as leverage, stating that if he did not surrender the documents, they would subject me to violation. Little did they know that some crucial information was not documented on paper, but retained in our memories, and a portion of it resides with me. If I recall correctly, the three of you went to the Frank Institute. As reported, Professor Li accompanied two assistants, one being you, and the other named Qin Xiao, correct? At the mention of Qin Zhao's name by Qian Feng, Li Qi's demeanor shifted noticeably. Her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, and her eyes reddened as if flames were about to erupt. Qin Xiao, I would not spare him even in death. He is a complete scoundrel, a traitor, A spy. It was evident that Li Qi harbored profound hatred for Qin Shao, employing every possible term of disdain to describe him. Hearing her words, both Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan appear perplexed, and ultimately, it was Qian Feng who posed the question. What do you mean? When you say Qin Shao is a traitor and a spy, what exactly has he done? He is nothing but a hypocrite. A truth that can be traced back to my father's refusal to join the Frank Institute in the United States many years ago. At that time, my father had just completed his vision for human gene recombination and published the methodology for it. Our research institutions in China were not yet sufficiently developed to implement his theories, and the Frank Institute invited my father to conduct research there. However, my father resolutely declined. I understand, said Qian Feng, that Professor Li did not want the fruits of his painstaking research to be pilfered by the United States. Indeed, that was precisely my father's sentiment, especially considering the United States' reputation on the international stage. After my father's refusal, the Frank Institute resorted to other means, employing numerous individuals as their insiders, among whom was Qin Shao. At the mention of Qin Shao, a flicker of hatred ignited in Li Qi's eyes, and she continued her narrative. Qin Shao had always been my father's diligent assistant, having worked alongside him for many years. My father treated him exceptionally well. At times, I felt he was more like my father's true son, while I merely played the role of an assistant. Eventually, under the United States' promise of non-interference in my father's research, and through Qin Zhao's subtle insinuations, my father ultimately agreed to work at the Frank Institute. At this juncture, Li Qi glanced at Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan, who were attentively listening before continuing. Do not be misled into thinking that Qin Zhao's actions were limited to this. It was merely the beginning, and his true malice lay ahead. Upon our arrival in the United States, we were placed in a secluded area of the Frank Institute for our research. Although they honored their agreement by not disturbing us, Qin Shao secretly transmitted my father's research data to them. Initially, neither my father nor I noticed. However, I caught him red-handed during one of his clandestine exchanges. To avoid alarming him, I discreetly left without leaving evidence. I later informed my father of this incident, but he could not believe that Qin Shao would betray him. He directly confronted Qin Shao, who skillfully evaded the inquiry. Eventually, after my relentless reminders, my father decided to keep a portion of the crucial data unrecorded in writing, entrusting us to memorize it instead. Thus, upon the success of our experiments, only my father possessed the complete information, while both Qin Shao and I held incomplete knowledge, unaware of each other's insights. Professor Li truly is astute. This way, the risk of data leakage is mitigated. Zhang Xiaolan interjected suddenly. Li Qi cast a glance at Zhang Xiaolan, smiled, and continued, he is not merely clever. Rather, he is compelled to protect our nation's interests, even to the extent that I cannot possess all the data. However, it is precisely this that prevents the United States from obtaining what they desire, which subsequently led to the hijacking incident that followed. Chapter 23. The tears have dried while we were still in M country, even during our flight back to Huagua. Qin Shao continued to conceal his true self with great effort. My father remained incredulous, unable to believe that Qin Shao could commit such acts. I even began to doubt my own perceptions. It was only when we found ourselves stranded on a desolate island that Qin Shao tore away his hypocritical facade, revealing his malevolent nature. After our arrival on the island, he confessed everything to my father and, alongside the bandits, coerced him into relinquishing the information they desired. How did you manage to escape? Qian Feng inquired. It was my father. After a prolonged period of survival on the island without rescue, he deduced that the situation was rather complex. Consequently, he united with the other Huagua nationals in our group to flee from the bandits. Didn't you escape together? How did you end up separated from Professor Li? We escaped together, but my father insisted on hiding his research findings, ensuring they wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. Thus, he came to this island alone. Qian Feng appeared perplexed and asked Li Qi why Professor Li would know of this island and choose to conceal his work here. Li Qi explained that despite being under the control of the bandits during their years of captivity, she and her father had previously been with several domestic experts who had visited this island. However, due to the scarcity of food, they had to relocate to a larger island. Unfortunately, they were soon encountered and captured by the bandits. Nevertheless, Professor Li discovered a box containing his experimental results and concealed it here. After their escape, they resolved to settle on this island. Their numbers were few. Including her and her father, there were only 5 of them. Although the island's resources were limited, they could still sustain their basic needs. However, they were unprepared for another betrayal. A geographer named Lu Jian, fearful of being captured and subjected to torture, secretly divulged their information to the bandits before they even arrived on this island. As a result, the bandits tracked them down, and in the ensuing chaos, Li Qi and the others scattered, ultimately losing each other. A month passed without any sign of Professor Li, leading her to this island in the hope that her father had come here. Unfortunately, she succumbed to exhaustion upon arrival and fainted. Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan later discovered her, and together, they managed to bring her back to consciousness. In truth, her instincts were correct. Her father had indeed arrived on this small island, but tragically, he had passed away here several days prior. After Li Qi recounted her tale, Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan brought her fish soup and grilled fish, as her condition was dire and she desperately needed nourishment. Although Li Qi felt an overwhelming sense of anguish within her, she understood that to survive in this place and to seek vengeance for her father, she must endure and maintain her physical health. With great restraint, she consumed all the fish and soup before her. Once they had finished their meal, Qian Feng retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to Li Qi. She immediately recognized it as her father's journal. Aware of her father's habit of jotting down notes, she knew he carried a pen and notebook with him daily, allowing him to capture his spontaneous thoughts. Even when stranded on a desolate island, he had maintained this ritual. Trembling, Li Qi extended her hands to accept the notebook, cradling it in her arms. The tears she had just managed to suppress surged forth again. In that moment, memories of her father flooded her mind. Each recollection of shared moments pierced her heart like 1,000 needles. After a considerable pause, Li Qi regained her composure. It was evident that she possessed a strong will and remarkable resilience. She understood that this was not the time for sorrow, and observing Qian Feng and his companion, she realized they were new arrivals to the island, needing to familiarize themselves with their surroundings to ensure their survival. Once Li Qi had steadied her emotions, Qian Feng took note of her tattered clothing, which was frayed and revealing, exposing her undergarments, which were also in a state of disrepair. He instructed Zhang Xiaolan to accompany her to the shelter to find some clothes, although they had not discovered any useful tools or food upon arriving on the island. They had a trunk full of clothing sufficient for the 3 of them for a time. After Zhang Xiaolan helped Li Qi change and freshen up, when she reappeared before Qian Feng, he was momentarily taken aback. Li Qi bore no resemblance to her stated age of 28. To him, she appeared to be about the same age as his sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaolan, both seeming to be in their 20s. However, her face had become somewhat gaunt. If she were to regain proper nourishment, her beauty would rival that of Zhang Xiaolan, undoubtedly making her a stunning beauty. Following her change of clothes, Qian Feng led her to Professor Li's grave. This time, Li Qi did not shed tears. Perhaps her tears had run dry. Or perhaps she had suddenly become more resilient. In any case, she managed to control her emotions well. As she bowed before her father's grave, each time her forehead struck the sandy ground with considerable force, leaving a vivid crimson mark upon her brow. Chapter 24. Into the jungle. After Li Qi paid her respects to Professor Li, she, with the assistance of Qian Feng and others, added some sand to the professor's grave, making it appear slightly more substantial. Once this was accomplished, they returned to their shelter, where Qian Feng briefly recounted to Li Qi the experiences he and Zhang Xiaolan had undergone since their arrival. Upon learning that the bamboo bowls and fishing traps were crafted painstakingly by Qian Feng, Li Qi expressed her admiration for his resourcefulness. Despite their prolonged stay on this deserted island, the group had minimal survival experience, and even the bandits struggled to subsist here. Li Qi was astonished that Qian Feng had managed to secure ample food within just a few days, along with a considerable supply of distilled water and salt. However, Li Qi had also gleaned some survival knowledge during her time on the island. She advised Qian Feng that not all surplus fish needed to be preserved with sea salt. They could be roasted in a dried fish or smoked, which would not only prolong their shelf life, but also conserve salt. Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan rejoiced at Li Qi's ability to prepare smoked fish, as they were in dire need of effective food preservation methods. Their current approach hinged solely on salting, which, although effective, consumed vast quantities of salt and necessitated freshwater rinsing, further straining their limited water resources. The prospect of being able to smoke fish filled Qian Feng with exhilaration. Originally, Qian Feng had planned for them to venture into the jungle to explore and follow the map left by Professor Li in search of his belongings. However, with Li Qi's involvement, their expedition would be postponed, as she was not yet fit for prolonged activity, and they could not leave her alone. Thus, they resolved to wait until Li Qi had sufficiently regained her strength before embarking on their jungle exploration. Since Li Qi was the professor's daughter, her opinion on seeking her father's artifacts was paramount. Naturally, she was keen to search for her father's legacy, as it represented the culmination of his life's work, and she felt compelled to safeguard it and return it to their homeland. In this manner, the three of them spent 6 or 7 days in their seaside refuge. During this time, Li Qi visited Professor Li Zhengkai's grave daily, while Qian Feng collected fish near the reefs and used the spear he had fashioned to catch lobsters and crabs. After all, consuming fish daily had become monotonous, and a change of palate was essential. Zhang Xiaolan continued her routine of collecting marine debris along the shore and occasionally brought back oysters and scallops to roast. Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan endeavored to help Li Qi navigate her grief over her loss, inviting her to partake in these activities daily, believing that keeping her occupied would aid in her healing. In recent days, Li Qi has become adept at boiling salt and collecting distilled water. Moreover, she has learned to weave fish traps under Qian Feng's guidance, aiding him and his companions in producing numerous smoked fish. As the days have passed, it is evident that Li Qi's spirits have greatly improved. She has gained a bit of weight and has become significantly more beautiful than when Qian Feng and the others first rescued her. One early morning, Qian Feng gathered the two of them together. Sister-in-law, Qi Jie, we have prepared quite a bit of freshwater and smoked meat over the past few days. Additionally, Qi Jie, you seem to have nearly recovered. I believe it is time for us to explore a small area within the forest and retrieve the items hidden by Professor Li on the map. Over the past few days, Li Qi has grown familiar with Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan, requesting that Qian Feng call her Qi Jie, while she refers to him as Xiao Feng and Zhang Xiaolan as Xiaolan. All right, I am fully recovered and ready to venture into the jungle. Furthermore, we must relocate swiftly. Otherwise, those bandits will inevitably come looking for us, Li Qi asserted. Xiao Feng, I am also prepared and can depart at any moment. Zhang Xiaolan expressed her agreement to enter the jungle as well. Very well, let us organize our belongings and then proceed into the jungle. Sister-in-law, please retrieve the 2 backpacks we found a few days ago. You and Qi Jie can each carry one. Bring along the clothes from the suitcase, as we will undoubtedly need them later. Also, ensure you pack some smoked meat, water, and salt. After assigning tasks to the 2 women, Qian Feng shouldered a bamboo basket he had woven himself, containing several coconuts, some stone axes and knives embedded with bamboo and stones, as well as ropes crafted from fish nets he had collected along the shore. He deemed these items essential for their journey. Thus, the trio set off, entering the jungle via the sloping path. Before they delved deeper, Qian Feng led them to a bamboo grove where he fashioned long spears for Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi. Given the uncertainties that lurked in the jungle, it was prudent to have necessary protections in place. Once all preparations were completed, the 3 of them officially entered the jungle. Chapter 25. The discovery of the lemon tree. As they ventured into the jungle, concerned for Li Qi's recovery, they allowed her to trail behind. Ahead of her was Zhang Xiaolan, with Qian Feng leading the way. Both Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi wielded long spears, while Qian Feng brandished a sharp stone axe, diligently clearing the vines and underbrush obstructing their path. Their progress through the dense foliage was slow. By midday, they had traversed only a kilometer or 2, encountering little of value, merely a few unfamiliar trees bearing fruits they dared not sample. Though the canopy shielded them from direct sunlight, the air was stiflingly hot. By this time, the 3 were drenched in sweat, yet they had to remain fully covered to guard against snake and insect bites. Xiao Feng, let us take a moment's respite. I'm utterly exhausted. I feel I might succumb to heat stroke if we continue. Zhang Xiaolan, who had initially walked in the middle, had fallen behind. Having lived in the city all her life, She was unaccustomed to such trials. Despite her desire to keep pace, her body could not endure any longer, prompting her to call out to Qian Feng for a break. Upon hearing her plea, Qian Feng halted, retracting his stone axe from the vines he had been cleaving. Turning back, he saw Zhang Xiaolan, now using her spear as a makeshift crutch, bent over and gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down her face. A glance at Li Qi revealed she was in no better condition, her clothes soaked through and her face flushed as she struggled to catch her breath. Qian Feng surveyed their surroundings before pointing to a nearby, open area. If you could hold on a little longer, let us rest in that clearing ahead. The visibility there will allow us to spot any unusual occurrences in advance. All right, sounds good. The two women responded in unison, glancing at the spot Qian Feng had indicated. As soon as they finished speaking, Qian Feng lifted his axe once more and vigorously slashed at the undergrowth in front of him, clearing a path for Li Qi and Zhang Xiaolan to follow more easily. The clearing was only about 10 meters away, and it took only a few strokes of the axe to reach it. Once there, Qian Feng tidied up the surrounding foliage, revealing a space of 3 to 4 square meters, just as the two women arrived. With a soft thud, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi simultaneously dropped their backpacks to the ground before collapsing onto the earth. Qian Feng also set down the bamboo basket slung across his back. Each of them took a few sips from their water supplies, while Qian Feng retrieved some smoked fish to eat. Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, too fatigued to eat, focused solely on hydrating. Sister-in-law, Qi Jia, you mustn't disregard your nourishment. The energy expenditure while traversing this jungle is immense. It is imperative that you maintain your strength. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, you must be prepared to escape swiftly. Under the counsel of Qian Feng, the two women retrieved some cured meat from their bags, consuming it alongside water. Once their meal was complete, Qian Feng instructed Li Qi to produce the map left by Professor Li, for he wished to verify their correct path. The map indicated that traversing a nearby hill would lead them to a cave where the professor had left his belongings. After confirming they were indeed headed in the right direction, Qian Feng decided to take the stone axe and forge ahead, allowing the two women to rest a while longer before he returned for them. The two women had yet to recuperate, so they remained in place, awaiting Qian Feng's return from clearing the path. Armed with the stone axe, he diligently cleared the vines and underbrush ahead. Shortly after, he stumbled upon several lemon trees, laden with ripe fruit. The sight of the lemon trees filled him with joy. Although they had managed to stave off hunger over the past few days, they had lacked a source of vitamins. Now, the lemons, rich in nutrients, were precisely what their bodies craved. He called out to Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, sister-in-law. Qi Jia, come quickly. Look what I've discovered. Upon hearing Qian Feng's excited voice, the two women sprang to their feet and rushed over. Wow, are those lemons? Hooray, a lemon tree. Indeed, it is a lemon tree, and look, it bears ripe lemons. With both women now present, Qian Feng grasped the trunk and climbed up. The lemon trees were not particularly tall, and he quickly reached the branches bearing the ripe fruit. Selecting 2 of the finest specimens, he tossed them down to the women. Try these and tell me how they taste. As they accepted the lemons, he plucked one for himself, peeling it and tasting it. The flavor was delightful. The lemons here differed from those he had previously encountered. While they were still sour, they possessed a lingering sweetness that was quite pleasant. Xiao Feng, these lemons are sweet, exclaimed Zhang Xiaolan, her face lighting up with delight as she popped a small piece in her mouth. Indeed, they're not overly sour. They taste quite good. Liki kunkurat. Perhaps these fruits are genuinely ripe, unlike the unripe ones we had before. True, Xiao Feng, you make a valid point, Zhang Xiaolan responded thoughtfully. If we had picked them ripe, they might have spoiled by the time we got them home. As the two women engaged in conversation beneath the tree, Qian Feng had already harvested over 20 lemons. Noticing the abundance of fruit still remaining on the trees, Zhang Xiaolan questioned him. Xiao Feng, why didn't you pick more? There are so many left. Chapter 26. Crafting a hammock sister-in-law. Gathering all this will suffice for our sustenance. If we pick too much, not only will it weigh us down, but we also risk it spoiling before we can consume it. Besides, if we deplete the resources here, the native wildlife may find themselves without food, said Qian Feng. Native wildlife? Liki Inkidat Barplaxa. Although she had spent considerable time stranded on a deserted island, It had always been the larger one. This was her first venture onto this smaller isle, and she could hardly fathom the presence of native fauna. Indeed, the native wildlife. I noticed some signs of foraging on the trees, just now. It seems there might be monkeys around, Qian Feng replied. Monkeys? How come we've never seen any? Zhang Xiao asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. That's because we've always remained along the beach and never ventured into the jungle. Who knows? There might even be wolves here, he added. Wolves? Where? Don't frighten me, Qian Feng. Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed, gripping Qian Feng's arm tightly, her eyes wide with fear as she scanned their surroundings. Li Qi unconsciously leaned closer to Qian Feng, having encountered wolves during her years on the island. Though always hiding behind bandits and never truly engaging with them, the mere thought of their bared, chilling teeth sent a shiver down her spine. Ha ha! Observing the frightened expressions of Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, Qian Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter, nearly collapsing onto the ground. You two are simply hilarious. I merely suggested there could possibly be wolves. I never claimed to have seen any. Besides, according to Professor Li's map, this island is relatively small and shouldn't harbor many wolves. Even if they do exist, there would be at most one or two. Too many would struggle to survive here. He explained, unabashedly mocking them. Upon hearing Qian Feng's unabashed laughter at their expense, both women shot him an exasperated glare, with Zhang Xiaolan playfully pinching his arm. Ow! Ow! That hurts! Sister-in-law, please! He yelped, feigning distress. Umph! Who told you to mock us? Let us see if you dare to laugh at us again, she retorted, though her tone was playful. I want tea, I promise. Please let go, sister-in-law, Qian Feng said, adopting a comically pained expression. Zhang Xiaolan felt a twinge of confusion. Qian Ti exerted much pressure, just a gentle pinch. How could he appear in such agony? She released his arm, pretending to be angry. I'll forgive you this time, but I want to be so lenient next, she declared, though her words were stern. Her hand instinctively lifted Qian Feng's sleeve to check if his arm was indeed unharmed. Let me see your arm. I barely pinched you. How could it hurt so much? At that moment, Qian Feng burst into chuckles again. Ha ha! I was just teasing you, sister-in-law. It doesn't hurt at all. With that, he darted away. You little rascal, stop deceiving me, Zhang Xiaolan called out, exasperated. Watching their playful exchange, Li Qi couldn't suppress a smile. Noticing the joy on her face, Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan exchanged glances, their lips curling into faint smiles. After their playful banter, they resumed organizing their backpacks and continued onward, with Qian Feng leading the way, wielding a stone axe to clear the path while the two women followed closely behind. At long last, just before the sun dipped below the horizon, they glimpsed the cave marked on Professor Li's map. As the saying goes, one can only see the mountain from afar. The cave loomed nearby on a slope, yet they had not yet reached it as dusk began to settle. With the cave almost out of sight, Qian Feng suggested they halt their journey and find a place to camp for the night. He reasoned that if they failed to reach the cave before darkness enveloped the forest, they risked losing their way among the trees. Traveling at night posed considerable danger, as they might stumble upon venomous snakes concealed in the underbrush, and a bite could be tantamount to a death sentence. The two women found merit in Qian Feng's words and agreed to set up camp as he proposed. However, since this decision was made rather abruptly, they lacked suitable equipment. Ultimately, they resolved to construct hammocks in the trees to endure the night. Qian Feng led them to a spacious area where several stout trees stood closely together, each about 2 meters apart. He then utilized a stone axe to clear away the surrounding underbrush and vines, making the ground beneath their feet much more manageable. The three of them retrieved clothes from their backpacks, selecting a few larger and sturdier items. Additionally, Qian Feng produced a length of fishing net and fishing line he had salvaged from the shelter beneath the cliff. He meticulously cut the line to the appropriate length with a folding knife, securing each end to the clothes and anchoring them to 2 trees, thus fashioning a rudimentary hammock. To safeguard against potential animal attacks, he positioned the hammock over 1 meter above the ground. Although this height was challenging for Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi to access, it afforded them a measure of safety. After testing the first hammock, Qian Feng found it not particularly comfortable, but passable. So he proceeded to construct 2 more for the women. By the end of their collective efforts, 3 makeshift hammocks were ready, forming a triangular arrangement supported by the trees. Once they had settled into their respective hammocks and made adjustments for comfort, they deemed them adequate for a night's rest. After the hammocks were completed, the women began to slice some smoked meat, while Qian Feng retrieved a slender piece of fishing line from his bamboo basket. He encircled their hammocks with the line, weaving it around the nearby trees to create a protective perimeter. Once secured, he fastened one end of the line to his own hammock. "Where are you up to?" Xiao Feng, Zhang Xiaolan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she chopped the smoked fish. "Ah, sister-in-law, I've fashioned this circle as a rudimentary alarm system. If any animals venture into our vicinity and disturb the fishing line, I will be alerted at once. The sooner we detect danger, the more secure we shall be." Qian Feng explained with a smile. "Wow, Xiao Feng, I had no idea your survival skills were so impressive. Do you often engage in wilderness survival training?" Beside him, Li Qi could not help but praise Qian Feng. Chapter 27. Arrival at the cave. Upon hearing Li Qi's generous praise, Qian Feng felt a twinge of bashfulness as he scratched his head. "Without Sister Qi, I understand the kind of wilderness survival training you mentioned, the one that requires hiring an instructor. Unfortunately, I lack the funds to partake in such training. I merely enjoy watching wilderness survival shows. The ones I see most often in short videos feature personalities like Uncle Da and Uncle Bei." Oh, you are quite remarkable. Xiao Feng, not only can you craft a hammock, but you also devised a warning device. It seems our survival on this deserted island alongside you will pose no challenge. Li Qi remarked, turning to Xiao Lan. Indeed, Xiao Feng is extraordinary. If it weren't for his timely rescue, I might have already met my demise, haha. Since he saved me, I've never gone hungry. Zhang Xiaolan chimed in, further extolling Qian Feng's virtues, causing him to swell with pride, feeling light as a feather. All right, you two needn't flatter me any further. I might just ascend to the heavens. Sister Qi, have you finished slicing the smoked fish? I am on the verge of starvation. Let us commence our meal." Qian Feng hastily shifted the topic, snatching a piece of smoked fish from Zhang Xiaolan's hands. He took a hearty bite, chewing it a few times before washing it down with several gulps of water. After the trio had feasted and quenched their thirst, they each climbed into their respective hammocks to sleep. However, the night in the jungle proved far from the tranquility they had envisioned, as the cries of animals occasionally roused them from slumber, albeit from a considerable distance. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the three awoke with heavy bags under their eyes, groggily descending from their hammocks. "Xiao Feng, what was that noise last night? It terrified me. I hardly slept a wink." Zhang Xiaolan was the first to inquire upon her descent. Li Qi, still bleary-eyed, echoed her concern. "Yes, Xiao Feng, I too barely slept. As soon as I closed my eyes, the sounds invaded my ears. That distant cry, did it not resemble that of a wolf?" "It likely was a wolf. The sound was quite similar. However, it is quite far from us, possibly on the other side of the jungle." Qian Feng replied while he began to pack up his hammock. After tidying his own, he assisted the two women in dismantling theirs. Finally, he gathered the fishing line alarm he had fashioned, fully aware of its value in the jungle. It was imperative to carry everything. Once everything was neatly packed, Qian Feng suggested they forego breakfast and eat once they reached the cave, as it appeared to be within close proximity, approximately 2 more hours of walking. Both women agreed. Just as Qian Feng was about to set off, Zhang Xiaolan called out to him. "Wait a moment, Xiao Feng. Huh, what is it?" He turned to face Li Qi. With a hint of shyness, she lowered her head and spoke softly. I need to relieve myself before we continue." Understanding her implication, Qian Feng nodded. "Very well, take your time, and we shall depart once you're ready. Just turn around. If you don't, how can we manage?" Zhang Xiaolan expressed her desire to address her personal issues, prompting Qian Feng to turn away. A look of embarrassment washed over his face as he awkwardly touched his nose and complied. The sudden sound of rushing water heightened Qian Feng's heartbeat, causing his breath to quicken. Although the three had spent a considerable amount of time together, particularly Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan, they had previously enjoyed ample space to navigate their personal matters, avoiding the awkwardness that now enveloped them. "All right, we have resolved it. You can turn around now, Xiao Feng. We can continue our journey," Zhang Xiaolan announced. At last, after the two women had concluded their discussions, they were ready to proceed. Suddenly, Qian Feng felt another wave of urgency. Sister Qi, could you please wait a moment? I also need to take care of something, he said with an embarrassed grin. Go ahead and take care of it. Both women chuckled, their laughter erupting as they observed Qian Feng's flustered demeanor. Amidst their laughter, Qian Feng awkwardly attended to his own needs, and once he had gathered his belongings, the trio resumed their trek. The morning air in the jungle was quite pleasant, and their progress was smooth. Within less than 2 hours, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. This natural cavern was nestled halfway up a hillside, marked by several irregularly shaped boulders at the entrance. The cave appeared modest in size, roughly 3 to 4 square meters, not much larger than an average door. Finally here. I'm utterly exhausted, Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed as she dropped her backpack and plopped down onto the ground. Li Qi followed suit, discarding her backpack and sitting down as well. Although the morning weather was still agreeable, the continuous trek through the jungle had worn them out. As the three rested, Li Qi picked up her backpack, eager to venture into the cave and locate the items her father had left behind. Be careful, just as she approached the cave entrance. Qian Feng shouted, seizing her arm and pulling her down to the ground, rolling her to safety. Chapter 28, pursued by the wild boar in the blink of an eye. Just as Qian Feng rolled down the slope with Li Qi in his arms, a wild boar emerged at the entrance of the cave. The beast weighed over 100 pounds, a fully grown adult, with its tusks curving outward, glinting ominously in the light. If it were to strike, it would undoubtedly result in a grievous wound. Upon seeing Qian Feng and Li Qi tumble down, the wild boar charged towards Zhang Xiaolan, who had never encountered such a situation. Terrified, she let out a scream, but found herself frozen in place. As the boar drew nearer, she shut her eyes tightly. Just as it seemed the creature would collide with her, she felt a pair of strong hands wrap around her waist and pull her aside with great force. When she opened her eyes, she was met with Qian Feng's resolute visage. In that moment, she found him unexpectedly handsome. However, her reverie was abruptly interrupted by a voice. What are you doing, sister? Run. Suddenly, she felt Qian Feng grasp her right hand, and they dashed forward. Behind them, the wild boar was in hot pursuit. Qian Feng held Li Qi with his right hand and Zhang Xiaolan with his left, sprinting frantically. Under normal circumstances, a human with 2 legs would not outrun a 4-legged wild boar. Yet, to their astonishment, the creature did not catch up. The boar chased them for a short distance, but halted at the cave entrance, snorting before retreating back inside. The 3 of them stopped, bent over, gasping for breath. Why didn't it follow us? Zhang Xiaolan panted. Perhaps it does not eat meat. Finding us unappetizing, Qian Feng replied, pursing his lips. Unappetizing? My flesh is quite delectable. Zhang Xiaolan pouted, her previous fear forgotten. Wait, I thought wild boars did eat meat? Li Qi murmured, tilting her head. Ha ha ha, I was just teasing you. It's likely that there are piglets in the cave, and the boar is hesitant to stray too far from its young, Qian Feng explained. You tricked me again. You sly Qian Feng. How come I never noticed your penchant for deception before? Humph, Zhang Xiaolan said, shaking her fist and playfully striking him. Cough, cough, I apologize. Qian Feng quickly conceded. But what about the wild boar occupying the cave? What shall we do? My father's belongings are still inside, and I worry whether they remain untouched. Li Qi said, her face etched with anxiety. Indeed, Qian Feng, we must devise a safe plan. Otherwise, we will have nowhere to sleep tonight. I simply cannot bear the thought of sleeping in a hammock. Zhang Xiaolan added, frowning, her concern evident. Listening to their worries, Qian Feng fell into deep contemplation. Their fears were not unfounded, and he realized he must consider a way to drive the boar away, or perhaps even eliminate it altogether. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Feng's gaze fell upon the bundles of rope in his backpack. He seized a length and tugged at it with all his might, but remained stubbornly unmoved. These ropes were crafted from old fishing nets and lines scavenged from the seaside, robust and resilient. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, Eureka! The 2 women, upon hearing his proclamation, immediately gathered around him. Ah, Xiao Feng, have you devised a solution so swiftly? Pray, reveal it to us. Qian Feng, with a smile, responded, Indeed. I have a plan that not only allows us to seize that cave, but might also lead us to savor delectable roasted pork chops. Roasted pork chops? Do enlighten us about your scheme. The women's interest piqued, their faces lit with anticipation as they gazed at Qian Feng. He gestured for them to draw closer and, in hushed tones, confided his ingenious idea into their ears. Initially met with skepticism, their doubts dissipated as he elucidated the method step by step, causing them to nod in approval with admiration for his cleverness. Their eyes, once filled with uncertainty, now sparkled with avarice as they envisioned the wild boar in the cave, resembling a sumptuous roast. After detailing his strategy, Qian Feng began delegating tasks, instructing Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi to gather fruits favored by the wild boar in their vicinity. These were red berries that they had discovered earlier, but were unsure of their safety for consumption, although they could not name the fruit. Remnants found at the cave's entrance indicated that it was indeed a favorite of the boar, evidenced by the sparse traces left behind and the absence of fallen fruit beneath the trees, suggesting the boar had thoroughly feasted upon them. While the two women foraged for the red berries, Qian Feng meticulously fashioned a slipknot from the rope in his bamboo basket. This slipknot, created by tying a knot at one end to form a loop, would ensnare any creature that ventured into it. A simple tug on the other end would secure the animal firmly, akin to the lasso techniques used in Inner Mongolia. Once the slipknot was complete, he sharpened the long spears the women had brought along, enhancing their lethality. When Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi returned, they bore 7 or 8 fist-sized red fruits. Gazing at the vibrant berries, Qian Feng remarked, "These fruits are quite alluring. They must be delicious, for otherwise the wild boar would not have devoured all the fallen ones." The women concurred, with Zhang Xiaolan even tempted to sample one. Yet Qian Feng prudently dissuaded her, cautioning against the potential danger of poison. With all preparations in place, Qian Feng led the two women back toward the cave, embarking on their inaugural hunting expedition since arriving on the deserted island. Indeed, his objective was to capture and slaughter the wild boar, for only by doing so could they genuinely claim ownership of the cave. Chapter 29. The hunt for wild boar. Qian Feng stealthily approached the mouth of the cave with the two women, carefully tethering one end of a rope around a sturdy branch of a nearby tree. He placed the noose on the ground, positioning 3 red fruits within it. He then instructed the two women to hide behind a nearby rock and placed 2 modified spears beside them. Having completed these preparations, Qian Feng approached the cave entrance with several red fruits in hand. He first threw a stone inside and quickly retreated. Moments later, a wild boar emerged from within, glaring fiercely at Qian Feng as if intent on devouring him. At this moment, Qian Feng remained calm and tossed a red fruit in the boar's direction, which landed right before it. The boar hesitated for a brief moment before lowering its head to take a bite, consuming the fruit in just 2 gulps. Qian Feng's heart soared with joy. His assumption was indeed correct. The wild boar had a penchant for red fruits. Seeing the boar's eagerness, Qian Feng continued to toss more fruits, skillfully guiding the animal towards the trap. As anticipated, the wild boar approached the trap, and upon seeing the 3 red fruits on the ground, it exhibited no hesitation this time, directly biting into one. Perhaps this area had not seen human presence before, or the boar had never encountered the trap Qian Feng had set. Either way, it was oblivious to the danger posed by the rope and the fruits. Realizing the boar had entered the trap, Qian Feng shouted, "Pull! Quickly pull!" Responding to his command, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi hurried from behind the rock to tug at the rope tied to the tree. Their anxiety was palpable, and, in their flurry, they mistakenly pulled in the wrong direction. Surprisingly, the wild boar did not react to the sudden appearance of the two women. It merely glanced at them before returning to its feast of red fruits. Regardless of the reason behind the boar's indifference, the delay afforded the two women an opportunity to pull the rope with all their might, successfully ensnaring the boar's head. The moment it realized its peril, the boar began to thrash about, attempting to dislodge the rope from its neck. However, by this time, Qian Feng had arrived, joining forces with the two women to lift the boar. Initially, Qian Feng had envisioned lifting the entire boar, hoping the noose would suffocate it. But he soon realized the creature's considerable weight, compounded by the two women's limited strength. After considerable effort, they could only manage to elevate the boar's front hooves off the ground. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to restrict the boar's movements. Qian Feng wrapped the rope around the tree once more and entrusted it to the two women. He then swiftly seized one of the spears resting beside a boulder. At that moment, Qian Feng resembled a valiant general, wielding his spear with determination as he advanced towards the wild boar. To Qian Feng's astonishment, the spear he wielded failed to penetrate the wild boar's flesh, not even breaking the skin. This left both him and his children in a state of shock. Without pausing to contemplate, Qian Feng resolved to launch another assault on the beast. Just as he prepared to thrust the spear once more, the wild boar suddenly charged, knocking the two women to the ground. As they fell, their grip on the rope slackened, allowing the boar's front hooves to touch the ground, granting it the freedom to run. Fortunately, Qian Feng had earlier secured the rope around a tree, limiting the boar's range of movement. However, at that moment, Qian Feng found himself alarmingly close to the creature, and with its limited mobility, the boar managed to send both him and the spear flying several meters away. Xiao Feng! Xiao Feng! The two women cried out in distress as they witnessed the incident. Qian Feng, having been thrown several meters, momentarily disregarded his pain as he grasped the spear and regained his footing, shouting for the women to hold onto the rope. "Tighten the rope! Tighten the rope!" he urged. It was then that the women sprang into action, mustering all their strength to pull the rope, successfully restraining the boar and lifting its front hooves off the ground. Seeing this opportunity, Qian Feng swiftly seized the spear again, aiming not at the boar's body, but directly at its vulnerable eye. A sudden revelation struck him. If the boar's hide was impervious, then its weakest point must be its eyes. The spear found its mark, piercing the boar's eye, and a torrent of crimson erupted forth, accompanied by the beast's agonized cries as it thrashed violently. Drawing from their previous experience, the two women held on tightly to the rope, ensuring the boar could not advance. Recognizing the effectiveness of his strike, Qian Feng quickly retrieved another spear, this time targeting the boar's ear. The spear penetrated and emerged from the opposite ear, releasing another surge of blood mixed with a milky substance. After a few desperate struggles, the wild boar collapsed, lifeless. Only then did Qian Feng exhale deeply, sinking onto the ground. "Xiao Feng, are you all right?" Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, having finally released the rope, hurried to his side to assess his injuries. Qian Feng assessed himself and noted a throbbing pain in his leg. He rolled up his pant leg to reveal a large bruise on his left thigh, swollen but thankfully devoid of any open wounds. "I'm fine. It's just a bruise on my leg. Everything else is all right. I'll recover in a couple of days without any complications," he assured them, rising to his feet and taking a few tentative steps forward despite the discomfort. The two women felt a sense of relief as they observed him move. However, before the trio could catch their breath, a commotion erupted from within the cave. Chapter 30. The odorous cave. Upon hearing the sound, the three companions instinctively feared the worst. Surely, there couldn't be wild boars lurking within, could there? Just as they were preparing to flee, to their astonishment, two piglets scampered out from the cave. You startled me," one exclaimed. "I thought we were facing wild boars, but it's merely two little piglets." With a collective sigh of relief, their anxieties dissipated. The two piglets lingered at the cave's entrance for a moment before clumsily circling the body of an adult wild boar and then plunging into the thicket. Qian Feng, however, had no intention of pursuing them, allowing them to escape unscathed. It was not that Qian Feng did not wish to keep the piglets under different circumstances. Raising them would have been quite appealing, considering his prior experience with pigs back home. The crux of the matter lay in his swollen leg, which rendered him incapable of chasing after the agile piglets. Furthermore, even if he managed to capture them, he lacked the means to care for them, as his own provisions were dwindling. Their supply of smoked fish from the beach had already diminished considerably after yesterday's consumption, but now, with the wild boar, they had enough sustenance to last them a week. After watching the piglets disappear, Qian Feng gritted his teeth against the pain in his leg and withdrew the spear lodged in the adult boar. He wiped the blood off on the nearby grass before handing it to Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, initially preoccupied with Qian Feng's safety. The two women only now turned their attention to the boar, and upon encountering the gruesome sight of the mingled blood and gore, they could not contain themselves and simultaneously retched. After a brief moment of heaving, they began to recover. "How are you both? Feeling better?" Qian Feng inquired. "If you're all right, we must continue our work. There is still much to be done." Understanding the urgency of their situation, the two women suppressed their nausea and assured him they were fine. Qian Feng noticed that Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi were still somewhat unwell, but given the exceptional circumstances, they all had to muster their resolve and press on. Sister-in-law, Qi Jia, hold your spears tightly. Let us investigate the cave and ascertain whether further danger lurks within. All right, they replied in unison, gripping their spears firmly as they followed Qian Feng toward the cave. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Qian Feng gestured for silence. He pressed his ear to the cave's mouth, straining to listen, but detected no sounds from within. I will venture inside first. Please wait here for a moment. If all is well, I will signal for you to enter. Understood. They nodded in agreement. Qian Feng cautiously moved into the cave. Initially, he had anticipated a vast cavern, but upon entering, he discovered it was only about 100 or 200 square meters in size, far from expansive. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of any immediate threat, he beckoned the two women to join him. As Qian Feng beckoned, the two women entered the cave, armed with long spears. Upon their arrival, they quickly discerned that the interior was not as spacious as they had imagined. It was merely a barren cave, reeking of the foul odor left by wild boars that had taken residence within. After a cursory inspection, Qian Feng gestured for the two women to exit, and as they emerged, all three covered their noses, exhaling deeply in relief. How unbearable! The stench is overwhelming. This place is utterly uninhabitable. They complained about the poor living conditions inside. Fear not, Qian Feng reassured them. In a while, we shall tidy up and cleanse this space, and then we can spend the night here. Sister-in-law, you gather some glass shards to start a fire. Qi Jia, you head over there and collect some firewood. The two women regarded Qian Feng as their guiding star and accepted his directives with enthusiasm. Once the tasks were assigned, each person busied themselves. Zhang Xiaolan retrieved the glass lens that Qian Feng had crafted at the seaside, along with some easily combustible dry twigs and leaves. Finding a spot at the cave entrance where sunlight streamed directly, she ignited the leaves and then placed the dry twigs atop them to kindle the fire. In no time, flames began to flicker. At that moment, Li Qi returned, cradling a large bundle of dry branches. In the jungle, wood was abundant, and she had gathered this substantial amount in just a few minutes. Upon her return, she was astonished to see that Zhang Xiaolan had already managed to start fire. Wow, Xiaolan, how did you manage to do that? What did you use to ignite the flames? Although she had lived with Zhang Xiaolan and Qian Feng for several days, during which they always had a fire going, she had never paid attention to how it was kindled, making her curious about Zhang Xiaolan's swift success. Zhang Xiaolan basked in Li Qi's admiration, smiling as she proudly held up the glass lens. I use this to focus the sunlight and ignite the fire. It's a technique that Xiao Feng taught me, and he crafted this lens himself. Li Qi, impressed, glanced over at Qian Feng, who was now dragging a wild boar, albeit with a slight limp, toward the cave. Chapter 31. The most delicious roasted pork. Upon witnessing the scene, the two women hastily rushed over to assist the forward team in dragging the carcass of the wild boar back. Once they collectively managed to haul the beast to the mouth of the cave, the three of them squatted on the ground, panting heavily. Xiao Feng, what is the purpose of bringing the pig here? Are we to prepare roasted pork chops now? One asked. No, he replied, the weather is too warm. We must quickly butcher the wild boar and marinate the meat, lest it spoils. Furthermore, the strong odor of the boar's blood might attract other wild beasts, which would be troublesome. After explaining this to Zhang Xiaolan, he turned to the two women. Sister-in-law, Qi Jia, please gather some palm leaves or any weeds you can find. Bring back as much as possible. We will cover part of the boar's body with it to minimize the odor. The two women swiftly returned with an abundance of palm leaves and weeds. After they covered the boar's carcass, they noticed that Qian Feng had already moved the fire pit inside the cave. When he emerged, Zhang Xiaolan inquired, Xiao Feng, why did you move the fire pit inside? Do you intend to roast the pork in there? Not quite, sister-in-law. When we entered, I noticed that although the cave is small, it is filled with mosquitoes and even rats. By relocating the fire pit inside, we can cover it with palm leaves and weeds. These materials contain moisture, which will create a significant amount of smoke. Once the smoke fills the cave, the insects and pests will be driven away. Upon hearing his explanation, the two women had an epiphany. Wow, Xiaofeng, you are so clever. You truly are a master of survival in the wilderness. Indeed, Xiao Feng. I never realized you possessed such skills. Having grown somewhat immune to their praise, Qian Feng gestured for silence, as if addressing an audience, squinting his eyes to adopt a rather smug expression. Modesty. My wilderness survival skills are merely average. While they may not be exceptional, I assure you that I can provide you with ample food and drink here. As for why you never noticed my survival abilities before, it is simply because we were at home, my dear sister-in-law. Surely, you and T expect me to weave a bamboo basket or start a fire with a glass lens during our leisure time at home. You're out of breath from your own weight. We were just joking, and you took it to heart, they teased, deliberately trying to diminish Qian Feng's arrogance. Afterward, they followed his instructions and gathered weeds to cover the fire pit. Not amusing, Qian Feng scoffed, pursing his lips as he grabbed a bundle of weeds and entered the cave to place it atop the fire. Before long, the vibrant flames of red and blue were extinguished, replaced by billowing clouds of gray, smoke rising from the fire pit. Upon witnessing this, the group quickly scrambled out of the cave. Seizing the moment, Qian Feng, accompanied by the two women, began to butcher the wild boar, a task that, given its gruesome nature, was naturally assigned to him. Qian Feng first sliced a generous piece of marbled pork belly, skillfully dividing it into numerous smaller portions with a folding knife. He then instructed the two women to gather some fresh branches, roughly the thickness of a thumb, to skewer the meat. Subsequently, he had Zhang Xiaolan kindle a fire outside, placing the skewered meat over the flames to roast. As the meat sizzled, Qian Feng continued to chop the wild boar meat into smaller pieces, directing Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi to season it with salt, preparing it for curing into smoked meat later on. After toiling for over an hour, they finally completed the butchering and curing of the wild boar meat. At that moment, the roasted meat on the fire was also done, and the long-forgotten aroma of meat wafted into their nostrils. Gazing at the sizzling, oily roast pork, the three could not help but swallow hard. Wow, it smells incredible. I can't hold back any longer. Let us dig in, exclaimed one. I feel the same. After so many years stranded on this island, I've never tasted roasted pork. With those bandits, we only ever had small fish and shrimp, lamented the other. Noticing the women's impatience, Qian Feng grabbed a bottle of sea salt and sprinkled it over the sizzling meat, instantly intensifying the aroma. All right, it's time to eat, he declared. Before he could finish his sentence, both women snatched skewers of roasted meat from the fire and stuffed them into their mouths. Wow, it's so fragrant. I never realized roasted pork could be this delicious. I swear this is the best roasted pork I've ever had, they exclaimed, their voices filled with enthusiasm. In contrast to their exuberance, Qian Feng remained silent, consumed by the act of devouring the roasted pork. I've decided from now on, you are my boss, Xiao Feng. As long as you let me eat roasted meat every day, I'll follow your every command, even if it means walking through fire or over mountains, Li Qi declared, plopping down on the ground, patting her belly. Me too. As long as you let me enjoy roasted pork daily, I'll do anything you ask, even if it's a daunting task. Zhang Xiaolan chimed in, her mouth still full of meat. At that moment, Qian Feng hardly paid attention to their declarations. His mouth full of meat, grease dribbling down his chin as he savored every bite. There wouldn't always be such an abundance of pork to eat. Today, we were fortunate. This wild boar was hesitant to act freely due to its piglets. Without that concern, we surely wouldn't have made it out unscathed. Have you ever heard the saying, 1 bear, 2 pigs, 3 tigers? What does that mean? What does it imply? They queried, intrigued. It suggests that the combat prowess of an adult wild boar can rival that of a tiger. Really? But tigers are the kings of the forest, they exclaimed in disbelief. Exactly. How could a wild boar possibly be more formidable than tiger? Their astonishment was evident as they looked at Qian Feng. It's merely a saying. Yet the strength of an adult wild boar should not be underestimated. Just its thick hide would be nearly impossible for us to penetrate. Considering our limited combat abilities, we should certainly avoid encounters with adult wild boars in the future. Though the two women felt some reluctance, they ultimately concurred with Qian Feng's assertion. They were no match for an adult wild boar. Chapter 32. Sugarcane. After satisfying their hunger and quenching their thirst, Qian Feng led the two women to inspect the cave. By this time, the smoke had dissipated and the foul odor had considerably lessened. A thorough examination revealed numerous insect carcasses scattered across the ground, centipedes, earthworms, and various unidentified bugs. Even a palm-sized mouse that had succumbed to the choking smoke. It was not that the smoke possessed a high level of toxicity. Rather, most of these creatures had perished from suffocation due to the substantial amounts of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide generated within the cave. Upon witnessing the multitude of insect remains, the two women felt their scalps tingle with unease. Oh, are there still any living creatures inside? Ligi inuited, her bro furoid. It seems unlikely. Even those that survived have likely fled outside. We shall tidy up the cave shortly, removing the debris, and it will become habitable, Qian Feng reassured them. Under Qian Feng's guidance, the trio worked together to clean the cave. When they re-entered, the unpleasant stench had largely vanished, replaced only by a faint smoky aroma, which was not bothersome enough to hinder prolonged occupancy. Observing the uneven ground, they noted that only the corner near the back boasted a relatively flat surface, as if intentionally leveled, providing ample space for them to sleep. Qian Feng then led the two women outside to gather palm leaves, which they laid on the ground to create a makeshift bed, ensuring they would have a suitable place to spend the night. The flurry of activity passed swiftly, and by the time they completed their tasks, the sun had begun its descent. It appears it will be dark in approximately 2 hours. Sister-in-law, Qi Jia, please start a fire in the cave to prepare a meal. Let us use our iron pot to cook some broth and roast some smoked fish and pork. We shall indulge in a feast tonight to celebrate our discovery of this cave. Meanwhile, I will explore the vicinity before nightfall and see what I can find. Be careful. Xiao Feng, don't wander too far. If you encounter any danger, remember to return quickly. Both women expressed their concerns for Qian Feng's safety. Rest assured, I will remain close and return before dusk. There will be no danger, he replied, tucking his folding knife into his pocket, gripping a stone axe in one hand, and slinging a bamboo basket over his shoulder as he set off. Once Qian Feng departed, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi commenced their culinary preparations. Prior to his departure, Qian Feng had already diced the pork into small pieces, leaving them only to skewer the meat and place it over the fire to grill. Xiaolan, I will skewer the meat while you prepare the broth. This way, we can expedite our efforts and have more time to search for the items my father left behind. Li Qi suggested. All right, Qi Jia, you handle the skewering, and I will tend to the broth. With Xiao Feng having prepped the meat, we are indeed saving time. Zhang Xiaolan agreed, and they both set to work efficiently. Before long, the two women had their meal underway. Zhang Xiaolan simmered the broth in the iron pot, while Li Qi skewered the meat and placed it over the fire, after which they meticulously began their search within the cave. Carrying a bamboo basket on his back and wielding a stone axe in hand, Qian Feng diligently cleared the vines and weeds before him. This not only facilitated their future travels, but also allowed for better observation of their surroundings. As he ventured a short distance, he stumbled upon a grove of wild sugarcane, slender and low. He snapped off a segment and tasted it, finding the flavor surprisingly delightful. A gentle bite released a cascade of sweet juice, though the sugarcane appeared unremarkable. Its sap was abundant and exquisitely sweet, prompting him to consider bringing some back for his sister-in-law and Qi Jia to savor. With this thought in mind, Qian Feng produced a folding knife and deftly cut the cane at its base, subsequently slicing it into segments of about 40 to 50 centimeters. After preparing 4 or 5 pieces, he placed them all into his bamboo basket and continued his search in the vicinity. After about an hour of foraging, with the sun nearing the horizon and visibility in the jungle rapidly diminishing, Qian Feng hurriedly packed his belongings and made his way back to the cave. On his journey, he had marked small indicators on the trees with his folding knife, each arrow pointing towards the cave. For safety's sake, the markings were discreet, almost imperceptible unless one was intentionally looking for them. While it had taken him approximately 2 hours to navigate to the location, his return was much smoother, allowing him to reach the cave entrance in just a matter of minutes. Upon entering the cave, he found Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi still searching for the items left by Professor Li. Sister-in-law, Qi Jia, what are you looking for? He inquired, startled by his sudden appearance. The two women had not noticed his return. You startled me, Xiao Feng. When did you get back? Li Qi exclaimed, her hand instinctively resting on her chest. I just returned. What has you both so engrossed? He asked. It's Qi Jia. She hopes to find the items left by Professor Li sooner rather than later, Zhang Xiaolan replied as she approached him. Noticing the bamboo basket brimming with goods on his back, she was taken aback. Wow, Xiao Feng, how did you gather so much? Yes, is that sugar cane? Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the contents of the basket. Indeed, this is sugar cane. I found it quite sweet, so I brought some back for you, he replied. Ah, Xiao Feng, you are so thoughtful, Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed. Hearing her shout about the sugar cane, Li Qi rushed over. The two eagerly grabbed the sugar cane and took bites, their mouths bursting with juice. Since arriving on the island, they had not indulged in any sweets, having subsisted primarily on fish, with the exception of a meal of pork just today. As the two women enjoyed their sugar cane, Qian Feng emptied the contents of his bamboo basket, and upon seeing the items, Zhang Xiaolan's delight was palpable. Chapter 33. Crafting Torches. Xiao Feng, what is this? It looks somewhat like garlic, Zhang Xiaolan inquired as she casually picked up an object from the ground and presented it to Qian Feng. Indeed, it is garlic, wild garlic, to be precise. Though it may be small in stature, it holds great utility for us at present. Much of what we consume may not be entirely hygienic, but garlic possesses antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. Consuming it can significantly bolster our health, Qian Feng explained, picking up another item from the ground. Look, not only do we have garlic, but I also discovered some wild ginger, which is another ingredient we can utilize. Adding wild ginger to stews can elevate the flavor immensely. Upon hearing Li Qi mention stews, Qian Feng produced some leaves and other herbs. And these, though I cannot recall their names, I have seen used in survival shows to enhance the taste of meat dishes. Ha! Xiao Feng, you didn't venture out just to gather seasonings, did you? Zhang Xiaolan chuckled, addressing Qian Feng. Indeed, Xiao Feng did embark on a quest for seasonings. Just look at the garlic, wild ginger, and various spices. If he were to add some scallions, it would be a definitive sign of his endeavor for flavor. They both laughed heartily. How did you know I also found wild scallions? Behold, there are indeed wild scallions here, Qian Feng exclaimed, producing a bundle of scallions tied with some grass. Ha ha ha. The two women burst into even more uproarious laughter. Qian Feng, feeling bewildered, merely scratched his nose, entirely perplexed by their amusement. After a while of jovial conversation, the meat skewered over the fire was ready, and they began their meal. Following their repast, Qian Feng joined Li Qi in searching for items left behind by Professor Li within the cave. During their afternoon outing, Qian Feng encountered a few pine trees exuding substantial amounts of resin, which he collected in abundance. While dining, he melted the resin in a small iron container he had previously found, immersing some tattered clothing within it until thoroughly soaked. He then retrieved a wooden stick approximately 1 meter in length and the thickness of an arm. Qian Feng split one end of the stick several centimeters down the middle and inserted the oil-soaked fabric into the crevice, wrapping it securely. He then fashioned a sizable bundle at the upper end of the stick, successfully creating a torch. He crafted 3 torches in total, igniting one in the flames, which instantly burst into flame accompanied by a crackling sound. After a brief period, the noise subsided, leaving the air perfumed with the distinctive aroma of burning pine resin. Qian Feng lit the remaining 2 torches and distributed them to Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi. Here, take these. They will facilitate our search. As Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi accepted the torches, their faces were illuminated by the flickering flames, casting a warm glow that rendered them quite beautiful, while also brightening the cave significantly. Remarkable, Xiao Feng. You truly are a jack of all trades, capable of crafting torches, Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed. These torches are splendid. Your craftsmanship is quite professional, Li Qi added. Oh, it was nothing, just a small feat, Qian Feng modestly replied. These are merely basic maneuvers, a trivial matter. Qian Feng, feigning a comical accent reminiscent of the Hong Kong and Taiwan dialect, swayed his hands exaggeratedly, providing an amusing spectacle. Goodness, how could this happen? Your accent has nearly drifted all the way to your grandmother's house. You really ought to refrain from embarrassing yourself here. Zhang Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle as she teased Qian Feng about his manner of speaking. Qian Feng, adopting a serious demeanor, gazed at Zhang Xiaolan. What's the matter? Sister-in-law, why are you laughing? Is my accent not authentic enough? Ha ha, Oh, it's quite authentic, exceedingly so. Zhang Xiaolan burst into laughter once more at Qian Feng's playful retort, while Li Qi beside her was also unable to contain her amusement. A moment later, the trio, each wielding a torch, meticulously searched every nook and cranny of the cave. The cave was rather small, and within approximately 10 minutes, they had scoured a significant portion of it. To enhance their efficiency, the three divided the area among themselves. Just as Qian Feng was nearing the completion of his section, he suddenly noticed a peculiar stone. The cave, being a natural formation, featured walls that were uneven and rugged, adorned with various protrusions. Yet this stone was remarkably flat, appearing discordant with the rocky backdrop. Qian Feng brought his torch closer and indeed discerned something unusual, although the stone matched the wall in color. A closer inspection revealed it was leaning against the rock face. "Look here." Qian Feng beckoned the two women over. He wished to shift the stone aside to investigate further, but it seemed quite substantial, estimated to weigh around 300 to 400 pounds, making it impossible for him to move alone. The two women approached Qian Feng, holding their torches near the stone he indicated, and they too recognized its uniqueness. "I recall that we searched this area earlier in the afternoon. Why didn't we notice anything amiss then?" Zhang Xiaolan inquired of Li Qi, gazing at the stone. "Indeed, we did search it this afternoon, but the cave was too dim for us to perceive the difference. Thanks to the torch that Xiao Feng made, otherwise we would have remained oblivious," Li Qi remarked. Observing the stone, "Sister-in-law, Qi Jie, I believe Professor Li must have concealed something behind this stone. Let us together move it aside and see," Qian Feng urged, inviting them to assist him in shifting the stone. In truth, he harbored a question of his own. How had Professor Li managed to move this stone alone? Without further ado, the three prepared to exert their collective strength to push the stone. Just as they commenced their effort, the stone unexpectedly shifted several centimeters. "Incredible! This stone, which appeared substantial, is surprisingly light?" Qian Feng exclaimed in astonishment, and this revelation clarified his earlier confusion. If the stone weighed this little, it would indeed explain how Professor Li had managed to move it by himself. Chapter 34. Upon unveiling the stone, a 1-meter square space was revealed, at the center of which stood a safe. "This is it. This is the one." As the stone was moved, Li Qi eagerly leaned forward to peer inside, and upon sighting the safe, she could not contain her excitement. Qian Feng retrieved the safe. It was black, reminiscent of those used in cinematic transactions, albeit slightly larger. A sturdy combination lock adorned its side, yet it was surprisingly lightweight. "Wow, this safe exudes an air of sophistication," Zhang Xiaolan remarked, entranced by its deep, inky allure. Indeed, this safe was crafted from the finest carbon fiber in existence, capable of withstanding 1,000 pounds of pressure, waterproof and fireproof, yet remarkably light. Most importantly, its security level was unparalleled. Unparalleled? What does that mean? Isn't it just an upscale safe? Qian Feng pondered, unable to grasp the full implication of Li Qi's words. This safe allows only 2 attempts at the code. If the code is entered incorrectly 3 times in succession, it will trigger a self-destruct mechanism, obliterating everything within. If everything inside is destroyed, wouldn't that be a tragic loss? Zhang Xiaolan lamented. Li Qi glanced at Zhang Xiaolan, and then at Qian Feng before continuing to elucidate. Typically, such safes are utilized for safeguarding confidential documents. If they were to fall into the hands of adversaries, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, it is better to destroy the contents than to allow them to be acquired by rivals. Moreover, my father specialized in genetic recombination research, which can lead to... At this juncture, Li Qi seemed to realize she had divulged too much, and she refrained from sharing further details with Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan. Noticing her discomfort, Qian Feng quickly shifted the topic to alleviate any awkwardness. "By the way, Qi Jie, now that Professor Li has passed, can you still open this safe?" Upon hearing Qian Feng mention her father's passing, Li Qi felt a sudden jolt in her heart. The busyness of the past few days had temporarily allowed her to forget the sorrow of her father's demise. Even imagining it was merely a dream from which she would awaken to find herself on a plane returning to Huaxia. Qian Feng's words, however, abruptly pulled her back to reality. Regaining her composure, she reflected momentarily before responding. "Yes, I should be able to open it." With that, She placed her hand on the safe's combination dial, which required a 4-digit code. Li Qi set the dial to 1102. Click. The lock of the safe opened. Wow. It's opened. It's opened. Fantastic. Oye. Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed in unison, unable to suppress their admiration for Li Qi. However, a hint of disappointment clouded Li Qi's expression, for the code she had just entered was her birthday. Upon noticing Li Qi's unusual demeanor, both Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan felt perplexed. Sister Qi, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Did you adustet her composure? No, nothing at all. No, Sister Qi, there is definitely something amiss. Look, your eyes are red. We are in this together. If something troubles you, please share it so we can resolve it together. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's words, Li Qi could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her face. Sister Qi, why are you crying? As she spoke, Zhang Xiaolan reached out to wipe Li Qi's tears, but this only caused Li Qi to sob more profoundly. Consequently, she embraced Li Qi tightly, gently patting her back. After a moment, Li Qi's emotions began to settle. She extricated herself from Zhang Xiaolan's embrace and wiped her tears again. I am so sorry. I momentarily lost my composure when I thought of my father. He is a workaholic, and to the outside world, he is a renowned biologist. However, within our family, he has not been a good father, nor a devoted husband, as he has poured all his energy and time into the laboratory. During my childhood, I seldom saw him, and even during the spring festival, it was difficult to have him with us, as he was always engrossed in his research. On every birthday, he could not celebrate with me, and I would ask my mother why other children had both parents at their birthdays, while I only had her. I inquired how I could celebrate my birthday with my father, and she told me to study diligently, that if I became a biologist when I grew up, I could celebrate my birthday with him. From that moment, I set a goal for myself, to study hard and become a biologist, solely so I could celebrate a birthday with my father. At this juncture, Li Qi paused, wiped her tears, and seemed to recollect something, letting out a dry laugh that carried a sense of resignation. Later on, I successfully entered university, pursued graduate studies, and became a biologist, eventually becoming a colleague of my father's. Yet, he remained solely focused on his experiments. Out of frustration, I once claimed that he did not love me at all, to which he insisted he loved me dearly. At that moment, I could not believe him, as I had always thought he saw only his experiments, not me. It was only when I opened this password box using my birthday number, just now, that I realized my father truly loves me. He has always remembered my birthday, but he prioritized the interests of the nation above all else, making it impossible for him to celebrate with me. As she spoke, Li Qi could not help but burst into tears once more. But I will never be able to celebrate my birthday with my father again. Woo 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 woo. Chapter 35. The other side of the cave. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Zhang Xiaolan was already in tears, her face streaked with sorrow, while Qian Feng felt a slight moisture gathering in the corners of his eyes. Sister Qi, from now on, we will celebrate your birthday together. Upon hearing Qian Feng's promise to celebrate Li Qi's birthday with her, Zhang Xiaolan hastily wiped her tears and resolutely declared, Yes, what Xiao Feng said is right. Sister Qi, we will celebrate every one of your birthdays together from now on. Li Qi felt a surge of gratitude at their heartfelt words. Thank you both. Meeting you is my fortune. Were you saying, Sister Qi, since we have the chance to meet here, it is our destiny. Fate is bestowed upon us by the heavens. Since it has arranged for us to cross paths, there is no need for such formalities, Li Qi replied, her voice soothing. Once Li Qi composed herself, she opened her suitcase, revealing a thick stack of documents alongside a sealed glass vial. Inside the vial lay a syringe filled with a pale blue liquid. Li Qi picked up the vial and explained to the two, This is the human gene recombination agent developed by my father, which can significantly enhance human physical capabilities. After introducing the vial, she examined the stack of documents and discovered that her father had completed all the necessary materials. This meant that if she could return this documentation to Huagua, the country could form a special task force to better safeguard its territory. As Li Qi concluded her explanation, the image of Professor Li, lying feebly on the beach, appeared in the minds of Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan, though the figure was now more imposing. After sharing this information, Li Qi placed the documents and the syringe into a safe and locked it once more. Xiao Feng, these items are not only vital to me, but also to our nation. I need your assistance in safeguarding them and ensuring their secure return to Huagua." Li Qi gazed earnestly at Qian Feng. "Rest assured, Sister Qi, I will do everything in my power to protect these documents from falling into the hands of those robbers. When we successfully return to our homeland, we will safely deliver them to the state," Qian Feng assured her. They decided to temporarily leave the safe in its original location and restore the stone to its former position, as this spot was relatively concealed. However, as Qian Feng placed the safe inside, a sudden chill coursed through his hand. "Is there a breeze?" What breeze?" The two women looked at Qian Feng with confusion. "There seems to be a draft coming from within. I didn't notice it before when I took something out, but just now, when I returned the safe, I felt a coolness as if air was blowing out from inside." The two women were still processing Qian Feng's words. What is strange about a breeze? They wondered. Noticing their lack of understanding, Qian Feng elaborated, "Think about it. We are in a cave, and there is no wind blowing in from outside. If we can feel a draft in that small space behind the stone, doesn't that imply it is connected to the outside?" At this moment, the two women finally comprehended the situation. "Oh, Xiao Feng, I understand now. You mean there is another cave behind this stone wall, and it connects to the outside, correct?" Zhang Xiaolan inquired, gazing at Qian Feng. Li Qi, too, became exhilarated. "So if the passage behind this stone wall leads to the outside, we can traverse this cave directly to the other side of the mountain without having to navigate through the jungle." "Precisely," Qian Feng affirmed. "However, we must ascertain the size of the cave on the other side. If it is too small, it will be of little use to us. Yet, I suspect it is at least as large as this side, if not larger, for I can feel the strong breeze. Overthinking won't help. Let's first see if we can break through." "All right, I shall give it a try." With that, Qian Feng pushed against the stone wall with his hands, sensing it was not particularly sturdy, as if the two caves were originally connected. It was unclear who had placed this massive stone here, dividing the cave in two. Seeing potential, Qian Feng fetched a stone axe, a spear, and a folding knife. Any tool he could find useful. He began by striking the stone wall with the axe several times. Bang, bang, bang. Realizing the wall was not overly thick, he then used the spear as a lever, wedging its tip into the crevice and prying with force. The wall shifted slightly, confirming Qian Feng's suspicion that this stone wall was not a part of the surrounding structure. It was movable. He instructed the two women to hand him all the tools. Due to the limited space, only one person could fit, so the women could only assist from the outside by passing him tools. After considerable effort, Qian Feng finally managed to shift the stone a bit, revealing an opening. He took a torch and peered inside. Indeed, the cave on the opposite side was quite spacious. Upon hearing Qian Feng's revelation, Zhang Xiaolan rushed forward, grasping his hand. "Xiao Feng, how large is it over there?" "The opening is too small for me to see much, but it certainly feels much larger than this side. Once we move this stone further aside, we will know for certain." With that, Qian Feng continued to pry at the stone with the spear. When the opening was large enough for a person to pass through, he took a torch and crawled inside, requesting Zhang Xiaolan to hand him a spear. This way, he could pry from within while they assisted from the outside. The stone was soon moved a considerable distance, significantly enlarging the opening, allowing them to pass through with ease. Once the entrance was sufficiently widened, Qian Feng beckoned the two women to join him with their torches. Wow, it is truly vast in here. Chapter 36. Discovering the waterhole. As the two women entered the cavern wielding torches, the illumination within instantly intensified, revealing the intricate details of the cave. It became evident that this cavern was significantly larger than the previous one, measuring at least twice its size. The cave extended long and narrow from their position, and both Qian Feng and his companions could sense that it connected to the outside world. However, the darkness of night concealed any view of the outside, which might have been illuminated during the day. They decided to return to their previous cave for rest and planned to explore this new one further at dawn. Thus, they retraced their steps and secured the lighter stone at the entrance. The night passed without incident, and before the break of dawn, the trio awoke. After Qian Feng, Zhang Xiaolan, and Li Qi attended to their personal matters outside the cave, he instructed the two women to prepare breakfast. Once the meal was completed, they would venture into the newly discovered cavern. Afterward, he too stepped outside to address his own needs. Upon his return, He found Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi had begun simmering wild boar meat in a pot, infusing it with slices of ginger and various spices. The savory aroma wafting through the cave and tantalizing their senses. However, as Qian Feng entered the cave, he noticed the two women's expressions were far from cheerful. "What troubles you? Your faces seem rather grim," he inquired. "Well, little Feng," Zhang Xiaolan began, "this morning while stewing the meat, I discovered our water supply is running low." "Running low? Do we not bring an ample supply with us?" "It hasn't been long. We should still have plenty left," Qian Feng remarked, glancing at Zhang Xiaolan. At that moment, Li Qi approached with a troubled expression, hesitating before speaking. "It's my fault. I was too excited last night and couldn't sleep. When I got up to drink water, I didn't tighten the lid on the large barrel, and all the water leaked out." Upon hearing Li Qi's confession, Qian Feng looked at the barrel, now nearly empty save for a small puddle at the bottom, and sighed in resignation. "Well, there's nothing we can do now. The water has flowed away. We must ration what little remains. It should sustain us for another day. After breakfast, we will explore that cavern, and afterwards, we can search the jungle for more water. If all else fails, we shall have to return to the coastal shelter and distill seawater." The two women nodded in agreement with Qian Feng's plan. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the trio prepared to explore the cavern. Qian Feng first coated the torch they had used the previous night with grease, then placed it atop the fire to ignite. They subsequently entered the cavern they had discovered the night before, replicating their earlier journey through the jungle. Qian Feng held the torch in his left hand and a stone axe in his right, leading the way while the two women followed closely behind. Inside the cavern, the space was vast and the ground more treacherous than that of their previous dwelling, strewn with rugged stones and uneven terrain. This cavern was long and winding, and though Qian Feng had anticipated glimpses of daylight, it soon became clear that the darkness within was as profound as it was at night. No light from outside penetrated the depths of this cave. The trio cautiously advanced through the cavern, moving slowly and deliberately. After approximately an hour of this careful progression, Qian Feng suddenly heard the sound of flowing water and immediately came to a halt. "Water?" At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi also paused, mimicking Qian Feng by cupping their hands to their ears in a trumpet-like gesture to better capture the sound. "Indeed, I hear the sound of running water." "Yes, I can hear it too." The excitement in the voices of the two women was palpable. Without further ado, the three continued onward, drawn by the sound. Before long, a small stream appeared before them, seemingly emerging from a concealed river within the cavern. The stream was modest in size, with a gentle flow, and the water was crystal clear, teeming with tiny fish and shrimp the size of sunflower seeds. "Wow, there's water. How wonderful. We now have fresh water to drink. No need to return for distilled water. This is fantastic. We have water." In contrast to the two women's exuberance, Qian Feng maintained a calm demeanor. Having sensed the cool breeze the previous day, he had surmised that water was nearby, but refrained from mentioning it to Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi due to uncertainty. Thus, upon realizing the limited water supply that morning, he chose to investigate the cavern first rather than immediately search for water. After their initial excitement, the trio proceeded along the stream, which gradually swelled as it flowed outward from the cave. As they approached the cave's exit, they were greeted by the sound of cascading water. "We are almost at the exit. Let us quicken our pace. I hear the sound of a waterfall." Qian Feng urged the two women to hasten. Sure enough, after a few more minutes of walking, they discovered the cave's mouth, where a brilliant beam of light illuminated the ground. The stream cascaded over the edge, revealing a small pool below. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, they found a small pond approximately 1 meter below the cave's opening. Looking down, they could see that the pond was not very deep, yet it was quite expansive, larger than the area of the cave they had previously inhabited. Strangely, there were very few fish to be seen, only a handful of small fish swimming about. Qian Feng pondered that perhaps the clarity of the water was to blame. It said that clear water harbors no fish. The absence of nutrients in such pristine water likely accounted for the scarcity of aquatic life. Suddenly, with a splash, two figures fell into the pond, and when Qian Feng turned to look back at the spot where Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi had been standing, there was no trace of them, only two torches lying abandoned on the ground. Chapter 37. The snake Qian Feng initially assumed that the two women had fallen into the pool due to the slippery ground beneath them. However, upon glancing back, he found them frolicking joyfully in the water. After inquiring, he learned that they had eagerly jumped in for a bath upon spotting the pool. Understanding the reason left Qian Feng somewhat exasperated. "Wow, you two are quite something. You startled me. I thought you had fallen in. If you wanted to dive, you could have at least given me a heads up." The two women exchanged slightly embarrassed smiles. "Hee, we were just too eager. We hadn't tea-bathed since arriving on this island, and we felt incredibly filthy. When we saw the pool, we simply couldn't resist jumping in," one of them explained. "Simply couldn't resist?" Qian Feng found their explanation rather amusing. "Yes, exactly. We didn't even discuss it. We just jumped in when we saw the water. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Qi." Zhang Xiaolan winked at Qi Jia. Li Qi, with a cheerful glint in her eyes, looked at Qian Feng and said, "That's right. We didn't discuss it. I just saw Xiaolan jump, so I followed suit." Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Zhang Xiaolan pretended to be upset and splashed water at Li Qi. "Sister Qi, you're betraying me. We clearly agreed to jump together to surprise Qian Feng, you deceiver." Seeing this, Li Qi retaliated by splashing water back at Zhang Xiaolan. "Haha, I am not a deceiver. I'm merely stating the truth. You dare splash me? Just watch how I'll teach you a lesson. Haha, I won't do it again, I promise. Spare me." As Qian Feng watched the two women playfully splashing each other, Zhang Xiaolan suddenly called out, "Qian Feng, Sister Qi, and I are going to bathe now. Please turn around and don't peek. Also, could you fetch us some clothes? Once we finish bathing, we'll change, and you should also take a shower." "Hee, don't worry, sisters. I will not steal a glance. I'll fetch your clothes right away." With that, Qian Feng turned and walked towards their cave to retrieve their garments. Once Qian Feng left, the two women began to undress for their bath. Li Qi looked up towards the cave entrance. "Xiaolan, do you think Qian Feng will peek at us?" "Hee, E1T, Sister Qi. I know his character well. He is trustworthy. Besides, even if he did take a look, it wouldn't change anything," Zhang Xiaolan reassured her. "You little rascal. Why wouldn't you let him look? Lijurepiet, Harcheks Fudushink. I never said he couldn't look. He saved my life. I would refuse him if he wanted to see." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's words, Li Qi felt similarly. After all, Qian Feng had saved her life too. If he wished to look, she shouldn't refuse him. Yet the thought made her feel shy. She had never allowed a man to see her body before. Suddenly, her face turned a bright shade of red. "Sister Qi, why is your face so flushed? Are you thinking of something?" Zhang Xiaolan desa, noticing que esa sudden embarrassment. "Stop talking nonsense. What could I possibly be thinking? I'm just too hot from the bath." Laughter echoed in the air as the warmth of the bath enveloped them. "Can you even believe what you just said?" teased one, her playful demeanor inviting a mock threat. "Oh no, please don't hit me. I admit my folly." The joyful banter continued, with playful exclamations about their physical attributes, eliciting hearty laughter. Unbeknownst to them, Qian Feng remained oblivious to the merriment in the water. He was merely caught in a fit of sneezes, feeling the chill of the cave air. "I must don more clothing soon," he mused, before returning with garments in hand. Hearing the laughter from the pool, he called out, "Sister-in-law, Qi Jia, I have brought your clothes. Let me know when you finish bathing, and I shall pass them to you." "All right, just wait there a moment. We're not done yet. Once we finish, we'll call for you. But remember, no peeking. Rest assured, I shall not intrude upon your privacy," he replied, placing the clothes aside and reclining upon a stone slab. "Let us continue bathing," Qi Jia prompted, to which her companion eagerly agreed. The playful teasing resumed, with giggles echoing as they splashed about in the water. However, Qian Feng felt a dryness in his throat and took a swig from a water bottle, when suddenly a piercing scream shattered the jovial atmosphere. A snake! There's a snake! Xiao Feng, come quickly! Don't come over here!" they cried, panic seeping into their voices. Responding swiftly, Qian Feng raced towards the pool, where the scene unfolded before him. The two women were still unclothed, hastily moving toward the shore, their vulnerability laid bare before him. Yet, he had no time to contemplate their predicament. His attention was seized by a dark brown snake gliding menacingly towards Zhang Xiaolan. In a desperate effort to ward off the serpent, Li Qijie splashed the water, but to her terror, the snake altered its course, heading straight for her. Realizing the imminent danger, she fled toward the bank. Qian Feng watched in horror, knowing she could not outrun the creature. Just as the snake was nearly upon her, he leapt from the cave entrance, landing directly in front of Li Qijie to shield her from the advancing serpent. Chapter 38. Qian Feng is bitten by a snake. As Li Qi felt the presence of a brown snake swiftly closing in on her, she instinctively squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for the anticipated pain of a snake bite. However, instead of the expected sting, she heard a loud splash behind her. When she finally opened her eyes and turned around, she was astonished to see Qian Feng standing protectively in front of her. Just as Li Qi was about to express her gratitude, a sudden realization struck her. She was completely exposed, devoid of any protective covering. Embarrassment washed over her, and before she could voice her thoughts, Qian Feng cried out in anguish. "Ah, that hurts!" Startled by his exclamation, the two women turned their attention to Qian Feng, who was grappling with the snake that had latched onto his left thigh. He was desperately pulling the snake downwards, trying to prevent it from sinking its fangs deeper. The serpent was incredibly strong, and Qian Feng found it challenging to restrain it with both hands. In that moment, he recalled the folding knife tucked away in his pocket and urgently beckoned Li Qi to retrieve it. After a flurry of frantic movements, Li Qi managed to extract the knife from Qian Feng's pocket, but once it was in her hands, she hesitated, unsure of what to do. Observing her indecision, Qian Feng, despite the pain, shouted, "Chop off its head. Sever it." For Li Qi, who had grown up in a sheltered environment, unaccustomed to any form of household chores and solely focused on her studies, the prospect of wielding a knife to slay a snake was daunting. All she could muster in response to Qian Feng's urgent command was a gasp of surprise, paralyzed by fear. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Xiaolan arrived. Noticing Li Qi's reluctance, she snatched the folding knife from her grasp and, with a decisive swing, severed the snake's tongue. Qian Feng had always taken great care of the knife, ensuring it was exceptionally sharp, which allowed Zhang Xiaolan to easily accomplish the task. With the snake's head finally severed, Qian Feng let out a sigh of relief. Casting the snake's body aside into the water, he then reached down to pull the snake's fangs from his thigh. Upon discarding the head into the water as well, he rolled up his pant leg to inspect the damage. There, on the inner side of his thigh, were 3 distinct bite marks, each breaking the skin and accompanied by notable swelling, with a trickle of deep crimson blood seeping from the wounds. Qian Feng, are you all right? This snake isn't venomous, is it?" The concern etched on the faces of the two women was palpable, momentarily overshadowing their own state of undress. As Qian Feng assessed his condition, he noted a sharp pain at the site of the bites, accompanied by a slight numbness, but otherwise felt no alarming symptoms. Just as he lifted his head to reassure them, he was suddenly struck by the realization that both women were completely bare and standing close by, igniting an intense warmth that surged through him, flooding his cheeks with an all-consuming heat. Noticing his silence and the flush blooming on his face, the two women quickly placed their hands on his forehead. "Ah, Qian Feng, why are you so hot?" Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed, her expression filled with genuine concern. Li Qi placed her hand on Qian Feng's head and body, feeling his intense heat. "Wow, you're burning up like a furnace. Is that snake venomous? Have you been poisoned?" As the two women explored his body, Qian Feng felt his blood boiling, and the sensation of heat intensified. He thought to himself, "With both of you appearing before a vigorous young man in such a state of undress, it's no wonder I'm feeling this way." Just as he was about to explain, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, and he lost consciousness. Xiao Feng, what happened to you? Wake up, Xiao Feng, please don't scare me." Seeing Qian Feng faint, the two women grew increasingly anxious, calling out and shaking him, but despite their efforts, he remained unresponsive. They worked together to drag him out of the water and back to the cave. Inside the cave, Qian Feng lay on a bed of hay, clad only in his underwear. After returning, the two women removed his wet clothes and placed them by the fire to dry. They surrounded him, continuously wiping his body with damp cloths to cool him down. Upon examining Qian Feng's thigh, they noticed a large bruise indicating the potency of the snake's venom. "Sister Qi, what should we do? Xiao Feng is still burning up, and look at his breathing. It's becoming more labored," Li Qi exclaimed, observing the rapid rise and fall of Qian Feng's chest. She was frantic with worry, especially knowing that he had been bitten while trying to save her. "I don't know what to do either, but we have no idea what kind of snake it was or how to counteract the poison," Xiaolan replied, her anxiety mounting. Oh, I remember seeing on television that after a snake bite, they suck out the venom. I'll try to do that. As Li Qi leaned down to attempt to extract the venom, Xiao Lan swiftly stopped her. Oh no, Sister Qi, that won't work. Even if those videos are effective, it must be done immediately. We didn't know at the time that the snake was poisonous. Now, it's too late. The poison has already spread to his head. Look, his face is starting to turn black. Upon hearing Xiao Lan's words, Li Qi quickly turned to look at Qian Feng's face, and indeed, a dark hue was visibly spreading across his features. What should we do? Please, Xiao Feng, don't scare me, she cried, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Lan was also in distress, her face streaked with tears, realizing that if they did not act quickly to save Qian Feng, his life would be in jeopardy. Although she desperately wanted to help, she felt utterly powerless, her only response being tears of frustration. At that moment, Li Qi's tear-streaked face transformed as her gaze fell upon Qian Feng's anguished expression, and she suddenly appeared resolute, as if she had made a monumental decision. I have a way to save Xiao Feng. Chapter 39. The injection of gene serum, what can we do? Qi Jia, do you have any solutions? Please, Qi Jia, save Xiao Feng. Upon hearing Li Qi mention a potential remedy for Qian Feng, Zhang Xiaolan was so overwhelmed with excitement that her words became a tangled mess. It is the gene serum, the one my father left behind. This particular serum is designed to enhance the human genetic structure and immune system. I believe it could help humanity resist snake venom, Li Qi replied, gazing at the password-protected case containing the serum. Then, Qi Jia, let us hurry and administer it to Xiao Feng. We must act swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi made her decision. All right, I will inject Xiao Feng immediately. With that, she dashed over to retrieve the case. Since they had been focused on reaching the cave across the way, they had neglected to cover the stone here, allowing Li Qi to access it with ease. Once she retrieved the case, Li Qi skillfully entered the password and opened it, extracting the sealed glass vial containing the syringe. Ordinarily, this vial would require specialized tools to open, but with nothing at hand, she had no choice but to break it against the stone wall. Crash! 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 After 3 strikes, a clasp on the glass container fell away. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qi hurriedly opened the sealed lid and took out the syringe. She then approached Qian Feng, and with Zhang Xiaolan's assistance, she slowly injected the pale blue liquid into his body. As the gene serum was administered along his arm, both women anxiously monitored Qian Feng. After a few minutes passed without any sign of reaction, his face remained contorted in pain. Qi Jia, is the serum ineffective? Why does Xiao Feng still appear to be suffering? Li Qi reassured Zhang Xiaolan that the serum would take time to take effect, and they needed to wait a little longer. Zhang Xiaolan, though anxious, had no choice but to continue her vigil. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Xiaolan touched Qian Feng's forehead and found it still burning with fever. Unable to contain her worry, she questioned Li Qi again. Ziya, why does it seem as though there is still no effect? Xiao Feng feels so hot. Observing that Qian Feng's body had turned red from the high temperature and that beads of sweat were forming, Li Qi felt a swell of concern for him. Yet, she understood that the serum required time to act, and they must remain patient. She comforted Zhang Xiaolan, urging her to wait just a bit longer. Zhang Xiaolan recognized that her anxiety would not hasten the process, so she steeled herself for further waiting. After another 30 minutes, nearly an hour since the serum had been injected, Zhang Xiaolan could no longer remain composed. Why? Qi Jia, why is there still no response? Is the serum ineffective? Do you think Xiao Feng might die? Overcome with emotion, Zhang Xiaolan could not help but break down in tears. Li Qi felt a surge of anxiety. According to the experiments they had conducted together, the serum injected into the body would not manifest effects for the initial 10 minutes. It would circulate through the bloodstream, rendering any immediate reactions indiscernible. Once the serum had permeated every part of the body, it would begin to interact with the individual, leading to noticeable physical changes. However, this process typically required merely half an hour. Now, after an hour had elapsed since Qian Feng received the genetic serum, there was still no sign of any reaction, prompting her growing unease. Just as Li Qi pondered how to explain the situation to Zhang Xiaolan, a sudden transformation overtook Qian Feng's body. His skin flushed a deeper crimson, each inch radiating a vibrant red hue. Subsequently, his skin adopted a translucent quality, allowing a clear view of the blood coursing beneath the surface. Gradually, his skin reverted to a fiery red, resembling a blazing flame. When Zhang Xiaolan placed her hand upon him, she was startled to discover that he felt even hotter than before. Her palm grew uncomfortably warm against his forehead. Fearful that the intense heat might inflict harm upon Qian Feng, the two women hastily transported him to the cool waters of a stream within the cave. Although the stream could not fully submerge his body, it sufficed to lower his temperature. Once Qian Feng was placed in the stream, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi took turns pouring water over him, gradually bringing his temperature down. At that moment, Li Qi inadvertently glanced at the small fish and shrimp in the stream, only to discover that many had turned belly up. The reason became apparent. Their repeated splashing of water over Qian Feng had raised the temperature of the stream, rendering it inhospitable for the aquatic life. Thus, they continued to douse Qian Feng with water from day into night, and then from night back into day. Throughout this time, Qian Feng remained in a state of unconsciousness, his body persistently radiating heat. After more than 20 hours since the injection of the genetic serum, Qian Feng, still in a stupor, suddenly sat up and exclaimed, "Ah, this feels so good." Chapter 40. Strengthened during the past period, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi had tirelessly poured water on Qian Feng to cool him down, enduring over 20 hours without food or rest. Their bodies were on the verge of collapse, their states blurred and drowsy. However, Qian Feng's sudden shout jolted them back to awareness. "Xiao Feng, you're awake. How do you feel now?" Both women were deeply concerned for him. Zhang Xiaolan even feared that the high temperature had damaged Qian Feng's mind and anxiously asked if he still recognized her. Faced with the women's concern, Qian Feng felt both touched and amused. "Haha, I'm fine. Of course I recognize you. You're my sister-in-law, and you're my Qi Jia. What is wrong with you two? Are you still half asleep?" Seeing that Qian Feng had recovered physically lightened the mood for both women. Half asleep? Do you know you've been asleep for over 20 hours? Can you imagine how we spent those 20 hours? Li Qi responded in a tone mimicking a humorous short video she had seen. Upon hearing that he had slept for 20 hours, Qian Feng was taken aback, not realizing he had been unconscious for so long. "Did I really sleep that long? I felt like I only dozed for a moment, and I even had a dream." "A dream? You still managed to dream? Do you know that during those 20 hours of dreaming, your little sister-in-law was worried sick about you and crying like a rain-soaked flower? Look, you can still see the tears on her face," Li Qi pointed out, gesturing toward Zhang Xiaolan's tear-streaked cheeks. "That's not true. Qi Jia, you were the one who cried and said that if Xiao Feng died, you wouldn't want to live either. And look at your face. You have more tears than I do." Zhang Xiaolan shot back, not one to back down. "What? Did I say that? I don't remember." Li Qi feigned innocence, questioning Zhang Xiaolan. "You? Qi Jia, you're playing coy. How can you deny it? And who was it that wanted to suck the poison out of Xiao Feng with her mouth?" "Ha ha ha," Zhang Xiaolan teased, prompting Li Qi to hurriedly change the subject. "Let us not dwell on that. By the way, Xiao Feng, you mentioned you had a dream. What kind of dream was it?" Understanding that Li Qi was seeking his assistance, Qian Feng began to recount. "It was a dream where I transformed into a superhero. In the dream, I was bitten by a spider, and it felt like my body was about to explode. My body kept changing, and in the end, I became Spider-Man." The two women erupted into laughter after hearing Qian Feng's tale. Gurgle, gurgle, just as they were enjoying their laughter. A sudden rumble from Qian Feng's stomach caused the women to laugh even harder. "Ah ha ha, ha ha ha." Qian Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. "Hee hee, what can I say? I haven't eaten all day, and I'm starving. Sisters-in-law, why don't you go prepare some food? Let us not go out today. After dinner, let us all rest well. You both must be exhausted taking care of me. It is only natural for us to take care of you. Please wait a moment. Xiao Feng, as we prepare a meal for you." "Very well, sister-in-law. By the way, you and Sister Qi should cook a bit more this time. I feel as though I could consume an entire cow." "Haha, I shall promptly prepare a feast fit for a cow." With that, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi set about their culinary endeavors, retrieving a portion of the wild boar meat they had stored. They used half of it for a stew. First sought ing it with aromatic ginger, garlic, and scallions until the meat sizzled with luscious oil. They then added various spices and continued to stir-fry. Notably, now that they had a sufficient supply of fresh water, they generously added it to the pot eventually simmering a hearty broth with water from a nearby stream. To enhance the flavor, they tossed in a couple of segments of sugarcane. The remaining half of the boar was reserved for barbecuing, as was their custom. They diced the meat into small pieces and threaded them onto branches to roast over the fire. As Li Qi gazed at the bubbling stew and the skewers sizzling above the flames, she recalled Qian Feng's claim that he could devour an entire cow, prompting her to fetch a substantial piece of pork to grill. Meanwhile, Qian Feng, observing that the two women had busied themselves with cooking, contemplated indulging in a brief rest. However, the gnawing hunger rendered sleep impossible, and he resolved to rise and stretch his limbs. Upon getting up, he found himself with little to occupy his time. Noticing that the cave entrance remained ajar, a cool breeze wafted in. While he personally felt little discomfort, he worried that the two women might catch a chill. So he decided to move a large stone to block the entrance. Approaching the stone, he steadied himself, grounding his stance, and with both hands grasped the rock. Channeling his strength, to his astonishment, the stone suddenly felt lighter. No, it was not the stone that had changed. Rather, his strength had inexplicably increased. To confirm this newfound power, he attempted to shift a larger boulder across from him. Previously, he had only managed to budge it slightly with a spear, yet this time, he effortlessly moved the entire stone with sheer arm strength, even more easily than before. What is happening? Am I dreaming? How have I become so strong? Qian Feng was utterly bewildered, unaware that Li Qi had administered a genetic serum to him. Chapter 41. The food is running low. Qian Feng pondered over the sudden surge of strength that had overcome him. How could one night of slumber have transformed him so? Was it possible that the dreams he experienced held some semblance of truth? Such thoughts left him utterly bewildered. He speculated that the most plausible explanation lay with the serpent. Or perhaps something had transpired during his unconscious state. Before he could unravel his thoughts, Zhang Xiaolan called him to dinner. "Xiao Feng, the meal is ready. Hurry over. Aren't you hungry?" Upon hearing her voice, Qian Feng set aside his musings and rushed to comply. I'm coming. I feel as though I might starve." As he approached, Zhang Xiaolan handed him a generous portion of grilled pork ribs, while Li Qi served him a bowl brimming with rich meat broth, replete with chunks of succulent meat. Without hesitation, Qian Feng accepted the offerings, biting into the ribs before reaching for the broth. The sight of him devouring the food with such fervor evoked laughter from both women, who could hardly contain their amusement. Slow down. Don't choke," Zhang Xiaolan chuckled. "Indeed, Xiao Feng, take your time. There is no one here to snatch it away from you. And today I made extra just for you." After hastily chewing and swallowing his food, Qian Feng grinned at the two women. "I'm not worried about anyone stealing it. I'm just extraordinarily hungry. It feels as though another person resides within me. And if I eat slowly, he kicks my belly." Their laughter erupted. "Xiao Feng, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? You think you're pregnant with another person? Eating for two, are we?" Zhang Xiaolan nearly doubled over with mirth at Qian Feng's words. With utmost seriousness, Qian Feng replied, "I truly feel as though I could devour an entire cow right now." All right, we believe you could eat a cow. However, Xiao Feng, you must still eat slowly. You've just awakened, and your body has yet to recover. Chew a bit longer to ease the burden on your stomach." Li Qi advised with concern etched on her face. Though Qian Feng acknowledged her words, he continued to ravenously stuff his mouth, alternating between meat and broth, oblivious to the advice. In stark contrast, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi each consumed but a small portion of pork and half a bowl of broth before feeling satisfied. After finishing their meal, they watched in astonishment as Qian Feng continued to gorge himself with reckless abandon. Under their incredulous gaze, he effortlessly polished off all the grilled meat and broth in a whirlwind of consumption. Looking at the now empty fire pit, devoid of even a single skewer, and the iron pot that once held the broth, its bottom thoroughly cleaned by Qian Feng's appetite, the two women gaped in disbelief. He had consumed nearly 6 or 7 pounds of meat. They regarded Qian Feng with a curiosity akin to that of discovering a new continent. Utterly perplexed by his remarkable appetite, just a few days prior, during their laborious tasks, he had consumed merely 2 or 3 jin of meat. Even accounting for the pound each of Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, the three of them had barely managed to consume 6 jin collectively. Yet now, Qian Feng alone had devoured what previously required the combined efforts of the three. To their astonishment, he still felt unsatisfied, requesting Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi to roast additional pork for him. "Dear sisters, perhaps you could prepare a bit more meat? I still don't feel quite full." Qian Feng acknowledged that he had eaten a considerable amount, but given the vast quantity of food prepared, which Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi had barely touched, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, hunger prevailed, and he continued to indulge. Despite their surprise, Zhang Xiaolan busied herself retrieving pork from the stone wall. After cleansing the meat and cutting it into smaller pieces, she seasoned it with salt and skewered it onto branches before placing them over the fire, where they chatted while grilling. This method is rather cumbersome. When time permits, I shall construct a barbecue rack. "So we need to hold the skewers in our hands while cooking," Qian Feng remarked, stealing a glance at the iron pot lying nearby. "I must also build a stove. It's quite troublesome to assemble a makeshift stand each time we wish to cook." Currently, they used wet wood or stones to create a temporary cooking platform, which was impractical. Qian Feng had long contemplated crafting a stove, yet the absence of clay at the seaside had hindered him. Their brief stay in the cave, coupled with the lack of time, had prevented him from realizing this endeavor. He informed the two women that they must prioritize building a stove the following day. However, at that moment, Zhang Xiaolan presented him with a pressing concern. "Xiao Feng, let's put the stove on hold. Our food supply is dwindling." "What? Wasn't that pig sufficient to last us for about a week? How is it that we've run out after only 2 or 3 days?" Chapter 42. The reasons for an increased appetite. Before Zhang Xiaolan could speak, Li Qi interjected. "Xiao Feng, yesterday you fainted, and while Xiaolan and I were tending to you, we neglected our food. Unfortunately, a rat entered the cave and spoiled some of our provisions. Thankfully, you advised us not to put all the eggs in one basket and separated the meat. Otherwise, we would have had nothing to eat today." After Li Qi finished speaking, Zhang Xiaolan pouted and turned to Qian Feng. "Moreover, the remaining food could have lasted us another day, but who would have thought that upon waking up, you would be able to eat so much? You consumed an entire day's worth of food by yourself. This situation has only exacerbated the already strained resources of our family." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's remarks about his appetite, Qian Feng glanced at the skewers of meat he was roasting, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, his hunger was insistent, and he felt he had no choice but to eat. "I didn't anticipate my appetite would suddenly increase like this. Could it be due to the snake bite? Surely that can't be the case. Haha. It's not related to the snake bite. Do you really think you'd become formidable like Spider-Man just from a single bite?" Zhang Xiaolan rolled her eyes at Qian Feng. It seemed that Qian Feng understood Zhang Xiaolan's tone, suggested she knew something more. "If it's not because of the snake bite, then what is the reason? Do you, sister-in-law, know?" "Of course I do. You know, what is the reason? It's because Sister Qi injected you with a genetic serum. Otherwise, not only would you have been unable to eat more, but you might not even be alive right now." She injected me with a genetic serum? What does that mean?" Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's revelation, Qian Feng was momentarily stunned, turning to Li Qi with a puzzled expression, seeking clarification. "Yes, I injected the genetic serum developed by my father into you." Qian Feng was still confused and continued to question Li Qi. "Why did you inject me with a genetic serum? And what will you take back later? That is your father's life's work." Li Qi couldn't help but smile at Qian Feng's serious demeanor. "Silly boy, do you think I couldn't report to the authorities without the serum? My father left behind complete documentation. I have been his assistant for many years, and I know all the production steps by heart. With the materials he left, I am entirely confident I can recreate the genetic serum." Upon hearing that Li Qi could still produce the serum, Qian Feng felt a bit relieved. Although he was young, his patriotic heart eased at the thought of not causing a loss to the nation. "But why did you inject me with the genetic serum?" Qian Feng recalled that Li Qi had yet to answer this question. At that moment, the meat skewers in Zhang Xiaolan's hands were perfectly roasted, sizzling with juices. She extended the cooked skewers to Qian Feng. "These 2 skewers have already been grilled to perfection. Please indulge yourself first. Allow me to explain the necessity of administering the gene serum to you. Shortly after you were bitten by that venomous snake, the toxin began to manifest. Neither Qijia nor I are medical professionals capable of counteracting snake venom, but it was ultimately Qijia who devised a solution. She suggested that the gene serum could enhance the structure of human genes and significantly bolster immunity. Thus, in a bid to save your life, Qijie administered the serum to you. Upon hearing the entire account from Zhang Xiaolan, Qian Feng finally grasped the sequence of events. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired of Li Qi, Sister Qi, does this mean that after receiving the gene serum, I will become a super soldier, capable of scaling walls and performing extraordinary feats? Haha, super soldier? Scaling walls and performing extraordinary feats? The fact that you're still alive is already a cause for celebration. This gene serum can only enhance immunity and improve genetic structure to a certain extent. The specific effects, however, vary from person to person. Whether you can scale walls remains uncertain, but it appears that your most notable change thus far is your appetite. Indeed, Zhang Xiaolan's words elicited uncontrollable laughter from her. As she remarked, while Spider-Man's transformation enhances his physical prowess, your transformation seems to have merely enlarged your stomach. Qian Feng, rendered speechless by Zhang Xiaolan's teasing, stuffed his mouth with the skewer she had prepared for him, furiously chewing in a huff. Yet, there was truth in her jest. Qian Feng's appetite had undeniably increased. After devouring the 2 skewers grilled by Zhang Xiaolan, he also finished the ones Li Qi had prepared, only then feeling satiated. Upon reflection, he realized he had consumed over 8 pounds of meat in that meal. That evening, after sharing some conversation with the 2 women, Qian Feng retired early for the night. During his unconsciousness, the 2 women had indeed grown weary and were in need of ample rest. Chapter 43. No salt in the fish soup. After a night devoid of conversation, Qian Feng awakened before dawn on the following day. Upon opening his eyes, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his body, as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. Casting a glance at the 2 women, who were still deep in slumber, he quietly approached the fire, added a few logs, and set the remaining wild boar meat simmering against the stone wall. After tending to the meat, he noticed the women remained soundly asleep, prompting him to don his bamboo basket and seize his stone axe before venturing out of the cave in search of sustenance. The previous supply of wild boar meat had dwindled to a mere morsel, barely sufficient for their morning meal. He first followed the creek to the spot where he had previously been bitten by a snake, only to find that the venomous creature had vanished without a trace. Exiting the cave, he continued downstream along the water pool, pondering that the pristine waters might lack sustenance, rendering it inhospitable for fish and shrimp. However, he believed that further downstream, where the jungle began, the waters would be teeming with aquatic vegetation and, consequently, fish. Indeed, as Qian Feng proceeded along the stream, he soon discovered an abundance of fish in the river below, their variety and size considerably enhanced. To his surprise, he encountered a much larger pool than the one before, brimming with sizable fish. With the intention of catching fish, he had brought along the spear he had fashioned on the beach. Observing the thriving aquatic life, he removed his shoes and rolled up his trousers, stepping into the water. Uncertain whether the fish were overly complacent or if his newfound strength was the cause, Qian Feng found himself effortlessly catching fish that day. Holding the spear aloft, he maintained a poised stance, akin to a statue, ready to strike. Before long, the fish swam leisurely to within a meter of him, well within the reach of his spear. Taking a deep breath, Qian Feng suddenly thrust the spear toward the fish, making a decisive strike. With a splash, the spear pierced the water, striking true and ensnaring the fish. It thrashed violently, attempting to free itself from the spear's grasp. Yet Qian Feng was determined not to let it escape. He quickly lifted the spear and deftly secured the fish by its gills, freeing it from the spear's hold. Weighing the fish in his hands, he found it to be over 3 pounds and promptly tossed it into the bamboo basket slung over his back. Once again, he resumed his statue-like stance in the water, spear in hand. In approximately half an hour, Qian Feng had captured 4 fish, each weighing over 3 pounds. Realizing that it was time for Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi to awaken, he placed the fish into the basket and, spear and axe in hand, made his way back. Upon returning to the cave, he found Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi already awake, engaged in animated discussion. "I'm back." Upon hearing Qian Feng's voice, the 2 turned in unison to face him. "Where have you been, Xiao Feng? Sister Qi and I have been terribly worried about you. I thought you had abandoned us," exclaimed one of them. "How could I possibly abandon you? We are teammates now, and I would never forsake my companions, he replied, as he removed the bamboo basket from his back and set it down before the two women. Look, I went fishing. I noticed our food supply was dwindling, so I thought I would find some sustenance. However, seeing you both sleeping so soundly, I chose not to disturb you. Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi gathered around the basket, discovering 4 fish nestled inside. Freshwater fish? Where on earth did you catch these? And they are quite sizable too. Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, you haven't gone back to that pond, have you? I still have nightmares about it. Fearing another venomous snake might emerge, Li Qi added, recalling the terrifying incident from that day, her hand instinctively patting her chest, causing Qian Feng to gulp nervously. But even if you did go to that pond, there wouldn't be any fish there. In response to their bewilderment, Qian Feng recounted in detail his morning fishing adventure. After listening to his tale, the two women realized that beneath the pond where they had bathed lay a larger body of water. With fish now available, the trio prepared a pot of fish soup to accompany the pork they were cooking. Concerned that Qian Feng might not have enough to eat, they decided to grill the remaining fish as well. Once the soup was ready, the three eagerly filled their bowls. Unable to resist, Qian Feng took the first sip of the fish soup. Ah, how delightful! After consuming so much saltwater fish lately, the taste of this freshwater fish soup is truly exquisite. If only I had some bread to soak it up. Observing his blissful expression, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi could not help but lift their wooden bowls for a taste. Tui. Their reactions were starkly different. They immediately spat it out. Witnessing their comical response, Qian Feng erupted in laughter, doubling over in amusement. Ha 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 ha! How delightful! The two women, realizing his amusement was at their expense, set their bowls down and approached him, playfully punching him with their fists. You trickster! A great deceiver, Qian Feng. They chorused. I can't believe you're so mischievous, luring me into taking a big gulp. This clearly lacks salt, yet you savored it as if it were nectar. Yes, we must teach you a lesson today, or you will surely trick us again in the future. Sister Qi, don't hold back. Hit him hard. Let us see if he dares to deceive us again, Zhang Xiaolan urged, while Li Qi joined in, albeit with a gentler touch. Although their punches felt as soft as cotton, Qian Feng feigned defeat, pleading for mercy. All right, dear sister-in-law, Sister Qi, I shall not dare to deceive you again. Please forgive me. I will fetch some salt for you. A mere addition of salt to the fish pond will suffice. It turns out that for the past few days, they have been consuming wild boar meat that had been pre-salted or fish that had been previously cured. Thus, there was no need to add salt during the preparation of the food. Today, while preparing these freshwater fish, it became a habit to omit the salt. Having spent an extended period on the island, facing a myriad of unknown challenges each day, coupled with the constant concern for food and water sources, one inevitably feels a sense of oppression. To alleviate the tense atmosphere for the two women, Qian Feng often lightens the mood with his playful banter. Chapter 44. Mushroom foraging. Upon releasing Qian Feng, the two women watched as he rose to fetch the salt they had prepared earlier. After adding salt to both Zhang Xiaolan's and Li Qi's bowls, he was about to season his own when Zhang Xiaolan snatched it away. Oomph! This will teach you not to deceive us for no reason. Now you'll have to drink that bowl of fish soup you claimed was a divine delicacy. Enjoy your earthly delight. With that, she and Li Qi began sipping the fish soup, mimicking the expression of bliss Qian Feng had just displayed. Resigned, Qian Feng sighed and took a sip, gradually finishing the bowl of fish soup. After their meal, they tidied up the dishes, and Qian Feng led the two women to the newly discovered pond. As they passed the small pond at the mouth of the cave, the women remained cautious, scanning the water surface, fearful of the sudden appearance of a snake. Ah, Xiao Feng, the snake has vanished. I remember we severed its head, but where's the body? It couldn't possibly have survived, could it? What if it seeks vengeance upon us? Zhang Xiaolan feigned fear, as if the snake were indeed alive and plotting revenge. Sister-in-law, perhaps you've indulged in too many science fiction tales. With its head severed, how could it possibly live again? Do you think it's a mythical creature? Qian Feng retorted with a chuckle. Actually, it was brown. Perhaps you should call it Brown Lady. Ha ha. Zhang Xiaolan shot him a glare, but remained silent. The snake certainly cannot survive. As for its body, I suspect it was taken away by some creature, perhaps an eagle or something similar. Are there eagles here? I haven't seen any, Li Qi exclaimed, scanning the sky for the majestic bird. Chi-Chi, you are quite amusing. I merely suggested that there might be eagles. It doesn't necessarily mean there are any around, Qian Feng replied with a grin. Suddenly, a cry echoed from above as they conversed about the eagles. They looked up just in time to see an eagle soaring through the sky. Wow, it really is an eagle. Xiao Feng, have you seen eagles here before? Zhang Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I haven't heard of eagles. I merely mentioned the possibility of their existence, Qian Feng said, feeling slightly embarrassed. What about the eagle up there? Perhaps it's just a coincidence. I have no idea why it would appear just now, he chuckled. The trio exchanged lively banter as they continued on, and before long, they reached the grand pond Qian Feng had discovered. Upon arrival, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi erupted with excitement. Wow, how incredible! From the cave, the stream trickled out so small, yet it formed such a vast pond here. And look, there are so many fish inside. Indeed, those fish are quite sizable. Wow, it's magnificent. I adore this place. Listening to their exuberant cheers, Qian Feng felt an unexpected sense of unease. The purpose of Qian Feng and his two companions' journey was not merely to visit the vast water pool, but rather to continue their exploration. Consequently, they did not linger long at the water's edge. Qian Feng merely placed 3 fish traps within the pool. After departing from the water, they advanced further and discovered that the flora and fauna in this area were significantly more abundant than in their previous location. The jungle near the cave they initially sought was overgrown with weeds, offering little in the way of edible resources, compounded by the presence of various vines that made progress exceedingly difficult. In contrast, the current environment was vibrant, with a variety of plants radiating from the water pool. The jungle was dense, yet devoid of the excessive vines that hampered their movement before. Thus, they were able to traverse it with ease. Qian Feng found that the stone axe he had been carrying had lost its utility, and he decided to leave it by the poolside, opting instead to wield only a spear for self-defense. Not far from their departure point, Zhang Xiaolan pointed to a distant area and inquired of Li Qi. Mushrooms are mushrooms. Sister, look over there. Isn't that a patch of mushrooms? Upon hearing her words, Li Qi and Qian Feng followed her gaze and indeed discovered a vast expanse of mushrooms, reminiscent of a cultivated field. However, this patch was not composed of a single variety. Rather, it boasted numerous types of mushrooms, many of which were adorned in vivid colors. The trio was somewhat aware of the complexities surrounding mushrooms, recognizing that many could be inedible and potentially poisonous, posing risks of food poisoning or even death. This was reminiscent of a certain popular song that circulated online for a time. Red umbrella, white stem, eat and we all lie down in our caskets. And then together we are buried in the mountains, crying out, friends and family come to dine. Dining with umbrellas, the whole village lies down together. This playful and rhymed children's song served as a humorous reminder to avoid the indiscriminate harvesting and consumption of wild poisonous mushrooms, thus raising awareness of their dangers, which Qian Feng and his companions had all encountered. As they approached the mushroom patch, they observed carefully and identified several varieties they had previously consumed. They were cautious in their foraging, ensuring that 2 individuals verified each mushroom before they were picked. The 2 women primarily consulted Qian Feng before proceeding, as he had grown up in a rural setting and had far more experience with wild vegetables and mushrooms than they did. Sister, this mushroom is safe. I've eaten it back home, and it tastes particularly good. Qijia, this one is also edible, if we dry it and add it to chicken stew. The flavor is simply exquisite. Xiao Feng, what do you think of this one? Zhang Xiaolan held up a red mushroom for Qian Feng to see. Upon seeing the mushroom she presented, Qian Feng's eyes widened in surprise, and he responded with an exaggerated eye roll, mimicking her earlier expression. Alas, sister-in-law, are you bidding us farewell? The red umbrella and white handle, once consumed, lead one to the board to rest. Indeed, that is precisely the case. This is the very red umbrella that has led to the board's repose. Ugh! Upon realizing the toxicity of this mushroom, Zhang Xiaolan promptly discarded it onto the ground, spitting in disdain a few times, and only ceased her actions after trampling it underfoot. After a while, Qian Feng observed that both women had gathered quite a number of mushrooms in their bamboo baskets. That will suffice, he declared. We have other pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 45. The discovery of the jackfruit tree, what is so important? Zhang Xiaolan gazed at Qian Feng, perplexed. Of course, it's about finding something to eat. Are you truly that foolish? Do you believe we can satiate our hunger solely on these mushrooms? Qian Feng retorted, casting her a disdainful glance. You insufferable Qian Feng, how dare you call me foolish? Just watch how I teach you a lesson. With that, Zhang Xiaolan feigned an attempt to strike him, while Qian Feng, hoisting a bamboo basket, dashed ahead. Not wanting to be left behind, Zhang Xiaolan quickly grabbed her own basket and pursued him, with Li Qi closely trailing behind. As Qian Feng sprinted forward, suddenly he halted, standing still. What do you think you're running? Gotcha! Upon seeing him stop, Zhang Xiaolan quickly approached and seized his clothing. What is that scent? Qian Feng wrinkled his nose slightly. At that moment, Li Qi caught up and upon hearing Qian Feng's words, paused to sniff the air. What scent? Isn't it merely the fresh air around here? Don't listen to him. Qi Jia. There's no scent at all. He's merely trying to change the subject. Zhang Xiaolan declared, her expression filled with indignation. I'm not deceiving you. If you don't believe me, take a whiff. There's a delightful fragrance wafting through the air, Qian Feng insisted earnestly. Seeing the earnestness in his face, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi began to sniff intently. There's nothing here. Little Feng, are you trying to fool us again? Yes, little Feng. I can't detect the sweet aroma you mentioned. Indeed, it is a sweet scent. Don't believe me? I shall guide you to it. Noticing their lingering skepticism, he resolved to lead them toward the source of the aroma. First, Qian Feng paused to sniff the air, confirming the direction from which the scent emanated. Once assured, he led the two women along that path. After traversing approximately 60 to 70 meters, the fragrance intensified, enveloping the air in a sweet aroma that felt familiar yet elusive. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan also caught a whiff of the scent. I can smell it. There is a faintly sweet aroma, though it's not very pronounced. Indeed, I too detect the scent that little Feng mentioned, but it's quite subtle, Li Qi added, having also perceived it. See, I wasn't lying this time. There truly is a sweet fragrance. How delightful. This must be the scent of some ripe fruit, exclaimed Qian Feng, inhaling deeply and squinting his eyes in bliss. Zhang Xiaolan sniffed vigorously, observing Qian Feng's expression of enjoyment. She then glanced back toward the area where Qian Feng had first claimed to detect the sweet aroma and quipped, Little Feng, you weren't a dog in your past life, were you? You could smell it from such a distance. Not at all. You were the one who doubted my senses. Perhaps it's your own poor sense of smell that prevented you from detecting it. Yet you accuse me of being a dog? Is it truly my sense of smell that is lacking? Was it Qi Jia who also failed to notice it? You were the only one who could. As the trio continued their journey, having traversed approximately 70 to 80 meters, Zhang Xiaolan suddenly exclaimed with the excitement of a child discovering a new world. It's jackfruit. Oh, how wonderful. Where is it? Where is it? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan mention jackfruit, Li Qi could not contain her enthusiasm. Akin to a child in kindergarten responding to their mother's call, eagerly scanning the surroundings. There, is that not a jackfruit tree? Look up, Sister Qi. There are so many ripe jackfruits. Following the direction indicated by Zhang Xiaolan, Li Qi spotted 8 or 9 jackfruit trees in the distance, laden with numerous jackfruits resembling oversized youths. Wow, there are so many jackfruits. They are enormous. In truth, Qian Feng had noticed the trees from the very beginning. However, although he had tasted jackfruit once, it had been prepared and peeled, and he had never seen a jackfruit tree nor knew how the fruit appeared in its natural state. The three hastily approached the jackfruit trees, where they beheld the fruits hanging down, each weighing at least 50 to 60 pounds, with some seemingly exceeding 100 pounds. After a rough count, it was evident that there were at least 400 to 500 jackfruits among the 8 or 9 trees. This is my first time seeing how jackfruit grows, Qian Feng remarked with a smile as he gazed at the fruit. But wait, Xiao Feng, haven't you eaten jackfruit before? I recall a time when I bought one home, and we enjoyed it together after you returned from school, Zhang Xiaolan replied. Sister-in-law, I remember that occasion as well. It was indeed the only time I ever had it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recognized that sweet, fragrant aroma so familiarly. However, the jackfruit we ate was already peeled, and I only saw the pale yellow flesh, never its exterior. Li Qi beamed at the sight of the bountiful jackfruits. Haha, I absolutely adore jackfruit. I used to keep some in the lab, and whenever I encountered a challenging problem, I would munch on jackfruit while brainstorming solutions. Then let us not proceed any further today. Let us gather some jackfruits to take home. Qian Feng suggested. All right, we shall follow your lead. The two women nodded in agreement. Chapter 46. Astonishing power. Seeing that the two women had no objections, Qian Feng set down the bamboo basket on his back and approached the jackfruit tree. Although he had never encountered a complete jackfruit shell before, the sight of the fruits in shades of green and yellow instantly informed him that the yellow ones were ripe, while the green ones were still a tad unripe. Thus, he selectively plucked the yellow jackfruits. The tree was laden with an abundance of jackfruits, so plentiful that Qian Feng did not need to climb. He could gather them simply from the ground, filling their arms with the harvest. As he picked the first jackfruit, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi eagerly desired to taste it. They chose the finest, most mature jackfruit and expertly sliced it open with a knife. The fully ripened fruit yielded easily, with a gentle twist. The jackfruit was split in half. Inside, they found an abundance of golden fruit flesh and strands. Zhang Xiaolan was the first to take a piece of jackfruit flesh and offered it to Qian Feng. Xiao Feng, you should try it first. How does it taste? Without hesitation, Qian Feng accepted the enticing golden morsel from her hand and placed it in his mouth. So sweet and so sticky. Huh. This flavor is quite different from the last jackfruit you bought, sister-in-law. I feel this one is far more delicious than the last. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi also indulged in pieces of the fruit. Of course, this is a naturally ripened fruit. The last time we ate, it wasn't naturally ripened because we were not in the jackfruit's native region. Those were picked before they fully ripened, and by the time they reached us, they had been in transit for at least 2 or 3 days. Naturally, they cannot compare to these fully matured ones. Indeed, it is quite rare for us to savor naturally ripened jackfruit. Most are picked prematurely and artificially ripened during transport, so the taste is certainly incomparable to this. Li Qi explained as she continued to enjoy the fruit. The trio swiftly consumed an entire jackfruit. Noticing that the two women were still not satisfied, Qian Feng went to pick another smaller one. Today we have an abundance of jackfruit. We shall eat our fill before heading back, he declared, opening the first jackfruit he had gathered. Yay, today we have achieved jackfruit freedom, Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed, raising one arm triumphantly. After finishing the second jackfruit, all three appeared thoroughly content. After a brief respite, they decided to gather some jackfruits to take back. The fruits were rather heavy. Carrying 40 to 50 pounds of jackfruit was no challenge for Qian Feng, but proved to be a bit strenuous for the two women. Moreover, they could not peel the fruit beforehand, as the flesh would not last long. Ultimately, Qian Feng picked 2 jackfruits weighing around 20 pounds for the women to carry, while he took 2 or 3 weighing 70 to 80 pounds to bring back himself. Initially, neither of the two women believed that he could carry such a heavy load. They thought that Qian Feng would struggle with a weight of 70 to 80 pounds. However, when he effortlessly shouldered one, they were taken aback by his ease. He then placed another 70 to 80-pound fruit in the basket slung over his back, still feeling no significant strain. Ultimately, Qian Feng resolved to attempt a third. Hoping to bring 3 jackfruits home, he distributed the mushrooms he had previously gathered between the two women. But due to the limited space in the bamboo basket and concerns about damaging it, he could only carry 2 back with him. Nevertheless, he did not leave the third jackfruit behind. After securing 2 in the basket, he cradled the third in his arms. In the astonished gaze of the two women, Qian Feng returned with 2 jackfruits on his back and 1 in his embrace, a total weight exceeding 200 pounds, all while appearing remarkably unburdened. However, the women were not excessively shocked by Qian Feng's performance, as they were aware that he had undergone genetic enhancement. The essence of such treatments was to improve physical condition. They simply did not anticipate the extent of his newfound strength. Previously, after administering the genetic serum, Li Qi had recorded Qian Feng's original physical state upon his awakening, noting metrics such as strength, speed, breath-holding capacity, and even height and weight. At that time, Qian Feng could only manage to carry between 100 and 130 pounds over short distances. Now, he was able to effortlessly bear over 200 pounds, having walked 2 to 3 kilometers to the large pond without losing his breath. As they passed the pond, Qian Feng asked the two women to check the fish trap he had set earlier, which contained 3 tilapia weighing 3 to 4 pounds each. He instructed them to bring the fish back with them. Upon returning to the cave, the two women collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, while Qian Feng appeared entirely unfazed. His complexion steady and his heart calm. Qiji, what on earth is happening? Has Xiao Feng undergone a genetic mutation? How is it that he can carry such heavy loads and remain so composed? I'm not entirely certain, Li Qi replied. While I know that the serum would undoubtedly enhance Xiao Feng's physical state, I cannot explain why his strength has doubled. This sparked a thought in Li Qi. In fact, today, Xiao Feng detected the scent of jackfruit from 50 or 60 meters away, which must also be attributed to the genetic serum's modification of his body. If that is the case, then Professor Li's genetic serum not only enhances my strength, but has also improved my sense of smell. I wonder if it has enhanced other aspects as well. Chapter 47, Unifying Thoughts and Deed. The genetic serum itself is designed to enhance the overall physical condition of the human body, undoubtedly optimizing and elevating various aspects. However, as I previously mentioned, the effects vary from person to person. The fact that your strength could potentially double was beyond my expectations in our prior experiments. The highest recorded improvement was merely 60%. Li Qi was certain in providing Qian Feng with an answer. Will my height increase as well? Qian Feng exclaimed with excitement. Uft. Zhang Xiaolan could not contain her laughter, and the water she had just sipped splattered out. Ha ha ha. Oh, little Feng. I initially thought you were referring to improvements in other areas of your body. It turns out you meant height. What else could it be? What did you think? Qian Feng replied with a mischievous grin directed at Zhang Xiaolan. Well, men often wish to enhance that. Zhang Xiaolan suddenly recalled something, her face turning crimson up to her neck. Ahem. Li Qi seemed to have a similar thought, clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Regarding height, I'm afraid that might be out of the question. However, your muscle definition will undoubtedly be far more aesthetically pleasing than before. If you choose to pursue bodybuilding, your physique will be exceptionally sculpted. Competing in bodybuilding contests and securing a championship would be effortless. Besides, with a height of 175 centimeters, what more could you possibly wish for? In truth, I always believed my height was satisfactory. Among my classmates, it was considered average. However, my sister-in-law has consistently instilled in me the notion that a man should stand above 180 centimeters to be deemed attractive. Thus making my height a source of insecurity, Qian Feng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiaolan. Zhang Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback by Qian Feng's revelation. She had not anticipated his sensitivity regarding the matter. She recalled the moment she had made that comment. Little Feng, I merely spoke off the cuff. Why are you taking it so seriously? I was just joking. In truth, your current height is perfectly fine. Moreover, a man's stature is insignificant. It is his abilities that truly matter. Indeed, Xiaolan is correct. A man's height is inconsequential. What truly counts is capability. Just like you, our survival on this island is primarily due to your strength. You may not realize that during my time with those bandits, I encountered many individuals who could not even climb trees or catch fish, ultimately resorting to scavenging for shells on the beach or picking fallen fruits on the jungle's edge. Their bodies were so famished that their stomachs pressed against their backs, quite unlike my experience with you. I feel as though I've gained quite a bit of weight these past few days. Me too. I also feel I put on considerable weight. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaolan straightened her posture, her chest appearing even more pronounced. By the way, sister-in-law, Qijia, I was thinking that once we stabilize our situation in a few days, we should visit that larger island. I wish to search for my brother and my classmates. I would like to hear your thoughts on this. Upon hearing Li Qi recount past events, Qian Feng shared his thoughts with them. He had previously mentioned to Zhang Xiaolan his intention to search for their companions. Yet he was uncertain whether Li Qi would be willing to return to that island, considering the hardships she had endured there. All right, Xiao Feng, I will follow your lead. Zhang Xiaolan declared. I also support you, Xiao Feng. If you return, I shall accompany you, Li Qi affirmed with a nod. Zhang Xiaolan's willingness to go did not particularly surprise Qian Feng, but Li Qi's prompt agreement took him aback. See, there is no need to accommodate my thoughts. You are welcome to share your opinions. I raised this matter to foster a discussion among us, he expressed. No, Xiao Feng. It is not accommodation. I genuinely believe your perspective is sound. There may well be friends and family of yours on that island, and seeking them out is entirely justifiable. Furthermore, I am aware that food resources on this island are quite limited, and sustaining 3 individuals in the long term may prove challenging, Li Qi responded. Qian Feng regarded her with surprise at her words. Qi Jia, you are correct. After reviewing Professor Li's journal, I realized that the island's biodiversity is rather scarce. While we were by the seaside, I sensed the fishery resources were lacking, providing us only meager daily harvests. With 2 individuals, there was some surplus, but with 3, our daily catch merely suffices for immediate consumption, leaving little room for error. Should we encounter unforeseen circumstances, we might face hunger. Moreover, the jungle offers scant sustenance. Here in Shandong, there is virtually nothing edible, save for the bamboo shoots in the grove. Everything else is inedible. The cave across the way is slightly better. The fish in that large pond could sustain us for a while, and the jackfruit trees we discovered today could also provide nourishment for some time. Beyond that, there is little else, and the mushrooms are scarcely worth considering. In any case, wherever you go, I will follow you, Xiao Feng. Pursue your thoughts boldly. Zhang Xiaolan stated with earnestness. Qian Feng glanced at the 2 women before nodding resolutely. Very well, sisters. Let us prepare here for the time being. Once we are ready, we will head to the island. It would be ideal if we could locate them. If not, we shall strive to survive there, as the greater population may enhance our chances of rescue. Thus, the 3 united in their resolve, preparing to journey to the larger island across the sea. Chapter 48. Encountering the venomous serpent again, however, before their journey commenced, they had to prepare an abundance of supplies, food, tools, and boats. Through inquiries with Li Qi, Qian Feng learned that the island was not too far away. She had traversed the waters on a modest bamboo raft. Yet, during her approach, a shark unexpectedly appeared, colliding with her raft and rendering it useless. Fortunately, she was close enough to the island that she managed to swim desperately to safety, though she succumbed to exhaustion upon reaching the shore. It was only by the grace of Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan that she was discovered and rescued, for otherwise, her life might have been in peril. It is said that a person only finds direction when they have a defined goal. A clear objective imbues one with motivation. Each individual ought to establish a small target for themselves, a notion that rings profoundly true, since setting their sights on a goal. The subsequent activities of Qian Feng and his companions gained direction and purpose, contrasting sharply with their previously aimless existence. In the days that followed, Qian Feng tasked the 2 women with gathering food. Daily, they would venture to the pond to retrieve fish from their traps, transforming the remnants of their meals into smoked or salted fish. To enhance their catch, Qian Feng crafted several additional fish traps, placing some in the pond and others along the rocky shore in hopes of securing a more plentiful harvest. Not only did Qian Feng construct more fish traps, but he also set numerous snares within the jungle, aspiring to capture small creatures such as rabbits and pheasants. Yet, after several days of effort, they had yielded no results. Whether due to a scarcity of wildlife in the area or the simplicity of his traps remained uncertain. Despite their lack of success in capturing rabbits or pheasants, they did manage to ensnare several of the dark brown venomous snakes that had previously bitten Qian Feng. These serpents possessed formidable venom and were among the top 10 most venomous snakes globally, known as the coastal taipan. Their toxin could easily incapacitate a full-grown elephant, a fact they later learned from a zoologist. For now, they were only aware of the snake's potency. Fortunately, the venom of this snake could only be injected into its prey at the moment of a bite, unlike cobras that can spray venom outward. Bamboo proved to be the ideal material for constructing a raft. By cutting the bamboo to a specific length, binding it with rope, and casting it into the water, a bamboo raft was formed. As the task of gathering bamboo required daily effort, Qian Feng's routine involved venturing into the bamboo grove to harvest the necessary stalks. One day, as he was dragging the bamboo back, a taipan suddenly obstructed his path. This serpent was larger than the one that had previously bitten him, coiling itself upon the ground in Qian Feng's way, its tongue flicking in and out as if it had already marked him as prey. The sight of this snake evoked a surge of anger within him, although it was not the very serpent that had bitten him before. The mere presence of one so similar was enough to incite his ire, especially as the snake seemed to challenge him. Qian Feng set the bamboo he carried behind him onto the ground and extracted a slender piece. He then thrust it towards the snake, expecting it to evade his strike. To his astonishment, the snake swiftly climbed onto the bamboo pole, coiling around it with remarkable speed. Caught off guard by the sudden movement of the python, Qian Feng nonetheless perceived its pace as somewhat sluggish. As the snake advanced along the bamboo towards him, he stood his ground, wielding his knife. Just as the python approached, he swung the blade and severed its head. The head rolled on the ground, its mouth agape and eyes filled with disbelief. In that moment, the body, still propelled by inertia, moved forward a short distance before writhing a few times and ultimately falling still. Noticing the snake had ceased to move, Qian Feng used a bamboo pole to lift it. They say one should strike a snake at its vital point. However, he mused that nothing could be swifter than this method of decapitation. People often speak of the value of snake gall, yet Qian Feng searched the headless python for it without success. Ultimately, he decided to discard it among the surrounding weeds, but upon reflection, he realized the snake could indeed serve as sustenance. Therefore, he resolved to bring the headless python back with him. Upon returning to the cave, the two women were visibly startled at the sight of the python in Qian Feng's hands. Small Feng, why have you brought back a venomous snake? One exclaimed. Yes, Small Feng, weren't you bitten by a snake before? They say once bitten, one is forever wary of ropes. How can you dare to handle a snake again? Fear not. This snake is dead. I have severed its head. It poses no threat. I brought it back to prepare snake soup, which I hear is quite delectable. Snake soup? You mean to say you intend to eat that? How revolting. Zhang Xiaolan replied, her face a picture of astonishment. Revolting? I've heard snake soup is truly delightful. Once I prepare it, you may find yourself salivating, Qian Feng chuckled. I would never eat it. I wouldn't even look at it. Very well. I shall proceed to make the snake soup now, and soon you will only be left to drool, he retorted, taking the snake to the stream to begin his preparations. Chapter 49. Delectable snake meat. Upon his return, Qian Feng employed a folding knife to meticulously segment the snake into numerous small pieces, preparing to season them for savory snake soup. While Li Qi did not exhibit overt aversion towards Qian Feng's culinary endeavor, she hesitated to lend a hand. Ultimately, the two women grilled 2 fish and several bamboo shoots on the rudimentary barbecue Qian Feng had fashioned from clay, while he cheerfully busied himself with the snake soup. Before long, the air around Qian Feng's iron pot was suffused with a rich, meaty aroma. Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, tending to the fish, could not resist casting glances at the pot, their minds quietly plagued with doubts. How aromatic! Could Qian Feng's snake soup truly be delectable? It seemed implausible. The snake was grotesque and unappealing. How could it possibly taste good? The two women found themselves in an internal conflict, vehemently rejecting the notion of Qian Feng snake soup, even as the enticing scent drew their gazes toward the pot. Noticing their frequent glances, Qian Feng's lips curled upward in a grin. Sisters, if you wish to partake, do let me know. I shall reserve some for you. Otherwise, you may miss out if I finish it all first. We have no desire to taste your repulsive snake soup, Zhang Xiaolan pouted, glancing at Li Qi. That snake looks utterly disgusting. We wouldn't dare have even a bite. Would we, Li Qi? Yes indeed. I doubt the snake soup could be very palatable, Li Qi replied hesitantly. In truth, she had not been overly averse to Qian Feng's dish from the outset, and the robust aroma had begun to sway her resolve. Yet, in deference to Zhang Xiaolan's sentiments, she echoed her words. Well then, if you choose not to indulge, I shall gladly benefit from your decision. Qian Feng chuckled, fanning the steam rising from the pot, feigning indulgence, which earned him 2 exasperated glares from the women. Moments later, the snake soup was ready. With a beaming smile, Qian Feng glanced at the two women, fetched a wooden bowl, and filled it to the brim with snake meat. In truth, he had never tasted snake meat before. He had merely heard tales from the elders in his rural hometown about its exquisite flavor. This was, in fact, his inaugural experience. Under the curious gaze of the two women, Qian Feng placed a piece of snake meat into his mouth. The meat had been simmered to a tender perfection, easily separating from a bone with a gentle bite. The rich, succulent juices burst forth, reminiscent of chicken, with a smooth and delicate texture that enveloped him in a wave of bliss. This is truly exquisite. It is the finest dish I have savored since arriving on this island. It lacks the toughness of wild boar and the fishy taste of seafood. This flavor is simply unparalleled. Each bite is a delightful experience. Qian Feng extolled the virtues of his snake soup, causing the two women to salivate uncontrollably. Noticing their wavering resolve, Qian Feng sipped the broth and continued to praise his creation with an unabashed demeanor. Finally, unable to resist any longer, Li Qi mustered her courage and, under Qian Feng's encouragement, gingerly selected a piece of snake meat, slowly taking a small bite. Li Qi's eyes sparkled as she took another bite, ultimately stuffing the entire piece of snake meat in her mouth. Observing her actions, Qian Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, how about it, Qiji? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Isn't it delicious? Noticing that Li Qi was too engrossed in her chewing to respond, Zhang Xiaolan, who was eagerly awaiting her answer, couldn't restrain herself and nudged her a few times. Qiji, how does it taste? Do say something. At that moment, Li Qi reluctantly swallowed the mouthful of snake meat after chewing it a few times. It's absolutely delectable. Xiao Feng truly didn't mislead us. This snake meat is extraordinary. Since I arrived on the island, I haven't tasted anything this delightful. With that, she produced a wooden bowl and scooped a generous ladle of snake meat from the iron pot into her bowl. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolan hastily grabbed the wooden spoon from Li Qi's hand, eager to serve herself some snake meat, but was stopped by Qian Feng. Haha, sister-in-law, didn't you say you'd never touch this snake meat? You even claimed you wouldn't look at it. What's with the sudden change? Qian Feng said with a mischievous grin directed at Zhang Xiaolan. She feigned innocence, her expression devoid of malice. Hee, I merely thought I would relieve you of some. Since you clearly can't finish this pot, I'm just helping you out. No need. I have a hearty appetite. I could finish not just this pot, but another one as well. Zhang Xiaolan retorted. You could devour another pot and still be clean? At your age, you should be wary of overindulging, Qian Feng teased, receiving a disapproving glance from Zhang Xiaolan. Haha, it's precisely because I'm young that I can eat so much. I still need to grow. Seeing Qian Feng deliberately teasing her, and glancing at Li Qi, who was thoroughly enjoying her snake meat, her bowl already half empty, Zhang Xiaolan resorted to her secret weapon, pouting and wrapping her arms around Qian Feng's arm, shaking it back and forth. Oh, Xiao Feng, I was wrong. Can't you forgive me? I was just boasting earlier. Please let me have a taste. With Zhang Xiaolan tugging at his arm, Qian Feng found it increasingly difficult to resist. All right, sister-in-law, go ahead and try. Triumphant, Zhang Xiaolan released Qian Feng's hand, swiftly picked up her chopsticks, and plucked a piece of snake meat to savor. This is delightful. I never expected something so unattractive could taste this good. It's just like bullfrog, hideous in appearance, yet succulent in flavor. Without even finishing the piece in her mouth, Zhang Xiaolan filled her bowl to the brim with more snake meat. Qian Feng watched the two women devour their food with abandon, completely abandoning any semblance of ladylike decorum, and couldn't help but laugh. However, the two were too engrossed in their meal to pay him any mind, each focused solely on their feast. After this experience of savoring snake soup, Qian Feng and his companions no longer felt any fear upon encountering snakes. Instead, they began to regard each sighting as a sumptuous feast. They not only refrained from evasion, but actively sought ways to capture them. Remarkably, even without Qian Feng's assistance, the two women were capable of independently ensnaring venomous snakes. Under Qian Feng's tutelage, they had mastered a proficient method for snake catching. Although they were hesitant to directly handle venomous snakes, they would employ any available resources to capture them when faced with such a creature. For instance, in open spaces, they would relentlessly strike the snake's head with stones until it was reduced to a pulp. While this may seem cruel, it paled in comparison to the delectable allure of snake soup. Chapter 50. Journey to the main island. Occasionally, one cannot avoid encountering venomous snakes in narrow spaces or amidst the grass. The women typically wield their spears, relentlessly striking at the snakes' heads while deftly evading their attacks, until the serpents are utterly exhausted, at which point they sever the heads with their weapons. As their encounters with snakes increased, the two women began to exhibit a glint of excitement in their eyes upon sighting these creatures who, until their demise, never fathomed that they were regarded as delectable delicacies by the women. Time swiftly passed, and within a week, Qian Feng had fashioned a bamboo raft. While the two women had gathered sufficient provisions and water to sustain a week's worth of normalcy. On this day, they resolved to embark on the bamboo raft to the distant island across the sea, having prepared everything meticulously. Sister-in-law, Qiji, we are to depart today. Is there anything else you wish to bring? Qian Feng inquired as he stood at the front of the raft, holding a paddle fashioned from wooden planks. Xiao Feng, there is nothing I deem necessary to take, save for the materials left by my father. However, I trust you have placed them in the safest location, Li Qi replied, her gaze tranquil as she looked towards the direction of the cave they had previously occupied. Initially, Li Qi intended to bring the materials left by Professor Li. But after Qian Feng's analysis of their current situation, she reconsidered. The island they were to visit was the largest in the vicinity, often regarded as the principal island, where a group of mercenaries dispatched by the United States were still in pursuit of Li Qi. They were entirely ignorant of the conditions on the main island, unaware of the mercenaries' whereabouts. Although Qian Feng's classmate and brother, Zhou Bin, might be there, their exact location remained a mystery. Thus, they were poised to confront numerous unknown risks. Taking the materials along would only exacerbate their peril. Ultimately, following Qian Feng's counsel, they decided to leave the materials on this island, but not in the original location Professor Li had chosen. Given that the professor was likely unaware of the passageway's existence, it was prudent to relocate them. Qian Feng skillfully carved out a hollow in a raised platform within the cave, approximately the size of a primary school desk, just large enough to accommodate the secure box. The box was moisture-resistant, ensuring the materials remained undamaged by humidity. After placing the box inside, they camouflaged it with small stones, rendering it indistinguishable from the surroundings. The elevated position of the hollow, coupled with the platform's cover, ensured that the entrance remained concealed from below as it lay in a visual blind spot. Even Qian Feng took a considerable amount of time to discern any difference. Thus, Li Qi was exceedingly satisfied with the location, asserting that she had no further items to take. I, too, have no belongings to carry, save for these clothes. Ah, never mind, let them remain. Perhaps they will assist any future castaways who may find themselves here. Very well. Since you are both prepared, I shall set sail. All right. Indeed. Let's embark. Qian Feng shouted, forcefully prodding the rocky shore with his paddle, causing the bamboo raft to slowly drift away from the coast due to the reaction force. He continued to stroke the paddle, guiding the raft gradually towards the opposite side. The waters near the small island were tumultuous. Each time he paddled a distance, a wave surged forth, pushing them back. This back-and-forth struggle occurred multiple times before they finally began to distance themselves from the small island and approach the main island. Fortunately, Qian Feng had the foresight to construct the bamboo raft in a three-tiered fashion, resembling an inverted triangle. The bottom layer was completely submerged, the middle layer half immersed, while the top layer remained entirely above the water surface. Even as the waves relentlessly crashed against their raft, the three of them remained dry. As they drew closer to the small island, the sea grew calmer, and the raft became increasingly stable. The small island was not far from the main island. On clear days, the coastline of the main island was visible. However, even with Qian Feng's enhanced vision, he could not discern the specifics of the island. Based on his calculations, they would require nearly half a day to reach the shallows of the main island. To expedite their journey, the three took turns paddling. The sea was tranquil that day, allowing them to increase their speed. By just past noon, they found themselves in waters not far from the main island. In the distance, Qian Feng spotted a vast stretch of sandy beach, immediately backed by a lush jungle. He could faintly make out the silhouettes of a few people on the beach, perhaps 3 or 4. There are people. Indeed, there are inhabitants on the main island, Qian Feng exclaimed, his excitement surging. The presence of others implied that Zhou Bin and the others might be nearby. Where? Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi rushed to the front of the raft, squinting intently at the beach, yet all they could see was a hazy blur. Over there on the beach, it seems they are picking something up, likely marine debris. Qian Feng pointed towards the distant shore. I can't see. Just as Zhang Xiaolan was about to express her inability to see, the raft suddenly lurched violently. She lost her balance and began to topple, but Qian Feng, quick-witted and agile, caught her in time, stabilizing her. Unfortunately, Li Qi was not as fortunate. With a splash, she fell into the sea. Xiao Feng, save me. There's a shark. Chapter 51 Encounter with the Shark's Sister-in-Law. Please sit down. I will go rescue Sister Qi. As the bamboo raft swayed violently, Qian Feng noticed a grayish-white fin disappearing beneath the surface. In the next moment, he saw Zhang Xiaolan teetering, and he instinctively caught her. Before he could catch his breath, he heard the sound of Li Qi falling into the water. Quickly, Zhang Xiaolan, sit down, he urged, plunging into the sea to reach Li Qi. Upon his arrival, Li Qi instinctively clung to him, her entire body leaning against him. Qian Feng felt an overwhelming softness, but he had no time to dwell on that. He hastily pushed Li Qi towards the raft. Sister Qi, climb back onto the raft. I will push you up. Okay. At that moment, Li Qi was paralyzed with fear, having previously survived a shark attack. The thought of facing another assault sent her into a state of panic. As Qian Feng pushed her from behind, she struggled to clamber onto the raft. Zhang Xiaolan, above, grasped Li Qi's hand, pulling with all her strength. Finally, with their combined efforts, Li Qi managed to ascend the raft. Seeing Li Qi safely on the raft, Qian Feng prepared to follow. He pressed down on the raft forcefully, propelling himself upwards. Just as his body was about to break the surface, a shadow surged towards him from the depths. Bang! Before he could fully ascend onto the raft, the shark collided violently with it, causing Qian Feng to lose his balance and plunge back into the water. He immediately turned to climb back onto the raft, but the shark was charging directly towards him. Qian Feng knew he couldn't evade it. Even with his enhanced physical abilities, he couldn't outswim the predator. Realizing there was no escape, he braced himself. Fortunately, the shark was not excessively large, measuring about 1.5 meters in length. Committing to face the creature head-on, Qian Feng retrieved a folding knife from his pocket, preparing to confront the shark. To his astonishment, the shark's speed was far greater than he had anticipated. Before he could ready the knife, the shark was already upon him, its massive jaws agape. The two women on the raft screamed in terror as they witnessed the impending danger. Be careful! It's coming, Xiao Feng. At that moment, Qian Feng had no time to heed their cries. His entire focus was on the approaching shark, its serrated teeth becoming increasingly visible. He had intended to stab the creature in the head with his folding knife, but his movements were sluggish in the water. Before he could prepare, the shark was upon him, forcing him to twist his body to the side to evade its gaping maw. Bang! Though he narrowly avoided the shark's jaws, its body slammed into him with tremendous force. The impact left Qian Feng dazed, almost causing him to lose consciousness. It was only after choking on a mouthful of water that he began to regain his composure. At this moment, the shark had turned back to launch another assault on Qian Feng. Suddenly, Qian Feng realized that his folding knife had fallen. Fortunately, the water here was not deep, measuring only about 2 or 3 meters. Upon glancing down, he spotted the knife and swiftly dove to the seabed. As he retrieved the folding knife, the shark also descended to the depths of the ocean. With its gaping maw wide open, the shark lunged at Qian Feng, who instinctively curled his body and evaded the attack by utilizing the underwater rocks as cover. The shark, frustrated by its failed attempts to harm Qian Feng, increased its speed dramatically, circling upward to the surface before spiraling down towards him from above, leaving Qian Feng with no means of escape. Oh my, this shark is remarkably clever. How am I supposed to evade such a tactic? Qian Feng pondered swiftly, searching for a solution. Meanwhile, the two women on the bamboo raft were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Although Qian Feng was submerged, the shallow water allowed them to discern some of the underwater happenings. While there were numerous rocks beneath the surface for Qian Feng to take refuge behind, they were relatively small. If the shark had attacked horizontally, he might have been able to use the rocks for cover. However, now the shark was descending upon him from above, circling ominously and blocking off all avenues of retreat. Observing the precarious situation Qian Feng was in, the two women felt utterly powerless, their only recourse being to pray that he could escape the shark's impending assault. At that moment, Qian Feng's mind raced with urgency. If he were not submerged in seawater, he would have been drenched in sweat. Just as the shark was about to seize him, a sudden idea struck him. He sank deeper, swiftly positioning himself flat against the seabed. Chapter 52 After being submerged for over 10 minutes, Qian Feng lay on the seabed. immediately rolling his body to stir up the sediment, transforming the entire underwater realm into a murky haze. In an instant, Qian Feng vanished within the swirling silt. This strategy had been inspired by the octopus, which, when threatened, releases a cloud of ink to obscure its form, allowing it to escape unnoticed. It was this very notion that prompted Qian Feng to continuously churn the seabed, vigorously scooping up the mud and propelling it upwards while maneuvering his body. Though such exertion drained his energy significantly, the effect was unmistakable. The surrounding waters quickly turned opaque, and the shark, bewildered, could no longer discern Qian Feng's presence. It circled restlessly within the murky area, unable to spot him. Meanwhile, the two women on the bamboo raft could no longer discern the situation beneath the surface. Perceiving only a swirling mass of indistinguishable water. Will Xiaofeng encounter danger? Zhang Xiaolan lamented. He should be fine. His body has been enhanced, and he will surely be all right. Li Jivi susurreter. But Xiaofeng has been underwater for over 10 minutes now. How can a normal person hold their breath for so long? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's concern, Li Qi realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Qian Feng had not surfaced for an extended period. Even the most adept individuals could only hold their breath for a couple of minutes, while trained divers might manage 7 or 8 at most. Yet, Xiaofeng had not undergone any underwater training, and even with his enhanced physique, it was improbable that he could endure such an extended submersion. With this thought, sweat began to bead on Li Qi's palms. At that moment, Qian Feng was nearing his limit. He urgently needed to find a way to surface for air. As he continued to displace the sediment, he kept a vigilant eye on the shark's movements. Finally, an opportunity presented itself. As the shark swam past him, he swiftly thrust his folding knife into its eye. The shark, in sudden agony, became wildly agitated, thrashing about. Seizing the moment, Qian Feng propelled himself upward. Just then, the two women on the bamboo raft caught sight of the now frantic shark, and in their moment of confusion, they were startled to see Qian Feng's head break the surface. Gasping for air, he took a deep breath, glancing back to find the shark still reeling in pain. Without hesitation, he swam towards the raft, and moments later, with the women's assistance, he clambered aboard. "Oh, Xiaofeng, it's so wonderful that you're safe. You scared me to death," Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed, embracing him and bursting into tears. Li Qi tightly grasped his arm, surveying him anxiously. Thank goodness, Xiaofeng. I just saw the water turn red, and I fear the worst." Before the two women could finish, Qian Feng hastily pushed them aside and seized the oar. "I am unscathed. However, we must hasten our departure from this place. Just moments ago, I thrust my folding knife into one of its eyes, and once it regains its composure, it will undoubtedly seek revenge upon us. Quickly, make your way to the rear of the bamboo raft and row." Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, the two women immediately darted to the back of the raft, each using their hands to paddle fervently. As Qian Feng and the others exerted all their strength to propel the raft toward the main island, the injured shark seemed to have regained its senses, swiftly closing in on them. With no alternative, they could only hasten their efforts. Yet despite their utmost exertions, they remained unable to distance themselves from the relentless predator, which drew ever nearer. The shark was on the verge of overtaking them, but they were still approximately a kilometer away from the sandy beach of the main island. "Sister Qi, come to the front. Here, take the oar," Qian Feng instructed, his countenance grave. "You both must lay flat on the raft and tend to nothing else. Simply row toward the main island." Zhang Xiaolan nodded emphatically at his serious demeanor. Li Qi followed suit, glancing back at the approaching shark, and inquired of Qian Feng, "What about the shark behind us? It's about to catch up." Qian Feng turned to regard the shark, now perilously close, its injured eye devoid of the folding knife, with only the crimson blood seeping from its wound to indicate its true identity. Gazing into the remaining eye, filled with fury, Qian Feng narrowed his own and assured the two women, "You need only focus on rowing forward. This shark is my responsibility." With that, he seized 3 spears and made his way to the rear of the raft. The bamboo raft was not expansive, and in just a few strides, Qian Feng reached its end. At that moment, the shark was merely a meter away. Taking a deep breath, he raised one of the spears and shouted, "Die." In the next instant, the spear plunged into the shark's body in unison with Qian Feng's fierce cry. Elation surged within him as he witnessed the spear penetrate the shark. But before he could revel in his triumph, his expression shifted back to one of grave seriousness. Chapter 53. A narrow escape upon piercing the shark with a spear. Qian Feng observed that the creature's speed had diminished. However, several more sharks soon emerged behind the wounded one, swiftly advancing towards him. Realizing the peril, Qian Feng hastily set aside his spear and lay flat on the bamboo raft, paddling vigorously backward. Yet, the sharks approached with alarming swiftness, quickly closing in on the injured shark, which did not halt but continued to swim rapidly towards the bamboo raft. At that moment, despair enveloped Qian Feng's thoughts. While he could fend off a single shark with his spear, the prospect of confronting multiple sharks was utterly unrealistic. What to do? He continued to paddle with all his might, casting glances at the approaching predators while noting that the shoreline remained several hundred meters away. If they were to catch up with him, it would surely result in his demise. As Qian Feng pondered his dire predicament, Zhang Xiaolan, exhausted from paddling, handed the oar to Li Qi, opting to paddle with her hands instead. In a moment of carelessness, Li Qi inadvertently dropped a piece of smoked fish into the water. Unbeknownst to them, engrossed in their paddling, they failed to notice the mishap. Although Qian Feng spotted it, he dismissed it as inconsequential, especially in such a critical moment. Yet, that very piece of smoked fish bestowed a glimmer of hope for survival. The instant it hit the water, the pursuing sharks redirected their focus toward the fish. One shark quickly seized it, and upon witnessing this, the others adjusted their course to pursue Qian Feng and his companions once more. Seeing this, Qian Feng could not help but smile. Haha, a solution has presented itself. Without waiting for the two women to respond, he snatched another piece of smoked fish from the raft and hurled it into the distance. He anticipated that the sharks would veer towards the location where the fish had landed. To his dismay, however, the sharks continued their relentless pursuit of the bamboo raft instead. Pondering the situation, Qian Feng speculated that perhaps his throw had been too far and the sharks could not sense the food. Thus, he seized another piece of fish and tossed it behind their raft. As expected, the moment that piece of smoked fish splashed into the water, the sharks erupted into a frenzy, heading straight for it. Upon reaching the fish, the sharks devoured it in an instant and resumed their chase after Qian Feng and his companions. Although the pause was brief, it afforded them a precious moment of respite. Thus, every few seconds, Qian Feng would cast another piece of smoked fish into the sea, swiftly gliding his hand through the water before tossing yet another piece. Gradually, they drew nearer to the main island. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as if they had collided with something. The bamboo raft jolted upward momentarily before sinking back down. The trio, too preoccupied to ponder the cause, continued to paddle furiously. However, Qian Feng soon sensed a disconcerting looseness in the raft, likely due to the earlier encounter with submerged rocks. Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi also sensed the predicament. They felt the bamboo raft becoming somewhat unstable, even noticing that the bamboo beneath them was beginning to detach. Xiaofeng, the raft is about to fall apart. What should we do? Indeed, Xiaofeng, please think of a solution. In stark contrast to the anxious expressions of the two women, Qian Feng's countenance grew increasingly relaxed. He observed that the sharks had halted their pursuit once they reached the rocky area where the raft had drifted, ceasing to advance any further. Qian Feng surmised that the water ahead must be shallower, with more rocks obstructing the shark's path. He glanced down and confirmed his thoughts. The water level was evidently much lower here, allowing a clear view of the seabed's rocky formations. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be anxious. We are safe now. The sharks have abandoned their chase. Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, the two women were momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance behind them, realizing that the sharks had indeed been left behind and were no longer pursuing them. Once they had escaped danger, the women ceased their prone positions on the raft and shifted to sitting upright. Phew, we finally made it out. If they had continued chasing, I would have been too exhausted to paddle. Zhang Xiaolan exhaled deeply. Beside her, Li Qi tossed her paddle onto the raft. Phew, I'm utterly spent. If I keep paddling like this, my arms will surely fall off. By the way, Xiaofeng, why did those sharks stop pursuing us? Li Qi sudan li inquirat. Qian Feng smiled and pointed to the water below them. Take a look down there. The two women glanced in the direction he indicated and quickly realized that in their frantic paddling, they had neglected to notice how shallow the water had become, rendering it impossible for the sharks to follow. We have truly escaped once more. They exchanged a glance at Qian Feng, who was slumped on the raft, and burst into laughter. Before long, Qian Feng joined their hearty laughter, a jubilant celebration of their narrow escape, a release from the tension they had just endured. After a moment of revelry, Qian Feng resumed paddling slowly forward, and before long, they guided the raft onto the sandy shore. At that moment, the individuals Qian Feng had previously noticed on the raft approached them. Chapter 54. As Qian Feng and his companions were descending from the bamboo raft, they were suddenly called by name. Upon lifting his gaze, Qian Feng beheld a girl, gaunt and ragged, approaching them. For a moment, he could not recall who she was, despite the familiarity of her voice. After a brief scrutiny, recognition dawned upon him. This was his classmate, Han Fei. Among their peers on this outing, Han Fei was known for her beauty, with lustrous black hair, long eyelashes, and large, expressive eyes that seemed to converse on their own. Her delicate nose and petite mouth were quite charming, and they had shared a close bond as desk mates. What astonished Qian Feng was the transformation that had befallen her in just over a month since their boat mishap. She appeared disheveled, with a sallow complexion and emaciated frame. Her hair was dry and discolored, her sunken eyes giving her a haunting look, and her tattered clothing was in a more pitiful state than when Li Qi encountered them. Han Fei, is it really you? Qian Feng hesitated, struggling to reconcile the image of the former school beauty with the woeful figure before him. Upon realizing that Qian Feng had recognized her, Han Fei burst into tears. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, revealing the profound suffering she had endured. Once she confirmed Qian Feng's identity, she collapsed against him, weeping as if releasing all the anguish of recent times. In an attempt to comfort her, he gently patted her back, feeling the sharpness of her bones beneath his hand. Zhang Xiaolan observed the scene, her heart aching for the girl, while Li Qi, having experienced similar hardships, understood Han Fei's behavior all too well. From the very first glance, she could sense the trials Han Fei had faced. Both women were soon in tears, their eyes reddened by emotion, as they listened to Han Fei's soul-stirring cries. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Han Fei's sobs gradually subsided, though her body continued to tremble against Qian Feng's shoulder. After a moment, she lifted her head and apologized. I'm so sorry, Qian Feng. I was just so overwhelmed to see you here. I thought I would never see you again. It's such a relief to know you're alive, she said, her cheeks flushed as she stepped back from him. It's all right. I'm equally delighted to see you again. But what has happened to you? I almost didn't recognize you, Qian Feng replied. At his words, Han Fei visibly flinched, glancing down at her appearance before drawing back slightly. Ha, you didn't recognize me? To be honest, I hardly recognize myself anymore. I never imagined I would become so unappealing, she lamented. Sensing that she had misunderstood him, Qian Feng hurried to clarify. No, Han Fei, you may have misunderstood me. I did not mean to imply that you are unattractive. You are still quite beautiful. What I meant to convey is that you seem to have lost a considerable amount of weight, to the point where I hardly recognize you. You look better when you had a bit more flesh on your bones. But as Qian Feng continued to dig himself deeper into the hole, the situation became increasingly muddled. Zhang Xiaolan hurried over to save him, approaching Qian Feng with a question. Xiao Feng, who is this young lady? Do you know her? Upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan arrive, Qian Feng quickly seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. Oh, sister-in-law, this is my classmate and desk mate, Han Fei. Han Fei, this is my sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaolan. We were on the same ill-fated cruise. Han Fei, is it? I am Zhang Xiaolan, Xiao Feng's sister-in-law. I should be older than you, so you can simply call me Xiaolan Jie. Zhang Xiaolan naturally linked arms with Han Fei, who smiled and greeted her in return. Hello, Diaolan Ye. And this is Li Qi. She is a bit older than I am, so you can also address her as Qi Jie. As she spoke, she pulled Li Qi over as well. Qi Jie, say hello. Hello. You must be Han Fei, right? Could you share a bit about your current situation? At that moment, two other figures approached from a distance. Qian Feng recognized them early on. They were two women, both appearing gaunt and malnourished, evidently having gone a long time without adequate sustenance. As the two women drew nearer, Han Fei hurriedly gestured towards them to introduce. Qian Feng, Diaolan Ye Uiye. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Qin, and this is Zhang Shui. They are also passengers from the cruise, and we met on the island. After introducing the two women to Qian Feng and the others, Han Fei proceeded to introduce Qian Feng and the others to Lu Qin and Zhang Shui. You all seem to be in a state of hunger. It appears you haven't had a proper meal in quite some time. We have some food here. Please nourish yourselves. With that, Qian Feng retrieved some smoked fish and jerky from their backpacks and shared it with Han Fei and the others. The trio looked at the smoked fish with a mix of disbelief and longing, yet they hesitated to accept it from Qian Feng. Ultimately, after some encouragement from him, they accepted the smoked fish and devoured it ravenously, while Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi quickly offered them water. Once Han Fei and the others finished their meal, she gradually began to share their circumstances with Qian Feng and the others. Chapter 55. Two Factions Through Han Fei's Introduction. Qian Feng and his companions learned that Lu Qin and Zhang Shui were also passengers aboard the same cruise ship. However, unlike them, the two young women had recently graduated and were employed at the same company, having embarked on this journey as part of a team-building exercise organized by their workplace. Han Fei recounted that after the shipwreck, she regained consciousness on the sandy shores of an island, surrounded by dozens of others. She later discovered that many had awakened and ventured into the jungle prior to her own awakening. Among those present on the beach were Han Fei, Lu Qin, and Zhang Shui. Upon regaining consciousness, some individuals gathered the beachgoers together, offering mutual encouragement and support as they awaited rescue. However, as 2 days elapsed without the arrival of rescuers, unease began to permeate the group. Discontent arose over the competition for food resources, and, as time progressed, the individuals gradually formed numerous smaller factions. Han Fei, Lu Qin, and Zhang Shui found themselves in one such faction, where they first acquainted themselves with one another. Initially, interactions among the various factions remained relatively amicable, with instances of cooperation emerging. Yet, as food supplies dwindled, tensions escalated, leading to verbal confrontations that eventually devolved into physical altercations, culminating in violent clashes that tragically claimed lives. Over time, these smaller factions coalesced into two larger groups, each under the leadership of a distinct individual. One was a man named Xiong, a fitness instructor towering over 6 feet tall, robustly built, and aptly resembling a bear in both stature and strength. Xiong's formidable capabilities earned him the position of leader within his faction, which comprised over 40 individuals, currently situated on the western side of the island, to the left of their present location. The other faction was led by a wealthy heir named Cui Hao, whose affluent background afforded him the presence of several personal bodyguards among the stranded. This faction was positioned on the eastern side of the island, to the right of their current location, and also boasted a membership exceeding 40 individuals. In a bid to attract followers, Cui Hao promised that any who aligned with him would receive 1,000,000 yuan upon their rescue. He asserted that in the event of his misfortune, his family would undoubtedly endeavor to arrange for his rescue, prioritizing those who had chosen to accompany him. Convinced that aligning with Cui Hao would enhance their chances of survival, Han Fei, Lu Qin, and Zhang Shui decided to join his faction. At first, Cui Hao appeared generous, sharing his food and proposing that they consolidate their resources for equitable distribution, thereby increasing their collective chances of survival. The three women initially found his arguments compelling. However, once they entrusted their provisions to Cui Hao, the circumstances began to shift dramatically. Due to the circumstances at the time, where Han Fei and her companions had fallen into the water, numerous provisions from the boats were swept ashore, including a plethora of sealed bread, canned goods, and ham. Most of the individuals managed to gather some of these supplies, and although several days had passed, they still possessed canned ham and other long-lasting food items. After handing over the provisions to Cui Hao, he remarked that these foods could be stored for an extended period, serving as a reserve. He emphasized their need to venture out in search of additional sustenance, urging them not to become complacent. Everyone found merit in his words, and thus set aside thoughts of the canned goods, dedicating each day to foraging for food. What no one anticipated was Cui Hao's insistence that they submit their foraged finds to him for redistribution. The notion of relinquishing their hard-earned provisions to Cui Hao stirred dissatisfaction among many, prompting them to demand the return of their cans and to withdraw from his group. At this juncture, Cui Hao revealed his true nature, leveraging his 4 formidable bodyguards to intimidate those who defied him. Ultimately, under the threat of his forceful tactics. The group succumbed to his authority, complying with his directives. Nevertheless, a few individuals chose to abandon their stored cans and formed a small independent team. However, they ultimately returned, for Qian and Choiho controlled all nearby resources, forbidding other factions from scavenging on their territory. Those wishing to seek food were compelled to venture far afield, where numerous unknown dangers awaited, and few could successfully extricate themselves from their grasp. In contrast, Han Fei and her companions had largely severed ties with Choiho's faction. Han Fei elaborated on their reasons for this separation to Qian Feng and the others. As the group succumbed to Choiho's dominance, he grew increasingly arrogant, developing inappropriate intentions towards the women in the team. Han Fei, deemed the most attractive among them, became the object of his desire. However, she resisted his advances, even resorting to threats of death to deter him, which ultimately succeeded in preventing his brazen attempts. Subsequently, Choiho refrained from further aggression towards her, but turned his attention to other girls. Most of the women in the team had, to varying degrees, suffered from Choiho's bullying, while those who managed to escape his notice were either less attractive or possessed a strong-willed character like Han Fei's. Although they temporarily safeguarded their dignity, Choiho relentlessly pressured Han Fei and her companions to yield to his whims. In the days that followed, he employed every conceivable means to torment them, intent on achieving his ulterior motives. Chapter 56 Invitation for Han Fei to join Shui. How initially assigned Han Fei and her companions to engage in arduous labor, such as logging and hunting. Upon their return, he intentionally withheld food from them, citing their meager contributions as justification. Eventually, the situation became unbearable for Han Fei and her friends, prompting them to escape from Chui Hao's camp one fateful night. Initially, the escape involved 6 girls. However, by the third day, 3 of them, unable to endure the hunger, returned to Chui Hao's camp, leaving only Han Fei, Lu Qin, and Zhang Shui to persist. During this time, Chui Hao refrained from sending anyone to retrieve Han Fei and her companions, confident that they would soon return, pleading for a shelter. He envisioned that at that point, he could indulge in his whims with the girls. To his surprise, over a fortnight passed, and Han Fei and her companions remained steadfastly absent, causing him to lose patience and consider sending someone to bring them back. Unbeknownst to Han Fei and her friends, Chui Hao's intentions were far from their thoughts, as they continued to endure their trials. Although they had reached their limits, surrender to Chui Hao was never an option. Fortunately, just as they were on the brink of despair, they encountered Qian Feng and his companions. After listening to Han Fei's account, Qian Feng quickly instructed Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi to procure some smoked fish and jackfruit for the 3 girls. Upon seeing the smoked fish presented by Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, the girls' eyes sparkled with hunger as they instinctively licked their parched lips. Yet, none of them reached for the food, feeling as though the situation was surreal, even doubting whether they were experiencing hallucinations. Observing their hesitation, Zhang Xiaolan directly placed the food into their hands. "You must eat quickly. Your bodies are severely malnourished. Please, consume these to replenish your strength." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's words, Han Fei and her companions glanced at the food in their hands and finally realized the reality of their situation. With urgency, they devoured the food as if swept by a gale. Seeing them eating with such fervor, Li Qi offered more sustenance, including 3 bottles of water, prompting an outpouring of gratitude from the girls. Before long, Han Fei and her companions had consumed every morsel, even licking their fingers clean. "Are you satisfied? If not, there is more," Qian Feng inquired. "We are full, thank you, Qian Feng. Without your timely assistance today, we might have succumbed to starvation," Han Fei replied. "You have been away from Chui Hao's camp for over half a month. How have you managed to survive? Haven't you found anything to eat?" Qian Feng asked, puzzled by their ordeal. At that moment, Lu Qin spoke up. "None of us knew how to start a fire or climb trees for coconuts. Ultimately, we resorted to scavenging for oysters, small fish, and shrimp along the rocky shore to stave off hunger." "Then why did you not join that bear's team?" Qian Feng inquired of Han Fei. "Alas, that formidable bear is not of virtuous character. He is hardly better than this Chui Hao. It is said that their kind also subjects individuals to severe exploitation, and with an excess of men in their midst, venturing there would be perilous. To evade such dangers, we have retreated to this desolate region, devoid of resources. It is in places like this that neither of those factions will vie for what little is available. As for the jungle, we dare not venture there either, for it is rumored to harbor a plethora of venomous snakes and fierce beasts. At the moment when Han Fei mentioned the presence of poisonous snakes in the jungle, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and they exclaimed in unison, poisonous snakes? Han Fei mistakenly perceived their reaction as fear of the snakes, unaware that their enthusiasm stemmed from the mention of such creatures. The quiet girl, Zhang Shui, assumed that Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi shared her trepidation towards snakes, and hurriedly began to describe the dangers posed by the serpents in the jungle. Indeed, there are numerous venomous snakes within. Previously, someone had succumbed to a snake bite there, and their body remains unclaimed, as no one dares to retrieve it. Qian Feng understood that the excitement in Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi's voices did not arise from fear, yet he chose not to clarify. Since we have encountered one another, why not consider living together? That way, we can look after one another, he suggested. However, the notion of mutual care was merely a pretext to preserve Han Fei's dignity. The current circumstances were apparent to all. Aligning with Qian Feng's group would likely enhance their chances of survival. In truth, it was Qian Feng and his companions who would be providing for them, as they were already thriving. And the addition of these two would only impose a greater burden on the trio. Given Qian Feng's invitation, Han Fei was eager to accept, gratefully responding, "We are willing to join you." Yet, Qian Feng shook his head, pointing at Han Fei, and clarified, "Han Fei, I meant for you to join our team, not for you all to join mine." Chapter 57. The agreement for two women to join. Upon hearing Qian Feng's assertion, the others gazed at him in bewilderment. Zhang Xiaolan, having known Qian Feng the longest and being his sister-in-law, had a relatively deep understanding of his character. Similarly, Li Qi had been saved by Qian Feng and Zhang Xiaolan, and after spending some time with him, she recognized him as a man of integrity and kindness. Han Fei, Qian Feng's classmate and deskmate, also had a grasp of his nature. Yet, none of them could have anticipated that Qian Feng would make such a decision, allowing only Han Fei to join them, while leaving Lu Qin and Zhang Shui to fend for themselves. This was tantamount to pushing them into a perilous situation, effectively abandoning them. Lu Qin and Zhang Shui looked at Qian Feng with ashen faces. Although it was their first encounter with him, they were taken aback by his seemingly righteous demeanor, only to discover his callousness in excluding them from joining. Following Qian Feng's declaration, the five women fell into a contemplative silence, each pondering the rationale behind his refusal to include Lu Qin and Zhang Shui. Eventually, it was Han Fei who mustered the courage to confront Qian Feng. "Why do you only allow me to join you? Why can't Lu Qin and Zhang Shui be part of this?" she implored, desperation lacing her voice. "If you don't let them in, they could lose their lives." Qian Feng glanced at Han Fei, nonchalantly responding, "I do not know them. Why should I extend my assistance? Our survival here is already precarious. The only reason I permitted you to join is our shared history as classmates. As for the other two, I have no obligation to include them, nor the capacity to care for so many. Moreover, if I aid you today, what if that fellow Chui Hao discovers it and comes after me tomorrow? He has a multitude of followers. If it were just me, it might be manageable, but I must also ensure the safety of my sister-in-law and Sister Qi." Taken aback by Qian Feng's rationale, Han Fei found herself momentarily speechless. Although Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi wished to assist Lu Qin and Zhang Shui, they could not deny the validity of Qian Feng's points, nor could they press him further on their behalf. Exchanging glances filled with desperation, Lu Qin and Zhang Shui turned their pleading eyes toward Qian Feng. "What must we do for you to take us in?" they asked earnestly. "I have already clarified that aiding you would not only heighten our survival challenges, but also risk attracting trouble from Chui Hao. The cost is simply too great," he replied. "Please, we beg you to accept us. As long as you do, we will follow your every command," they implored. "Follow my every command? What exactly would you do?" Qian Feng asked mischievously, his gaze appraising Lu Qin and Zhang Shui with a heated intensity that made them uneasy, causing them to instinctively tighten their clothing. "Indeed, we will comply, but we will not engage in anything that contravenes our principles," Lu Qin asserted with seriousness, to which Zhang Xuan nodded in agreement. Ah, ah. Very well. Since you both have expressed your thoughts, you shall join us from now on. However, it is imperative that you adhere strictly to my commands. Should you have any ideas, you must communicate them to me. Independent actions are strictly prohibited. Should you fail to comply with my directives, do not blame me for showing no mercy when I expel you from my team. In truth, Qian Feng had always intended to assist them, but he could not allow them to join so easily. He needed Lu Qin and Zhang Shui to feel a sense of urgency, reminding them to remain true to their own convictions. This was not due to Qian Feng's penchant for authoritarianism. Rather, he understood that in such a precarious environment, a unified mindset and common goals were of utmost importance. A team lacking a shared objective, with some members veering east while others head west, is not far from dissolution. Therefore, he insisted on their compliance, ensuring that they would not falter at critical moments. As for the other three, it was simpler. Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi had always regarded Qian Feng as their leader, following his guidance. He was also relatively familiar with Han Fei, and in this context, he trusted that she would act according to his expectations. The moment Lu Qin and Zhang Shui heard Qian Feng's assurance that they could remain, their faces lit up with joy, and they nearly leaped in excitement. They recognized that Qian Feng's willingness to keep them was undoubtedly a lifeline. Consequently, both expressed their gratitude to him. Thank you, Qian Feng. We will undoubtedly follow your lead and will not drag the team down. Very well. Since you have both agreed, we shall now be a united team. We must all consider our survival moving forward. Qian Feng first examined their bamboo raft, which had sustained several damages and was on the verge of disintegration. It still contained some supplies and food they had salvaged from the previous island. Due to their encounter with the sharks, Qian Feng had sacrificed a considerable amount of food to evade them. Just moments ago, Han Fei and the others had consumed some, leaving insufficient provisions for all 6 of them to have a meal. However, they still had an ample supply of water, sufficient for 3 to 4 days. The most pressing concerns now were food and shelter, so Qian Feng proceeded to assign tasks to the group. Chapter 58. Calling him Boss Qian Feng, he pondered that since Han Fei and her companions had managed to survive in this area for over 10 days, they must possess some knowledge of the surroundings. Thus, he instructed Han Fei to take Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi along with the fish traps they had brought to find a suitable spot to set them down. He himself, accompanied by Lu Qin and Zhang Shui, began unloading the supplies from the bamboo raft and dragged the raft ashore, subsequently transporting the provisions to their designated overnight location. Once the tasks were assigned, everyone busied themselves with their duties. Han Fei, observing the fish traps in Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi's hands, could not help but express her admiration. No wonder you have so much smoked fish. It turns out you possess fish traps. We have no tools and can only watch the fish swim by. These traps were crafted by Xiao Feng, Zhang Xiaolan proudly replied, her tone infused with a hint of pride as if she were extolling her husband's virtues. Upon hearing that all of this was the handiwork of Qian Feng, Han Fei glanced towards him in the distance, astonished by his capability to weave fish traps and bamboo baskets by hand. I had no idea he was so talented. Not only does he excel academically, but he is also skilled with his hands. Is he doing well in your class? Li Qi Kidat, curiosity piqued as she wanted to learn more about Qian Feng. Indeed, his academic performance is exceptional, not just in our class, but ranking at the top of the entire school. Zhang Xiaolan affirmed. Really? I had no idea Xiao Feng was such a good student. As the 3 women conversed animatedly, they arrived at a rocky area where they could see fish swimming about in the water, a sight that brought them delight. With laughter and chatter, Zhang Xiaolan and her companions placed the fish traps into the water of the rocky zone before returning to assist Qian Feng. Meanwhile, Qian Feng was carrying a large bamboo basket filled with the spring water they had boiled on the previous island, wielding a spear in hand, standing before a rudimentary shelter. To call this place a shelter was a bit of an exaggeration. It was merely a makeshift structure. It was constructed around a coconut tree, using several sticks of varying lengths, salvaged from who knows where, leaning against the tree, and topped with some dried grass. Is this where you are staying? Qian Feng asked Lu Qin and Zhang Shui incredulously. Yes, Lu Qin replied with a hint of exasperation. We lack the experience to build a proper house and are too timid to venture into the jungle for timber. so we could only gather driftwood and grass along the shore to erect this shelter. Well, it seems you've done remarkably well to construct even this, Qian Feng conceded. Now, let us find a more suitable location for our shelter. He had initially assumed that they already had a place to stay and that they would only need to expand it. Clearly, he had overestimated the situation concerning Han Fei and her companions. Qian Feng first asked Lu Qin and Zhang Shui to accompany him on a tour around the area, and the three eventually paused beneath a cluster of coconut trees. Let us construct a shelter here. Your previous location is utterly unsuitable for habitation. A gust of wind could easily dislodge the roof, he asserted. Indeed, you are absolutely right, Qian Feng. The place where we stayed before frequently lost its roof to the wind, and during rain, we were soaked inside. The roof served no purpose whatsoever, Lu Qin remarked. Her face illuminated with admiration for Qian Feng. She had not anticipated that he would discern the flaws in their shelter so readily. Qian Feng, the leader? Ha! Why have you given me a nickname? He laughed. You may simply call me Qian Feng, like Han Fei, or even Xiao Feng. That won't do. Now that we have chosen to follow you, we must express our allegiance, Lu Qin insisted. From now on, we shall refer to you as Qian Feng, the leader. Zhang Shui quickly echoed her sentiments. Initially, both Lu Qin and Zhang Shui harbored grievances against Qian Feng when he had rejected them, believing he was akin to the leaders of the other factions, self-serving and mercenary. However, within just over an hour of their interaction, they sensed a distinct difference in Qian Feng. He was not solely self-interested. He was not a selfish individual. This was evident when they were transferring supplies from the bamboo raft. Qian Feng led by example, voluntarily handling the heavier items. Furthermore, during their search for a suitable location to establish their shelter, although several sites were appealing, they were simply too small to accommodate their group. Ultimately, they selected this spot, which he deemed suitable for constructing a spacious shelter, facilitating mutual care. Noticing the resolute determination in the two women's voices, Qian Feng decided not to intervene further. Let them call him as they pleased. It sufficed that they could unite in their thoughts. Chapter 59. Establishing a new sanctuary upon selecting a suitable location, Qian Feng commenced the construction of their sanctuary. He understood that their position was rather unique. It would be a considerable time before any rescue team could find them. Thus, he needed to prepare for long-term survival, deciding to build the shelter sturdily. Given the circumstances, the most viable option for constructing the sanctuary was the bamboo raft they had arrived on, for the bamboo had already been meticulously cut by Qian Feng. The trio resolved to dismantle the raft and transport the bamboo, but they found themselves severely lacking in tools. Without adequate implements, their efforts would be futile. While transporting the bamboo, Qian Feng overheard Lu Qin mention a small market located within the territory of the Great Bear. This so-called market was merely a small beach about 2 kilometers away, a place that both the Great Bear and Shui how tacitly agreed to leave unmonitored. There, individuals could exchange items they deemed useful. At first, Qian Feng was perplexed. Hadn't everyone pooled their resources together? Why were there still items available for trade? Lu Qin clarified that initially, they had consolidated their belongings, which were then redistributed by Cui Hao and the Great Bear. However, this only included long-lasting provisions like canned ham, and any food subsequently found along the shore had not been handed back to them. Lu Qin further explained that their current location remained unclaimed by Cui Hao and the Great Bear due to its nature as a backwater bay, effectively preventing outside goods from entering. The resources in this area were scarce, which allowed the three of them to remain undisturbed. Returning to the topic of the market, both the Great Bear and Cui Hao followers frequented this place to barter goods, such as exchanging inedible fish or scallops for clothing or nail clippers. However, they conducted these exchanges cautiously, wary of revealing anything too precious for the moment any urgently needed item appeared at the market. Cui Hao and the Great Bear would dispatch individuals to seize it. Lu Qin recalled an incident from 5 days prior when someone from the Great Bear attempted to trade a lighter. A member of Cui Hao's faction exchanged 2 pounds of fish and 2 packets of instant noodles for it, only to be beaten afterward by the Great Bear upon discovery. The individual who acquired the lighter subsequently had it confiscated by Cui Hao. who reprimanded him for not surrendering food, underscoring the brutal reality of their existence. It was a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, and might dictated right. Upon learning of such a place, Qian Feng resolved to visit the market once things stabilized in the coming days. During their bamboo transport, Zhang Xiaolan and her companions joined to assist after finishing their fishing tasks. Noticing the increase in manpower, Qian Feng directed them to transport bamboo beneath the coconut trees while he began constructing the shelter. Before constructing the shelter, Qian Feng first ascended the tree to harvest all the coconuts, fearing that a falling coconut might spell disaster during their building efforts. He gathered over 60 coconuts of various sizes, alleviating any concerns of hunger for the coming days. Han Fei, Lu Qin, and Zhang Shui applauded Qian Feng's actions. Having been there for quite some time, they had often gazed longingly at the coconuts high above, yearning to pluck them, but finding the trees too tall for their reach. Witnessing Qian Feng effortlessly climb and gather the coconuts filled them with joy, reinforcing their belief that aligning with him was indeed a wise decision. With the addition of Zhang Xiaolan and her companions, their collective efforts hastened the process significantly. Before Qian Feng descended from the tree, they had already transported a substantial amount of bamboo. Observing the pile of bamboo, resembling a small hill, Qian Feng silently praised his foresight. The bamboo he had collected for the raft would now prove invaluable. He planned to construct the shelter amidst the 4 coconut trees, arranged in a perfect square. After leveling the ground, he began binding the bamboo horizontally to the trees at approximately 1 meter above the ground, ultimately crafting a platform elevated slightly higher, supported by several struts for additional stability. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Aren't you building a shelter? Zhang Xiao inquired, eyeing the platform. Haha, sister-in-law. This is indeed the construction of the shelter. Qian Feng responded cheerfully. This is a shelter? It looks more like a place for drying fish. Liquid remarca. Touching the platform curiously. Indeed, it is a shelter. It's not finished yet, but you'll see once it is, Qian Feng reassured them. By midday, they were nearing completion of a shelter, and the others began to grasp the design Qian Feng had in mind. It turned out that he envisioned a 2-tiered structure, the lower level for storing firewood and other supplies, while the upper level would serve as their living quarters, ensuring they remained protected from insects and pests. With the foundation nearly complete, the roof was also in place, featuring a slanted framework atop the platform, which would be secured with dry grass. He created a partition on the platform to form 2 rooms, one larger for the 5 women and a smaller one for himself. Having established the main structure, only a few tasks remained. Qian Feng instructed the women to explore the rocky area for fish, while he prepared to light a fire beside the shelter. However, after searching for quite some time, he could not locate the glass bottle they had previously used to start a fire on the island. With no other option available, he resolved to attempt the traditional method of fire by friction once more. This time, he approached the task differently than before. He first procured a dry wooden board, followed by a slender stick. Beneath the board, he placed a collection of dry leaves and proceeded to vigorously rub the stick back and forth across the surface of the board. Initially, Qian Feng slowly created a groove in the wood, but as he quickened his pace, he continued to fervently rub the stick within the groove. Gradually, wisps of black smoke began to emanate from the indent. Observing this, Qian Feng hastened his efforts, and the smoke thickened, accompanied by an abundance of fine particles. Once he deemed the debris sufficient, he poured it onto the dry leaves and gently blew upon them. In no time, the leaves ignited into flames. Chapter 60, Employing the Art of Friction Firemaking. Qian Feng observed flames flickering to life amidst the leaves. He promptly added more dry foliage, followed by flammable twigs, and finally placed dry timber into the burgeoning blaze, which grew increasingly robust. At this moment, he retrieved the earthen stove and grill he had fashioned earlier, placing the ignited wood into each respectively. Soon after, 5 women returned, their joyous demeanor indicating a bountiful harvest. Before they could approach, Qian Feng was already enchanted by their playful banter. "Look at what I have. It's enormous," one exclaimed. "Wow, yours is truly big, but mine is not insignificant either." "No, yours is smaller than mine. I still believe mine is larger." A sudden burst of laughter escaped Qian Feng as he inadvertently sprayed water upon hearing their spirited discussion. He had not anticipated such bold conversations among women. However, their subsequent remarks clarified his misunderstanding. Although mine is small, it can still feed two people. Yes, two can share it quite well. I never imagined Qian Feng was so skilled. He can even weave fish traps, Lu Qin remarked with admiration. Indeed, we used to merely watch the fish swim idly, but now, thanks to Qian Feng's traps, we can see if they remain as audacious, Han Fei added, casting a glance at the fish nestled in the basket. Initially, Qian Feng assumed they were discussing sizes in a different context. Upon realization, he felt a sheepish smile spread across his face. By this time, the 5 women had arrived at the shelter, and Zhang Xiaolan, noticing Qian Feng's smile, inquired, "Little Feng, what brings you joy?" Reacting to Zhang Xiaolan's question, Qian Feng suddenly became aware of his surroundings, responding with slight embarrassment. "Ah? It's nothing. I merely smiled." "That's not quite right. Your grin seems rather mischievous. You must be harboring some improper thoughts." Zhang Xiaolan scrutinized him closely. "Sister-in-law, what are you suggesting? You know what kind of person I am. How could I think of anything untoward? I was merely amused by my success in kindling the fire." Qian Feng felt uneasy under Zhang Xiaolan's penetrating gaze, as though she could see through his very soul, and hastily conjured an excuse to deflect her attention. "What's so remarkable about starting a fire? You've done it before," Zhang Xiaolan scoffed. While Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi found fire-making trivial, it was a different story for Han Fei and her companions. They had attempted numerous times without success, which was why they had endured days of consuming only raw oysters, leaving them gaunt and emaciated. Zhang Xiaolan's assertion that igniting a fire was simple left them incredulous. "What, Xiaolan, you claim it's easy? We 3 have tried countless times without igniting a flame. Are we truly that inept?" Han Fei lamented. "Indeed, it's quite simple. Qian Feng used a glass bottle to create a lens, harnessing the principle of focusing sunlight to ignite the flame effortlessly. It's really quite straightforward." Zhang Xiaolan explained to Han Fei and her friends. Upon hearing this, Han Fei expressed her exasperation, stating, "We understand the principle of starting a fire with a magnifying glass. But the issue is that we lack glass, and we also do not know how to grind lenses." At that moment, Qian Feng interjected, "Actually, I did not use a glass piece to ignite the fire this time. Our glass might have fallen into the sea while evading sharks." "What? The glass fell into the sea? How did you manage to start a fire then?" Li Qi inquired. "By friction," Qian Feng replied with a proud smile. "Really? Didn't you try that before without success? How did it work this time?" Zhang Xiaolan asked. "It's quite simple. I have become stronger." Although this statement may have sounded boastful to Han Fei and the other women, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi understood the underlying reason. Qian Feng's successful firemaking was indeed a natural outcome of his growth. After discussing the firemaking, the 5 women showcased the fish they had caught. Despite their claims of the local fishery resources being scarce, it was evident that the bounty here surpassed that of the island they had previously inhabited. Previously, the largest fish they had caught barely weighed 6 or 7 pounds, whereas now, the fish they had captured were predominantly around 10 pounds or more, with a total of 6 catches, alongside some palm-sized shrimp and large blue crabs. Observing the women's haul, Qian Feng comprehended their earlier joy. Though modest, the food was sufficient to sustain them for the coming day, signifying that they could thrive well in this new environment. Subsequently, the women began preparing the meal. Although Qian Feng intended to assist, Lu Qin insisted that cooking was a task for women, declaring that he, as the leader, need not lift a finger and could simply wait to be served. The other women concurred, prompting Qian Feng to retreat to the shelter. Within the sanctuary, he opened a coconut and savored its sweet juice. Watching the industrious figures of the women below and the waves crashing rhythmically onto the distant shore, in that moment, he found himself appreciating this way of life. Chapter 61, A brand new sanctuary soon. The meal was prepared, featuring the familiar fish stew and grilled fish, though now in greater quantities to accommodate the addition of 3 new members. The pot for the fish stew, once crafted by Qian Feng from tin, now appeared somewhat inadequate, prompting him to consider acquiring a larger pot. He wondered if the market Lu Qin had mentioned previously offered any iron cookware. Grilling fish had become considerably more convenient. Qian Feng had fashioned a grill reminiscent of those used in barbecue establishments for lamb skewers, a long, rectangular contraption filled with kindling, where he could skewer the prepared fish on branches, turning them periodically. Unlike the metallic or stainless steel models used in restaurants, theirs was constructed from clay. Yet it was equally effective, yielding exquisitely delicious fish. This meal included fish, shrimp, crabs, and coconut juice, leaving the group immensely satisfied. Particularly grateful were Han Fei and her companions, who, having once considered mere sustenance a luxury, now felt a profound appreciation for Qian Feng and resolved never to betray him. After their appetites were satiated, Qian Feng set about organizing their tasks, recognizing the pressing need to gather various supplies. He instructed Zhang Xiaolan to lead Han Fei and Lu Qin in searching for wood, whether dry or wet, promising that they could dry it on the beach upon their return. In their current circumstances, wood was indispensable, as fire was essential for their sustenance. He assigned Li Qi to accompany Zhang Shui in collecting marine debris, emphasizing that they should gather anything not native to the island, be it broken fishing lines, discarded nets, or bottles. This strategy stemmed from his previous experiences on another island, where seemingly useless items later proved invaluable. For instance, the discarded fishing lines, initially deemed unnecessary and left behind, ultimately became crucial when constructing their bamboo raft, with the thinner lines used for binding and the thicker ones for securing the raft. Had they possessed more fishing lines, the raft might have been sturdier. Once the women's tasks were established, Qian Feng resolved to explore the jungle, understanding that despite its inherent dangers, the resources within were vital for their long-term survival. Relying solely on seafood would not suffice. They needed to supplement their diet with a variety of nutrients to avoid potential ailments from a singular diet. Equipped only with a stone axe and the absence of a folding knife, he ventured into the jungle. It did not take long for Qian Feng to notice that the foliage here was far denser than that on the smaller island, with fewer vines, allowing for better passage. The biodiversity was significantly richer. Upon entering, he immediately spotted numerous edible fruits. As he ventured further, he discovered an abundance of wild rabbits, pheasants, and small squirrels, and faintly heard the distant cries of larger animals. Due to time constraints, Qian Feng did not delve too deeply. He merely explored the surroundings. Carrying a bamboo basket proved cumbersome, so he had entered with a backpack instead. Upon encountering 2 mango trees, he climbed up without hesitation to pluck one, savoring its exquisite sweetness. Subsequently, he harvested 2 or 3 dozen ripe mangoes, stuffing them into his backpack. Now we can indulge in a change of flavors. The persistent taste of fish is becoming monotonous, Qian Feng muttered. He then fashioned several traps using vines, marked them, and commenced gathering palm leaves. Collecting palm leaves was the primary purpose of his expedition into the jungle. The main structure of their shelter had already been erected, and only the palm leaves for the roof and walls were lacking. Once completed, they could comfortably spend the night within their refuge. While the jungle may have been challenging in other aspects, palm leaves were undeniably abundant, especially in this tropical island, where palm trees flourished. After gathering 2 large stacks of palm leaves, Qian Feng secured them with rope, hoisting them onto his shoulder as he made his way out of the jungle. Upon returning to the shelter, he noticed some timber drying on the ground, indicating that Zhang Xiaolan and the others had already made a trip back. Qian Feng first dropped the palm leaves on the ground, then spread them out on the beach. Drying them before placing them on the roof would prevent mold from forming. After laying the palm leaves on the sand, Qian Feng returned to the jungle to continue his collection. After several trips back and forth, he looked at the beach, now covered with a multitude of palm leaves. This should suffice, but it seems something is still missing. Observing the sparse shelter, Qian Feng pondered for a moment before rushing back into the jungle, returning shortly with a substantial bundle of dry grass. He spread the grass atop the platform of the shelter, ensuring a more comfortable sleeping arrangement for the night. As the sun blazed mercilessly, the temperature of the sand on the beach soared. By the time the women returned, the palm leaves had dried sufficiently. Qian Feng and the others began to bind the palm leaves to the top and surrounding areas of the shelter. Qian Feng initiated the binding process from the bottom upwards, layering each section atop the previous one to enhance waterproofing. With more hands to assist, the pace quickened, and soon, with the help of several women, Qian Feng successfully attached the dried palm leaves to the framework of the shelter culminating in the completion of a brand new refuge. Chapter 62. The first night in the shelter. The constructed shelter comprises 2 rooms, one larger and one smaller. The larger room can barely accommodate Zhang Xiaolan and her 4 companions, while the smaller one is exclusively for Qian Feng, just spacious enough for him alone. Although the 6 individuals find themselves somewhat cramped within the confines of the shelter, having a place to shield them from the elements is quite a blessing under the circumstances. Elevated slightly over a meter above the ground, the shelter resembles a treehouse nestled among 4 coconut trees when viewed from afar. The yellow-green palm fronds gracefully drape over the roof, bestowing a pastoral beauty in the glow of the setting sun. After tidying up the shelter, the women commenced preparing dinner, which consisted once more of grilled fish, shrimp, crabs, and fish soup. Each person had a coconut, and while the meal wasn't extravagant, the group relished it joyfully. Following dinner, Qian Feng prepared a delightful surprise for everyone. Once he noticed that all had finished their meals, Qian Feng retrieved mangoes from his backpack. At the moment he produced them, Zhang Xiaolan rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have been mistaken, but upon a closer look, she confirmed her sight was not deceiving her. Wow, mangoes! Little Feng, you actually have mangoes in your backpack. At this juncture, the other women turned their gazes towards Qian Feng's pack, and one after another, golden mangoes, each the size of a palm, tumbled out. Indeed, they are mangoes. How wonderful it is to have mangoes to eat. I haven't savored fruit in ages. Qian Feng, you're truly remarkable. Our esteemed leader is magnificent. Amidst the women's praises, Qian Feng cheerfully distributed the mangoes to them. By chance, he had harvested a total of 24, allowing for an equitable share of 4 for each individual. He first handed out 1 mango to each woman. We have 24 mangoes in total. We can each have 4. I will pass out 1 to everyone first, and those who wish for more can have them later. If anyone cannot finish, we can save the rest for tomorrow in the shelter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi expressed no particular sentiment, as such arrangements were customary for them. However, Han Fei and the others were nearly brought to tears with excitement when Qian Feng inquired about their overwhelming joy. Lu Qin explained that they had been content merely to have food to eat while following others. Now, Qian Feng's gesture of evenly distributing the mangoes had truly taken them by surprise. With no entertainment options available on the island, the night fell into darkness, and given the day's fatigue, the group retired to the shelter after a brief chat following dinner. Qian Feng suggested that the women try out the sleeping arrangements first to ensure their comfort. If they found it inadequate, he would offer one woman his room while he made do below. The women ascended to try it out and found it satisfactory, just spacious enough for them to lie down. Although the area was limited, the hay laid beneath provided a measure of comfort. Certainly, this cannot compare to the cave where Qian Feng and the others previously resided. However, Han Fei and her companions were immensely content with their current situation. They no longer had to worry about the sudden gust of wind sweeping away their shelter while they were in a deep slumber, nor were they fearful of crabs crawling onto them and waking them with their pinches. The only drawback was that the platform lacked a ladder. Qian Feng had only considered his own ease of access and had not anticipated the difficulty the women would face in ascending the more than 1 meter high platform. Thus, he resolved to construct a ladder the following day to facilitate their movements. Currently, the women relied on his assistance to reach the platform, primarily because they had not engaged in much physical labor. Particularly, the 3 women, since arriving on the island, had suffered from severe nutritional deficiencies. Although they had been able to eat adequately over the past couple of days, their strength had not fully returned. Consequently, none of them could manage to climb up independently, and Qian Feng had to lift them up one by one. Watching as the women settled into their shelter, Qian Feng placed his hands on the edge of the platform and, with a burst of strength, propelled himself upward, landing on the platform. He then entered his modest abode. The 2 small huts were separated by a few bamboo poles and some palm leaves, allowing him to overhear the women's conversation quite clearly. Xiaolan, Li Qi, how did you come to know our esteemed Qian Feng? I feel he embodies the Prince Charming of my dreams. Handsome, capable, responsible, truly perfect. I just wonder if he has a girlfriend, Lu Qin exclaimed, gazing dreamily in Qian Feng's direction. You're out again, Lu Qin. Every time you see a handsome man, You start with your incessant questions. This is a serious condition that needs treatment. Zhang Shui could not help but tease Lu Qin. The two were university classmates and later became colleagues, fostering a close friendship that allowed for playful banter. After days of near starvation, they had scarcely the energy to joke. However, now that they were well fed, their spirits had lifted and their playful exchanges resumed. Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi discerned that Lu Qin was jesting, so they shared a few anecdotes about their relationship with Qian Feng. Qian Feng listened with great interest, gradually drifting into slumber. Thus, their first night in the new shelter passed in tranquil simplicity. Chapter 63. Into the jungle with them as dawn broke. Everyone roused from slumber to the rhythmic sound of crashing waves. Zhang Xiaolan, still half asleep, stretched languidly and inadvertently encountered something soft. How plush. You rascal. Xiaolan, you're such a tease. The voice of Han Fei echoed suddenly from the shelter. Zhang Xiaolan, still in a daze, did not immediately grasp the situation and squeezed again. Xiaolan, you're still pinching. You're no innocent either. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolan awoke fully, opening her eyes to find Han Fei blushing, her hands protectively covering her chest. Ha, my apologies. I was still groggy and it felt so soft and pleasant that I couldn't resist a little squeeze. But Han Fei, you certainly have some substance. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's playful banter, Han Fei's face reddened even further, her entire neck now flushed. Once all the women were awake, Qian Feng returned after attending to personal matters at a distance. As they descended from the shelter, he instructed them to take care of their personal needs first. After their return, Qian Feng assigned Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi to prepare the meal. Since Han Fei and her companions had done most of the cooking the previous day, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi had merely assisted. Qian Feng felt their cooking was superior to that of the previous day, though he hesitated to voice this sentiment. Thus, he organized for Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi to take charge in the kitchen while sending Han Fei and the others to the rocky area to check for any fish catches and to collect any marine debris along the shore. Meanwhile, Qian Feng ventured to the edge of the jungle, retrieving 2 logs. Upon his return, he meticulously carved them with a stone axe, ultimately constructing a sturdy step beneath the shelter. Once completed, he called out to Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi to test it. Sister-in-law, Qi Jia, come over and see if this makes accessing the shelter more convenient. Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi set down their items and approached the side of the shelter, marveling at the well-crafted steps, which felt remarkably solid underfoot, allowing them to enter the shelter with ease. Quite impressive. Xiao Feng, I've noticed you're becoming increasingly skilled. The longer I stay with you, the more I recognize your talents. After testing the steps, Li Qi descended and showered Qian Feng with praise. It's nothing. Just standard procedure. I possess many skills, so just wait and see. Qi Jia. Just as Qian Feng boasted, Zhang Xiaolan descended from the shelter. Xiao Feng, don't get too cocky. You're panting as if you've gained a few pounds. But it's not just me saying this. You really shouldn't have built these steps. Shouldn't have? Why not? Qian Feng asked, perplexed. Zhang Xiaolan smirked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Now you'll have the perfect opportunity to touch our backsides every day. Cough, cough. As Qian Feng approached the fire and took a sip of fish soup, Zhang Xiaolan's words caused him to sputter. What's the matter? Isn't that true? If we couldn't get up, weren't you the one lifting our behinds last night? Zhang Xiaolan said with utmost seriousness. Li Qi, unable to contain her amusement, quickly nudged Zhang Xiaolan. Xiaolan, what are you saying? Isn't Qian Feng doing this to help us? I must say, you're rather shameless. Just as Qian Feng was at a loss for words, Han Fei, Lu Qin, and Zhang Shui returned. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to see the staircase Qian Feng had constructed. Wow, Qian Feng, did you build this staircase? It's wonderful. It will make it so much easier for us to go up and down, Han Fei exclaimed after trying it out. Lu Qin then approached the staircase and tested it as well. It certainly is functional, but it can't compare to the comfort of Qian Feng carrying me up. Now that we have this, he won't have the chance to carry us anymore. Lu Qin's remark instantly flushed the faces of Han Fei and Zhang Shui, while Qian Feng nearly choked on his food from her comment. See, Qi Jia, I told you I was right. It's not just me. Lu Qin also thinks we shouldn't have this staircase. Now that it's built, he can't carry us anymore, haha. Qian Feng, speechless, picked up a wooden bowl, served himself a bowl of fish soup from the iron pot, and grabbed a skewer of grilled fish, retreating to a corner to eat. He realized he needed to maintain some distance from them, lest he jeopardize his own reputation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Qian Feng and the 5 women had developed a harmonious rapport, working together with remarkable synergy. Over these days, the women had been using fish traps to catch fish, collecting marine debris, and gathering wood. They had amassed quite a collection. To accommodate their findings, Qian Feng constructed a small shed beside their shelter for storing various useful marine refuse and timber. Typically, they could not consume all the fish they caught each day, so they prepared some as smoked fish. To deter small animals from stealing their food, Qian Feng tied several ropes between the coconut trees surrounding their shelter, and they hung the smoked fish on the ropes using vines. One morning, after breakfast, Qian Feng did not rush the women to begin their tasks. Instead, he proposed taking them into the jungle to search for food and water sources. Chapter 64. The exhausted women in the past 3 days. Han Fei and her companions had made significant progress in their physical recovery. They had noticeably regained some flesh. After several days of exercise, their stamina had also increased considerably. Qian Feng felt it was time to lead them into the jungle for exploration. He was convinced that the jungle was their true source of sustenance. Relying solely on the coastal food supply was feasible in the short term, but unsustainable in the long run. Initially, when Qian Feng informed them of the plan to venture into the jungle, Han Fei, along with Lu Qin and Zhang Shui, expressed some reluctance. The thought of entering a place where the remains of the deceased had been left behind sent a chill down their spines. However, encouraged by Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, they mustered their courage and agreed to embark on the journey. Equipped with minimal tools, a stone axe and a spear, they set off into the jungle. For safety, Qian Feng took the lead with the stone axe in hand, while Zhang Xiaolan, now more experienced in navigating the jungle, brought up the rear with the spear. The others wielded simple wooden sticks for psychological comfort, though they were of little use against any formidable beasts. Nevertheless, based on Qian Feng's observations over the past few days, there were no large animals in the vicinity, only smaller creatures. As they walked, Qian Feng marked their path on the trees with his stone axe, carving arrows that pointed back to their route. He meticulously explained the positions and directions of these markers to the 5 women, ensuring that in case of any unforeseen circumstances, they could find their way back to the shelter by following the arrows. He first led them to a cluster of mango trees. Upon seeing the bountiful branches laden with fruit, they erupted in joyous exclamations, shedding their earlier caution. Wow, look at all the mangoes! Qian Feng, we finished the ones we picked last time. I've been thinking about this, and today we can indulge in mango freedom. Yes, let us enjoy mango freedom. Pluck as many as we desire. With that, the 5 women dashed towards the mango trees, eagerly reaching up to gather the fruit. Many of the mangoes hung low, easily within reach without the need to climb. Xiaofeng, aren't you going to eat? These mangoes are so sweet, Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed, peeling one and offering it to Qian Feng. I'll pass, but do limit your picking. We need to venture deeper. What if we find even better treasures inside? Qian Feng advised the group. After savoring the mangoes, each woman stashed a couple into her backpack or the bamboo basket Qian Feng had woven for them, then continued to follow him deeper into the jungle. Since their purpose was to search for food, they carried backpacks or baskets, prepared to collect any finds they might come across. Although navigating the jungle with a bamboo basket was less convenient than a backpack, having something was certainly better than having nothing. The resources here are evidently far more abundant than those on the small island. By midday, the group had gathered a considerable amount of wild vegetables in their backpacks, with the most plentiful being purslane and Malabar spinach, as these two were familiar to them. Though there were many other wild vegetables, their unfamiliarity rendered them hesitant to collect more than a modest amount to sample later. Observing the fatigue etched on everyone's faces, with heavy breaths escaping their lips, Qian Feng decided it prudent to pause for a moment, allowing everyone to replenish their food and water supplies. Let us rest here for a while, he suggested. The midday jungle is notably warm, humid, and stifling. Drink plenty of water to prevent dehydration and heat stroke, and have a bite to eat. We must continue our journey. Otherwise, we may not endure. Upon hearing Qian Feng's call for a break, the women promptly settled onto the ground, disregarding any potential insects lurking beneath. The uneven terrain had left their legs aching, yet none wished to burden the others with their fatigue. They gritted their teeth and followed closely behind Qian Feng, but now that he had offered them a reprieve, they wasted no time in sitting down. Qian Feng felt a pang of guilt as he observed the exhausted state of the 5 women. He had forgotten that he had undergone genetic enhancement, which bestowed him with superior stamina. While he had traversed the path with ease, barely breaking a sweat, the women were clearly struggling. Zhang Xiaolan and the others were utterly spent, taking a moment to recover before retrieving the mangoes they had previously picked. Witnessing their fatigue, Qian Feng could not bear to push them further. "Please wait here for a moment," he instructed. "I will venture a little further. If I discover anything edible, I will call for you. If not, we shall return and perhaps gather some more mangoes on our way back." The women nodded in agreement. After bidding them farewell, Qian Feng pressed onward with his stone axe in hand. As he delved deeper into the jungle, he noticed the richness of the environment increasing, possibly due to the coastal winds. The trees grew taller the further he walked from the seaside. After approximately another kilometer, he encountered trees so large that they would require 2 individuals to encircle them. These towering giants reached heights of 20 to 30 meters, and to his surprise, he spotted 2 monkeys observing him from above. Strangely, he sensed a hint of unease emanating from the pair. Chapter 65. The python Qian Feng disregarded the 2 monkeys and continued his search. Suddenly, he heard a faint cry for help, not too distant. He crouched down, tilting his ear to listen, confirming the direction of the sound. Observing the trees ahead, he saw nothing and cautiously crept toward the source. However, after only a few steps, the sound ceased. Realizing the noise had vanished, Qian Feng immediately halted, lying flat on the ground to listen intently. It seemed that something was moving directly in front of him, the sound faint and delicate, only discernible through the subtle snapping of twigs. Uncertain of the situation ahead, he dared not make a sound, instead controlling his body to remain as silent as possible while carefully observing the area. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the sound of footsteps on the dry branches faded away, and the calls for help no longer reached his ears. Gradually, Qian Feng rose from the ground. To ensure his safety, he remained still for a moment, scanning his surroundings. Once he was convinced there was no danger, he cautiously moved forward. After covering a distance of about 50 or 60 meters, he discovered a patch of blood on the ground, accompanied by clear signs of broken branches nearby. It was evident that this was the location from which the earlier sounds had emanated. Upon closer inspection, Qian Feng noted that, in addition to the extensive bloodstains, there were also some dark hairs scattered about. Though he could not identify the animal they belonged to, the situation implied that they were remnants of a large carnivorous creature. For his safety, Qian Feng opted not to proceed any further. After conducting a brief exploration of the vicinity, he retraced his steps, casually picking some fruits along the way. As Qian Feng made his way back, the women remained seated on the ground, resting. Some sat directly on the earth, while others leaned against trees. With Zhang Shui even lying down, they engaged in light conversation, exchanging idle chatter. Suddenly, Zhang Shui pointed behind Zhang Xiaolan and exclaimed, "Ah, a snake, there's a snake." Startled, Zhang Shui trembled uncontrollably, one hand pointing at Zhang Xiaolan's back while the other pressed against the ground in an attempt to rise. However, her body continued to shake, and she struggled to stand. The others followed her gaze, spotting Zhang Xiaolan reclining against a tree, where a yellow-brown python was poised on a branch above her, flicking its tongue. Han Fei and Lu Qin were equally frightened, shivering in fear and suppressing their voices, covering their mouths as they whimpered. A snake, a snake. Unlike them, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, upon hearing the word snake, instinctively widened their eyes, a flicker of desire igniting within them. Realizing that the direction Zhang Shui indicated was behind her, Zhang Xiaolan slowly turned her head to look at the tree. Wow, it's enormous. Upon catching sight of the python, she was initially startled, but soon an irrepressible joy welled up within her. She had already begun to contemplate how to prepare the python for a meal. Zhang Xiaolan stood transfixed, her gaze fixed upon the serpent, her body motionless. Han Fei and the others initially believed she had been rendered speechless by fear. They forced themselves to muster the courage to call out to Zhang Xiaolan to flee while attempting to tug at her clothing. It was only when they pulled at her that she snapped out of her stupor, narrowly escaping the maw of the python thanks to Han Fei's efforts. Without hesitation, she seized the spear in her hand and lunged at the serpent, while Li Qi beside her brandished a wooden stick to strike. The sudden actions of Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi momentarily bewildered Han Fei and the others. They had not anticipated such fierce bravery from them in the face of the massive creature. Initially, their instinct had been to escape, but witnessing Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi confront the python emboldened them to halt their retreat. After gathering their resolve, they too picked up wooden sticks and began to strike at the serpent. However, they were taken aback by the python's remarkable resilience, no matter how they attacked. The beast continued to advance with its gaping maw directed at Zhang Xiaolan. Desperately, Zhang Xiaolan thrust her spear towards the serpent's head, but the creature proved too cunning, evading her strikes with ease. Li Qi relentlessly swung her stick at the python, yet its massive, armored skin, over 4 meters long, rendered their blows ineffective. After dodging Zhang Xiaolan's assault, the python descended from the tree, coiling its body with a sudden ferocity, swiftly closing the distance to Zhang Xiaolan. As she turned to evade, the serpent's speed was overwhelming. It lashed out, sweeping her off her feet. In that moment, Zhang Xiaolan regretted provoking the python, recalling that her previous encounters had only been with snakes no longer than 2 meters, which she and Li Qi could easily manage. She had not anticipated that this creature, merely twice the size, would prove so formidable. Just as she attempted to rise, the python ensnared her in its coils. A wave of suffocating pressure surged upwards, tightening around her body, making each breath increasingly laborious, and she could faintly hear the ominous cracking of her bones. Li Qi and Han Fei, witnessing the dire situation, frantically struck the python with their wooden sticks, but the serpent refused to release its grip on Zhang Xiaolan. Just when the women felt hopeless against the creature, Qian Feng suddenly returned. Chapter 66. Rescuing Zhang Xiaolan. As Qian Feng returned, he was met with the alarming sight of Zhang Xiaolan ensnared by a constricting python. At that moment, her body was entirely wrapped, save for her chest, and her face was flushed crimson from the struggle for breath. On the verge of being suffocated by the serpent, realizing the peril she was in, Qian Feng cast aside his backpack and sprinted towards her, propelled by an overwhelming concern for her safety. In an astonishing display of speed, he covered the nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Akin to a sprinter of Olympic caliber, had he participated in the games, the world record would surely have been his. Upon reaching Zhang Xiaolan, he found the women still valiantly striking the python with wooden sticks. The trio of Han Fei and her companions, disregarding the danger posed by the serpent, were fervently attacking it as well. In moments of crisis, human fear can be momentarily cast aside. However, despite their collective efforts, their strikes were akin to mere tickles to the formidable creature, posing no real threat. "Step aside, let me take over," Qian Feng shouted, urging them to move. He seized the python's tail, attempting to straighten its coils around Zhang Xiaolan. Yet, the serpent's strength was overwhelming. Even with the power to fell a bull with a single blow, Qian Feng found it impossible to uncoil the beast. The only result was a slight improvement in Zhang Xiaolan's breathing, but soon the python tightened its grip further, eliciting cries of pain from her. Hearing her distress, Qian Feng's urgency escalated. With determination, he leaped beneath the python's head, securing his legs around its body, and unleashed a flurry of iron fists upon its skull. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. As he landed his 10th blow, the python finally relented, releasing Zhang Xiaolan. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, unsteady from the sudden release. The newfound freedom allowed her to gulp in air desperately. Qian Feng glanced at her, reassured by her condition, and called out, "Sister, quickly get up and move to the side." Seeing Zhang Xiaolan still dazed, he turned to Li Qi. "Qi Jia, hurry and help her up, bring her to safety." Okay," Li Qi responded, springing into action to pull Zhang Xiaolan to the adjacent safe area. Once Zhang Xiaolan regained her composure, she saw Qian Feng atop the python and shouted for him to be cautious. With Zhang Xiaolan now in a secure position, Qian Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He resumed his assault on the python, but this time, the creature was no longer a passive target. After releasing Zhang Xiaolan, it began to coil again, ensnaring Qian Feng in its powerful embrace. Aware that snakes kill their prey by constriction, he understood the danger as the serpent tightened its coils, intent on suffocating him. To avoid being suffocated by the constricting serpent, Qian Feng took a deep breath and, with iron fists raised, continued to rain blows upon the python. Each strike fell like a cascade of raindrops, creating depressions in the serpentine flesh with every impact. Qian Feng aimed for the creature's head, yet the cunning python, through its relentless writhing, kept its head approximately a meter away, rendering Qian Feng's fists impotent in reaching it. Witnessing Qian Feng ensnared by the serpent, the women nearby were as agitated as ants on a hot pan. They yearned to assist, but their feeble strength would only serve to distract him further. Even as Qian Feng noticed Li Qi and the others attempting to intervene, he firmly admonished them, forbidding their approach. The python's skin, impervious and thick, absorbed the force of Qian Feng's powerful punches, causing minimal impact. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He hastily retrieved an item from his shirt pocket. It was a rusty iron nail, salvaged from the marine debris he had collected from the women. Initially deemed unworthy, he had polished it against a rock, sharpening its tip. Originally intended for marking trees, its diminutive size had rendered it impractical, yet now it proved fortuitous. He wedged the nail between his ring and middle fingers, forming a makeshift weapon akin to a punch dagger. Without hesitation, Qian Feng clenched his fist and struck the python with all his might. A muffled thud resonated as the nail plunged into the creature's flesh. Instantly, the python convulsed, seemingly registering the pain, and fixed its cold, penetrating gaze upon Qian Feng, as if incredulous that such a seemingly insignificant prey could inflict harm. Undeterred by the serpent's scrutiny, Qian Feng recognized the effectiveness of his initial strike and continued to unleash a torrent of punches. With each blow, the iron nail further embedded itself into the python, drawing forth a mix of its blood and shredded flesh. The python, now genuinely threatened, emitted a hissing sound, baring its gaping maw in an attempt to strike at Qian Feng's head. "Xiao Feng, be careful! Watch out!" The women shouted in alarm, their voices rising in urgency. Yet Qian Feng appeared unfazed by the imminent danger. He anticipated the serpent's lunge and remained resolutely focused, delivering punch after punch, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Finally, it seemed the python could no longer contain its frustration. Chapter 67. The slaying of the python. The python's jaws gaped wide, ample enough to engulf Qian Feng's head entirely. Beneath the incessantly flickering, crimson-forked tongue, two razor-sharp fangs gleamed with a chilling light, instilling an involuntary shiver within those who beheld them. As the great maw descended, Qian Feng meticulously calculated the distance until he caught a whiff of a foul, acrid scent. Just as the serpent's tongue seemed poised to graze his head, he abruptly looked up, redirecting his fist, originally aimed at the python's body, at an uncanny angle towards its head. With a sickening thud, the python was caught unawares, the iron nail embedding itself firmly into its mouth, fortuitously lodged between its teeth. The sound of a tooth shattering echoed ominously, and one of the serpent's fangs fell away. Qian Feng quickly retracted his fist, only to find the iron nail stuck fast within the python's maw, rendering his attempts to withdraw it futile. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fist and struck at the creature's head once more. A relentless barrage ensued. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3, 10, 20. He continued to rain down blows, delivering over 30 punches until the serpent's body finally slumped to the ground. Unsatisfied, Qian Feng seized a stone axe and brought it down upon the python's head several more times, leaving it in a grotesque state. Only then did he exhale a long, relieved breath, collapsing onto the ground. Upon witnessing Qian Feng's prostration, the women rushed to his side, with Zhang Xiaolan cradling him in her arms. Exhausted yet uninjured, Qian Feng found solace in her embrace, feeling a wave of fatigue dissipate. Were it not for the lurking dangers of the jungle, he might have succumbed to slumber right there. However, he reluctantly sat up from Zhang Xiaolan's hold. I am unscathed, merely fatigued. Please check if the serpent is truly dead, he urged. Li Qi and Han Fei approached the python's carcass, but upon a mere glance, they were overwhelmed and began to retch uncontrollably. Their reaction was hardly surprising, for the serpent had met a gruesome fate. Its head was obliterated, one eye bulging grotesquely, its mouth split in two, reduced to a pulpy mass. Noticing the distress on the faces of the two women, Zhang Xiaolan and Lu Qin were perplexed. Sister Qi, what is the matter? They inquired. Li Qi and Han Fei, still heaving, were unable to respond. Observing their distress, Zhang Xiaolan decided to investigate for herself. Wait, don't go. Ugh, Li Qi exclaimed, but her warning was cut short as her stomach churned once more, prompting another bout of retching. Before Li Qi could finish her sentence, Zhang Xiaolan glanced at the python's mangled remains, a gruesome sight of blood and shattered flesh. The moment she beheld the carnage, she too succumbed to the urge to vomit. In light of the women's reactions, coupled with the sight of the python's shattered head, Qian Feng concluded with certainty that the serpent was devoid of life. After confirming that the python had completely perished, Qian Feng took a brief respite before hastily urging Zhang Xiaolan and the others to gather their belongings and return. Zhang Xiaolan, puzzled by the early hour, questioned why Qian Feng was so insistent on leaving. Xiaofeng, it's still early. Why not rest a little longer before we depart? No, we must leave promptly. What if? What if what? Zhang Xiaolan inquired. Qian Feng hesitated, contemplating mentioning the potential return of the beast. However, he was uncertain of its nature and reluctant to instill undue fear in the women. Thus, he opted for a vague explanation, stating, if any wild creature catches the scent of blood and heads this way, it could pose a problem. Therefore, we need to make our exit swiftly. The group found his reasoning compelling and immediately set about packing their things, preparing to depart. What about the snake? Zhang Xiaolan expressed her reluctance to leave it behind. Of course, we shall take it with us. We can have a grand feast later. This sizable python will sustain us for several days, he replied. Yay, yay. Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi couldn't contain their excitement, leaving Han Fei and the others bewildered, unable to comprehend their enthusiasm. The python weighed approximately over 200 pounds, and Zhang Xiaolan and her companions considered assisting Qian Feng in carrying it back. However, to their astonishment, Qian Feng single-handedly hoisted the nearly 300-pound python onto his shoulders and, without looking back, began dragging it towards their shelter. The path back was relatively unobstructed by vines and underbrush, and since Qian Feng had cleared the route on their way in, their return journey was significantly expedited. With Qian Feng bearing the hefty python ahead, the women had to exert themselves fully to keep pace with him. Approximately an hour later, they arrived back at the shelter. The women took out the wild vegetables and fruits they had gathered in the jungle to wash them. Meanwhile, Qian Feng carried the python's carcass to the seaside for cleaning. Lacking a knife, he resorted to using a stone axe to segment the python's body. Once finished, he called the women over to help transport the clean python back to the shelter. Chapter 68. Rather starve than eat. Upon returning to the shelter, Qian Feng intended to prepare a meal. However, Lu Qin and the others insisted that he wait. Unable to persuade them otherwise, he reluctantly retreated to lie down in the shelter. After Qian Feng departed, Lu Qin resolved to prepare the python meat, but her enthusiasm waned upon seeing it. As she gazed at the segments of python, her hands trembled uncontrollably, rendering her incapable of processing it. Observing this, Zhang Xiaolan urged Li Qi to assist. Gulme, you both can handle the wild vegetables. When we prepare the snake soup, we can add them in. Let me and Sister Qi take care of the snake meat, she said. With that, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi began skewering the meat onto sticks and placing them on the grill. They also set a portion into an iron pot, boiling a substantial quantity of snake meat. Given the python's considerable size, they had ample leftovers, which they salted for preservation, some for smoking and some for curing, aware that the island's high temperatures posed a risk of spoilage by the following day if not dealt with promptly. Han Shui and her companions were hesitant to consume python meat, opting instead to grill a few fish. Zhang Xiaolan assured them of the python's deliciousness, declaring there was enough for everyone. Yet Han Shui and her friends remained resolute in their choice to prepare fish. Zhang Xiaolan understood their reluctance, recalling her own initial aversion to snake meat, and chose not to press the matter, allowing Han Fei to grill several skewers of fish. Soon, the python meat sizzling on the grill began to exude a tantalizing aroma. The delightful scent wafted through the air, prompting Han Fei and the others to catch a whiff. "Wow, it smells amazing!" exclaimed Zhang Shui, usually more reserved in her expressions. Zhang Xiaolan cast a glance at her, a satisfied smile gracing her features. "Haha, isn't it delightful? I told you snake meat is exquisite. I guarantee you'll come to love it." "Oomph, I would never eat that. Just thinking about the python makes me feel ill. I'd rather starve than take a single bite," Lu Qin declared with conviction. Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi exchanged knowing looks and chuckled softly, continuing to tend to the meat on the grill. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan rose to check the pot of simmering snake soup. Satisfied with its progress, she added the washed wild vegetables that Han Fei and the others had prepared, along with a pinch of salt. After a brief while, she called everyone to the table. "Xiao Feng, dinner is ready. Come down to eat," she shouted towards the shelter. Perhaps due to the fatigue from his earlier struggle with the python, Qian Feng had fallen asleep upon entering the shelter. It was only at Zhang Xiaolan's call that he stirred awake. As he stepped out, several women were already gathered at the table, waiting. Unbeknownst to them, a silent understanding had formed among the group. They would not begin their meal until Qian Feng arrived, despite his insistence on multiple occasions that they need not wait for him, encouraging anyone who was hungry to eat first. The women remained tacitly committed to their unwritten rule, waiting for Qian Feng to join them before they commenced their meal. This may be attributed to the fact that the 5 women regard Qian Feng as their leader and guiding spirit, for they understand that as long as they follow him, sustenance and utility will be assured. For instance, the fish they consume are caught using the bamboo traps crafted by Qian Feng, and without him, they would not dare to venture into the jungle to gather wild herbs. Furthermore, Qian Feng has fashioned numerous practical tools for them. The bowls, chopsticks, tables, stools, and the very shelter they inhabit are all products of his industriousness and ingenuity. In light of this, Qian Feng felt a sense of helplessness and ultimately resolved that if he could not persuade them otherwise, he would let them be. As long as their team could survive, that was sufficient for him. Once seated, Qian Feng lifted the snake soup and took a sip. The women gazed at him with eager anticipation, awaiting his appraisal. "Ah, delicious," he exclaimed after tasting the broth, followed by a hearty piece of snake meat. This meat is quite flavorful. Sister-in-law, did you prepare this? Your skills have improved remarkably." "Indeed, this snake soup is my creation, and Sister Qi prepared the grilled fish," Zhang Xiaolan replied with a beaming smile. "Cool, try a piece of my grilled snake meat and see how it tastes." With that, Li Qi offered a piece of the grilled snake meat to Qian Feng. As he accepted the morsel, the snake meat glistened with a golden brown exterior, sizzling with juices. A single bite revealed a delightful contrast of crispness and tenderness, filling his mouth with a savory essence. This grilled snake meat is exquisite as well. Sister Qi, your grilling skills have significantly improved. It has been quite a while since we enjoyed snake meat, and this is truly satisfying. Everyone, do indulge. This meat is best consumed warm, lest it lose its appeal. With that, he began to devour the dish voraciously. Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi exchanged glances with Han Fei and soon joined in, savoring their meal. Observing Qian Feng, Zhang Xiaolan, and Li Qi relishing their food so heartily, Han Fei and her companions began to feel a twinge of curiosity. Could it really be that delectable? Han Fei and Lu Qin bit their lips, ultimately succumbing to temptation as they picked up grilled fish from the barbecue. However, both felt that today, as grilled fish lacked its usual allure. At that moment, Zhang Shui reached for a piece of grilled snake meat from the grill, slowly bringing it to her lips for a tentative bite. Chapter 69. As long as we don't starve, we shall eat delicious. Truly exquisite, Zhang Shui exclaimed after savoring a morsel of python meat, urging Han Fei and Lu Qin to partake as well. Initially hesitant, the 2 women eventually tore off small pieces of the snake meat and placed them in their mouths. After a few chews, their faces transformed with disbelief. They could hardly comprehend how such a seemingly repulsive dish could be so delectable. Yet, they soon cast aside their reservations. Han Fei, unable to contain her excitement, discarded the roasted fish and eagerly filled her wooden bowl with a generous serving of snake soup. Lu Qin followed suit, setting aside her fish to do the same. The sight of the two women indulging in the snake meat left Qian Feng and the others utterly astonished. Zhang Shui herself was taken aback by their eagerness, and before Lu Qin could set down her spoon, she too scooped a bowl brimming with snake meat. Who was it that proclaimed they would rather starve than eat snake meat? Zhang Xiaolan teased, her eyes glinting mischievously as she observed Lu Qin devouring the dish. Huh, rather starve than eat. As long as I don't perish, I shall eat. Lu Qin replied, her mouth glistening with juices. This declaration sparked laughter around the table, as their merriment echoed in the air. The six of them relished the meal, feasting heartily on the unlimited supply of roasted snake and snake soup until their bellies were pleasantly round. Afterward, they could hardly muster the energy to clean up the table, opting instead to recline on the sandy beach beside their shelter, gazing up at the moon, which hung high in the night sky like a luminous beacon. They listened to the soothing sound of the waves and the occasional distant howl of wolves from the jungle. Instead of fear, they felt a profound sense of peace. Xiaolan, Qi, when did you discover that snake meat was so delightful? Han Fei suddenly inquired of Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi. We owe it all to your good friend Qian Feng. Zhang Xiaolan chuckled. We had never encountered a snake before, so how could we have known it was so delicious? It was only when Xiao Feng caught a snake and claimed it was tasty that we had no choice but to try it. We were surprised by how delightful it was. Since then, we have developed a fondness for snake meat. Now, when we come across venomous snakes in the jungle, we no longer feel fear. Instead, we think about how to capture them for our meals. That's why today, when we encountered the python, we charged forward without hesitation. However, we underestimated its strength. Had it not been for Xiao Feng's timely return, my life would have been in jeopardy, she concluded, patting her chest. Indeed, you've narrowly escaped danger many times, haven't you? Qian Feng remarked with a grin. Just ensure that whenever I am in peril, you appear by my side immediately. She replied, Understood. As long as you are in danger, I shall certainly be there to protect your life, he declared, prompting another round of hearty laughter among the group. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of ease enveloped them. It was the first time since their arrival on the island that they experienced such joy. They no longer felt anxious about what the future might hold, for they understood that as long as Qian Feng was with them, they had a home. The six of them reclined on the beach, savoring the long-awaited tranquility, engaging in lively conversations about matters from far and wide. Gradually, fatigue set in, prompting them to return to the shelter for rest. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, they awoke to the soothing sound of waves. Qian Feng rose first, venturing into the sea to attend to personal matters. Upon his return, he awaited the women to finish before revealing a decision he had made the previous night. He resolved to explore the jungle alone, allowing the women to remain at the shelter to produce sea salt and distilled water. With the addition of Han Fei and her companions, their resource consumption had significantly increased, particularly concerning salt and fresh water. Qian Feng's rationale was clear. He could not predict when a wild beast might appear and should it attack. He felt confident in his ability to evade it, while the women would be left vulnerable. Furthermore, they had yet to locate a suitable water source and could only resort to distilling water, which would consume a considerable amount of their time. Upon hearing Qian Feng's decision, no one voiced objections, as they recognized their limited ability to assist in the jungle. Merely avoiding trouble for Qian Feng was already a significant contribution. After they finished their meal, Qian Feng took 2 large pieces of roasted snake meat and 2 bottles of water, setting off into the jungle. Without the presence of the women, his speed increased dramatically. A journey that had taken them over 3 hours yesterday was completed by him in less than an hour today, more than tripling their pace. He continued along the path he had traversed the day before, marking the trees as he went. Not long after, he arrived at the spot where he had discovered black fur and bloodstains the previous day. He prepared to move forward, but at the very moment he took a step away, a chill ran down his spine. He sensed that a beast had set its sights on him. Chapter 70. The injured panther. In that moment, Qian Feng felt an unprecedented danger. He stood frozen in place, unable to move, and could only slowly turn his body to glance back. Just as he managed to turn, a shadow lunged at him with astonishing speed. In that instant, he discerned that it was a black panther, its body stretching approximately 2 meters in length, cloaked in a deep black hue, with eyes as dark as the night, resembling a predator concealed in the shadows. It leapt from behind a large tree towards him with lethal intent. The panther's skill in camouflage was evident. By the time it launched its attack, it had closed the distance to a mere 5 meters. Qian Feng could even see the glint of its sharp claws. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for a person to evade such an assault, but Qian Feng was no ordinary individual. His reflexes were several times faster than that of an average person. In the split second that the panther descended upon him, he propelled himself forward with explosive force, launching his body like a cannonball, landing squarely on an open patch of ground 5 meters away. He was momentarily astonished by the distance he had covered. During a physical test at school, his standing long jump had barely exceeded 3 meters. Yet, in such an unprepared state, he had managed to leap over 5 meters, leaving him nearly awestruck by his own agility. Not only was Qian Feng oblivious to his newfound prowess, but the descending panther also failed to grasp the swiftness of its prey. The previous day, it had employed the same tactic against a human who, paralyzed by fear, had stood motionless and succumbed to a fatal bite on the neck. As the panther landed and pivoted to launch another assault, Qian Feng was now ready. He hurled his stone axe towards the panther. The creature's reflexes were equally swift. It executed a remarkable mid-air maneuver, twisting its 2-meter-long body at a 90-degree angle, narrowly evading the axe that grazed its tail. Unexpectedly, its attack had not only failed, but had nearly resulted in its own demise at the hands of Qian Feng. Although it had escaped unscathed, this failure ignited a fierce rage within the panther. With a furious roar, the panther charged at Qian Feng, its voice resonating with palpable anger, and its obsidian-like eyes appeared even more menacing. After the roar, the panther launched yet another offensive. Remarkably fast. It closed the 3 to 4 meter gap in the blink of an eye, arriving before Qian Feng in an instant. He dared not underestimate it. He rolled to the side, just in time to avoid the panther's lethal claws. Before Qian Feng could rise, the panther had already changed direction and lunged at him again. He had not yet regained his footing and could only roll to the left in an attempt to evade. However, fueled by rage, the panther accelerated rapidly, seizing the back of Qian Feng's shirt with its razor-sharp claws. The claws pierced his skin, leaving 4 deep, crimson gashes on his back, from which blood began to flow profusely, quickly soaking through his clothing. Upon seeing the blood, the panther grew even more exhilarated, letting out another roar directed at Qian Feng before accelerating once more to launch itself at him. At this moment, Qian Feng could no longer afford to pay heed to his wounds. He was compelled to continue rolling on the ground to evade the onslaught of the Black Panther. Despite his efforts, his slow movements resulted in another scratch on his calf. Qian Feng's mind raced. He needed to devise a strategy, for otherwise, he would inevitably perish at the claws of this beast. However, his resources were scant. Only a stone axe and a solitary iron nail resided in his pocket. The Black Panther relentlessly attacked him, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate with the stone axe. Thus, he resorted to the iron nail to confront the creature. As he rolled on the ground, evading the panther's strikes, he retrieved the iron nail from his pocket, gripping it firmly as he had done the previous day against the python. Just then, the Black Panther lunged at him once more. This time, Qian Feng did not evade. In that fleeting moment, he thrust up both legs with force, his feet landing squarely on the panther's abdomen, halting its descent. The proximity of the panther's head to his own was alarmingly close, and with its bloodthirsty jaws poised to sink into Qian Feng's neck. He swung his fist with all his might, striking its head. The steel nail pierced through the left side of the panther-esque skull, emerging from its left eye and expelling the dark eyeball, mingled with crimson blood, which hung grotesquely beneath the eye socket. With a mournful howl, the panther recoiled, attempting to lower its head to bite Qian Feng. The foul, viscous secretion dripped from its razor-sharp teeth onto Qian Feng's face. Gritting his teeth against the stench, Qian Feng pressed his left hand against the panther's neck and, with a surge of strength, propelled the entire creature backward. Once the panther was sent sprawling, Qian Feng sprang to his feet, grasping the stone axe to shield himself, expecting the panther to launch another attack. He was surprised when it merely glanced at him before turning and fleeing into the jungle. Qian Feng considered intercepting the panther to prevent a future reprisal. But after weighing the odds, he chose to abandon the pursuit. Given his current strength, subduing the beast would be an arduous feat, one that would undoubtedly come at a steep cost. Inflicting 1,000 in losses while suffering 800 himself was clearly unwise. Moreover, the panther's speed was remarkable, rendering Qian Feng unable to follow. Though the Black Panther had escaped this time, he was not overly concerned, for he sensed that his body was still undergoing transformation. He was growing stronger with each passing day. Chapter 71. The wound has scabbed over. Upon realizing that the Black Panther had completely vanished, Qian Feng's tense body finally relaxed, only to be replaced by the excruciating pain emanating from his wound. He glanced at his injured calf, where 4 deep gashes faintly revealed the white of his bones beneath. However, he found it perplexing that, despite the profuse bleeding immediately following the attack, the wound had now ceased to bleed significantly. As he touched his back, he discovered that the blood there had already congealed. Goodness, could it be that Professor Li's gene serum facilitates rapid recovery from injuries? Qian Feng marveled, unable to contain his astonishment. With this incident, Qian Feng could no longer continue his exploration. After performing a rudimentary cleaning of his wound, he gathered his belongings and made his way back. By the time noon approached, he returned to the shelter where the women were preparing lunch. Zhang Xiaolan was making snake soup, while Han Fei and Lu Qin stood behind her, learning the craft. Li Qi was roasting snake meat, with Zhang Shui observing her closely. As they cooked, they occasionally cast glances into the jungle. Although they knew Qian Feng would not return until the afternoon, their eyes instinctively darted towards the thicket. At one moment, Zhang Xiaolan lifted her gaze to the edge of the forest and spotted a familiar figure emerging. Thinking she had misseen, she rubbed her eyes, only to confirm it was indeed Qian Feng. Xiao Feng. It's Xiao Feng returning. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan call out, the other women looked towards the jungle's edge. Xiao Feng. Qian Feng. It's really you, Qian Feng, back at last. The women set down their tasks and rushed towards him. Due to the distance, they had not noticed the injuries on Qian Feng's body, but as they drew closer, they beheld the tattered fabric on his calf and the shocking wound beneath. Xiao Feng, what happened to you? Zhang Xiaolan's eyes filled with tears upon seeing the injury on his leg. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Qian Feng replied dismissively. At that moment, the women gathered around him, and Han Fei noticed the long claw marks on his back, each extending over 10 centimeters. Her body froze in shock, and her eyes reddened. Wah, Qian Feng, what happened? How did you get such a wound? Wah, boss, are you going to be okay? You aren't going to die, are you? Lu Qin chimed in, nearly provoking laughter from Qian Feng. Are you wishing for my demise? Lu Qin? I'm merely nursing a small injury. How could I possibly die? Yes, you won't die. Phew. With the women's support, Qian Feng made his way back to the shelter and recounted the encounter with the Black Panther, leaving them in awe. Qian Feng had deliberated thoroughly before sharing this incident. Initially, he refrained from telling them, as he was uncertain of the creature's identity. An unknown being could easily incite panic. Now that they knew it was a Black Panther, their fear might be alleviated somewhat. Moreover, Qian Feng felt it necessary to inform them of the Black Panther, so they would remain vigilant and prepared to avoid harm should the creature seek retribution. After discussing the matter of the Black Panther with the women, Qian Feng made further arrangements for them. He instructed the women to always travel in pairs, whether they were collecting seawater for salt or fishing in the rocky area, and to carry the spears he had crafted for them. The women committed his advice to memory. Following their meal, they resumed the tasks of boiling seawater for salt and distilling water, while Qian Feng took the opportunity to rest in the shelter. Their lives had essentially settled into a routine. Daily, they could catch fish and shrimp in the rocky area, sufficiently meeting their basic needs and ensuring they would not go hungry. Additionally, the python Qian Feng had previously hunted provided a reserve of food. Whenever time permitted, he would take them to forage for wild vegetables or pick fruit nearby in the jungle. Thus, even in his injured state, they could maintain a fire for some time. Although conditions were somewhat harsh, it was commendable that they could live in such a manner under the circumstances. After the women prepared dinner in the afternoon, Qian Feng finished his meal and returned to the shelter for further rest, sleeping soundly until the following morning. During the night, Zhang Xiaolan and the others worried that Qian Feng's wound might become inflamed or infected, which could pose a life-threatening risk. Upon entering Qian Feng's room, Zhang Xiaolan was pleasantly surprised to find that his wound had begun to scab over, indicating signs of healing. However, she only shared this information with Li Qi, keeping it from the other three. After rebandaging Qian Feng's wound, she emerged to inform Han Fei and the others that his injury had not become infected, which greatly alleviated their worries. With that, they lost interest in conversation and retired to the shelter for the night. At dawn the next day, Qian Feng awoke early. After stretching and stepping outside the shelter, he felt remarkably light, with the pain from his wound having dissipated. Upon unwrapping the bandage that Zhang Xiaolan had applied the day prior, he was astonished to see that the wounds had indeed scabbed over. Qian Feng thought to himself that the gene serum truly enabled rapid recovery. However, to avoid being perceived as a monster by Han Fei and the others, he rebandaged the wounds. After addressing his personal needs by the seaside, he returned to find the women awake. Upon exiting the shelter, they each went to tend to their personal matters before reconvening to prepare breakfast. Soon, breakfast was ready, featuring fish soup, grilled fish, and roasted snake meat. They all sat down to enjoy their morning meal. After they finished eating, Qian Feng informed the women of his intention to visit the marketplace. Chapter 72. The reason for Chui Fan's departure upon hearing Qian Feng express his intention to visit the market to observe a few women. Zhang Xiaolan felt a twinge of concern for his well-being. Given the severity of his injuries sustained the previous day, she feared that he would not be able to withstand the strain of such an outing. Xiao Feng, it would be wise for you to rest at the shelter for a few days. We have enough provisions to last us for quite some time, so there is no need for haste, she advised, although she was aware that Qian Feng's wounds tended to heal more swiftly than those of ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, her apprehension for his condition lingered. Indeed, Xiao Feng, it would be best for you to take a few days to recuperate. If it becomes necessary, we can accompany you. It would provide some measure of assurance, Li Qi added with concern. The other women echoed her sentiment, expressing their willingness to accompany Qian Feng to the market. It's quite all right. My wounds are not an impediment. You can see that I am capable of running and jumping, so there is no need for concern. Qian Feng reassured them, leaping effortlessly onto the edge of the shelter's platform. Despite his bravado, the women remained unconvinced about allowing him to venture alone, ultimately compelling him to permit Han Fei to accompany him. Given the large number of women, their presence could attract unwanted attention from those with nefarious intentions at the market. Thus, he chose to bring Han Fei, who possessed some familiarity with the market's layout and location. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiaolan and the others, Qian Feng set off with Han Fei. Han Fei had heard about the market from others previously, and it was not too far from their current position, approximately 2 kilometers in a straight line. However, they needed to traverse through a dense jungle and scale a small hill. Therefore, Han Fei guided Qian Feng along the coastline to circumvent these obstacles. As they walked eastward along the coast, Han Fei informed Qian Feng that if they continued along this path, they would eventually reach a rocky area. By veering left for about 1 kilometer, they would arrive at the market, effectively circumventing the small hill. During their journey, Qian Feng inquired whether Zhang Xiaolan had encountered any of their classmates. After a moment of hesitation, she revealed that she had only seen Chui Fan. The mention of Chui Fan conjured an image in Qian Feng's mind, his classmate, of diminutive stature and slender build, with an exceptionally delicate appearance. Were he to wear long, flowing hair, one might easily mistake him for a girl. They often teased him about his feminine traits, joking that he ought to have been born a girl, to which he would respond with a smile, expressing his fondness for femininity. Chui Fan had a propensity for mingling with girls, rarely associating with Qian Feng and the other boys. It was only after the girls from their class extended an invitation that he decided to join their outing. Eager to learn more about Chui Fan, Qian Feng promptly asked Han Fei, "Where is he now? Is he with your previous group?" After a brief moment of silence, Han Fei spoke. "Indeed. When we chose our faction, Both Qian Feng and I aligned ourselves with Cui Hao. Initially, things were relatively fine, but as you are aware, Cui Hao eventually revealed his ambitions. Lu Qin, Zhang Shui, and I were compelled to leave his faction, although Cui Fan had departed earlier. Why did he leave before you? Qian Feng inquired, puzzled. It was because he was frequently bullied within the faction. The men there looked down upon him and referred to him as a fake woman. Han Fei replied with a hint of irony. Qian Feng chuckled, finding the name fitting for Cui Fan, but he pressed on. Was that the reason he left? No. It wasn't solely that she hesitated. It was because of a man. He followed that man. Followed a man? Qian Feng was even more baffled. Yes, he followed a man who was quite tall and robust. Why did he choose to follow that man? It's because... Han Fei's cheeks flushed, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Come on, what was the reason? Qian Feng observed her stammering with exasperation, eager to understand why Cui Fan had departed with that man. Oh well, it's because they became involved with each other, and he could no longer remain in the faction. Han Fei finally mustered the courage to say, her face reddening as she hastily walked away. They became involved? Qian Feng's eyes widened in realization, grasping the implications of Han Fei's words and understanding her earlier hesitation. This revelation left him feeling awkward, unsure of how to continue the conversation, and he merely followed closely behind her. After approximately half an hour of walking, they arrived at a rocky area. If we head left from here and continue for about 2 kilometers, we will arrive, Han Fei said, standing beside a rock and breathing heavily. Those who have traversed the beach know that walking on sand is particularly exhausting, and with Qian Feng's swift pace, Han Fei, determined not to appear weak, pushed herself to maintain a brisk speed despite her fatigue. As Qian Feng nodded and prepared to continue left, he turned to see Han Fei's face drenched in sweat. Realizing the disparity in their stamina, he suggested they rest by the rocks. Upon hearing this, Han Fei plopped down on a rock, while Qian Feng ventured deeper into the rocky area, spear in hand, intending to catch some fish to trade for more goods at the market. Just a few steps in, Qian Feng discovered that the resources in this area far surpassed those on his side. The fish were significantly larger and more varied, with an abundance of sea urchins, abalone, and large conchs. Just as Qian Feng was about to spear a tiger pufferfish with his lance, Han Fei suddenly called out to him, Qian Feng, do not catch fish here. Chapter 73. Arrival at the market due to the cacophony of waves crashing against the rocky shore. Han Fei had to call out to Qian Feng several times before he finally heard her voice. By then, however, he had already speared a half-meter-long East-Star snapper and was lifting it out of the water. Han Fei, the fish here are enormous and exceptionally easy to catch. By the way, why didn't you let me catch fish earlier? Han Fei, aghast at the sight of the East-Star snapper in Qian Feng's hands, hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, Quick, drop it. This is Big Bear's territory. He does not permit anyone to forage for food here. If he sees you, the consequences could be dire. Really? This isn't even his home. Why is he so domineering? Besides, how serious could it possibly get? Qian Feng dismissed Han Fei's concerns. Nevertheless, after much persuasion from her, he reluctantly discarded the East-Star snapper back into the sea, though he felt a pang of regret. He recognized that they were currently outmatched and not a match for Big Bear. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Qian Feng chose to relent. If it were just him, he would not fear someone like Big Bear, even though he was a robust fitness instructor. Qian Feng regarded him with indifference, considering himself a superhuman in his own right. However, he understood the necessity of compromise. Should a conflict arise, the safety of Zhang Xiaolan and the others could be jeopardized, and he could not remain at their side constantly. Seeing that Qian Feng had finally been persuaded to throw the East-Star snapper back into the water, Han Fei's expression softened slightly. After taking a moment to rest, the two continued on their journey. Approximately half an hour later, Qian Feng noticed movement in the distance. As they drew closer, the scene became clearer. Before them lay a grove of coconut trees, comprising around 60 to 70 towering palms, some adorned with unripe coconuts, indicating that someone had mastered the art of harvesting them. At the edge of the grove, about 30 individuals were gathered. Some squatted, others stood, while a few sat on the beach, all vendors displaying their wares. Their backs were turned to Qian Feng, obscuring the view of their merchandise. A portion of the crowd stood facing the vendors, each person carrying various dried fish and meats from unidentifiable creatures, while others held fresh fish. This was Qian Feng's first encounter with so many people on the island, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that this realm was unlike the outside world. Here, there were no laws or rules, only the supremacy of the strong. The weak were preyed upon, and a display of vulnerability could invite bullying. Thus, he removed the bandages from his legs and clothing, revealing his scabbed wounds, clad in his tattered attire. The gruesome injuries lent him an air of ferocity. In truth, Qian Feng and his companions still possessed a few new garments. Previously, he had discovered a suitcase filled with clothing. Aside from the attire he initially wore with Zhang Xiaolan and the outfits later allocated to Han Fei, Lu Qin, and Zhang Shui, 4 sets of clothing remained within the suitcase. Originally, they had intended for Qian Feng to don a new outfit. However, he declined, asserting that appearing ragged might evoke sympathy from others, which would ultimately lead to unfavorable negotiations. It now appeared that Qian Feng's intent was not merely to feign poverty, but rather to cultivate an aura of menace. As Han Fei observed the scabs adorning Qian Feng's wounds, she marveled silently, though she paid little heed to this detail, for they had already ventured into the marketplace. Given Han Fei's inherent beauty, coupled with her recent nourishment and warmth, her health had markedly improved, enhancing her allure and grace. In comparison to the other women on the island, she stood out remarkably. Thus, upon her entrance into the market, the gazes of the men were irresistibly drawn to her, some fueled by less than virtuous intentions, their eyes greedily roving over her figure. Startled, Han Fei instinctively retreated behind Qian Feng, clasping his arm tightly, an act that left him momentarily flustered. Fortunately, Qian Feng had revealed his injuries beforehand, which lent him an air of ferocity, causing the avaricious gazes to wane somewhat. After all, it was evident that the marks upon him were from a formidable beast, and the notion that he had escaped such a creature suggested he was anything but ordinary. Once those prying eyes had diminished in intensity, the pair finally felt secure enough to survey the marketplace. The market was modest in size, comprising merely 10 stalls, easily visible in their entirety. The first vendor they encountered was a burly man adorned with a thick beard, squatting on the ground. Before him lay a large banana leaf, upon which rested 2 items, a glass cup and a lighter. Upon noticing Qian Feng's approach, he eagerly beckoned him closer. "Brother, are you in need of a lighter? There is still a bit of gas left inside. You can exchange it for those 3 smoked fish you have." Chapter 74. The wager. Upon hearing the call of the man with the bushy beard, Qian Feng halted in his tracks, then crouched down to examine his lighter. With a click, a faint flame flickered to life. Hey, what are you doing? Put that out," exclaimed the man as he snatched the lighter from Qian Feng's grasp. The man's actions provoked a frown from Qian Feng, who was bewildered by the sudden seizure of the lighter, which the man then treated with undue reverence. Wiping it on his clothing, "Why did you take it from me? Do you even comprehend how precious this lighter is? There's only a limited amount of fuel inside. Each use depletes it. I've adjusted the flame to its lowest setting precisely to extend its life. And yet you just took it and ignited it without a second thought." The man appeared quite incensed, yet the visible wounds on Qian Feng's body instilled a sense of restraint in him, preventing him from uttering anything too outrageous. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Qian Feng acknowledged that he had indeed acted somewhat recklessly. It was clear that the lighter was a coveted item in this desolate environment, and he now understood the reason for the man's heated reaction to such a trivial act. Though Qian Feng considered offering an apology, he soon dismissed the idea, recognizing that it would only be perceived as a sign of weakness, rendering him an easy target in this unfamiliar setting. Thus, he merely chuckled dismissively. Is it really necessary to treat a mere lighter with such reverence? The man with the bushy beard bristled at Qian Feng's words. A mere lighter? Do you not grasp its significance? On this deserted island, without a lighter, how will you ignite a fire? How will you survive without a source of flame? Enough of this. It's up to you to figure it out. You can either exchange 3 of your smoked fish for it, or offer a single smoked fish as compensation. The man's irritation was palpable, prompted by Qian Feng's disdain for his lighter. His tone grew more assertive, and he began to entertain the notion of extracting some benefit from Qian Feng. This presented him with an opportunity to gauge Qian Feng's resolve. If Qian Feng was cowed into submission, it would be advantageous. Should Qian Feng agree to the exchange of 3 fish, it would be optimal, yet even if he refused, a single fish as compensation would still yield a profit. If Qian Feng remained unyielding, the man could later feign weakness, confident that Qian Feng would not push him too hard, given that it was Qian Feng who had erred. While the man's intentions remained somewhat opaque to Qian Feng, he understood one thing. He could not afford to appear weak. You must be mad to think I would part with 3 of my smoked fish for a worthless lighter. And you want me to compensate you with another fish for merely lighting it once? You are truly audacious. Qian Feng retorted angrily. The man with the bushy beard did not anticipate such a robust response from Qian Feng, prompting him to soften his tone slightly. Yet he still sought to profit from the encounter. He chuckled. No need for a lighter. Do you have a method of kindling fire through friction? Indeed. That is precisely how I intend to ignite it, Qian Feng replied with a serious demeanor. What? You mean to say you can ignite a fire using the friction method? The bearded man burst into laughter, his voice booming as if deliberately meant for those nearby to hear. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter at Qian Feng's claim, regarding him with expressions akin to that of a fool. Unfazed by their mockery, Qian Feng understood that for an ordinary person, starting a fire through friction was indeed a formidable challenge. He had attempted it himself upon awakening on the island, failing numerous times. However, the circumstances had transformed. He was no longer an ordinary individual, and the flames they now employed were ignited through his very own friction technique. What's the matter? Do you not believe me? He inquired. I do not, the man retorted. How about a wager? If I succeed in igniting a fire through friction, what then? Qian Feng provocatively locked eyes with the man. What are the stakes? The man pondered briefly before responding. If you truly manage to ignite a fire using that method, I shall grant you anything from my possessions free of charge. Anything from your possessions? Qian Feng echoed. Indeed, you may choose any single item of mine. Although the bearded man harbored doubts regarding Qian Feng's ability to ignite a fire successfully, he maintained a semblance of composure. After all, should fortune favor Qian Feng, he would not suffer significant loss. He then added, but what if you fail to ignite it? If I fail, then I shall give you all the smoked fish I possess, Qian Feng declared. Very well, you have my word, but we must not backtrack. The man insisted eagerly. No backtracking. With so many witnesses present, how could I possibly go back on my word? Qian Feng replied. All right, let us commence. I am eager to witness your method of igniting fire through friction. Chapter 75. The cheer of the crowd before the two could finish their conversation. A well-meaning individual approached with 2 wooden sticks. Qian Feng glanced at the tall, slender figure and offered a smile and a nod in gratitude. He placed a larger piece of wood flat upon a stone slab, then found a smaller stone to carve a groove in the center. Subsequently, he instructed Han Fei to gather some dry leaves and coconut shells from the surroundings. Qian Feng meticulously peeled away strips from the outer layer of the coconut shells and continuously rubbed them in his palms until they transformed into a fluffy mass. He then placed this fluff beneath the larger wooden stick and took the smaller stick to rotate it within the groove of the larger one, his hands working diligently. As Qian Feng's hand spun the stick, wisps of blue smoke gradually emerged from the groove, and the onlookers detected a faint scent of charred material wafting through the air. At that moment, the bearded man's face displayed a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that mere rotations of the wood would produce smoke. It felt as if an invisible thread had drawn his heart to his throat. The expressions of the surrounding crowd varied widely. Some were skeptical, while others were filled with anticipation. Han Fei, witnessing the smoke rising from the wooden stick, exclaimed in excitement, It's smoking! It's smoking! However, perhaps due to her proximity, her shout sent a gust of wind that dispersed the blue smoke. Oh, I'm so sorry, Qian Feng, she apologized, realizing her mistake and feeling a wave of guilt wash over her as she repeatedly expressed her remorse. The bearded man, observing the smoke dissipate, felt his anxiety ease slightly, and a more relaxed expression crossed his face. Ha, little sister, there's no need to apologize. That was merely a wisp of smoke. We are far from igniting a spark. Even if you hadn't blown it away, he wouldn't have been able to kindle a fire. Impossible. Qian Feng will definitely manage to start a fire. Just wait and see. Han Fei pouted, her cheeks puffed in defiance. Well then, I shall remain here, eagerly awaiting to see when your young friend will manage to ignite a fire. The tension in the bearded man's face visibly relaxed, a smile creeping onto his lips, mistakenly believing Qian Feng to be Han Fei's boyfriend. Upon hearing him refer to Qian Feng as her boyfriend, Han Fei's face flushed crimson. She was at a loss for words and could only shyly glance at Qian Feng. Noticing his lack of reaction, she felt somewhat reassured when he waved his hand at the wooden stick on the stone, saying, "It's fine. The smoke dissipating doesn't matter. Just watch me drill a bit more and it'll come out." Han Fei felt a slight alleviation of her guilt upon hearing Qian Feng's words. Yet inexplicably, a faint sense of disappointment washed over her. Qian Feng adjusted his position several times and continued to rotate the small stick. Before long, wisps of blue smoke began to reappear. Seeing this, Han Fei quickly covered her mouth, fearful that she might accidentally disperse the smoke once more. As the smoke reemerged, Qian Feng quickened his pace, and gradually, the wisps transformed into thick plumes of smoke, the scent of charred material intensifying in the air. Approximately 3 to 5 minutes later, sporadic sparks began to flicker from the groove of the large wooden stick resting on the slate. Upon witnessing the emergence of these sparks, Han Fei was so tense that she could scarcely breathe, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth, suppressing any sound. The onlookers around her were equally apprehensive, their breaths held in anticipation, their eyes brimming with excitement. The most amusing sight was the bearded man, who seemed to have forgotten about his wager with Qian Feng. With his fists clenched and his body trembling slightly from exertion, he appeared to be both anxious and simultaneously cheering for Qian Feng. As the sparks within the groove multiplied, Qian Feng deemed it time to cease his spinning motion. He set the small stick aside and gently poured the black powder, now aglow with sparks, into the fluffy material crafted from coconut shells. He then enveloped the black powder with this soft substance and carefully blew into it. Gradually, a thick plume of black smoke began to rise, intensifying with each breath he took. Suddenly, a spark ignited, followed swiftly by the flames consuming the coconut shells. Qian Feng placed the shells on the ground and added some dry twigs. In a short while, the small flame burgeoned into a substantial blaze. As the fire blazed to life, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, followed by jubilant cheers. "Wow, it really caught fire. I can't believe he succeeded. The art of fire by friction is genuine." Han Fei finally removed her hand from her mouth, exclaiming in delight, and even embraced Qian Feng, planting a kiss on his cheek. Qian Feng stiffened momentarily, his hand instinctively brushing the spot where Han Fei had kissed him, savoring the softness of the moment. Turning to face her, he found Han Fei gazing back at him, and the two erupted into laughter to mask their shared embarrassment. "Goodness, my friend, you truly conjured fire." The bearded man, now exhilarated, rushed to Qian Feng's side to marvel at the flames, his face alight with excitement, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing wager. It was no wonder he was so animated. Since his arrival on this desolate island, he had never witnessed anyone successfully create fire by friction, nor had he even heard of such a feat. "So, does this wager count as my victory?" Qian Feng inquired, looking at the bearded man. Chapter 76. I want neither. The bearded man, still reeling from shock, was jolted back to reality by Qian Feng's words. However, he was a man of principle and readily conceded defeat. "A wager must be honored. Since you have successfully created fire by friction, you are the victor. I have nothing further to say. Do you wish for the lighter or this glass cup?" the bearded man inquired, holding the lighter in his right hand and the glass cup in his left. With a smile, Qian Feng replied, "I desire neither of these." "Neither? Then what is it that you seek?" "These are the only 2 items I possess," the bearded man said, his brow furrowed in confusion. "I want the dagger at your waist." Qian Feng pointed to the weapon strapped to the man's side. Upon first laying eyes on the bearded man, Qian Feng had noticed the military-grade dagger, its blade sharp on one side and serrated on the other, ideal for both cutting and sawing, an invaluable tool on a deserted island. The bearded man was momentarily taken aback by Qian Feng's request for the dagger. It was not originally his, having been acquired in exchange for a pound of rabbit meat at the market. Since it was a trade, the dagger held significant utility for him, and he was reluctant to part with it. This dagger is not an option. You must choose one from these two items, he insisted, extending both objects toward Qian Feng. Not an option? You just promised that I could have any item you possess. Qian Feng responded with a knowing smile. The bearded man, recalling the earlier exchange, hesitated. What I meant was that you could select one from these two items, he stammered, revealing a hint of guilt. Ah, do you intend to renege? Everyone here heard clearly that I stated I could take anything you possess, while you insisted it could only be one item. At this point, the bearded man recognized that Qian Feng had indeed set his sights on the dagger, and it was his own overconfidence that had led him into this predicament. Very well, a man must keep his word. If I said it, then I shall honor it. I will give you this dagger. With that, the bearded man unfastened the dagger from his waist and handed it to Qian Feng. Qian Feng gratefully accepted the dagger, glancing at it briefly before securing it in its sheath and fastening it to his own waist. Observing Qian Feng's adept handling of the weapon, the bearded man felt a mix of reluctance and resignation. After all, he had lost and must abide by the terms of the wager, not one to take advantage of others. Qian Feng could see that the bearded man was, in fact, a person of his word and upheld certain principles. Moreover, he had no desire to foster animosity between them, so he decided to offer him the dried fish. My friend, you are a straightforward man, and I cannot be petty. Since you did not intend to part with this dagger, consider it an unexpected gift. Qian Feng gazed at the man with a smile. The man with the scruffy beard did not respond to Qian Feng's words. Instead, he looked at him with a hint of resentment, feeling somewhat ashamed of Qian Feng's cunning tactics. Noticing the man's expression, Qian Feng's lips curled slightly, aware of the man's irritation. He then addressed the bearded man. Since it is a matter of winning someone's affection, I must express my heartfelt intentions to mend your wounded spirit. How about this? I shall offer you 3 of my smoked fish as a token of compensation. Although Qian Feng believed that the lighter he possessed was not worth 3 smoked fish, indeed, he felt it was hardly worth even 1. He still deemed the exchange for the dagger to be exceedingly worthwhile. What? You're offering me those 3 smoked fish? The bearded man, taken aback, questioned Qian Feng to confirm the authenticity of his words. Upon receiving Qian Feng's affirmation, he eagerly nodded in agreement. Thus, Qian Feng completed his first transaction of the market, feeling immensely satisfied with the dagger he acquired. Had he not been in the market, he would have taken it out to admire it thoroughly. However, he refrained from doing so in public, fearing it might lead others to underestimate him, thinking him lacking in discernment. After concluding the deal with the bearded man, Qian Feng continued to browse the various stalls. At the second stall, he encountered a tattered fishing net. Squatting down to inspect it, he discovered several patches where holes had been mended. It was evident that the net had been salvaged from ocean debris. While it remained functional, Qian Feng found it of no use to him, as their woven fish baskets were already sufficient for their fishing needs. Together with Han Fei, he meandered through the market, seeking out items of potential interest. Suddenly, Han Fei halted in front of a short, stout man. Chapter 77. So Qian Feng halted behind Han Fei, observing the rotund man before them, whose stall was laden with various detergents and soaps. Han Fei picked up an unopened bar of soap, a national brand known as Shifujiya. Although this particular soap was seldom favored by women, who typically preferred fragrant varieties, on this desolate island, soap was indeed a coveted treasure among the female inhabitants. How much for this? Han Fei inquired, maintaining her customary demeanor as if shopping in a market outside. The stout man glanced at Han Fei and recognized her evident fondness for the soap. With a sly grin, his chubby features contorting, his small eyes narrowed into mere slits. Ah, little lady, you have quite an eye. This bar of soap is rather exceptional. It is, in fact, the only one of its kind on our island. Acquiring it was no easy feat. As he spoke, the stout man occasionally glanced at Qian Feng, discerning that the two were companions, likely in a romantic relationship. He sensed that Qian Feng possessed some knowledge and capabilities, yet he believed the girl to be rather naive, unaware of the soap's significance in such an environment. Noticing Qian Feng's lack of response, he continued his conversation with Han Fei. You know, many women have attempted to barter with me for this soap, but I have turned them all down. Do you know why? The stout man skillfully stirred Han Fei's curiosity, leading her to follow his conversational rhythm. Why? Han Fei inquired. Intrigued, With a slight smile, the stout man replied, "Haha, it's simply because they lack your beauty. It would be a waste to give it to them." Flattered by his compliment, Han Fei felt her cheeks flush, casting a shy glance at Qian Feng. Perceiving the stout man's intentions, Qian Feng interjected, "Haha, beauty is but one aspect, I presume." The stout man chuckled awkwardly at Qian Feng's remark. "Indeed, young brother, you are correct. However, those are merely secondary reasons. Besides their lack of beauty, they offered too little in exchange. Their proposals were far beneath the value of this soap, with most willing to part with only 2 fish. And how much do you value this soap?" Han Fei could not restrain her curiosity. Qian Feng smiled subtly, thinking to himself, "Finally, the price is being revealed." After such a lengthy preamble, it seems he aims to inflate the cost, treating oneself as a fool to be taken advantage of. At that moment, the stout man adopted a feigned expression of difficulty, addressing Han Fei. "Little lady, you know the importance of soap in such a place. Initially, I would require 6 fish for this bar, but seeing your beauty, I shall part with it for just 5. With that, he wiggled 5 fingers before her. 5 fish. That's quite expensive." Han Fei gasped, startled by the stout man's offer, as she had anticipated a price of no more than 3 fish. Noticing her shocked reaction, the stout man quickly sought to reassure her. The young girl, with 5 fish at a modest price, was reminded by the stout man that fish could always be caught again, but the soap was a singular treasure. If someone else were to purchase it, no amount of fish could replace it. His words, though blunt, resonated with Han Fei, and she turned her hopeful gaze towards Qian Feng, wishing he would agree to exchange for the precious soap. After all, the fish had been caught using Qian Feng's bamboo trap, and the decision rested in his hands. Qian Feng could certainly discern Han Fei's strong desire for the soap. However, he was reluctant to be taken advantage of by the stout man. To him, 3 fish seemed more than sufficient for the trade. He pretended to rummage through his backpack, planning to later claim that their supply of fish had dwindled, thereby negotiating a lower price. He exaggeratedly announced to Han Fei, "We don't have enough fish left. I believe only 3 remain." As he spoke, he sifted through his bag, but just as he placed it on the ground to search, the stout man leaned in, curious. Suddenly, he spotted a piece of snake meat peeking out from Qian Feng's backpack, and his excitement surged, his eyes nearly popping out. Since arriving on the island, he had consumed nothing but fish. Those who live by the sea knew that while seafood could be enjoyable occasionally, subsisting on fish 3 meals a day quickly wore one down, leaving them lethargic and reeking of the ocean scent. The island, in fact, was home to various mammals, sheep, rabbits, wild boars, and more. He had even encountered a herd of wild boars, numbering around 40 or 50, but like most, he dared not venture into the jungle. Moreover, even if he could enter, capturing those creatures would be another challenge altogether. Consequently, many, including the stout man, had not tasted meat in quite some time, and the sight of the snake meat in Qian Feng's bag was enough to make his eyes widen with desire. The stout man's girth was a testament to his love for food. He had tasted many delicacies and was always eager to try new things. Having relished snake meat back in his home country, he immediately recognized the morsel in Qian Feng's possession. "Little brother, whether you have enough fish is inconsequential. You could trade for the snake meat," the stout man exclaimed, his face alight with hope. Before Qian Feng could respond, the crowd, which had just dispersed, suddenly surged back around them, startling both him and Han Fei. Chapter 78. The meat is salty as the crowd gathered around. Their mouths expressed continuous exclamations of astonishment. "What? Snake meat? Where? Where is the snake meat?" They surrounded Qian Feng and his companions, gazing at the piece of snake meat peeking out from Qian Feng's bag as though it were a precious treasure, their lips pursing in anticipation. Noticing their fervor, Qian Feng tightened the straps of his backpack and placed his hand on the dagger at his waist, while Han Fei leaned closely against him. Neither Qian Feng nor Han Fei anticipated that the python meat they had intended for their lunch would be so highly coveted. They had assumed that only fish would be suitable for trade at this market. Observing Qian Feng's silence and the way he adjusted his bag, the stout man mistakenly believed that Qian Feng was reluctant to exchange the snake meat for the bar of soap. He hurriedly addressed Qian Feng, "Little brother, how about this? If you give me a piece of snake meat, I shall part with this bar of soap for you." At that moment, Qian Feng's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not expected the stout man to offer the soap in exchange for merely one piece of his snake meat. As Qian Feng contemplated this, the stout man, seeing his silence, assumed Qian Feng was still hesitant and turned to Han Fei, saying, "If you find it unsatisfactory, I can offer you 2 bars of soap in exchange for 1 piece of snake meat. You must know that these 2 bars will last you a considerable time." When Qian Feng saw the stout man retrieving another bar of soap from his back pocket, he felt a surge of indignation. Earlier, the man had claimed that the first bar was the only one on the island, yet now he produced another from his pocket. One could only wonder how many bars he had in total. Despite his anger, Qian Feng refrained from exposing the man's deceit, while Han Fei could no longer contain her frustration and confronted him. Did you not just say that was the only bar of soap on this island? You spoke of others seeking to trade with you, yet you refused, claiming they were not attractive enough. It seems your words were nothing but lies. It was evident that Han Fei was quite upset. She had placed her trust in the stout man's words, only to realize they were fabrications, which reflected her innocence, pure as a blank canvas, untouched by the stains of deceit. Watching Han Fei pout as she criticized the stout man, Qian Feng found it difficult to suppress a smile at the man's awkward attempts to explain himself, claiming he simply wished to acquire more food. Odait, Han Fei, et Chukev. Since the gentleman has expressed a desire to trade for more food without any ill intent, let us forgive him. After all, none of us have it easy here. Once he had comforted Han Fei, Qian Feng turned his attention back to the stout man. Since you propose to exchange 2 bars of soap for a piece of snake meat, I shall not hold it against you. We all live on this island, and there is no need for petty disputes. 2 bars of soap it is. With that, he opened his backpack, retrieved a piece of snake meat, cut to approximately 5 pounds and salted, and handed it to the stout man. The snake meat was fully cooked, as it had originally been intended as lunch for both Qian Feng and Han Fei. After handing the snake meat to the stout man, he casually retrieved the 2 bars of soap and placed them into his backpack. The stout man, taken aback by Qian Feng's prompt agreement, eagerly accepted the piece of snake meat. At that moment, the onlookers widened their eyes, craning their necks to catch a whiff of the enticing aroma. The stout man held the python meat to his nose, inhaling deeply before tearing off a small piece to savor slowly. Ah, how fragrant! It has been ages since I tasted such delectable meat. If I could indulge in this snake meat daily, I would gladly remain on this island forever, he mused. Observing the stout man's sheer delight, Qian Feng felt a wave of introspection. Many lamented their discontent in life, be it in work, family, or society. Yet, when individuals find themselves distanced from the comforts of civilization, what was once taken for granted transforms into a luxury. This snake meat. And those 2 bars of soap were prime examples of that. After stowing the soap in his backpack, Qian Feng prepared to depart with Han Fei, only to be halted once more by the stout man's voice. Wait, this is all salted. Qian Feng paused, turning to face the man, who looked at him with palpable excitement. Indeed, it is salted. What of it? Aren't you using seawater for that? No, if this were soaked in seawater, it would be bitter. So you use salt? You know how to make salt? Precisely, it is cured with salt, and we produce our own. At that moment, the stout man's enthusiasm was unmistakable. Unbeknownst to Qian Feng, the process of salt making, which he deemed straightforward, was not widely practiced among their people. Only a select few could produce edible salt, and even they yielded only a meager supply, reserved for the higher echelons of their society. Ordinary folks like them were left with coarse, often bitter salt. With Qian Feng's confirmation, the stout man's exhilaration grew. Do you have any salt left? I would like to trade for some. Indeed, Qian Feng possessed a bottle of table salt, having never anticipated someone would seek it. He had merely packed it out of surplus. Since the stout man expressed interest, he was more than willing to oblige. All right, how would you like trade? As he spoke, Qian Feng produced a full bottle of sea salt, meticulously filtered to remove impurities, revealing crystalline grains that sparkled with cleanliness. Chapter 79. A fortunate find. Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, the short, stout man produced a can of luncheon meat from his pocket. It was a neatly packaged rectangular aluminum tin, the lid securely sealed. As he revealed the can, Qian Feng distinctly felt Han Fei's grip on his arm tighten. Turning to her, he noticed her eyes filled with anticipation, clearly yearning for the treat. In truth, it was not only Han Fei who felt this longing. Qian Feng, too, found himself involuntarily swallowing as he beheld the can. Meanwhile, the stout man was wholly focused on the sea salt that Qian Feng held, oblivious to the exchange between the two. How about we trade with this? Qian Feng, somewhat taken aback. Wonder how the stout man still possessed a can of luncheon meat when both Shui, Hao, and Xiong had already collected them. How do you still have a can of luncheon meat? He feigned surprise. The stout man merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. That's not your concern. What do you think about this trade? While your can of luncheon meat is indeed fine, the sea salt I possess is equally remarkable. We have expended considerable effort to procure it in such pristine condition, and our yield is limited. It took quite some time to amass this amount. Qian Feng felt he had adapted to the art of bargaining at the market, adhering to a singular principle, to boast about the rarity and desirability of one's goods. The stout man recognized that he was at a disadvantage in this transaction, having inadvertently revealed his strong desire for the coveted sea salt. Nonetheless, accepting his predicament, he resolved to enhance his bargaining position. With this thought, he retrieved a nail clipper from behind him. I will add this to the deal. This is my utmost sincerity. If you still find it unsatisfactory, I shall have to concede. Make no mistake, your sea salt is indeed of exceptional quality, but I am not utterly reliant on it. We do have some coarse salt available. Upon sighting the nail clipper, Qian Feng's heart agreed with the proposal, for they truly needed one at that moment. If their nails grew long, both he and Wu Nu would have to resort to grinding them down on the rocks. Should Zhang Xiaolan and the others learn that he had not only bartered for soap, but also secured a nail clipper, they would surely be overjoyed. Very well then, let's adhere to the principle of mutual assistance among our compatriots on this island. As you proposed, I shall trade you a can of luncheon meat and a nail clipper for this bottle of exquisite sea salt. Upon hearing Qian Feng's agreement, the stout man cheerfully handed over the can of luncheon meat and the nail clipper. In turn, Qian Feng presented the bottle of sea salt to the stout man. After completing the exchange, Qian Feng realized that his supplies were now dwindling, and after glancing at other stalls without finding anything of particular interest, the two decided to return early. Having traded away their lunch, they would risk going hungry if they did not return soon. The two individuals retraced their steps along the path they had come, engaging in light-hearted banter. Neither Qian Feng nor Han Fei anticipated such bountiful rewards on this day. Qian Feng had deemed it exceedingly fortunate to acquire a dagger, yet to their surprise, they also obtained 2 bars of soap and a nail clipper. Qian Feng was astonished at the value of the snake meat. Had he known, he would have certainly brought more along. Throughout their journey, Han Fei, usually reserved, was animatedly conversing with Qian Feng, her joy evident. I was unaware that snake meat held such worth. However, it is a rare find, and we must reserve some for our own consumption, rather than exchanging it all. As Qian Feng spoke, he took out the dagger he had exchanged with the bearded man, which he had hesitated to inspect earlier due to the crowd. Now, holding the dagger in hand, he examined it closely. To his astonishment, he discovered a screw on the back that could be opened. Upon doing so, he found a magnesium rod inside. Goodness, this is a remarkable item. With this, we won't even need a lighter, he exclaimed. Han Fei, noticing Qian Feng's fascination with the dagger, inquired, "What is this? Can spark a flame?" "Indeed, this is a flint. By scraping the dagger against the magnesium rod, sparks will ignite, allowing us to light dry grass," he explained. "Oh, then we truly struck gold this time." Han Fei beamed at Qian Feng. "Exactly. The bearded man might have been unaware of this dagger's functionality. We've certainly found a hidden treasure." As they continued their jovial conversation, they arrived at the rocky area they had previously traversed. Qian Feng peered in and noticed the grouper he had speared earlier still lay there. After contemplating, he rushed back to the rocky area and hoisted the grouper onto his back. "Qian Feng, why have you brought that fish with you again?" Han Fei asked, astonished. "I figured since we caught it, we might as well take it back. After all, we're heading home, and no one is watching." However, before Qian Feng could finish, a voice called out from behind them, "Put down the fish. Who permitted you to catch fish here?" Chapter 80. 2 cowards upon hearing a noise. Qian Feng turned to investigate, revealing 2 tall, slender men. One had long hair cascading down to his shoulders, exuding an artistic aura, while the other sported a closely cropped haircut, seemingly fresh from a razor's edge, with a small wound on his forehead, likely a consequence of a careless barbering. Each man wielded a wooden stick over a meter long, pointing menacingly at Qian Feng. "This is it. We're finished. They're subordinates of Big Bear. What should we do?" Qian Feng? Han Fei, trembling in fear upon seeing the newcomers, instinctively leaned closer to Qian Feng. Although she had never encountered Big Bear or his lackeys, she had heard tales of their brutality. There was a story about a subordinate of Chui Hao who had ventured onto Big Bear's territory to pluck a coconut and ended up battered and bruised, with 2 broken ribs before being returned, only to starve to death later when Chui Hao deemed him useless. Qian Feng gently patted Han Fei's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Don't worry. There's nothing to fear. I'm here." He positioned Han Fei protectively behind him and took a step forward. "What does this mean? Is fishing prohibited here? Who made that rule? Hey, you must be new to this place if you don't know fishing is off limits. I'll tell you who made the rule. It's our boss, Big Bear," the long-haired man declared, gesturing dismissively with his thumb, a smug expression on his face. "Big Bear? I know not of this Big Bear, nor am I aware of any fishing prohibition. However, I've already caught some fish, so what do you intend to do? If necessary, I can relinquish the fish to you," Qian Feng replied, aiming to avoid conflict. Though Qian Feng wished to defuse the situation, the 2 men had other intentions. The short-haired one, wearing an arrogant grin, stepped closer and pointed at Han Fei. "You think leaving the fish is enough? No, you must leave her behind as well." The short-haired man mistook Qian Feng's willingness to part with the fish for weakness, unaware that Qian Feng could easily handle 10 of him. Not only had Qian Feng undergone genetic enhancement, but he was also in peak physical condition, having enjoyed ample food and rest. In stark contrast, the 2 men appeared gaunt, their malnourished frames betraying their long-term deprivation. If their sticks were any heavier, they might struggle to wield them. Despite their bravado, even Han Fei would find it challenging to contend with Qian Feng. Realizing their audacity in making demands, Qian Feng decided to no longer indulge them. He swiftly slapped the short-haired man's hand away from Han Fei. "Quit pointing at her. With your kind, you think you could demand her presence? If this place had no water, you might as well urinate on your own reflection." With that, Qian Feng grasped the half-meter-long fish in one hand and seized Han Fei's wrist with the other, striding forward without a backward glance. With a defiant demeanor, the young man seemed quite resolute. I was curious to see whether it was his bravado or the strength of the weapons in our hands that would prevail. The duo, with their varying hairstyles, were taken aback by Qian Feng's blatant disregard for them. They brandished their clubs and charged at him, aiming for his head. But who was Qian Feng? He had now ascended to the status of a super soldier, a man capable of defeating even the Black Panther. He regarded these 2 with utter disdain. Before the clubs could descend, Qian Feng sensed their approach. With 2 swift kicks, he sent them crashing backward, incapacitating them in mere moments. "With your meager skills, you dare to lay a hand on me? It seems your hunger has scrambled your brains. Consider this a warning. If you dare to pursue me again, I shall not hesitate to feed you to the sharks in the sea," he declared, taking Han Fei's hand and striding away. The pair, initially eager to retaliate against Qian Feng, faltered at the mention of being fed to the sharks. They lay still on the ground, knowing all too well the dangers lurking in the nearby waters, where several unfortunate souls had met their demise at the jaws of sharks during a prior incident. After a brief moment, the duo finally rose from the ground once they saw that Qian Feng and Han Fei had moved on. They exchanged some hollow threats before departing, an all-too-common trait among their kind, where words of bravado are only uttered when the target is out of sight, a futile attempt to salvage their pride. Unbeknownst to Qian Feng and Han Fei, the 2 behind them were muttering their empty threats as they continued their conversation while making their way back. "Qian Feng, what if they seek revenge for what you did to them?" Han Fei inquired with a concerned expression. "Fear not. When soldiers come, we shall counter them. When water rises, we shall build a dam. With their inadequate skills, if one comes, I shall confront him. If 2 come, I shall take them both on. As long as I am here, you shall not be bullied." Qian Feng reassured her, his words resonating deeply with Han Fei. Although they were classmates and shared a strong bond, their understanding of one another had not been profoundly deep until their fateful encounter on the deserted island. where she discovered Qian Feng's remarkable capabilities and sense of responsibility. But what if the Xiong arrives with his men? Han Fei, though touched, remained pragmatic. Then we shall fight. If it becomes too dire, we can retreat into the jungle and find a new place to settle. After all, they would not dare to follow us there. Chapter 81. Will the boss peep at us? Upon returning to the shelter, Zhang Xiaolan and her companions had just finished their lunch. The moment they spotted Qian Feng and Han Fei, they gathered around eagerly. Xiaofeng, Han Fei, you're back. Zhang Xiaolan was the first to notice their arrival and rushed over, followed closely by the other women. Yes, we're back. Look at what I found, Qian Feng exclaimed, pulling out the dagger he had secured at his waist to showcase it to Zhang Xiaolan and the others. Wow, a dagger. With this, it will be so much easier for us to cut meat. We won't have to smash it with stones anymore. Otherwise, we end up pulverizing it. Zhang Xiaolan said joyously upon seeing the dagger in Qian Feng's hand. Xiaolan Chi-Chi, what do you think this is? Han Fei, shaking off her previous trepidation, excitedly extracted 2 bars of soap from her bag to present to the group. Oh, soap. It's actually soap, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, it's safeguard soap. Hooray, hooray. At last, we have soap to use. The women were overjoyed at the sight of the soap, eagerly holding it in their hands and savoring its delicate fragrance. Wow, it smells so good. I haven't encountered this scent in ages. I'm going to use it for my bath today. I feel so dirty, one of them declared. Me too. Let us bathe together. Upon seeing the soap, each woman was eager to take it for a bath. Qian Feng understood their enthusiasm. The temperature during the day on this island often exceeded 30 degrees Celsius, and even the slightest activity left them drenched in sweat. Yet, they needed to keep busy, otherwise they would go hungry. Usually, when the heat became unbearable, they would wash in the sea, but the grime never truly washed away. With soap now available, a proper bath was certainly in order. Zhang Xiaolan and the others prepared a meal for Qian Feng and Han Fei, and after they finished eating, the group decided to head to the beach for a bath. They initially intended to invite Qian Feng along, but he struggled with his composure. The thought of several women bathing brought forth an undeniable physical response, creating an awkward situation for him. Thus, he resisted the inner urge and politely declined. Once the women departed, he struck the tent in frustration, muttering to himself, "You should be ashamed of yourself. Look at you in such a pitiful state." After venting his frustration, Qian Feng found himself at a loss for what to do and decided to occupy his time. He rummaged through the storage area and fashioned several fish hooks from iron nails, then procured some fishing line to attach to them. He secured a few pieces of foam board approximately 30 centimeters from the hooks and tied the other end of the fishing line to a sturdy wooden rod, thus creating a makeshift fishing rod. Having crafted 3 such rods, Qian Feng made his way to the rocky shore to fish. He began by catching some small crabs and shrimp at the edge of the rocks, using these as bait on the hooks. He then cast his lines into the sea and patiently awaited a catch. Friends who enjoy fishing are well aware that it can often be a rather tedious endeavor. There are times when one may wait for hours without a single nibble, while at other moments, the moment the hook hits the water, a fish is already biting. This largely depends on the abundance of fish in the area. Clearly, there are not many fish where Qian Feng is fishing, and after casting his line into the sea, he can only wait patiently. Fortunately, the spot where several women are bathing is not far from where he is fishing, and with his heightened sensory acuity, which has increased 2 to 3-fold, he can see and hear the women's laughter and splashes quite clearly. Although Qian Feng is not a lecherous man, as a young man filled with vigor, he cannot help but steal glances at Zhang Xiaolan and the others as they frolic in the water. At that moment, the women have shed their outer garments, clad only in their undergarments as they play in the water. Having recently labored on the island, their already admirable figures have become even more exquisite. Among them, the one who captivates Qian Feng the most is undoubtedly Zhang Xiaolan, who is still adorned in her beige lingerie. Her alluring figure, accentuated by the soft hue, appears even more enchanting as she swims gracefully like a mermaid, occasionally diving beneath the surface and then resurfacing, eliciting delighted shrieks from the other women. From the very first glance, Qian Feng was deeply mesmerized by Zhang Xiaolan. Since then, Her image has frequently occupied his thoughts. He knows this is inappropriate, as she is his sister-in-law, yet some feelings are beyond control. He realizes he has genuinely developed feelings for her, though he strives to suppress them. Upon arriving on the island and encountering Zhang Xiaolan, he perceives it as a chance bestowed upon him by fate. At times, he even fantasizes about living with her on the island for a lifetime. However, reason cautions him against such thoughts. He must not only protect Zhang Xiaolan, but also ensure her safe return to his brother, Zhou Bin. Just as Qian Feng was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Lu Qin exclaim, "Hey, is our Qian Feng secretly watching us?" Embarrassed, his face flushed. He hurriedly turned his head, pretending to focus intently on his fishing line. Chapter 82. Reverence for the dullness of life. In reverence for the brilliance of life, are you still afraid of Boss Qian Feng? Seeing this? Didn't you say last time that if he asked you to be his girlfriend, you would agree without hesitation? Zhang Shui chuckled from the side. You little girl, how can you criticize me? Didn't you also say that if the boss didn't mind, you would be willing to be his girlfriend? Lu Qin teased. Oh dear, what are you talking about, Sister Lu? When did I ever say that? Zhang Shui blushed and swam to the side. Come on, you all should give up on being Boss Qin's women. His heart is set on his sister-in-law. Ha ha, Li Qi laughed. Among the group, aside from Zhang Xiaolan, Li Qi had spent the longest time with Qian Feng on the island. Although she had never been in a relationship, she could easily see that Qian Feng had feelings for Zhang Xiaolan. Oh, what are you saying, Qijie? I am Xiao Feng's sister-in-law. How could that be possible? Zhang Xiaolan Blaifuli Nujaliki. Sister-in-law? You're not even his real sister-in-law, and besides, you aren't married to his brother. Didn't you also say that you and his brother are just? Please, Qijie, don't say any more. Without waiting for Li Qi to finish, Zhang Xiaolan interrupted, seemingly aware that Li Qi knew something about her, yet she preferred not to elaborate. Though they were somewhat distant from Qian Feng, their conversation still reached his ears. He seemed to gather that there was something between Zhang Xiaolan and Zhou Bin, and he planned to inquire about it later. At that moment, Qian Feng's fishing rod suddenly twitched. A fish had taken a bait. He quickly pulled up the hook, revealing a tiny fish about the size of his palm. With a sigh of resignation, he removed the fish and placed it in the bamboo basket behind him. He then rebaited the hook and cast it back into the water. After a while, another small fish was caught. In this manner, Qian Feng continued to catch 4 or 5 small fish in the rocky area. Afterward, the women, having finished bathing, approached him, bringing with them a delightful fragrance, a blend of their fresh body scent and the aroma of soap, which was particularly pleasant and stirred Qian Feng's heart. Xiao Feng, are you fishing? Zhang Xiaolan was the first to reach him. Qian Feng glanced at the few small fish in the basket and responded with a hint of exasperation. Yes, I am fishing, but the fish here are too small. Compared to that half-meter-long grouper we caught over there, these are simply incomparable. Upon returning, he had recounted the experience of catching the grouper and the encounter with the 2 individuals with long and short hair. He spoke lightly, wanting to ease their worries, and assured them that as long as he was there, everything would be fine. The women, hearing his words, felt reassured and did not take the matter to heart. Indeed, they are a bit small, but I've heard that these can make a delicious soup, Zhang Xiaolan remarked, glancing at the fish in the basket. Then let us prepare them for dinner, Qian Feng suggested. The women gathered around to watch him fish, eventually taking the rod from his hands to try their hand at fishing themselves. By the time afternoon arrived, it was time to prepare dinner, and Qian Feng and his companions had managed to catch a dozen small fish, each about the size of a palm. The 6 of them tidied up and returned to cook. That day, everyone enjoyed a refreshing bath with soap, leaving them feeling quite comfortable. Moreover, Qian Feng had brought back a half-meter-long E-star grouper and exchanged it for a box of luncheon meat, which filled everyone with joy. He also climbed a tree to gather several coconuts, and they celebrated heartily. Before long, the fish soup simmering in the pot was ready, and the E-star grouper roasted over the volcanic heat was cooked to perfection. Qian Feng opened the box of luncheon meat, and a rich, savory aroma wafted across their dining table. Wow, it smells amazing, someone exclaimed. Indeed, it has been so long since I have inhaled such a delightful scent of meat. Hurry, slice it up, I can hardly wait. Under the enthusiastic urging of the others, Qian Feng divided the luncheon meat into 6 portions with a knife. Before he could finish serving, Lu Qin had already stuffed her piece in her mouth, taking a hearty bite. It's so delicious. I haven't tasted anything this good in ages. Seeing Lu Qin's expression of pure satisfaction, the others began to indulge in the luncheon meat as well, albeit more cautiously, each taking small bites and savoring the flavor. It's so fragrant. One remarked, "Yes, it has been far too long since we enjoyed something this scrumptious." The group savored the taste of the luncheon meat until there was nothing left on their plates. Then, they ladled out more fish soup and feasted on the grilled fish. Notably, the fish soup they had prepared from their catch was exceptionally delightful, and they polished off every last drop from the pot. The East-Star grouper they had brought back was equally delicious, and everyone relished the meal thoroughly. Once they finished dining and cleared the table, Qian Feng took the 6 coconuts he had gathered in the afternoon and skillfully opened them with a knife, distributing them among the group. May each day ahead be as joyful as today, as we await the arrival of the rescue team safely, Li Qi suddenly proclaimed, standing with her coconut raised. Indeed, I believe that our leader, Qian Feng, will guide us home safely, Lu Qin echoed, also standing with her coconut. Soon, everyone stood with their coconuts, and Qian Feng raised his toward the center. Let us toast with coconut juice, honoring both the somber moments of life and the brilliant ones. To the shadows of life, and to the splendor of life. They repeated, to the shadows of life, and to the splendor of life. Chapter 83. Seeking a venue after a night of silence. The following day dawned with everyone rising early. Since they had settled into this refuge, they had come to regard it as their home, and each individual aspired to contribute more diligently, striving to enhance the safety and comfort of their newfound dwelling. Thus, they typically awoke at dawn, heading to the seaside to attend to personal matters. Qian Feng was the first to arrive, and upon his return, the women ventured out, today equipped with an extra bar of soap compared to usual. After freshening up, they commenced preparing their meal, and once finished as per their routine, the women resumed their inspection of the rocky area for fish catches while also searching along the shore for marine debris. Upon their return, they continued their tasks of salt extraction and distilled water production. Qian Feng, however, was intent on venturing into the jungle, eager to find a suitable living space, as he harbored an unsettling feeling that danger loomed over them. The striking beauty of Zhang Xiaolan and the other women posed a significant threat in such a desolate place. Beauty could prove perilous, while they were still able to navigate their existence by the rules of society. The passage of time on this deserted island could lead to a deterioration of human civility. The darker facets of human nature would inevitably intensify, giving rise to unimaginable events, including the horrifying potential for cannibalism in dire circumstances. However, as he approached the edge of the jungle, trouble arose. The 2 individuals he had incapacitated in the rocky area the previous day had returned, accompanied by a group. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly concealed himself within the jungle to observe from a distance. On the beach to the east of their refuge, a group of individuals approached, led by a burly, muscular man, towering approximately 2 meters tall, with a formidable physique, weighing around 300 pounds. Clad in a loose t-shirt and shorts, Qian Feng surmised that this imposing figure was the leader of the eastern faction, known as the Xiong. Flanking him were the 2 individuals he had previously subdued, their gaunt frames appearing even more frail in the presence of their formidable leader, resembling 2 slender poles at the foot of a mountain. Trailing behind the Xiong were 4 or 5 muscular subordinates, all robustly built. Although the distance was considerable, Qian Feng could still faintly hear snippets of their conversation. "Boss, this is the place. I saw them coming in this direction yesterday. Look, there's a shelter ahead. It must be here," the short-haired man said, bowing slightly beside Xiong. "Boss, I also heard that there are several women here who are quite attractive," the long-haired man added, his face a mask of sycophancy. "Are you certain you're not deceiving me?" The Xiong glanced sideways at the long-haired man. "I would never deceive you, boss. If I am lying, you may do as you wish with me," the long-haired man asserted, patting his emaciated chest. Upon overhearing their conversation, Qian Feng realized they had come seeking trouble. He immediately dashed out of the jungle towards the refuge, intent on summoning Zhang Xiaolan and the others back. However, before he could call out, the short-haired man spotted him. "The leader is him, that scoundrel who stole our fish and assaulted us, showing utter disdain for you," the short-haired man declared with a fierce countenance. In truth, upon their return that day, they had told Qian that they had caught a large fish. As they intended to head back, they were intercepted by Qian Feng, who seized their catch and inflicted harm upon them. When they invoked Qian's name, Qian Feng showed no respect. Instead, he retaliated with even greater ferocity. It was for this reason that Qian had come early with his entourage to settle the score with Qian Feng. Upon noticing the short-haired man, Qian Feng had yet to respond when he heard the long-haired man exclaim, "Boss, look over there. It's teeming with beautiful women. I told you I wasn't lying." At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan and her companions spotted Qian and hurriedly made their way towards the shelter, gathering around Qian Feng and inquiring about the situation. "Xiao Feng, what's going on? Who are they?" Qian Feng reassured the women, positioning them protectively behind him. "Fear not, for I am here. If I'm not mistaken, that burly man with muscles is Qian. It seems the two I dealt with ran to Qian, embellishing the tale of their misfortune. Qian has come with his cronies to seek retribution. What should we do? That Qian looks formidable. Do not worry, I will handle this. Should they come at us, we will meet them head-on. If worst comes to worst, we can retreat into the jungle." Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, the women's earlier trepidation began to ease. However, two among them remained unperturbed, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi. Both were aware of Qian Feng's enhanced physical prowess due to the genetic serum he had injected, particularly Li Qi, who was eager to witness the extent of his abilities. At that moment, Qian and his group approached Qian Feng. "So, you are the one who stole our fish?" Chapter 84. Unless you step over me in matters of confrontation, Qian Feng had witnessed his fair share during his school days. At this moment, reason was futile, and there was no necessity for him to explain himself to Qian, for he understood that no words would penetrate the thick wall of his aggression. The only recourse available was to engage in a physical altercation. Thus Qian Feng chose silence. "Speak your mind," Qian Feng declared resolutely, his expression embodying righteous defiance. Qian paused, taken aback by Qian Feng's audacity. Despite the stark disparity in numbers, Qian Feng's boldness was unexpected. With narrowed eyes and raised brows, Qian remained silent. Yet, his followers were not as composed. "How dare you speak to our boss like that? You must be tired of living," exclaimed a man with a dragon tattoo coiling around his arm, pointing an accusatory finger at Qian Feng. "Exactly. He was just as arrogant last time," chimed in a long-haired man, embellishing his condemnation of Qian Feng, embodying the essence of a sycophant emboldened by numbers. With a firm motion, Qian silenced his companions, demonstrating his formidable standing among them. Then, with a grin, he turned his gaze back to Qian Feng. I see you possess a certain courage. Duxiong. Admire those who are brave. However, since you've taken our fish and assaulted our men, you owe us an explanation." Qian Feng glanced at Daxiong, finding him less fearsome than the tales had suggested. In fact, he discerned a semblance of reason in the man, challenging the validity of the rumors he had heard. "Very well, what do you propose?" Qian Feng replied nonchalantly. "Since you're so confident in your fighting prowess, how about this? You face a few of my brothers. If you manage to defeat them, we shall consider the matter settled, and the fish will be yours. And if I lose?" Qian Feng inquired, his tone measured. Should you be bested, it's simple. You will accompany me as a laborer, gathering provisions for our camp. Rest assured, you shall be fed and kept alive." Qian replied, raising a finger toward Zhang Xiaolan and the others. "And they must join my ranks, obeying my commands." Qian Feng, who had initially perceived Qian as a man of reason, now recognized his true nature. The thought of surrendering Zhang Xiaolan and the others to his dominion was intolerable, an utter betrayal. He promptly refused. "I will fight your men, but I alone shall determine my fate. As for them, I will not wager their freedom nor subject them to such a gamble." At this juncture, Qian Feng cast a glance at the women behind him, signaling them to flee into the forest should the situation turn dire. After all, both Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi possessed some experience with survival in the wilderness. Turning back to Qian, he prepared to continue the confrontation. "You may do as you please with me, but should you harbor any intentions towards them, you must first tread over my body," Qian Feng declared with an air of authority, leaving the women profoundly moved, each expressing a desire to stand resolutely alongside him. "Xiao Feng, Whatever may transpire, I shall not survive in vain. Zhang Xiaolan gazed at Qian Feng with affectionate eyes and proclaimed, Boss, should you encounter trouble, I will fight alongside you without hesitation. I shall never bring you shame. I too shall stand by you, in life or in death. Listening to the heartfelt declarations of the women, Qian Feng felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. His original intention was to lower the guard of De Xiong and his companions, planning to retreat into the jungle with the women if the situation turned dire. However, he did not anticipate the profound emotions that had surfaced among them. De Xiong, unable to bear the scene, interjected impatiently, Enough of this sentimental drivel. If you refuse to concede, do not blame me for being uncivil. Xinglong, step forward and teach him a lesson. As De Xiong's words echoed, a man adorned with a Qinglong tattoo emerged. I have tolerated you long enough. Prepare to have your arrogance quelled, he asserted, lunging forward with a swift, forceful punch aimed at Qian Feng's face. It was evident that Qinglong had undergone training. His speed and strength were formidable, and Qian Feng could even hear the rush of air as the punch sliced through the atmosphere. The sudden assault elicited frightened shrieks from the women. Despite the velocity and ferocity of Qinglong's strike, Qian Feng perceived his movements as slightly sluggish. In that fleeting moment, as Qinglong's fist soared towards him, Qian Feng deftly sidestepped, countering with a left hook that landed squarely on Qinglong's abdomen. Ah! Qinglong cried out, doubling over and collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony. The abruptness of the scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Just a second ago, Qinglong had exuded confidence, and now he writhed on the ground, clutching his stomach in torment. Observing Qinglong rolling about in pain, his face pale and beads of sweat cascading down, De Xiong's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Well, it seems I have underestimated you. All of you, join forces. Let us see just how much you can endure. De Xiong commanded, gesturing for the remaining individuals to advance together. Chapter 85. You shall be the deputy as soon as the words left Big Bear's lips. The group of men trailing behind him surged forward, encircling Qian Feng. Including the two with long and short hair, there were a total of 7 individuals, each resembling Qin Tian with their muscular physiques, exuding an aura of strength. Once surrounded, Qian Feng instructed Zhang Xiaolan and the others to step back. Firstly, to prevent any accidental injuries during the impending scuffle, and secondly, to facilitate their escape into the jungle. With the women now safely aside, Qian Feng beckoned to the burly men. Come on, all of you. Let's have some fun today. If I take one down, it's worth it. If I take 2 down, I'll consider a profit. How arrogant. Let us take him down together. The short-haired man growled fiercely. The men launched a coordinated assault on Qian Feng, but he realized that it would be futile to attempt to evade their simultaneous attacks. Thus, he leaped into the air with the agility of an arrow released from a bow, soaring over their heads. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Qian Feng landed deftly outside the throng, while Big Bear's subordinate struck nothing but air and turned to continue his assault. Now finding himself in a more advantageous position, Qian Feng seized the clothing of the long-haired man in front of him and, with a powerful thrust, hurled him to the ground, where he cried out in pain. Immediately, another burly man approached, but before he could swing a punch, Qian Feng delivered a kick to his chest, sending him crashing backward. Having swiftly dispatched 3 adversaries, Qian Feng's confidence surged. He had grown accustomed to brawling during his time in the countryside, and now, enhanced by genetic enhancements, he was far from the man he used to be. The thrill of battle ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. Is this all you're capable of? If this is your best, then today has been a waste of your time, he declared, playfully beckoning the remaining foes with a finger. The display of his prowess had rendered the opposing men momentarily hesitant. Observing this, Big Bear began to bellow commands. Charge! You all attack together. Flank him. You go left. You go right. Surround him. It was evident that Big Bear possessed some tactical acumen, instructing his remaining subordinates to divide their approach to thwart Qian Feng's previous strategy of taking them down one by one. However, before they could regroup for another assault, Qian Feng acted swiftly, executing a flying kick that sent the closest burly man soaring through the air. He followed up with a straight punch that floored another assailant. In less than a minute, all of Big Bear's men lay incapacitated on the ground. Yay, yay. Our leader Qian Feng is amazing. Yes, that's how you take them down. Show them what it means to bully others. Qian Feng, you're incredible. The women, witnessing Qian Feng's rapid triumph over his foes, erupted in cheers, shedding their earlier fear and anxiety, fully embracing the exhilarating atmosphere of victory. In a moment, Qian found himself astonished to witness his subordinates lying incapacitated on the ground. He was fully aware of their capabilities. Even he could not defeat them so swiftly. Acknowledging that he was no match for Qian Feng, he felt compelled to confront him for the sake of preserving his own reputation. Well, young man, I did not anticipate your hidden prowess. How about this? Why not join my ranks? I could elevate you to the position of my second-in-command, he proposed, glancing at Zhang Xiaolan and the others before addressing Qian Feng again. If you deem this arrangement unsuitable, I can also invite your women to join us. They would not need to gather provisions and could instead devote themselves to attending to you at home. Qian Feng swiftly rejected Xiong's proposal. No need. We are quite content here. I have no interest in your so-called second-in-command position. Whatever tricks you possess, reveal them. I have yet to unleash my full potential today, and I am eager for a confrontation with you. It was evident that Qian Feng was exhilarated, feeling an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, rendering him impervious to Xiong's words. He was singularly focused on engaging in battle. In truth, Xiong was reluctant to continue the fight, yet he felt compelled to defend his honor, thus steeling himself for the impending clash. Though he was disinclined to engage, he mustered a few fierce words. Very well. If you seek your demise, do not blame me. With those words, he lunged at Qian Feng. Xiong possessed little in terms of combat technique. His imposing stature was his primary advantage, which he relied upon to quickly assert control over his opponent. He spread his arms wide, aiming to envelop Qian Feng in a bear hug, but Qian Feng, perceiving his intentions, did not retreat. Instead, he leapt high into the air and delivered a powerful kick to Xiong's chest. With a resounding thud, Xiong staggered but did not tumble backward like the others. Chapter 86. An unexpected turn of events. Qian Feng had not anticipated the remarkable sturdiness of Xiong's physique. As he landed, he swiftly unleashed a powerful punch that struck Xiong squarely in the abdomen. The impact caused Xiong to expel a gasp of air. Although Xiong was fully alert, he found himself unable to evade Qian Feng's lightning-fast movements. Previously, Xiong had only been a fitness instructor, his muscles well-developed and his strength considerable. Yet his agility lagged, particularly when faced with the relentless assault from Qian Feng. Realizing he was outmatched, Xiong hastily grabbed a thick wooden beam from the ground and swung it towards Qian Feng. Unperturbed, Qian Feng raised his hand and effortlessly caught the incoming club. Xiong tugged at the beam with all his might, but remained immovable. A wave of disbelief washed over him. How could this wiry individual possess such strength? He himself could bench press nearly 400 pounds, and yet this seemingly frail opponent was overpowering him. As Xiong strained, sweat pouring down his face, Qian Feng maintained a relaxed grip on the beam with a single hand. In an instant, Qian Feng yanked the beam away, leaving Xiong grasping at air. With a swift motion, Qian Feng snapped the thick wooden beam in two, discarding the pieces onto the pile of firewood they had gathered. Wow, Big Bear, are you gathering firewood for us? I appreciate it. If you're not too busy, feel free to gather more. I promise to share some delicious food with you later. Qian Feng jested, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Throughout their encounter, he had held back, refraining from exerting his full strength, for they were both compatriots from Huaxia, and there was no need to sour their relationship. Witnessing Qian Feng effortlessly break the beam sent a shiver down Xiong's spine. He realized that if Qian Feng had aimed for his arm, it would have been a trivial matter. With this thought, Xiong lost the desire to continue their confrontation and prepared to extend an olive branch. However, at that moment, two dark figures suddenly emerged from the thicket, charging towards the group. Everyone had been engrossed in the tussle between Qian Feng and Xiong, so no one noticed the impending threat. A startled scream erupted, jolting everyone into awareness. They turned to see two leopards, one of which had sunk its teeth into the throat of a short-haired man lying on the ground. He managed a single cry before succumbing to silence. The other leopard darted towards Zhang Xiaolan and her companions. Initially, Qian Feng had contemplated fleeing into the jungle to avoid being outmatched by the Xiong, thus positioning the women closer to the treeline, which now had become the most perilous spot. Qian Feng recognized that the leopard charging toward Zhang Xiaolan was the same creature he had injured in 1 days prior. The wound had healed, leaving behind a gaping eye socket. Without hesitation, Qian Feng drew the dagger from his waist and charged towards the one-eyed leopard. The Black Panther moved with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching the group of women, who screamed and scattered in all directions. Qian Feng ran towards the panther, but the distance between them was considerable. Yet, how could the women's speed compare to that of the panther? With a single leap, the Black Panther pounced on Zhang Shui, who was running at the back, forcefully bringing her down to the ground. Boss, help! Before Zhang Shui could utter her plea, the panther's sharp teeth sank into her neck, and in an instant, a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth. Zhang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Qian Feng rushing towards her. Xiao Xue! Xiao Xue! Zhang Shui! Upon hearing her cry, the other women turned back. Witnessing the horrifying scene of her being tackled to the ground by the panther, its fangs piercing her neck, they were paralyzed with fear, frozen in place. At that moment, Qian Feng reached Zhang Shui's side, brandishing his dagger and striking at the one-eyed Black Panther. Sensing the threat posed by Qian Feng's weapon, the panther released its grip on Zhang Shui and lunged towards him. Previously, Qian Feng had no suitable weapon, forcing him to evade the panther's attacks, resulting in a couple of scratches. However, armed with a dagger this time, he resolved not to retreat, swinging the blade towards the panther's head. The panther, realizing the impending danger, abruptly changed direction, landing to Qian Feng's left. Once on the ground, it leaped again, charging towards him. As the panther altered its course, Qian Feng swiftly turned, executing an astonishing maneuver, landing firmly on the ground just as the panther lunged at him. He immediately crouched down, narrowly avoiding the panther's sharp claws that grazed his hair. In that instant, Qian Feng sprang up, thrusting the dagger into the panther's back. With a sickening sound, he plunged the blade into the creature's flesh, creating a gaping wound as the panther fell forward, blood pouring from the injury. The panther collapsed to the ground, motionless. For precaution, Qian Feng approached and delivered 2 additional strikes, ensuring the panther had breathed its last before he ceased his assault. Afterward, he rushed to Zhang Shui's side, only to find her breathing shallowly, her neck and chest drenched in blood. Chapter 87. Slaying the Black Panther, Qian Feng rushed over, enveloping Zhang Shui's arms, desperately attempting to staunch the relentless flow of blood from her slender neck. Zhang Shui, Zhang Xiaolan, and the others gathered around, their eyes brimming with tears as they beheld the fading spirit of Zhang Shui. Although only Lu Qin and Zhang Shui had known each other from the beginning, the bonds formed through their shared experiences had woven a profound friendship among them, making them feel akin to family. It was evident that the single-eyed Black Panther had bitten through her carotid artery. Under such circumstances, survival was a bleak prospect, even in the city. Seeing her friends surrounding her, Zhang Shui was visibly stirred. She parted her lips, striving to utter something, but no sound emerged, only muffled whimpers. Her eyes wandered among them, as if etching their faces into her memory for eternity. Finally, her gaze settled on Qian Feng, tears welling in her eyes, and her lips moved slightly, as if to express her gratitude. While the women mourned, Qian Feng lifted his gaze toward the direction of the Xiong. He had caught sight of another Black Panther that had ventured toward them, having already wounded one of their companions. Upon observing the Xiong's group, chaos reigned. Initially numbering 8 or 9, 3 lay lifeless on the ground, their necks savaged and blood pooling around them, including 2 with varying lengths of hair. The remaining members fared little better, each bearing scratches from the Black Panther. At that moment, the Black Panther was pursuing Qing Long, who was making a desperate bid for the shoreline, unaware that even entering the shallow waters would not spare him from the panther's lethal jaws. Given the distance, Qian Feng realized he could not reach Qing Long in time. In a frenzy, he drew his dagger and hurled it at the Black Panther. The blade struck its hind leg, eliciting a pained roar. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Feng sprinted forward, yanking the dagger free before plunging it into the panther's rear. In agony, the panther hissed at Qian Feng and attempted to flee into the jungle. However, hindered by the wounds inflicted by the dagger, its speed diminished. As Qian Feng closed the distance, he struck it twice more, blood pouring from its wounds, until it finally succumbed to excessive blood loss. This time, Qian Feng ensured there would be no lingering threat. He approached and delivered several more fatal blows until the creature breathed its last. After withdrawing the dagger from the panther's body, he meticulously wiped the blade clean of blood on its fur before sheathing it at his waist. During this time, Qinglong had come to a halt. He had not anticipated that Qian Feng would come to his aid. Observing Qian Feng engaged in combat with the Black Panther, he yearned to assist, but hesitated. Only after witnessing Qian Feng slay the Black Panther did he gather the courage to approach. Da Xiong and the others, seeing the demise of the Black Panther, also drew closer. "Brother, thank you for your timely intervention. Had it not been for your swift action, I would be lying in a pool of blood like those unfortunate souls over there," Qinglong said, glancing at the fallen figures in the distance. With hands clasped in reverence, he bowed deeply before Qian Feng and knelt down. "I am unable to repay your immense kindness, but I pledge to serve you faithfully from this day forth to express my gratitude for saving my life." With that, he repeatedly knocked his forehead against the ground in homage. Qinglong's actions left Qian Feng bewildered. What was happening? Why was he bowing? Hastily, Qian Feng pulled Qinglong back to his feet. "Enough. What are you doing? It was merely a matter of convenience. Go about your business as usual. Reclaim that defiant spirit of yours." Qian Feng intended for Qinglong to return to his former self, but Qinglong misunderstood, believing Qian Feng still harbored resentment for his previous disrespect. Thus, he knelt again, continuing to plead for forgiveness. "I implore you, great brother, forgive me. From now on, my life belongs to you. Command me as you wish, and I shall not hesitate to face any peril on your behalf." At that moment, Da Xiong rushed over to express his gratitude as well. "Brother, I apologize for any past offenses. Please do not take offense. Whenever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will willingly face any challenge for you, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire." Qian Feng, exasperated, found it amusing that both men were employing the same rhetoric. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Very well, then, go feed the sharks in the sea." Chapter 88. She would no longer suffer here. What? Did I hear that correctly? Da Xiong thought he must have misheard. "What do you mean? Did you not catch that? Did you not say you would go through fire and water for me? Now I ask you to feed the sharks in the sea. And you too," Qian Feng said, pointing at Qinglong beside him. This time, Da Xiong completely understood. He had indeed heard correctly. Qian Feng was genuinely asking him to feed the sharks. Da Xiong and Qinglong exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. After a moment, Qinglong clenched his fists, his teeth grinding as if he had resolved something significant. "Life is fleeting, and death is inevitable. Since you, Boss Qian, saved my life, you may take it whenever you wish. If you command me to feed the sharks, I shall do so without hesitation." With that, Qinglong made his way towards the sea. "Goodness, this kid truly possesses talent. He is indeed trustworthy," Qian Feng thought to himself. He anticipated that Qinglong would genuinely heed his command to feed the sharks. As he was about to stop Qinglong, he hesitated, curious to see whether Qinglong would truly plunge into the sea or merely feign bravado. He also wondered if Da Xiong would rise to the occasion as he claimed he would, ready to face any peril. "Qinglong, are you out of your mind? He told you to feed the sharks, and you actually intend to do it? We could confront him instead. Hurry back." Da Xiong had initially thought to soften his stance and draw closer to Qian Feng, but he never expected the latter would ask him to feed sharks. Seeing Qinglong genuinely entering the water, Da Xiong could not help but shout for him to return. "Boss Xiong, one must adhere to one's principles. I said that since Boss Qian saved my life, it belongs to him now. I shall not hesitate to risk it for him. Since you want me to feed the sharks, I shall return my life to him." With that, Qinglong took a leap into the sea. "Wait, you really jumped? I was just joking. Come back." Qian Feng was taken aback by Qinglong's sudden leap and hurriedly called him back. He knew the area where Qinglong had jumped was notorious for shark sightings, but Qinglong could not hear Qian Feng's cries. He had already resigned himself to his fate. This unexpected scene truly caught everyone off guard, and Zhang Xiaolan and the others were terrified by Qinglong's daring act, crying out in panic. "Xiaofeng, he actually jumped. You must bring him back. There are indeed sharks. Yes, there are real sharks there. Hurry, bring him back. Look, there are sharks swimming over there. Amidst the women's frantic cries, Qian Feng indeed spotted two triangular fins breaking the surface of the water, rapidly approaching Qinglong. Goodness, the sharks are really coming, Qian Feng exclaimed before vanishing from his spot. He leapt into the water where Qinglong had jumped, pulling him towards the shore. At that moment, Qinglong was still bewildered, wondering why Qian Feng had followed him into the water. Boss, why'd you jump down too? Forget it. Hurry back to shore. There's a shark approaching. Look over there. With urgency, Qian Feng pointed at the two dorsal fins drawing closer to them. Although Qinglong had intended to ask more questions, the sight of the sharks swimming toward them shattered his earlier resolve. Panic seized him as he hurriedly followed Qian Feng, swimming with all his might toward the shore. Fortunately, they were near the coast, and within a few breaths, they reached the safety of the land. Qian Feng extended his hand and pulled Qinglong onto the shore. The two sharks lingered momentarily before departing, realizing their prey had escaped. Once on land, Qinglong gasped for air. Boss, do you believe me now? I was not merely speaking in vain. Qian Feng shot him an exasperated glance. Yes, I believe you. But you were rather foolish to jump without a second thought. After wiping the seawater from his face, Qian Feng walked back towards De Xiong. De Xiong, filled with remorse, lowered his gaze, unable to meet Qian Feng's eyes. Ignoring him, Qian Feng continued toward the shelter, with Qinglong trailing closely behind. Pausing beside De Xiong, Qinglong declared, from now on, I'll follow Boss Qian Feng. You all can go back. Consider me non-existent. It was evident to everyone that Qinglong was resolute in his decision to stay with Qian Feng, leaving De Xiong with no choice but to command his men to take away the three bodies and depart in shame. Upon reaching the shelter, Qian Feng found that Zhang Xiaolan and the others had already brought back Zhang Shui's lifeless form. The sight of her tragic state weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The artery on her neck had been torn by the one-eyed Black Panther, draining her of blood and leaving her complexion ashen. Oh, Xiao Feng, Zhang Shui was so unfortunate. Zhang Shui. The anguished cries of the women echoed around them, and tears streamed uncontrollably down Qian Feng's face, while even Qinglong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a long moment, Qian Feng hoarsely spoke, enough. We should celebrate for Zhang Shui. She is finally free from this suffering and can return home early. Chapter 89. Crafting blankets for the sisters. With the collective efforts of Qian Feng and the women, Zhang Shui's body was cremated, and her ashes were ultimately scattered into the sea. This was in accordance with Zhang Shui's prior wish expressed to Lu Qin. Should she perish here, her body should be cremated and her ashes cast into the ocean, allowing her to drift home with the currents. Once everyone had composed themselves, they began tidying the surrounding area, as the sudden appearance of two Black Panthers had caused chaos, leading to the collapse of the makeshift shelter they had constructed for their belongings. Debris, including timber and marine refuse, was strewn about. Although Zhang Shui was no longer with them, they still had to persist in their survival. In silence, they busied themselves with their tasks, while Qinglong quietly assisted in the cleanup. What are you doing here if you're not going back? Qian Feng asked, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Qinglong. I spoke with Bear Boss. From now on, I am your man. I shall follow you from here on out, boss, Qinglong replied, his expression tense as he gazed at Qian Feng. Though he was eager to accompany Qian Feng, he feared that Qian Feng might not regard him favorably or accept him as a subordinate. Nevertheless, he had resolved to stay by Qian Feng's side, regardless of whether Qian Feng welcomed him. If not accepted, he would remain on the periphery, guarding them until the day Qian Feng might embrace him. In truth, Qian Feng had overheard their conversation and held a favorable view of Qinglong. He valued loyalty, integrity, and the importance of keeping one's word, and thus saw an opportunity to formally accept him. Very well, since you wish to accompany me, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, we only have one shelter here, so you will have to reside in the makeshift tent. Qian Feng indicated towards a simple structure adjacent to the shelter. Upon hearing Qian Feng's agreement to his joining, Qinglong's face lit up with joy. He quickly knelt on one knee and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, boss. Thank you. As long as you allow me to follow you, I would be content even to sleep on the ground. That tent is more than sufficient. All right. Since you are with me, we are now a team. I won't leave you in that grass hut indefinitely. Tomorrow we shall build a small house for you to stay in, Qian Feng reassured him. Thank you, boss. Suddenly, Qian Feng remembered something. Since we are a team now, let me introduce you to everyone, so we can become acquainted for easier cohabitation. This is Zhang Xiaolan, sister-in-law. Before Qian Feng could finish his introduction, Qing Long eagerly interjected, addressing Zhang Xiaolan as sister-in-law. Qian Feng was taken aback, surprised that Qing Long knew she was his sister-in-law. But he chose not to dwell on it and continued with the introductions. This is Li Qi. I call her Sister Qi. Sister-in-law. Again, Qing Long promptly addressed Li Qi as sister-in-law. At this point, Qian Feng finally understood why Qing Long had referred to Zhang Xiaolan as sister-in-law. It seemed this fellow regarded all the women as his own. Beside them, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi also realized what was happening, their cheeks flushing crimson. Yet, they chose not to correct the misunderstanding. Rather, they felt a delightful thrill in their hearts, a subtle smile gracing their lips. Qian Feng hurried over to explain, "What sister-in-law? This is Sister Qi. You should address her as such from now on. And this is Han Fei, my classmate, and this is Lu Qin. Ah, not a sister-in-law. Regardless, it's only a matter of time. I'm just getting familiar with it," Qing Long chuckled. "Get out of here. What do you mean a matter of time? Am I such a sentimental person?" Qian Feng, embarrassed by Qing Long's words, quickly shifted the topic by urging him to gather his belongings. Qing Long scratched his head with a grin and wandered off, picking up a wooden stick to reinforce their makeshift shelter, as it was now his abode. Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, the women shot him a glare before resuming their tasks. They dragged 2 black panthers to the seaside, ready to prepare food. As they were about to butcher the meat, Qian Feng suddenly recalled the first time he encountered the one-eyed black panther a few days prior, when it had dragged a man away after biting him to death. The memory made him feel somewhat queasy about the panther meat, prompting him to suggest, "The black panther meat stinks. It's not edible. Let's toss it into the sea." Just as they were about to dispose of it, Qing Long intervened, saying they could skin the animals and use the pelts to make blankets for the sisters. The mention of blankets thrilled Zhang Xiaolan and the others, as Qian Feng had laid a thick layer of straw in their shelter, which could be prickly and cling to their clothes and hair, necessitating a struggle to remove it each morning. The prospect of using panther skins for blankets delighted them immensely. Qian Feng hadn't anticipated Qing Long possessed such skills, so he observed as Qing Long said about transforming the black panther hides into blankets. The group squatted nearby, watching Qing Long at work, but he cautioned them. This process won't be completed in a day or two. It'll take at least a week. For now, we can only remove the pelts from the panthers. But this step is quite bloody. Are you sure you want to stay and watch? With a serious expression, Qing Long asked. Qian Feng, unfazed, replied, "What's the big deal? It's just skinning. Go ahead." Although Zhang Xiaolan and the others were girls, they had been fishing on the island recently and had become somewhat immune to blood, confidently assuring Qing Long, "You can proceed without hesitation. We've seen our fair share. Who knows, you might need our help later." Qing Long nodded silently, then drew a machete from his waist, similar in size to Qian Feng's dagger, and began the gruesome task of removing the panther pelts. Chapter 90. Processing the leopard skin in a remarkable display of strength, the azure dragon effortlessly dragged the one-eyed black panther into the sea. One could only marvel at the sheer power he possessed, for that panther weighed no less than 160 to 70 pounds. As he pulled it with ease, Qian Feng silently mused that had it not been for his evolved physique, he would have struggled to confront the azure dragon. This thought prompted him to glance at Li Qi, feeling a surge of gratitude towards her, for it was her father's lifelong research that had yielded the miraculous potion. Li Qi seemed to sense Qian Feng's gaze. She turned to find him staring intently at her. A blush crept onto her cheeks, her heart racing like a startled fawn. In a fluster, she hastily diverted her attention to the azure dragon's actions, daring not to meet Qian Feng's eyes again. This scene did not escape the notice of Zhang Xiaolan, who bit her lip in frustration, casting a resentful glance at Qian Feng before choosing to ignore him. Meanwhile, the azure dragon meticulously washed the black panther in the sea, scrubbing away the blood and debris from its fur. He then retrieved a cleaver and began to carefully skin the creature, following the wounds Qian Feng had inflicted during the hunt. Instantly, the panther's blood spread like a crimson mist, turning the surrounding waters a deep red. Fortunately, they were in shallow waters. Had they been where the azure dragon initially plunged in, the two nearby sharks would surely have been attracted by the scent. With remarkable skill, the azure dragon completed the task of skinning the panther in a mere 15 minutes. Observing the pristine pelt, Qian Feng could not help but express his admiration. Wow, azure dragon, you truly have a knack for this. I never imagined you could remove the skin so quickly and so perfectly. What were you doing before this? Surely you weren't just skinning animals? Ah, boss, you flatter me. It seems following you is indeed my wisest choice. I never realized your prowess extended not only to martial skills, but also to such keen insight, Qian Feng exclaimed. Indeed, I was once a pig butcher, later transitioned to cattle slaughtering, and eventually specialized in cowhide processing. The technique is quite similar to that of skinning a panther, Azure Dragon replied, generously praising Qian Feng. Enough of the flattery. Your proficiency is evident to all. You should focus on continuing the skinning process, interjected Zhang Xiaolan, unable to restrain herself any longer. All right, sister-in-law, I shall get back to work, Azure Dragon responded, proceeding to drag another black panther's carcass into the sea. He repeated the steps, meticulously cleaning the body before skillfully skinning it. In another quarter of an hour, he produced yet another flawless black panther pelt. Azure Dragon, is this sufficient? Once we dry these two skins, will they be ready for use? Li Qi inquired, her curiosity piqued by the freshly severed pelts. Not quite, sister-in-law. This is merely the first step. If we dry them as they are, they will become exceedingly stiff and retain a considerable amount of grease, which, over time, will emit an unpleasant odor, Azure Dragon explained, rinsing the two pelts in the sea before placing them on the dining table they had previously prepared. The two corpses are of no use now, are they? I'll take care of them. Qian Feng gazed at the two sleek black panthers, which at that moment resembled nothing more than two skinned lambs. He feared he might succumb to the temptation of retrieving them for sustenance. Yet the thought of potentially discovering human bones within their stomachs filled him with revulsion. Wait a moment, boss, we still need them. Their heads are valuable. Qing Long hastily intervened, preventing Qian Feng from discarding the panther carcasses into the deep sea. Just the heads, you say? Specifically, the brain matter within. Very well. I shall sever their heads and dispose of the bodies. With that, Qian Feng proceeded to decapitate the two panthers, discarding their heads upon the shore while casting the bodies into the depths of the ocean. Soon, two sharks were drawn by the scent of blood, and upon reaching the carcasses, they swiftly seized the black panthers, dragging them away. Witnessing this scene, Qian Feng felt a shiver of dread. Had Qing Long and the others delayed their escape, this fate could have befallen them. Meanwhile, Qing Long placed one of the panther hides on the dining table, fur side down and flesh side up, revealing a greasy layer atop. After laying the pelt flat, he retrieved the severed heads that Qian Feng had discarded earlier. Ladies, the following scene may be somewhat graphic, so perhaps you might want to avert your eyes. What haven tea we seen? Just go ahead with your work. Zhang Xiaolan responded nonchalantly. Qing Long glanced at Qian Feng, who nodded in encouragement for him to proceed. Without further ado, Qing Long picked up a sizable stone from nearby and brought it down forcefully upon one of the panther heads. With a resounding crack, a fissure appeared in the skull, and a mixture of red and white fluid erupted forth, resembling tofu pudding infused with chili oil, instantly provoking a wave of nausea among the women. Ugh! Ugh! The women fled to the side, retching in unison. Observing their reactions, Qian Feng and Qing Long could not contain their laughter. Qing Long warned you earlier, yet you insisted on watching, boasting about your experience. How do you feel now? As Zhang Xiaolan attempted to retort, she caught sight of the grotesque mixture once again and was compelled to vomit anew. Qian Feng chuckled, though he quickly ran over to pat Zhang Xiaolan and the others on the back. After a brief moment, the women composed themselves, no longer daring to glance towards Qing Long's side. After exchanging farewells with Qian Feng, they hurried off to prepare a meal. Once the women had retreated, Qing Long continued to smash open the panther heads, exposing the brain matter within, and proceeded to treat the second head in a similar manner. Qian Feng furrowed his brow and inquired of Qing Long, "What purpose do you serve in this endeavor?" Surely, you do not possess any peculiar inclinations. I have heard of a time when certain individuals engaged in the consumption of monkey brains, and within these circles, it became a bizarre trend, complete with designated establishments for such practices. In a spacious chamber, there existed a grand round table, at the center of which was a circular aperture, modest in size, akin to that of a volleyball. A young monkey was restrained, its head positioned to protrude through this opening. The monkey's head was secured with a steel ring, its mouth sealed with a specialized metal cover, leaving only its two round, glistening black eyes capable of movement. Encircling the table was a cadre of ruthless diners, each wielding a round spoon. Once all was prepared, an appointed individual would strike the monkey's head, revealing the pale, creamy substance within. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, the young monkey would thrash its body, yet remain tightly confined, able only to sway slightly. However, this subtle movement caused the creamy substance within its head to quiver, further igniting the excitement of the bloodthirsty patrons, who then proceeded to spoon the monkey brain into their mouths. At this juncture, the mere recounting of such a scene nearly overwhelmed Qian Feng, nearly inducing a wave of nausea from the vivid imagery he had evoked. Chapter 91, the most appropriate choice. Goodness. Boss, what are you thinking? Am I truly that cruel? Before Qian Feng could finish a sentence, Qing Long promptly countered his thoughts. The brain matter will eventually be applied to the leopard skin. I assure you I am not as perverse as you suggest. Qing Long regarded Qian Feng with evident discontent. Applying brain matter to leopard skin? Qian Feng asked with a look of distaste. Indeed, it is to enhance its resilience and durability. Boss, I want to elaborate further. Could you find me a pot? I need to simmer this. What? You intend to boil brain matter in a pot? Surely you must desire to leave this place. If those women catch wind of this, they would surely tear you apart. What choice do we have? The brain matter must be reduced to a paste. Qian Feng, filled with exasperation, stroked his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled the can of baby formula he had seen in the warehouse, prompting him to dash to the makeshift room designated for storing ocean debris. Before long, he discovered a can of baby formula, inspecting it thoroughly to ensure there were no leaks. This will do. He then approached Qing Long, presenting the can for his appraisal. Qing Long, while a pot is out of the question, what do you think of this baby formula can? If it's acceptable, I shall wash it. Qing Long took the can and examined it closely. This will suffice. Boss, you're truly clever. I never imagined you would think to collect ocean debris. This time, Qing Long sincerely admired Qian Feng and his team's ingenuity, for no one in his circle had ever considered such a practice, nor realized that ocean debris could still hold utility. What's the big deal? This is a fundamental skill in survival shows. Oh, it's not even a skill, merely a habit. On a deserted island, one must cultivate the habit of collecting anything that does not belong to it. Who knows when it might come in handy? Just like this baby formula can that had no prior use, yet proves invaluable today. Very well, since it is usable, I shall take it to the shore for cleaning. You carry on. After Qian Feng departed, Qing Long resumed his work on the leopard skin. He meticulously secured each corner of the skin to the dining table with fishing line, then wielded his cleaver to scrape away the excess fat gradually. Upon Qian Feng's return, he dutifully followed Qing Long's instructions, transferring the brain matter from both black leopards into the baby formula can, placing it on the stove to heat and stir. Qing Long continued his meticulous task of scraping away the fat from the leopard skin. It must be said, Qing Long exhibited remarkable professionalism in his efforts. With a gentle stroke of the cleaver, he revealed a thin layer of flesh as the viscous fat cascaded away. Once the fat was removed, he continued scraping. Before long, the fat from both leopard skins was entirely cleared away. Qing Long then poured the hot water that Qian Feng had prepared over the leopard skin, rinsing it several times. After this meticulous process, the leopard skin was left immaculate, free of any fat, just as Qian Feng's simmered brain matter was ready. The Azure Dragon lifted the can of brain matter, pouring portions onto 2 leopard skins. Subsequently, he seized a palm leaf and meticulously spread the viscous substance evenly across the skins. Once the first layer solidified, he repeated the process, applying more brain matter and smoothing it out with the palm leaf until every last drop was utilized. Phew, that's done. Now we just need to wait for it to dry by tomorrow. He sighed, relieved. Although this task did not require significant physical strength, it demanded precision, and he had been continuously applying the mixture. Qian Feng mistakenly believed that the blanket was now complete. But the Azure Dragon informed him that only 1/3 of the work was finished, with several more days of labor ahead. Thus, the two tidied up their tools and went to eat. Despite the limited conditions they faced, Qian Feng and his companions were able to enjoy 3 substantial meals a day, which included fish, shrimp, and even python meat. Occasionally, Qian Feng would venture into the jungle to gather fruits, and with the coconuts overhead, their lives were quite pleasant. After Qian Feng and the Azure Dragon had washed up, Zhang Xiaolan and the others had prepared meal, with the dining table repurposed for the blanket. They improvised by laying palm leaves on the ground for their meal. Han Fei distributed the food, and since the Azure Dragon was a new addition to their group, she first handed him a piece of roasted snake meat. Upon seeing it, the Azure Dragon couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually have meat to eat." He scrutinized the roasted meat in his hands. Incredulity etched across his face as he asked Qian Feng, "Is this python meat?" "Indeed, it is python meat. We caught a python some time ago, but there isn't much left now," Qian Feng casually replied, lifting a wooden bowl to sip some fish soup. "What? You killed a python? Just a few of you?" The Azure Dragon gazed at Qian Feng and the others in disbelief, realizing that if they had indeed slain a python, it meant they had ventured into the jungle. This realization astonished him further, for he knew that even within Xiong's team, some had proposed to explore the jungle, and a few had attempted it, only to be frightened back by the ferocious beasts within, including pythons. He recalled that 5 individuals had entered the jungle together, but not far in, they encountered a 3 or 4-meter-long python. They had aimed to slay it, but as they approached, the creature turned, hissing threateningly, causing them to flee in terror. However, there were 1 or 2 bold souls who ventured deeper into the jungle, but they never returned. It was later rumored that their screams could be heard as they were pursued by wild beasts, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate, with not even a trace left behind. Unbeknownst to the Azure Dragon, the beasts that had devoured members of their camp were the very 2 black panthers he had skinned. It was their initial taste of human flesh that compelled them to attack once more. Indeed, it was only after slaying a python that we were able to indulge in its sumptuous flesh. Not only that, but Qian Feng had previously hunted a wild boar as well. Zhang Xiaolan proudly recounted to Qing Long, as if it were she who had vanquished the python and the boar, narrating in detail the exhilarating moments of Qian Feng's hunts. After listening to Zhang Xiaolan's vivid description, Qing Long gazed at Qian Feng with admiration, feeling even more resolute in his decision to follow him. Chapter 92. Entering the jungle with Qing Long, the meal they shared was bountiful, and Qing Long felt a profound sense of satisfaction as it was his first experience savoring snake meat on the deserted island. Like the others, his diet had primarily consisted of fish, shrimp, and wild vegetables since their arrival. Although he held a respectable position within the bear camp and had no trouble filling his belly, the monotony of his meals was becoming increasingly unbearable. After the meal, the women resumed their efforts in the rocky area to gather fish and collect marine debris along the shoreline. Qian Feng suggested taking Qing Long into the jungle for further exploration. Initially reluctant to venture into the jungle, especially after hearing about someone being dragged away by a ferocious beast, compounded by the sighting of 2 black panthers that day, Qing Long did not wish to appear cowardly in front of Qian Feng, thus stealing his resolve. He followed closely behind Qian Feng as they entered the dense foliage. Observing Qian Feng's casual demeanor, Qing Long noted that he carried a canvas backpack, a beloved dagger at his waist, and a simple stone axe in hand. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Qing Long clutched his machete tightly as he trailed behind. As they walked, Qian Feng explained the markings he had made along the path, assuring Qing Long that should they become separated in the jungle, the arrows would guide them back to their shelter. Qing Long was increasingly impressed with his new leader's resourcefulness. "Boss, where did you learn these methods?" he inquired. "Haha, I enjoy watching wilderness survival shows. They feature these skills," Qian Feng replied while scanning their surroundings. "Wilderness survival show? Are you referring to that foreign guy who drinks his own urine?" Qing Long chuckled. Yes, that him. His name is Bear Grylls. Drinking one's urine is something done only in extreme situations, but it can indeed save a life when necessary. You shouldn't to stain it. Studies suggest that human urine is cleaner than saliva, and some even claim it can cure certain ailments. I'm not sure how scientific that claim is, though. As they walked, Qinglong observed Qian Feng's physique, noting that he appeared no different from himself, save for a more defined musculature. Curious about the source of Qian Feng's remarkable strength and agility, Qinglong posed questions, but Qian Feng deftly deflected them, keeping his genetic enhancement a closely guarded secret known only to Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi. Respecting Qian Feng's desire for discretion, Qinglong refrained from pressing further, and they continued their journey in tandem. Given that this was Qinglong's first genuine foray into the jungle, Qian Feng opted not to explore uncharted territories, but instead led him to a mango grove to gather some fruit. Upon reaching the grove, Qinglong was struck with astonishment akin to that of Zhang Xiaolan and her companions when they first discovered it. "Wow, boss, you are incredible. You actually found mango trees. Look at all those ripe mangoes up there. Their golden hue is simply irresistible," Qinglong exclaimed, his eyes fixated on the mangoes as he swallowed repeatedly, captivated by their allure. As Qian Feng observed Qinglong's naive demeanor, he could not suppress a chuckle. "Well, regardless of how I managed to acquire them, do tell me, do you wish to indulge in some fruit?" "Of course I do. Since my arrival on this island, I have not tasted any fruit," Qinglong replied, his gaze fixated on the mangoes, unwavering. "If you desire them, why do you hesitate? Go ahead and pluck some. Pray, do not tell me you are unable to climb a tree," Qian Feng remarked with a sidelong glance at Qinglong. "Climb a tree? That is but a trivial task. Since you have suggested it, I shall not hold back," Qinglong responded eagerly, sprinting towards the mango tree. Upon reaching it, he sprang upwards, grasping the trunk firmly, and began ascending with measured agility. Once perched upon a sturdy branch, Qinglong effortlessly plucked a ripe mango. "Here you go, boss," he exclaimed, tossing the mango down to Qian Feng. Upon receiving the mango, Qian Feng could not help but reflect on the advantages of having Qinglong by his side. He need not exert himself for every task, and his companion always had his interests at heart. After distributing several mangoes to Qian Feng, Qinglong helped himself to another ripe fruit. The mangoes on these trees were quite large, and as he peeled away the skin, revealing the golden flesh within, he eagerly took a bite. The sweet, succulent flavor enveloped his senses, filling him with great satisfaction. Qinglong continued to indulge, devouring 3 large mangoes before pausing. Had Qian Feng not cautioned him about overeating, he would have certainly reached for another, relishing the newfound freedom of enjoying mangoes. However, he heeded his companion's advice and ceased his indulgence. After harvesting around 20 to 30 mangoes, he decided to stop, recognizing that these fruits were perfectly ripe and should ideally be consumed within a day or two to prevent spoilage. Moreover, the mango grove was not far from their shelter. A single journey took about 40 minutes, allowing them the convenience of returning whenever they wished to gather more. On their first day, Qian Feng and his companions chose not to venture further. After collecting the mangoes, they returned to their campsite, where, following their meal, Qinglong attended to the 2 leopard skins. Given the high temperatures on the deserted island, by afternoon, the leopard skins had nearly dried, and the layer of brain matter applied to them had fused with the leather. However, the skins remained too rigid to serve as blankets. Thus, Qinglong utilized a large barrel that Qian Feng had procured, placing the leopard skins inside and filling it with warm seawater. He then added some sea salt and stirred the mixture with a wooden stick, allowing the skins to soak for a time. As night fell, Qian Feng and his companions retired to their shelter, while Qinglong settled into the makeshift grass hut. Qian Feng advised him to rest there temporarily, as they planned to venture into the jungle the following day to gather bamboo for the construction of a proper shelter, akin to the one in which they were currently residing. This new sleeping arrangement would elevate their resting space, preventing any small creatures from crawling upon them at night. Qinglong expressed indifference, as he was accustomed to sleeping in such grass huts during his time with the bears. On the following dawn, Qian Feng and his companions awoke early, a habit they had cultivated over time. Qian Feng roused Qinglong, taking him to a distant spot to address personal matters. while the women ventured off to another secluded area to tend to their own concerns. After enjoying breakfast, they resumed their respective tasks. The women continued their work, while Qian Feng once again led Qing Long to cut bamboo, as he had resolved to construct a modest shelter for him, a gesture that deeply moved Qing Long. Chapter 93. New skills. The bamboo grove they recently discovered was situated a fair distance from their shelter, requiring over 2 hours for a single journey. Given the necessity of bamboo for constructing their shelter, they had little choice but to venture this far. Since only Qian Feng and Qing Long would be residing in the shelter, it did not need to be particularly large. Thus, they utilized a single set of materials and transported all the bamboo required for construction back to their organization. Upon returning, Qian Feng adhered to the previously established methodology for erecting the shelter and sought an appropriate spot for Qing Long to build. He found a suitable area not far from their existing shelter, and after selecting the location, they meticulously cut the bamboo into manageable lengths. Previously, the lack of suitable tools had made this task arduous, but with Qing Long's machete and Qian Feng's dagger, the process became significantly more efficient. Within half an hour, they had completed the cutting. Next, they bound the bamboo to a coconut tree at a height of 1 meter above the ground, arranging them side by side to form a platform. They then proceeded to construct the roof, employing 2 bamboo poles to create a triangular shape, capped with a crossbeam atop, which they laid additional bamboo. Once the roof was completed, Qian Feng and Qing Long affixed it to the platform and retrieved pre-dried palm leaves to seal the sides and cover the top, resulting in a spacious elevated shelter. This new abode was considerably larger than Qian Feng's previous one, providing ample space for Qing Long. After the shelter was completed, Qing Long resumed his task of treating the 2 pieces of leopard skin that had been soaking in salt water. He extracted the skins from the barrel and took them to the shore for cleaning. One awful stench. Is this leopard skin ruined? As Qing Long lifted the skins, a foul odor pervaded the air, prompting Qian Feng to cover his nose and inquire about the condition of the skins. Qing Long remained silent, furrowing his brow as he diligently washed the skins in the seawater. Only once the odor had diminished did he relax his expression. Rest assured, boss, they're not ruined. Even if soaked for a month, they would remain intact. The leather treatment process inevitably emits an unpleasant smell. After all, it is said that a cobbler is always surrounded by such odors. Upon hearing Qing Long's explanation, Qian Feng felt a sense of relief, realizing he had prematurely feared that the leopard skins had been spoiled. It appeared that processing these skins was indeed a complex endeavor. Of course, that is why there are so few artisans skilled in leatherwork today. The procedures are exceedingly intricate. After Qing Long had finished cleaning the 2 leopard skins, they brought them beside the stove. Qing Long placed the skins into the barrel, while Qian Feng continued to pour in hot water. Qing Long persistently stirred the mixture with a wooden stick, and after the stirring was complete, they let the skins soak. Thus, each day after processing the leopard skins, Qing Long accompanied Qian Feng into the jungle to forage for food. Gradually, Qing Long traversed all the areas previously explored by Qian Feng, and they discovered numerous new territories as well. Notably, during these days, they captured several wild rabbits and chickens using traps. Upon Qian Feng's arrival on the island, he had set several traps during his first venture into the jungle, but had not yielded any results, not even catching a single mouse. Nevertheless, Qian Feng maintained the habit of setting traps daily, firmly believing in the law of large numbers. He was convinced that persistence would eventually bring results. During his school days, his teacher had imparted this principle, assuring them that an abundance of practice would lead to success, just as numerous exercises would guarantee results in exams. However, over time, Qian Feng realized that the traps he had laid were too close to the jungle's edge, deterring small animals from venturing there. It was only when they ventured deeper into the jungle, startling the animals, that they would run into Qian Feng's traps. During their explorations in the jungle over the past few days, Qian Feng developed a new skill, using stones to strike small animals. One day, while he and Qing Long were digging for wild vegetables, Qian Feng heard a commotion nearby. He looked up to see a wild chicken, but they had not set traps in that area. Not wanting to let the chicken slip away, Qian Feng casually picked up a stone and threw it. To his astonishment, the stone struck the chicken perfectly, killing it instantly. Qing Long's eyes widened in disbelief. Since meeting Qian Feng, he had experienced a plethora of surprises. Not only was Qian Feng immensely strong and agile, but now he could also kill a wild chicken with his bare hands and a stone. "Boss, you are too impressive. I adore you," Qinglong exclaimed. Qian Feng felt a chill run down his spine at Qinglong's words, his hair standing on end. He merely responded with an exaggerated eye roll. Qian Feng was equally astonished by his newfound ability to kill the chicken with a stone, attributing it to mere coincidence. He then picked up another stone and threw it with all his might at a branch 10 meters away. Crack! The stone struck the branch, causing it to snap. Elated by this unexpected success, Qian Feng realized he could indeed hit targets with stones and inflict damage upon them. Upon returning with the wild rabbits and chickens, the women were overjoyed, having not tasted any meat other than fish since the snake meat had run out. When Qinglong recounted the incident of Qian Feng striking a wild chicken with a stone, the women were initially incredulous. However, they eventually urged Qian Feng to demonstrate his prowess. Reluctantly, he picked up a stone and approached a coconut tree. With a swift motion, the stone flew from his hand, striking a coconut perfectly and causing it to plummet to the ground. The women were left astonished, their mouths agape at the spectacle. Thus, it continued until the 7th day, when Qinglong completed 2 blankets crafted from leopard skin. Chapter 94. A life of increasing abundance on this day. After having breakfast with Qinglong, Qian Feng took out the 2 leopard skins and headed to the sea for cleaning. After several days of treatment, the skins had lost most of their unpleasant odor. After washing them multiple times, Qinglong spread the 2 leopard skins on the beach to dry. "All right, boss, once they are dried, they can be used directly as blankets," Qinglong said with an expression of ease, feeling that the task was nearly accomplished. "Indeed, that is splendid news. Finally, we can be rid of these foul-smelling leopard skins," Qian Feng replied, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Although the task of cleaning the leopard skins had not been overly strenuous, the repetitive soaking and washing had long since tested his patience. With the dawn of victory in sight, how could he not feel elated? After the leopard skins were properly dried, Qian Feng took Qinglong back into the jungle. After days of training, Qinglong had acquired the essential skills necessary for survival in the wilderness. He had even successfully captured a lively rabbit using the traps he had set. As noon approached, Qian Feng and Qinglong emerged from the forest, with Qinglong proudly carrying a wriggling rabbit. Zhang Xiaolan and her companions had previously expressed a desire to raise a small rabbit, as they found their time on the island somewhat monotonous. Their daily activities mainly consisted of fishing in the rocky areas or collecting marine debris along the shore. They had once asked Qian Feng to accompany them into the jungle for exploration, but he had declined, citing the unpredictable dangers of the jungle and the challenge of ensuring everyone's safety. In truth, Qian Feng still harbored a lingering fear from the Black Panther's attack and was determined to prevent any further calamities within his team. He usually endeavored to fulfill Zhang Xiaolan's requests and understood the importance of providing her and the others with some engaging activities to alleviate their monotonous existence. While preparing a meal, Zhang Xiaolan noticed the rabbit in Qinglong's hands and dropped her spoon to rush over to them. "Wow, Qian Feng, you really caught a live rabbit," she exclaimed, eagerly reaching for the rabbit from Qinglong. However, she underestimated the strength of the creature. Just as she lifted it, the rabbit sprang from her grasp and dashed away upon hitting the ground. Zhang Xiaolan's realization came too late. She lamented the loss of the hard-won rabbit. Before her voice could fully register, a figure darted past her. Qian Feng, moving with remarkable speed, chased after the rabbit. Startled by the commotion, the rabbit hesitated momentarily upon landing, and in that fleeting instant, Qian Feng reached it, grasping its ears firmly to prevent any escape. Upon witnessing Qian Feng successfully capture the rabbit, Zhang Xiaolan's anxious heart finally calmed. "That is fantastic, Qian Feng. If it had gotten away, Qi Jie and the others would surely have blamed me. However, Xiao Feng, I sense that your speed has increased once more." Zhang Xiaolan is aware of Qian Feng's physical condition and has witnessed the remarkable speed he attained after his body evolved. Yet, she distinctly perceives that his recent velocity surpasses that of before by a considerable margin. "Indeed, I too feel that my physique has grown somewhat stronger than it once was. Over the past period, Qian Feng has diligently monitored the changes in his body, and he has noticeably felt that he becomes incrementally more robust each day. Though the transformation is not overtly apparent, it is undeniably real. At that moment, Li Qi and several other women gathered around. Upon seeing the wild rabbit in Qian Feng's hands, they became exceedingly excited, each vying to hold the creature, only to be met with Qian Feng's rejections. He informed the women that the rabbit could be rather fierce and that they were unlikely to catch it. Consequently, the women were somewhat displeased with him until he suggested crafting a small cage for it from wood, at which point they forgave him. Without delay, Qian Feng entrusted the rabbit to Qing Long and hurried to the storeroom in search of suitable materials to construct the rabbit cage. It must be said that his earlier decision to have them indiscriminately collect ocean debris proved to be quite astute, for he soon found appropriate items among the refuse. Firstly, he retrieved some slender bamboo left over from a previous project for Qinglong's house, followed by a quantity of fishing line. Using the saw on the back of his dagger, he cut the bamboo into suitable lengths, then bound them into a rectangular cage with the fishing line, completing the rabbit enclosure. Placing the wild rabbit inside, it fit perfectly, and the women, upon seeing it, clamored to embrace the cage, creating a lively atmosphere. Observing their joy, Qian Feng and Qing Long couldn't help but chuckle. Since the arrival of the wild rabbit, the women's lives have become significantly more vibrant. After their daily tasks, they would venture to the edge of the jungle to gather fresh greens for it. Initially, the rabbit was somewhat resistant to their offerings, but within a few days, it succumbed to their sweet enticements, eagerly devouring the tender grass they provided. Remarkably, it soon became evident that the rabbit had noticeably gained weight over the course of a few days. As time passed, they persevered in their survival on the deserted island, and no one brought up the prospect of awaiting rescue any longer. They had largely abandoned hope. However, under Qian Feng's leadership, their living conditions continued to improve. They not only expanded their shelter to ensure more comfortable nights, but also constructed a sanitary facility nearby, alleviating the need to trek far for nature's calls. Their food supply diversified as well. In addition to fish and fruit, they occasionally feasted on wild chicken and rabbit meat, and just recently, they captured several plump bamboo rats. Most astonishingly, they discovered wild potatoes in the jungle, providing them with a source of protein. According to Qian Feng's speculation, the quantity of potatoes should be considerable, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. However, just as they were leading their orderly lives, the appearance of an individual disrupted their previously tranquil existence. This individual was Qian Feng's elder brother, Zhou Bin. Chapter 95. Farewell to Zhou Bin. On this particular day, while they were enjoying their breakfast, two figures suddenly emerged from the edge of the jungle. Qian Feng, ever vigilant for unforeseen dangers, often kept a watchful eye on the jungle's exit, even positioning himself to face it during meals. Hence, the moment those two silhouettes appeared, he was quick to notice them. "Someone's coming," Qian Feng exclaimed, prompting the others to swiftly turn their gazes toward the jungle. As they focused, they observed two ragged men, leaning on each other, stumbling out of the foliage. From a distance, the two appeared frail, their tattered clothing resembling rags, as if they had been torn by some wild beast. The group set down their bowls and chopsticks, standing in place, their eyes fixed on the newcomers. The two men seemed to have noticed them as well, hastening their steps toward the group. As the distance closed, the features of the men gradually became clearer. When their faces were finally discernible, Qian Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he trembled involuntarily. His vision, sharper than that of others, allowed him to recognize them even before the others could make out their features. However, seeing Qian Feng's expression, his companion surmised that he either recognized one or both of the men. "Xiaofeng, what's wrong? What do you see? Do you know them?" Zhang Xiaolan inquired with concern. "Sister-in-law, that's my brother Zhou Bin and my classmate Qian Feng," Qian Feng replied, his voice choked with emotion. Despite their relatively stable lives recently, he had never ceased his search for Zhou Bin and his classmate. He had inquired about them when he met Han Fei and during his visits to the market, even asking to Xiong for information after their troubles, yet no one seemed to know their whereabouts. The only clue was that Qian Feng had left with someone. Now, seeing both Zhou Bin and Qian Feng together, Qian Feng could hardly contain his excitement. "What? You say that your brother Zhou Bin?" A notable shift occurred within Zhang Xiaolan, considering the significance of their relationship. Recognizing Zhou Bin, Qian Feng dashed forward, with Zhang Xiaolan and the others following closely behind. Before reaching them, Qian Feng called out loudly, "Brother, Chui Fan, is that you?" "It's me, Qian Feng." He feared they might not recognize him from afar and hurriedly introduced himself. Upon hearing Qian Feng's voice, Zhou Bin and Chui Fan froze momentarily, their bodies trembling with disbelief. They had endured countless hardships since leaving Chui Hao's group, seeking refuge on a small beach where they intended to survive. However, the resources available on that beach were woefully inadequate for their sustenance. After 2 days of struggle, they realized they could not survive on a meager food supply and decided to relocate to a more resource-rich area. Unfortunately, the viable spots on the beach were few, most having been claimed by Chui Hao and Xiong. Fortunately, Zhou Bin, like Qian Feng, grew up in the countryside, making the search for sustenance in the wilderness a rather uncomplicated endeavor for him. Initially, Chui Fan was hesitant to venture into the forest, as it was widely believed to be perilous. However, after Zhou Bin's persuasion, Chui Fan ultimately consented to accompany him into the woods, for the possibility of finding food was far preferable to the risk of starving outside. Not long after entering the forest, they stumbled upon a patch of wild bananas, which brought them immense joy. Sustained by these bananas, they managed to survive for several days. Initially, they remained highly vigilant, refraining from wandering aimlessly in the woods. Yet, as time passed, they discovered that the forest was not as daunting as they had imagined, and they began to venture deeper within. It was evident that Zhou Bin and Qian Feng shared a similar approach to exploring the wilderness. They first established a safe perimeter before gradually delving inward. Zhou Bin's objective was clear: to locate a suitable site for constructing a shelter. Fortunately, they soon discovered a small cave. After a thorough inspection, Zhou Bin confirmed that, while the cave was modest in size, it was ample enough for both of them. With some tidying up, it could serve as a long-term refuge. Subsequently, Zhou Bin and Chui Fan set about organizing the cave and erected barriers around it to deter any potential animal attacks. They also found a small pond within the forest to meet their basic water needs. With plenty of food available in the wilderness, they settled comfortably into their cave. Regrettably, their peaceful existence was short-lived. Just a few days into their newfound stability, their tranquil life was abruptly interrupted when a pack of wolves set their sights on them. If it had been 1 or 2 wolves, Zhou Bin would have had the means to handle the situation. However, this pack consisted of over 30 wolves. Upon discovering Zhou Bin and Chui Fan, the wolves encircled their cave and launched an assault. Initially, the two managed to withstand the wolves' attacks, leveraging the cave's advantages. However, the pack soon completely surrounded the entrance, halting their offensive. It became evident that their intention was to trap the two inside the cave, leaving them to perish. Zhou Bin discerned their motive. The wolves aimed to starve them and then feast upon their remains. Although the two could have potentially endured within the cave if they had sufficient food and water, they found themselves with nothing and were compelled to devise an escape. Ultimately, on the second day of being encircled by the wolves, they resolved to break free at dawn. At that moment, not all the wolves were stationed at the cave's entrance. Only a dozen remained. Although some wolves were absent, Zhou Bin understood they were likely lurking nearby, poised to react at the slightest disturbance. The attempt to break free was fraught with peril, akin to walking a tightrope between life and death. Armed with mere sticks, the pair charged out of the cave, positioning themselves back to back as they made their way toward the edge of the forest. The moment they emerged, a dozen wolves crouching at the cave entrance lunged forward with ferocity. Zhou Bin and Chui Fan raised their wooden clubs, fiercely striking at the beasts. Several wolves were struck down, rolling upon the ground in distress. Remarkably, the audacity of the two men intimidated the pack, deterring them from advancing. In that fleeting moment, the remaining wolves also encircled them. Chapter 96. The blanket is finished. Once the remaining wolves encircled them, the perilousness of their situation escalated. The previous wolves seemed to have regained their ferocity, baring their teeth and glaring menacingly at them. The two could only inch their way outward, and fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a river. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Bin grasped Chui Fan's hand, and they leapt into the water. When they emerged, they found themselves far from the cave. Upon reaching the riverbank, they began their quest to navigate through the jungle. Thus, they wandered through the thicket for 2 to 3 days, and today they finally arrived at the jungle's edge, where they spotted Qian Feng and the others. Reflecting on their harrowing experiences of the past few days and seeing Qian Feng's familiar face, Zhou Bin and Shui Fan could no longer contain their emotions. They embraced Qian Feng, and tears streamed down their faces like a spring's flow. Zhang Xiaolan and the others approached, observing the trio's emotional state without uttering a word, silently standing by. After a moment, the three separated, and Zhou Bin noticed a glimmer of something unusual in Zhang Xiaolan's eyes, which prompted him to smile. "Xiaolan, you're with Xiao Feng too?" Zhang Xiaolan's eyes revealed a hint of complexity as she turned to Qian Feng. "Yes, after I fell into the water, it was Xiao Feng who saved me, and he's been taking care of me ever since." "Ah, I'm relieved to see you're safe. I knew you would be okay," Zhou Bin replied, casting an appraising glance at Zhang Xiaolan and Qian Feng. "It seems you've been living quite well with Xiao Feng. Neither of you looks worse for wear." Indeed, Xiao Feng is incredible. Not only can he hunt, but he also builds shelters and weaves fish traps. Most of our food has been procured thanks to him, Zhang Xiaolan said proudly, recounting Qian Feng's accomplishments. Certainly, when Xiao Feng was younger, he often crafted traps at home to sell. These skills come naturally to him. Zhou Bin chuckled. Subsequently, Qian Feng exchanged pleasantries with Shui Fan, while Han Fei approached to reminisce with Shui Fan. Given that Shui Fan had not been on the best terms with his classmates, their conversation was somewhat limited. Ultimately, Qian Feng introduced the two to Li Qi and the others. "It seems you both haven't had much to eat lately. You all continue chatting. We'll prepare some food for you," Li Qi remarked before leading Han Fei and Lu Qin away to cook. Initially, Zhang Xiaolan intended to join them, but Li Qi urged her to stay, wishing to afford her and Zhou Bin some time together, given their romantic relationship. Zhang Xiaolan complied without much protest and continued conversing with Zhou Bin and Qian Feng. Zhou Bin and Shui Fan recounted their recent tribulations to Qian Feng, who, in turn, shared tales of their own trials after the disaster. Before long, Li Qi and the others had prepared the meal. Qian Feng called for Zhou Bin and Shui Fan to join for dinner. Originally, the meal had been perfectly portioned, but with the addition of Zhou Bin and Shui Fan, more dishes were prepared. Zhou Bin and his companion followed Qian Feng to the dining table, where an array of delectable dishes awaited them. Their throats involuntarily convulsed as they swallowed in anticipation. The table was adorned not only with fish soup and roasted fish, but also with wild vegetables and fruits, and even a steaming pot of chicken stew. For Zhou Bin and his friend, this feast was nothing short of extravagant. Having subsisted largely on wild fruits from trees due to their fear of lingering in one place, they had scarcely eaten over the past few days. "Wow, Xiao Feng, your spread is truly lavish. Ever since I arrived on this island, I haven't encountered such sumptuous food," Zhou Bin exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "Hold on, brother. Isn't this all a piece of cake for you? Don't you know how to make fish traps? I remember you were quite skilled at crafting those rabbit snares when we were children," Qian Feng replied, recalling their childhood spent in the same village, where he had often trailed behind Zhou Bin, learning many skills from him. "Ah, don't remind me. We finally found some stability in the jungle, only to have those wolves set their sights on us, leaving me unable to do anything but evade them," Zhou Bin lamented, a look of helplessness on his face. "Enough of this chatter. Sit down and eat. Your brother has lost so much weight that I can hardly recognize him." "Xiao Feng, you must feed him," Zhang Xiaolan interjected, unable to resist reminding them. Yes, let's put a pause on the conversation and have our meal," Qian Feng hastily urged Zhou Bin and Shui Fan to join him. "Here, brother, have this chicken leg. Shui Fan, this one is for you." Qian Feng diligently served them both, filling their bowls with food. "Thank you, Xiao Feng." Zhou Bin and Shui Fan replied eagerly as they accepted the chicken legs and began to devour their meal. After their satisfying repast, the time was approximately 10 in the morning. Qian Feng instructed Zhou Bin and Shui Fan to rest in Qinglong's house, while he and the others continued their tasks. Once Zhang Xiaolan and the others tidied up the dining area, they headed to the beach to collect ocean debris, while Qian Feng and Qinglong examined the leopard skins they had prepared. Qinglong picked up a leopard skin and inspected it. It was completely dried and felt remarkably soft to the touch. Qian Feng took another leopard skin in hand, rubbing it between his fingers. Wow, Qinglong, you did an incredible job. This leopard skin is so supple, and its fur shines beautifully. If this were laid beneath me, it would certainly be quite comfortable. I find myself wanting one for myself, Qian Feng said, caressing the exquisite material. Haha, if you desire it, just go hunt another leopard. As long as you can bring one down, I can craft another for you, Qinglong replied with a grin. Qian Feng shot him a disapproving glance. Do you think it's so easy to kill a leopard? The last time we managed to take down two was primarily because we had the advantage of numbers. They couldn't focus their attacks on a single individual. If it were just the two of us against an adult leopard, I doubt we could so easily vanquish it. Boss, Qinglong said with utmost seriousness, it is not strictly necessary to hunt leopards. We could also consider the pelts of tigers, lions, or other such creatures to make blankets. Upon hearing Qinglong's words, Qian Feng was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, almost kicking him out. Qinglong, are you trying to bring about my demise? I lack the confidence to effortlessly slay a single leopard, and now you suggest I pursue lions and tigers? It appears you have no intention of allowing me to survive. Hey, boss, that's not what I meant, Qinglong replied with a grin. I merely suggested that the skins of those animals could serve as blankets. If it comes to it, you could also take down those wolves that Zhoubin mentioned. Not only would you have wolf meat to enjoy, but you would also acquire pelts for blankets. Qinglong smiled at Qian Feng. Hearing this, Qian Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled with a newfound idea, contemplating that this approach might indeed be feasible. Chapter 97. The objectives of 3 at that moment. Qian Feng resolved to hunt several wolves, intending to use their pelts to craft a blanket. Shortly thereafter, Qinglong produced his machete and meticulously trimmed the edges of the black panther skin, resulting in a rectangular panther skin blanket. Once the 2 blankets were completed, Qian Feng presented them to Zhang Xiaolan and her companions, inviting them to lay them on the floor of the shelter for a trial. The instant Zhang Xiaolan and her friends received the blankets, they were overwhelmed with excitement. They had not anticipated the blankets would be ready so swiftly, having initially expected the process to take over a month. Yet here they were, completed in merely a week. The glossy, dark fur and the soft, comfortable leather enchanted the women, who found it difficult to part with their new treasures. Eagerly, they rushed into the shelter, smoothing out the straw that had previously covered the ground before laying down the blankets, which fit perfectly to cover the floor. After laying them down, the women reclined upon them. Ah, this is so comfortable. It feels as soft as my bed at home, Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed, her face radiating contentment. I wish I could lie here completely undressed. Lu Qin couldn't help but add, haha, if you want to take it all off, go ahead. There are no outsiders here. Besides, Qian Feng won't mind. Han Fei teased Lu Qin playfully. Of course, I'll do it if I wish, as long as the boss is willing to look. I'm ready to show him anytime, Lu Qin boldly declared. All right, enough of that. Just enjoy the comfort of lying down. No need to tempt me further. Qian Feng interjected, blushing, and hurried off to find Qinglong before Lu Qin could finish her thought. The laughter of the women echoed as they observed Qian Feng's hasty retreat. Once the merriment subsided, Li Qi leaned in close to Zhang Xiaolan and whispered, Xiaolan, since your partner has arrived, will you be staying with him? At the mention of this, Zhang Xiaolan felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, realizing that certain matters could not remain concealed. She decided to confide in Li Qi later. Sister Qi, I will definitely be sleeping in our shelter tonight. Ah, isn't Zhoubin your boyfriend? After such a long separation, don't you miss him? Shouldn't you be enjoying a romantic reunion? Li Qi remarked with a knowing smile directed at Zhang Xiaolan. Actually, things are not as you perceive. Zhoubin and I are merely pretending to be a couple. Nothing has truly transpired between us. We are simply a FAAD for our families, Zhang Xiaolan explained, halting abruptly, sensing that she had revealed too much. Noticing her discomfort, Li Qi refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, as Zhang Xiaolan conversed with Li Qi, Qian Feng and Qinglong prepared to venture into the jungle to gather more bamboo, intending to craft additional utensils and stools. With Zhoubin and Shui Fan's arrival, the original set of tableware, which was designed for one person, had proven insufficient. Initially, Qian Feng had intended to go solely with Qinglong, but Han Fei and Lu Qin expressed their desire to accompany them, eager to explore the jungle for the first time. Qian Feng pondered that the bamboo grove was not too deep within the jungle, situated not far from the edge, and he had ventured there numerous times without encountering any danger. Thus, he consented to let the two girls accompany him, much to their exhilaration, as they swiftly shouldered their bamboo baskets and followed him into the forest. Shortly after their entry, 3 individuals stealthily approached their shelter from the left side of the beach, engaged in hushed conversation. "Hey, fatty, didn't you mention that Han Fei and the others came here? Why haven't we seen them?" inquired a slender man, casting a glance at his portly companion. "I have no idea, Slim Monkey. You should recall that we clearly saw them heading this way that day. Beyond this point lies Big Bear's territory. They wouldn't venture there, so they must have sought refuge here," the hefty man replied, his expression one of confusion. "Do you think they might have wandered into the jungle?" suggested a taller man. "No way. They are well aware of the dangers lurking within the jungle. What would 3 women dare to do in there? Then why have we come this far without spotting them? Perhaps they have met their demise or encountered some ferocious beast. Who knows?" Just as the trio continued their discourse, Slim Monkey suddenly seemed to notice something and urged his companions to crouch down. Get down, get down. Look over there." Upon hearing this, the fat man and the other individual immediately dropped to the ground, turning their gaze towards the direction Slim Monkey was pointing. Indeed, not far ahead, they spotted 2 structures nestled among the coconut trees, which appeared rather impressive to the 3 men. "See, they must have come here. I told you I wasn't mistaken," the fat man stated, a newfound confidence in his tone upon sighting the houses. "Wait a moment, fatty. I find something suspicious," Slim Monkey interjected, his expression suddenly grave. "What do you mean?" the fat man inquired. "Look over there. There are 2 shelters. One would suffice for the 3 of them. Why would they construct 2? Furthermore, do you think those structures could have been built by 3 women?" Slim Monkey analyzed, pointing towards the shelters. After hearing Slim Monkey's reasoning, the fat man and the tall man found his points quite compelling. Thus, they refrained from rushing forward and instead remained crouched, quietly observing the situation. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi emerged from one of the shelters, preparing to gather fish from the rocky area. Their plans had been disrupted earlier by the sudden appearance of Zhou Bin and Shui Fan, so they intended to take advantage of this moment to collect fish. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi exit the shelter, the eyes of the 3 men nearly bulged from their sockets, and saliva almost dripped from their mouths. They are exceedingly beautiful, particularly in contrast to the desolate surroundings of the deserted island, where most individuals are suffering from malnutrition due to scarcity of food and water. While there are a few women in their camp, they are emaciated to the point of being unrecognizable as beautiful. Previously, there was a striking woman named Han Fei in the camp, but she has since ventured over here, which is precisely the purpose behind Shui Hao's arrangement for the 3 of them to come, to find Han Fei. Chapter 98. Zhou Bin's secret among the trio. The thin monkey was the most astute. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, the hefty man and the tall one were about to rush forward to seize them, but were halted by the thin monkey. "Hold on a moment, my friend. Observe the shelter here compared to the other shanties. It is evident that they cannot be the only 2 residing here. Let's first watch carefully. If we ascertain that it is indeed just the 2 of them, we shall bind them today. However, if there are others present and we find ourselves unable to handle the situation, we will return to inform the boss and have him send reinforcements to assist in securing them." The hefty man and the tall one, finding the thin monkey's reasoning sound, settled down and resumed their observation from their hiding spot. As Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi traversed the rocky area, they happened upon the abode of Qinglong. At that moment, Zhou Bin and Shui Fan were resting inside, evidently having endured considerable hardship recently, their spirits taut with tension. Although they had fallen asleep immediately after their meal, Zhou Bin was abruptly awakened when Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi passed by outside. Once he confirmed his surroundings, he was able to relax. Due to their heightened state of anxiety, Zhou Bin would awaken at the slightest disturbance, akin to what has been reported as post-traumatic stress disorder. Returning from the battlefield to civilian life often leaves individuals struggling to readjust, leading to restless nights where even the faintest sound can rouse them. Similarly, Zhou Bin found himself in a comparable state, awakening at the slightest noise. However, upon realizing his surroundings and spotting Zhang Xiaolan, he emerged from the room. Xiaolan. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan move past, Zhou Bin called out urgently. Hearing his voice, Zhang Xiaolan halted, turning to face him, while Li Qi also paused and glanced back. Observing Zhou Bin, frail yet determined, leaning against a coconut tree. "Brother Bin, what is it?" Zhang Xiaolan addressed him in the familiar manner they had used back home, where Zhou Bin called her Xiaolan, and she referred to him as Brother Bin. "Xiaolan, I wish to discuss something privately with you," Zhou Bin spoke calmly. "All right, Brother Bin," Zhang Xiaolan replied before turning to Li Qi. "Sister Qi, why don't you go ahead? I'll join you shortly." Li Qi glanced at Zhou Bin, then gently patted Zhang Xiaolan's shoulder, saying, "Very well, I shall go on ahead and wait for you. Take your time." "Thank you, Sister Qi. Not a problem. I'll be on my way." With that, Li Qi departed towards the rocky area with her bamboo basket. Once Li Qi had left, Zhou Bin spoke again. "Xiaolan, I believe it is time for us to inform Qian Feng about our relationship. We are on the island now, and whether we can return is still uncertain. It seems our previous agreement is now void, and I have found someone more suited for me." After expressing his feelings, Zhou Bin cast a lingering glance at the sanctuary where Qian Feng resided. It became evident that Zhang Xiaolan and Zhou Bin were not genuine romantic partners. Zhou Bin's sexual orientation diverged from societal norms, rendering a conventional relationship with Zhang Xiaolan impossible. He regarded her merely as a sister, and Zhang Xiaolan was fully aware of Zhou Bin's circumstances. Though he treated her well, it was merely the affection of friends, and she reciprocated by viewing him as an older brother. The pretense of being a couple arose from a pressing concern regarding Zhang Xiaolan's grandfather, who had fallen gravely ill. Their bond was profound. He had indulged her since childhood, always striving to fulfill her desires. Zhang Xiaolan, in turn, was exceedingly filial and obedient. Her grandfather's utmost wish was to see her married before his passing, yet with no suitor in sight, how could she fulfill this wish? Coincidentally, Zhou Bin's family was also urging him to find a girlfriend and marry soon, threatening to arrange blind dates if he failed to do so. The thought of such arrangements terrified Zhou Bin, as they would inevitably reveal his true orientation, with consequences he dared not contemplate. In a fortuitous turn of events, Zhang Xiaolan and Zhou Bin became acquainted and, under the circumstances, decided to stage a performance, pretending to be in a romantic relationship. Thus, Zhang Xiaolan introduced Zhou Bin to her grandfather as her boyfriend, claiming they had been dating but were too shy to present him earlier. Upon meeting Zhou Bin, her grandfather's spirits lifted considerably. Additionally, Zhou Bin took Zhang Xiaolan to his rural hometown, assuring his family that he had found a girlfriend, alleviating their concerns about his personal life. To maintain their ruse, they pretended to cohabit. Initially, they planned to deceive their families briefly before returning to their individual lives. But fate had other designs. Qian Feng moved to the city for his studies, coincidentally enrolling in a school nearby. To prevent exposure of their charade, Zhou Bin invited Qian Feng to stay with them. Given their long-standing friendship, Qian Feng readily accepted the invitation. Thus, Zhang Xiaolan and Zhou Bin found themselves compelled to continue the fade, acting as a couple in front of Qian Feng. At night, although they shared the same room, Zhang Xiaolan occupied the bed while Zhou Bin slept on the floor. Initially, this arrangement troubled Zhang Xiaolan. However, as time passed, she discovered Qian Feng's admirable qualities and gradually became comfortable with their situation, even finding it pleasant. When Qian Feng's classmates invited him for a boat outing, she requested Zhou Bin accompany her, leading to the unfortunate incident at sea. But Brother Bin, what if Qian Feng discovers the truth? Will he view you differently? Might he be angry with us for deceiving him for so long? Zhang Xiaolan inquired with concern. It's all right. Since I have chosen Qian Feng, I'm unafraid of their awareness. Moreover, I trust that Qian Feng will comprehend my intentions. He would not harbor any resentment towards us. Upon hearing Zhou Bin's words, Zhang Xiaolan pondered briefly before consenting. Very well, Bin Ge. Since you have said so, we shall inform Qian Feng once he returns from the evening gathering. A smile danced upon Zhang Xiaolan's lips as she spoke to Zhou Bin. Observing her expression, Zhou Bin chuckled, I've long noticed your affection for Qian Feng. Have you developed feelings for him? Upon hearing his remark, Zhang Xiaolan's cheeks flushed crimson. Before she could respond, Zhou Bin continued, "In truth, I have been aware of your feelings for him for quite some time, and I sense that he harbors interest in you as well. However, due to the fact that you are his nominal sister-in-law, he has been suppressing his emotions." Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, suddenly, Fatty and his two companions rushed over. Chapter 99. Lousy will deal with you now. The individuals approaching were none other than the trio of the Fatty, the tall one, and the slim monkey. After observing for quite some time, they discerned that only Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi were present, followed by the emergence of a man from a smaller shelter. They recognized him immediately as Zhou Bin, who had previously fled from their camp. They recalled clearly that Zhou Bin had faced ostracism due to his sexual orientation and had ultimately been driven away, taking with him a boy, who they identified as Qian Feng. The trio estimated that the two women posed little threat, and they had never regarded Zhou Bin as a formidable opponent. Moreover, in his current emaciated state, Zhou Bin lacked any semblance of combat prowess. Consequently, they resolved to abduct them without hesitation. Startled by the sudden appearance of the three men, Zhang Xiaolan and Zhou Bin exchanged fearful glances. Zhang Xiaolan instinctively recoiled, questioning, "Who are you, and what do you want here?" The Fatty and his companions erupted into laughter at her inquiry. "Ha ha, who are we? We are the subordinates of Cui Hao, my brothers, and I find you quite appealing and intend to take you to enjoy a life of luxury over there." As he spoke, the Fatty reached out to grab Zhang Xiaolan. Seeing this, Zhou Bin rushed forward to obstruct him, seizing the Fatty's outstretched hand. "What are you doing, Fatty? Withdraw your hand," he shouted defiantly. The Fatty retorted, "Has Zhou Bin grown some wings? How dare you meddle in our affairs? It seems you are itching for trouble." Before Zhou Bin could react, the Fatty swatted his hand away and struck him with a punch, causing Zhou Bin to tumble to the ground. At that moment, Qian Feng, who had been inside the room, heard the commotion and rushed out. Upon seeing Zhou Bin sprawled on the ground, he instinctively wanted to retaliate, but faltered upon recognizing the Fatty. Fear overcame him, and he hurriedly went to help Zhou Bin up. Previously, while at Shui Hao's camp, the Fatty and the slim monkey had frequently bullied them, subjecting them to beatings. Initially, they had attempted to resist, but each act of defiance only resulted in more brutal reprisals. Eventually, they had no choice but to endure the abuse until they could bear it no longer and escaped. To his dismay, Qian Feng found himself face to face with the Fatty once again, his heart racing with dread, compelling him to assist Zhou Bin instead. I thought I recognized someone. It is none other than my sister-in-law, Qian Feng. I wondered why Zhou Bin was alone. I see now you were keeping him warm inside," chuckled the Fatty. "What a stroke of luck. Not only can we take back two stunning beauties, but we can also bring along these two labors." The slim monkey chimed in gleefully. Meanwhile, in the distance, Li Qi, who had been gathering trash by the seaside, suddenly heard the commotion from Zhang Xiaolan's direction. She looked up just in time to see Zhou Bin being shoved to the ground and hurried over to investigate. Upon arriving, she seized Zhang Xiaolan's arm, demanding to know what was happening. Just as Zhang Xiaolan prepared to explain, the Fatty approached Li Qi with a grin. "Ah, what a stunning beauty this is." From a distance, it was difficult to discern her charm, but now it is evident that both of you are more enchanting than the other. "Ha! As long as you accompany us back and become the women of our leader, I assure you will enjoy a life of luxury on the island, free from the worries of sustenance." The slender monkey leered at Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi as he spoke. At this moment, without Zhang Xiaolan uttering a word, Li Qi had already surmised the situation, and thus, with annoyance, she retorted to the hefty man, "Dream on. Do you not realize that what you are doing is illegal?" "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Upon hearing Li Qi's words, the three hefty men erupted into laughter. "Illegal? On this deserted island? You dare to lecture me on legality? Have you lost your senses? Here, there are no laws. The strongest fist dictates what is right." After this, the hefty man beckoned the slender monkey and the tall one to seize Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi. Observing this, Zhou Bin hurriedly stepped in to obstruct them. Although he knew he could not overpower the hefty man, as a man, he felt compelled to stand up. Seeing Zhou Bin's bravery, Qian Feng also positioned himself in front of the hefty man. "So, You think you've grown wings and can stand up to me? It seems you are in dire need of a lesson. With two thuds, Zhou Bin and Qian Feng each received a kick, collapsing to the ground. Subsequently, the hefty man and the slender monkey unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhou Bin and Qian Feng, leaving them bruised and battered, unable to rise. Witnessing Zhou Bin's plight, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi felt helpless. They could not aid him and were powerless to intervene as the three men continued their assault. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Xiaolan seized a nearby wooden stick and swung it at the hefty man's head. However, due to her lack of strength, the blow inflicted no harm, and instead, the hefty man retaliated with a fierce punch to Zhou Bin's face, rendering him incapable of resistance. Rising to his feet, he lunged toward Zhang Xiaolan. Realizing her feeble attempt had no effect, and with the hefty man approaching her, Zhang Xiaolan was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Just as his hand reached for her, Li Qi swiftly pulled her away, urging her to flee into the jungle. As they ran, Li Qi sensed Zhang Xiaolan's hesitation, aware that she did not want to abandon Zhou Bin and the others. "Xiaolan, we must run. They are after us. If we escape, they will undoubtedly release Zhou Bin and the others to pursue us. We need to head into the jungle. As long as we can find Qian Feng, we will be safe." Hearing Li Qi's reasoning, Zhang Xiaolan acknowledged the validity of her words. With no other option but to seek Qian Feng, they took each other's hands and swiftly dashed toward the jungle. However, what the two of them did not anticipate was that the tall individual was remarkably swift on the beach, catching up to them in mere moments and blocking their path. Shortly thereafter, the plump one and the lean monkey followed closely behind. The hefty figure seized Zhang Xiaolan's hand, yanking her down to the ground, and then forcefully shoved Li Qi down as well. "You wretched harlots, so adept at running, are you? Why not flee now? Initially, I intended to deliver you to our leader for his amusement, and once he was satisfied, I would partake in you as well. It seems you are opting for punishment rather than reward. I shall take matters into my own hands now. Lean monkey, tall one, let us deal with them together." Upon hearing this, the lean monkey and the tall one exchanged lewd grins and lunged towards Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi alongside the plump figure. "Xiaofeng, come save me. Xiaofeng, hurry." Chapter 100. The cry for help from Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi were horrified by the sight of the three hefty men, prompting them to retreat while loudly calling for Qian Feng to rescue them. In the depths of the jungle, under Qian Feng's guidance, the group had reached a bamboo grove that was, in fact, not far from their refuge, merely separated by a cluster of towering trees that obscured their view. This was a discovery Qian Feng had made upon returning from a previous exploration of the jungle. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, Qian Feng and Qing Long took up machetes and daggers to begin cutting down bamboo. Armed with these tools, their progress was swift, and within minutes, they felled a bamboo stalk as thick as an arm. While Qian Feng and Qing Long were busy with the bamboo, Han Fei and Lu Qin were not idle. Noticing an abundance of bamboo shoots in the grove, they began to excavate them. Suddenly, amidst their labor, Qian Feng halted, having faintly heard Zhang Xiaolan's voice. "Help! Qian Feng, come save me." Noticing Qian Feng's abrupt stop, Qing Long inquired, perplexed, "What's wrong, boss? Is there an issue?" Without uttering a word, Qian Feng gestured for Qing Long to remain silent. Although the distance to the refuge was not excessively far, it was still significant, and the towering trees obstructed sound. Uncertain, he strained his ears once more, but heard nothing further, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. "You all stay here. I will return to check," he decided, withholding his reasons, and swiftly sheathed his dagger before racing back to the refuge. Qing Long and the others were astonished as they witnessed Qian Feng vanish in a blur, covering over 100 meters in an instant. "Has the boss always been this fast?" he asked Han Fei, whose expression mirrored his astonishment. "I had no idea he could move so quickly," Han Fei replied, bewildered as she watched Qian Feng's retreating figure. "Is he really that fast? How can someone in such good shape not be quick?" Lu Qin mused, gazing dreamily in the direction Qian Feng had gone. "What are you saying, Lu Qin?" Han Fei admonished, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Qian Feng reached the edge of the jungle with remarkable speed. As he emerged, he spotted Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi lying on the ground, surrounded by three unfamiliar men who were intent on committing unspeakable acts against them. In a moment of urgency, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it towards them. At that moment, the largest of the men had stripped off his shirt, exposing his rolls of flesh, leering at Zhang Xiaolan with a predatory gaze and reaching out to tear at her clothing, a sight that was utterly repulsive. Just as the man grasped Zhang Xiaolan's garment and prepared to pull it down, a dark figure hurtled towards him with incredible speed, striking his arm with force. The man's reflexes were too slow to evade it. He cried out in pain, followed by a chorus of anguished exclamations. It hurts. The slender monkey and the tall man emitted cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Who on earth hurled that stone? Upon regaining his senses, the overweight man realized someone was pelting him with stones, prompting him to rise and curse. However, just as he stood to unleash his wrath, a figure darted towards him with remarkable speed, surpassing even that of the lightning-fast bolt. Before he could discern the assailant's features, a pair of hands, as powerful as a vice, grasped his throat and flung him away. The hefty man, weighing over 200 pounds, was tossed aside, illustrating the tremendous strength of his attacker. Yet, at that moment, the heavy-set man had no time for such thoughts. His mind was a blank canvas as he crashed to the ground 5 meters away. Soon after, the slender monkey was similarly hurled out, but his trajectory extended even further, reaching nearly 10 meters. The tall man followed suit, being cast out in like manner. Once they regained their bearings, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, upon recognizing the newcomer as Qian Feng, hastily scrambled to their feet and leapt into his embrace. Xiao Feng, you've arrived. You scare me to death. If you hadn't come, we would have been at their mercy. Thank you, Xiao Feng. The two women clung tightly to Qian Feng, nearly squeezing the breath from him. Yet the softness of their presence against his chest made him reluctant to push them away. As Qian Feng reveled in this tender moment, the three hefty men stood up, cursing and charging towards him. Damn it! Who are these fools daring to ambush me? Watch me break your legs and feed you to the sharks. As they swung their fists at Qian Feng, he quickly pushed the two women aside and prepared to confront them. He did not evade. His anger had not yet dissipated. Regardless of who these three individuals were or their motives, he felt compelled to teach them a lesson, a profound one at that. With determination, Qian Feng advanced rather than retreating, his fists colliding with the overweight man's punch. A sharp crack echoed as a bone fractured. The hefty man crumpled to the ground, clutching his hand. Another crack resounded as the slender monkey, also clutching his fist, rolled on the ground in agony. Finally, Qian Feng delivered a kick to the tall man's abdomen, sending him flying, his body suspended in the air as he expelled the remnants of his midday meal. Seeing the three sprawled on the ground, groaning and writhing in pain, Qian Feng turned to Zhang Xiaolan and inquired, "Sister-in-law, what transpired? Who are they, and how did they suddenly appear here?" At that moment, with Qian Feng by her side, Zhang Xiaolan's emotions had settled, and she calmly recounted the events. Well, Xiao Feng, after you all left, Qi Jie and I rested at the shelter for a while before deciding to head to the beach to collect some things. As we passed by Bin Ji's place, he mentioned wanting to discuss something with me, but before he could say much, they showed up. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan mention that Zhou Bin sought her out for a discussion, Qian Feng felt a fleeting sense of unease, though he quickly regained his composure and continued to listen to her account. The trio referred to themselves as subordinates of Cui Hao. Noticing the beauty of Li Qi and me, they expressed their intent to present us to their leader. Consequently, Brother Bin engaged in a fierce altercation with these three individuals, who inflicted severe harm upon him and his companion. We wished to assist, but were powerless to do so. Ultimately, we resolved to flee and seek your help. Yet, both Qi Jie and I were unable to outpace them and were soon caught. Upon apprehending us, they attempted to violate us. Fortunately, your timely arrival prevented a dire fate for us. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's words, Qian Feng's countenance darkened, resembling a wintry visage, and before she could finish her narrative, he strode towards the trio. Chapter 101. The enraged Qian Feng. As Qian Feng strode towards them, seething with anger, the three portly figures lost their previous airs of arrogance, retreating in fear. What do you want? We are under the protection of Boss Cui Hao. Kui Yao? I care not for whether you're associated with Cui Hao or anyone else. Here, I do not tolerate bullies, and anyone who dares to intimidate me shall leave crawling. Qian Feng declared with undeniable authority, captivating Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi, who gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. The trio, momentarily daunted by Qian Feng's commanding tone, hesitated before the stout one attempted to regain composure. You don't even know who Boss Cui Hao is? Our group of survivors has divided into two factions, each with its own leader. One is Big Bear, commanding over 40 men, and the other is our leader, Cui Hao, who also has a following of over 40, including several elite bodyguards, all former special forces. I heard that just days ago, Big Bear was severely beaten, leaving many of his men injured. Therefore, it can be said that our leader, Cui Hao, is the most formidable individual on this island. With each word, the stout one grew more animated and emboldened, as if he himself were Cui Hao. By the end of his speech, he stood tall with an air of confidence, while the lean monkey and the tall one, believing Qian Feng to be intimidated by Cui Hao's reputation, also stood up with bravado, observing the trio basking in their moment of perceived power. Qian Feng approached them with a sardonic smile. Hearing you speak, I must admit, Cui Hao seemed quite impressive. The stout one, swelling with pride, failed to detect the mockery in Qian Feng's tone. Indeed, our boss is undeniably powerful. Are you frightened now? However, I'm not a petty man. If you kneel and sincerely apologize to us, and send those two women to our boss clean and presentable, I might let you go. Let me go. I have yet to agree to spare you, and you dare to demand my clemency? How amusing. Do you truly believe I am made of clay? Qian Feng's smile vanished, replaced by an icy glare directed at the three. Realizing the shift in atmosphere, the trio sensed that Qian Feng had no intention of sparing them, nor was he intimidated by Cui Hao's name. Zhang Xiaolan, Li Qi, Qing Long, and Lu Qin understood Qian Feng's true strength and recognized that he was not easily cowed by the mere mention of Cui Hao. They observed the stout one's performance with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan recalled Zhou Bin and urgently spoke to Qian Feng, Xiao Feng. It was these three who just grievously assaulted Bingge and Cui Fan. We do not know their fate. We must hurry to check on them. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's words, Qian Feng's anger surged anew, for Zhou Bin held a significant place in his heart. Since childhood, he had followed Zhou Bin closely, who treated him like a beloved younger brother, and in turn, Qian Feng regarded Zhou Bin as an elder sibling. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 resounding thuds, the 3 portly men were once again forcefully knocked to the ground, writhing in agony and pleading for mercy. Ignoring their cries, Qian Feng led Zhang Xiaolan and the others towards the shelter. Upon arrival, they found Zhou Bin and Cui Fan gasping for breath on the ground. The sight of this caused Qian Feng's eyes to well with tears as he rushed forward to embrace Zhou Bin. Bingge. Hearing Qian Feng's frantic calls, Zhou Bin slowly opened his eyes. He attempted to speak, but the severe bruising on his face caused him to convulse in pain, which broke Qian Feng's heart. After several attempts and acclimating to the pain, Zhou Bin finally managed to utter a few words. Xiao Feng, Mifine. Don't provoke Cui Hao. That man is ruthless. You must not act impulsively. Having spent time around Cui Hao, Zhou Bin understood his brutal nature and recognized Qian Feng's temperament. He hastily advised Qian Feng against acting rashly to prevent him from becoming embroiled in trouble. Qian Feng comprehended Zhou Bin's intent to shield him from harm. Zhou Bin was willing to endure the beating alone. It's too late. I've already dealt with those 3 scoundrels. If it weren't for the rule of law, they would have long since met their end, Qian Feng remarked with an unsettling calmness. You're being foolish, Xiao Feng. Cui Hao has many men at his disposal. We cannot possibly contend with them. It was precisely for this reason that I fled to the forest. Now there are wolves in the woods, and we have no way to escape, Zhou Bin responded urgently. It's all right, Bingge. When soldiers come, we shall resist. When water comes, we shall build a dam. At worst, we can fight him with all our might, just like we did against those from the neighboring village when we were children, Qian Feng asserted, reminiscing about their youthful days by the river in their rural hometown during the sweltering summers, when they would bathe together with children from other villages. On one such occasion, while bathing, Qian Feng accidentally bumped into a child from the neighboring village. He hastily apologized, but the other boy refused to relent, leading to a heated argument. As tensions escalated, the other children joined in, and Zhou Bin stood by Qian Feng's side. Despite being outnumbered, with only 4 or 5 on Qian Feng's side against more than 10 from the opposing group, Qian Feng and Zhou Bin remained steadfast. The other children threatened Zhou Bin, promising to spare him if he abandoned Qian Feng. But Zhou Bin refused to leave his friend's side and fought alongside Qian Feng against the crowd of children. Initially, the two individuals were at a severe disadvantage due to the overwhelming number of their opponents, enduring considerable beatings. However, neither was inclined to concede easily. As the pain became unbearable, they erupted in defiance, seizing a child and unleashing their fury upon him, leaving him battered and bloodied, a truly harrowing sight. Both were similarly stained with blood, yet their formidable presence remained intimidating. Ultimately, the sheer ferocity of Zhou Bin and Qian Feng succeeded in driving away the group of over a dozen children. Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, Zhou Bin understood he was referring to that incident. Realizing that they had already crossed the line, he acknowledged there was no turning back and resolved to face whatever came next. He attempted to rise, intending to stand alongside Qian Feng, but was restrained by him. "Brother Bin, you need not move this time. In the past, you protected me. Now that I have grown, it is my turn to protect you." With that, Qian Feng set Zhou Bin down and strode purposefully toward the trio of heavier-set boys. Chapter 102. You all flee into the jungle. When Qian Feng arrived at the spot where the 3 chubby men lay, they were still groaning incessantly, their mouths spewing curses against him. However, upon catching sight of Qian Feng approaching with a stormy expression, they immediately fell silent, fearing his wrath. Noticing the ominous look on Qian Feng's face, the trio instinctively struggled to rise and flee. Yet, in his furious state, Qian Feng was not inclined to let them escape easily. With a swift stride, he delivered a powerful kick to the leg of the chubby man, causing a sickening crack as he collapsed back to the ground, unable to rise again. Next, Qian Feng executed a flying kick that sent the taller man crashing to the ground. At this moment, the lean monkey had managed to distance himself somewhat. But Qian Feng remained unhurried. He casually picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it at the lean monkey. The stone struck his kneecap with a resounding thud, and he immediately crumpled to the ground, unable to stand. Qian Feng, witnessing the pitiful state of Zhou Bin and Shui Fan, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. This time, his strikes were significantly more forceful. Although the trio had cried out in pain during the earlier encounter, he knew those injuries were superficial. However, the situation was different now. Their bones had been broken, resulting in far more severe injuries. After inflicting this damage, Qian Feng seemed unsatisfied and approached them once more, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks until Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi rushed over to restrain him. "Stop! Please stop! If you continue, someone may die," they pleaded, clinging tightly to his arms. "Sister, Qi Jie, do not concern yourselves with me. I must eliminate these pests. Their presence here is a calamity. If I were to kill them, it would indeed be a service to society." Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi could not restrain Qian Feng, who continued his assault. The 3 chubby men, enduring the agony of their broken bones, crawled to their knees before him, fervently begging for mercy. Despite their desperate pleas, Qian Feng remained unmoved, intent on inflicting enough suffering to ensure they would never harm anyone again. At that moment, Qing Long entered, supporting Zhou Bin as he approached. "Xiao Feng, cease this at once. If you continue, someone will surely perish." Only upon hearing Zhou Bin's voice did Qian Feng halt his assault, rushing to his side. Seething with anger as he questioned Qing Long, "Why did you bring Bingu here? Are you not aware of his severe injuries?" Before Qian Feng could finish, Zhou Bin interjected, "Enough, Xiao Feng. Do not blame Qing Long. I insisted he bring me here. If you have any ire, direct it at me, but first, you must stop. Look at them. If you strike them again, it will lead to dire consequences." Ultimately, after Zhou Bin's persuasion, Qian Feng relented, sparing the 3 chubby men from further violence and allowing them to leave. "Brother Feng, you just let them go. Cui Hao will surely come back to retaliate against us." Qing Long, with a face full of concern, reminded him of the incubation period. Qian Feng, however, dismissed his worries. It's of no consequence. If they dare to approach, I shall not fear them. As I have said before, should they seek trouble, I will confront one, and should two come, I will face them both. Ever since he had driven off Da Xiong and his companions, Qian Feng's confidence had soared, and he now felt an overwhelming surge of strength that rendered him unafraid of anyone. Qinglong was well aware of Qian Feng's combat prowess. Otherwise, he would not have been swayed by his martial might to recognize the significantly younger Qian Feng as his elder brother. Zhang Xiaolan, Li Qi, and Lu Qin also understood the formidable strength Qian Feng possessed and were not overly concerned about the potential retribution from Cui Hao. They trusted that as long as Qian Feng assured them there would be no issues, there truly would be none. Zhou Bin, however, remained unaware of Qian Feng's elevated combat abilities and still believed that they were on par, causing him considerable anxiety. No way, Xiao Feng. Our numbers are too few to confront them directly. We cannot meet them head-on. Perhaps we should retreat into the jungle. Though there are wolves within, as long as we steer clear of that direction, we should be relatively safe. At the very least, it would be preferable to our current predicament. Moreover, Cui Hao and his group would likely refrain from pursuing us into the jungle. Qian Feng placed a reassuring hand on Zhou Bin's shoulder, exuding confidence. Brother Bin, worry not. I am well aware of what we must do. If we retreat into the jungle, it may appear as though we are afraid of them. Besides, the presence of wolves makes it unsafe. Perhaps if Cui Hao perceives our lack of fear, he may assume we have some form of support and thus refrain from launching an unprovoked attack against us. After a lengthy period of consolation, Zhou Bin finally relinquished his idea of leading Qian Feng and the others into the jungle, ultimately deciding to remain safely with Qian Feng. Upon returning to the shelter, Qian Feng instructed Zhang Xiaolan and the others to retrieve the herbs they had previously gathered from the jungle. After crushing the herbs with stones, they applied them to the wounds of Zhou Bin and Cui Fan. Furthermore, he had them prepare a pot of chicken soup, infused with various herbs to replenish their strength. Once Zhou Bin was calmed, Qian Feng gathered Zhang Xiaolan, Li Qi, Han Fei, Lu Qin, and Qinglong in the large shelter. As you all have seen, we have now entangled ourselves with Cui Hao. I do not regret this. My stance remains unchanged. Within my team, we are family, and I will not permit any member of my family to be bullied by outsiders. He paused, scanning the faces of those gathered before continuing. Kui Yao, as many of you may know, is the type to seek vengeance for any slight. Today, I struck down his men, and he has lost face. I am certain he will seek revenge, though I cannot predict when. Everyone nodded in agreement with Qian Feng's assessment. Thus, I propose that since I am the one he seeks, you should temporarily retreat into the jungle. I have become somewhat familiar with the area and know of several suitable hiding spots. What about you? Zhang Xiaolan inquired. Qian Feng met her gaze with a gentle smile. Of course. I shall remain in the sanctuary. I cannot flee. If I were to run, it would give him the impression that we fear him, and he would only become more audacious in his demands. No, Xiao Feng, we cannot allow you to face this alone. We shall bear the burden together. Indeed, Xiao Feng, we shall shoulder this together. Boss, do you underestimate me? Though I, the Azure Dragon, may not be of great renown, I am certainly no coward who abandons the battlefield. Chapter 103. Cui Hao arrives faced with the unwavering resolve of his companions. Qian Feng felt deeply moved by their collective stance in the face of danger, refusing to allow him to bear the burden alone. After offering further encouragement, he found that their determination remained steadfast. They were resolute in facing any challenges together. Ultimately, Qian Feng relinquished his thoughts of sending them into the jungle for refuge, choosing instead to confront Cui Hao's impending retaliation alongside them. He reasoned that should they find themselves overpowered, retreating into the jungle would at least signify that they had fought valiantly. Surrender without resistance was simply not an option he could entertain. In the subsequent days, Qian Feng refrained from venturing deep into the jungle, opting instead to gather a few wild fruits and vegetables nearby, while the others continued their efforts along the shore, collecting marine debris and fishing with nets. Yet, they remained perpetually prepared for Cui Hao's vengeance. What puzzled Qian Feng was that, for 3 consecutive days, there had been no actions from Cui Hao's side. Not a single individual was dispatched for retribution. Nonetheless, Qian Feng and his companions maintained their vigilance. After 2 more days, Chui Hao finally made his appearance, personally accompanied by 2 imposing bodyguards. One fine morning, as Qian Feng and his group were enjoying breakfast, they noticed that due to the attentive care of Zhang Xiaolan and the others, Zhou Bin and Shui Fan had regained enough strength to join them at the table. As they were eating, 3 figures approached from the west side of their shelter. At the forefront was a young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, clad in immaculate clothing that starkly contrasted with the plight of the castaways. His hair was also meticulously groomed, emanating a polished sheen. Through introductions from Han Fei and the others, Qian Feng recognized him as Chui Hao, clearly thriving on the island. Flanking Chui Hao were 2 robust individuals, both clad in military combat vests that bulged impressively. Their arms were nearly as thick as Chui Hao's thighs, indicative of formidable strength, likely honed through rigorous training. Moreover, Qian Feng noted that both men had bulges at their waists, presumably concealing daggers or similar weapons. Upon spotting Chui Hao, Qing Long immediately set down his utensils, rising to reach for the knife at his waist. Zhou Bin and Shui Fan stumbled to their feet as well, but Qian Feng raised his hands, urging them to remain seated and continue their meal. Soon, Chui Hao and his entourage reached their table. Observing that Qian Feng and his companions were still engrossed in their meal, seemingly ignoring him, a fleeting shadow of coldness crossed Chui Hao's eyes, quickly replaced by a jovial demeanor as he approached. "Ha ha! I presume this is my dear brother Qian Feng," Chui Hao exclaimed, noting the tension among the others at the table, while Qian Feng remained calm and composed. It was then that Chui Hao confirmed Qian Feng's identity. Without uttering a word, Qian Feng set down his bowl and slowly lifted his gaze, feigning confusion as he looked at Chui Hao, his voice icy as he inquired, "You know me?" Chui Hao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question from Qian Feng, but then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, dear brother Qian Feng, your reputation has spread far and wide on this deserted island in recent days." Qian Feng, still perplexed, gazed at him with an expression of bewilderment. "What do you mean? I do not comprehend your words." "Ha ha, brother Qian Feng, are you attempting to feign ignorance? By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chui Hao. I am sincerely grateful for the support I have received, which has led to my selection as the leader of our faction. A couple of days ago, I heard that you, brother Qian Feng, had dealt quite decisively with Da Xiong and his companions from another faction. This news is spread across our island." Upon hearing this, Qian Feng understood that Chui Hao was referring to his own burgeoning reputation. It is no surprise, given that there are scarcely any forms of entertainment on this island. Such events easily become the fodder for idle gossip. However, this also subtly reveals Chui Hao's profound cunning. After his subordinates were bested, rather than retaliating immediately, he chose to first ascertain the details of his adversaries. "Ah, you were referring to Da Xiong? It's nothing serious. We merely had a minor disagreement. But the misunderstanding has since been resolved." Qian Feng intentionally spoke in such a manner to create an air of ambiguity, believing that Da Xiong would not divulge the details of that day, thus limiting the information available to Chui Hao. This illusion would deter Chui Hao from making any rash moves against Qian Feng and his associates. In truth, Chui Hao's visit was aimed at discerning the nature of the relationship between Qian Feng and Da Xiong. Their strengths were comparable, and publicly, they maintained a non-interference policy, even engaging in some cooperation. However, privately, both were known to undermine one another, a tacit understanding between them. Chui Hao had some knowledge of Qian Feng's prowess. After all, individuals with Qian Feng's skills are coveted. If Qian Feng were to have an amicable relationship with Da Xiong, then Chui Hao would need to tread carefully, as Da Xiong might sever ties with him to win Qian Feng's favor. Conversely, if there were animosities between Qian Feng and Da Xiong, he could extend an olive branch to Qian Feng to see if he might be persuaded to join his cause. Should Qian Feng decline, he could then proceed to take action against him without hesitation. At present, the vague information Qian Feng provided left Chui Hao at a loss. However, he swiftly considered alternative strategies. Regardless, it is undeniable that Qian Feng's strength is evident. He first dealt a heavy blow to Da Xiong and subsequently disciplined my 3 unruly subordinates. Upon hearing this, Qian Feng couldn't help but admire Cui Hao's composure in acknowledging that his subordinates had been bested by him, a testament to his exceptional depth of character. Noticing that Qian Feng merely regarded him in silence, Cui Hao seemed to grasp his thoughts and promptly shifted the conversation. Haha, brother Qian Feng, we have indeed grown weary from our walk along the beach. Might we take a moment to rest? Cui Hao suddenly adopted a remarkably humble demeanor, causing Zhou, been across from him, to question whether he was truly the same Cui Hao from before. Of course, all guests are welcome. Since we find ourselves here, it is evident that fate has brought us together. We are like family, Qian Feng eloquently replied, inviting Cui Hao to sit. Are you all dining, brother Qian Feng? Cui Haoming feigned ignorance as he gazed at Qian Feng and his companions. Ah, indeed, we are partaking in a meal. I wonder if you have dined yet. If not, you are welcome to join us. Qian Feng, in a gesture of courtesy, extended the invitation to Cui Haoming. To his surprise, Cui Haoming readily accepted. I must trouble you, dear brother Qian Feng. I hastened here to pay my respects and, in my eagerness, skipped breakfast. Seeing the sumptuous spread before you, I find myself rather hungry. Chapter 104. Cui Hao's request given Cui Hao's remarks. Qian Feng felt it inappropriate to voice any objections and thus instructed Zhang Xiaolan and her companions to procure some food for Cui Hao and his group. Observing the dining table adorned with not only grilled fish, but also an array of fruits, bamboo shoots, and even a roasted chicken, Cui Hao feigned surprise. Qian Feng, my brother, you actually have wild chicken to eat. Have you ventured into the jungle? In truth, he was aware of Qian Feng and his companions' excursions into the wilderness, though he remained uncertain of how deep they had ventured. Indeed, we have explored the jungle, and we often return. The fruits, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and even this wild chicken have all been sourced from our journeys into the forest, Qian Feng candidly shared with Cui Hao. He understood that by demonstrating their formidable capabilities, Cui Hao would regard them with greater caution, thereby enhancing their safety. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi also grasped this notion and eagerly recounted Qian Feng's remarkable achievements. Yes, not only have we captured wild chickens and hares, but little Feng has also hunted a giant python measuring 5 to 6 meters. Zhang Xiaolan declared with a proud expression. Indeed, the meat of that python was exquisite, providing us sustenance for many days. Had it not been for the heat, which made preservation difficult, you might have had the opportunity to taste it as well. I assure you would come to relish python meat. Li Qi reminisced with a look of delight. Initially, Cui Hao was skeptical upon hearing Zhang Xiaolan's claim regarding the capture of a 5 to 6 meter long python. However, witnessing Li Qi's earnest recounting compelled him to believe that she had indeed tasted python meat. Not only the python, but our leader also took down 2 leopards a few days ago. If you have doubts, inquire with the Xiong. He was present at the scene when several lives were lost. Lu Qin interjected, seizing the opportunity to amplify Qian Feng's exploits. What? 2 leopards slain? Cui Hao exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he turned to Lu Qin. Indeed, 2 leopards fell to our leader's prowess. And Brother Qin Long even fashioned their pelts into blankets for us. Sleeping atop them is incredibly comfortable, Lu Qin remarked, placing her hands together beside her head in a mock sleeping gesture. Lu Qin's words detonated like a bomb in Cui Hao's mind, stirring tumultuous waves of disbelief. While the idea of Qian Feng dispatching a giant python was indeed surprising, it was within the realm of comprehension. After all, pythons possess a notable weakness. Following a large meal, their ability to attack diminishes significantly, rendering them almost defenseless, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Perhaps Qian Feng and his companions had fortuitously encountered a recently fed python, striking it down at a moment of vulnerability. However, leopards were an entirely different matter. They lack a period of weakness, remaining perilous at all times and in all conditions. If Qian Feng had indeed vanquished 2 leopards, the implications of his strength were staggering, prompting Cui Hao to refrain from further contemplation. Simultaneously, he mentally chastised the Xiong for his misjudgment. That scoundrel merely claimed to have had a conflict with Qian Feng, mentioning only that one of his subordinates was injured, yet he disclosed not a whisper about the Black Panther incident. Fortunately, my intention was to gauge Qian Feng's disposition before taking any direct action. Had I hastily confronted him, it would have surely resulted in mutual destruction, allowing that rascal Daxiong to reap the benefits. Contemplating this, Cui Hao swiftly altered his demeanor towards Qian Feng, adopting an ingratiating approach. He even requested Lu Qin to recount in detail the events surrounding Qian Feng's annihilation of 2 Black Panthers. Upon hearing the account, Cui Hao's trepidation intensified. Had he engaged Qian Feng without forethought, he might very well have found himself lifeless on the ground. I never anticipated that my younger brother Qian Feng possessed such formidable strength. I had previously dispatched individuals into the jungle for reconnaissance, aware of the abundant resources within compared to the meager offerings of the beach. However, the perils lurking within were substantially greater, and some of my dispatched personnel returned gravely injured, while others never emerged at all. As Cui Hao spoke, Qian Feng was reminded of the first encounter with a Black Panther, which had seemingly just claimed a victim. I suspect your dispatched individuals have met their demise, likely at the claws of that Black Panther. Qian Feng recounted the events of that day. Ah, no wonder you forbade us from consuming Black Panther meat. It is not that it is unpalatable, but rather, as Zhang Xiaolan spoke, the grim imagery struck her, causing her to gag involuntarily. Li Qi, Qian Feng, and Lu Qin, too, reacted similarly, succumbing to their own waves of nausea. Enough of this, you lot. Why fret over what you've consumed? Qian Feng remarked. Yet the women seemed oblivious to his words, pushing their bowls aside as they continued to retch on the ground. Although Cui Hao understood the implication that his men had been devoured by the Black Panthers, he chose not to reveal any emotion, regarding only his personal bodyguards as his own, while the lives of others meant nothing to him, merely tools to be utilized for his benefit, with promises of rewards upon their return. Suddenly, after a moment's contemplation, Cui Hao made a request of Qian Feng. My dear brother Qian Feng, I have a rather presumptuous request. I wonder if you might oblige. Speak your mind, Qian Feng replied indifferently. It is this. I have over 40 individuals accompanying me, and I am constantly troubled by their food supply. I was hoping that in your future excursions into the jungle, you might allow our people to join, both to broaden their horizons and to procure some sustenance. Upon hearing this, Qian Feng could not help but scoff internally. He had long been informed by Zhou Bin and Han Fei about Cui Hao's character and conduct, and he remained skeptical about his genuine concern for the welfare of his subordinates. That can be arranged. However, the jungle is fraught with danger. Recently, I heard from Brother Bin that a pack of wolves resides there, numbering approximately 40 to 50. Cui Hao, upon hearing Qian Feng's words, lifted his gaze to Zhou Bin, seemingly recognizing him, yet failing to recall his identity or remember that Zhou Bin was one of their own. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Feng realized that, given the multitude of individuals on his side, the resources available solely from the beach would undoubtedly be insufficient. Since they were all compatriots from Huaxia, extending a helping hand was only natural. Thus, he acquiesced to Cui Hao's request, affirming, very well, it is our duty as fellow Huaxiao individuals to assist one another. However, just as Qian Feng agreed to Cui Hao, a thought struck him. They had been in this place for some time now, and if they were too fearful to venture into the jungle, how were they managing to survive? Chapter 105. The information from Cui Hao Boss Cui. Since the resources on the beach are insufficient for your needs, how have you managed to survive during this time? You and your 2 bodyguards appear quite radiant. As if you haven't suffered from hunger, Qian Feng inquired. Hearing this, Cui Hao was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile. To be honest, my dear brother Qian, we discovered a patch of wild potatoes at our camp, along with a waterhole. It is those potatoes and the water that have sustained us. What? Potatoes? Upon hearing this, Qian Feng sprang to his feet, though he quickly reined in his emotions. Are you saying you have potatoes over there? Indeed, there's a vast expanse of wild potatoes. What's the matter? Cui Hao was puzzled by Qian Feng's excitement. Unbeknownst to Cui Hao, food was not a concern for him. He had an abundance of canned ham that had scattered from his ship, and his subordinates frequently prepared various seafood dishes for him. Potatoes were merely an occasional treat. Thus, He did not grasp the significance of wild potatoes for those who were stranded. They were a potential lifeline. At present, what Shui Hao lacked most was meat, particularly from mammals like beef and lamb, followed by fruit, as he had not tasted any for quite some time. The most he could manage was to indulge in a couple of coconuts. Therefore, when he beheld the roasted chicken and fruit on Qian Feng's table, envy filled his eyes. Meanwhile, Shui Hao and his group were in dire need of potatoes, as they felt that subsisting solely on meat was utterly unsatisfactory. Such is the reality of life. What one perceives as superfluous may be a coveted treasure for another. Shui Hao inadvertently revealed a piece of news that nearly sent Qian Feng into a frenzy of excitement. De Xiong and the others had located the site of their sunken vessel. Upon hearing this news, Qian Feng and the others were elated, for finding the shipwreck could open new avenues of possibility. Not only could they acquire more modern equipment, but, with a stroke of luck, they might also be able to send out a distress signal, as such vessels typically carried satellite phones or emergency distress devices. In the event of an emergency, they could issue a call for help, prompting a rescue team to come to their aid. However, Shui Hao's subsequent words doused their enthusiasm with cold water. He informed them that the wreck lay approximately 20 meters beneath the sea, a depth that was difficult for an ordinary person to reach without specialized equipment. Even seasoned sailors could only manage to approach the site, with little hope of further exploration. Moreover, there were sharks in that area. Upon hearing this, Qian Feng understood why Shui Hao had chosen to share this information with him. He deemed it a piece of news without any practical value. Yet, despite its futility, it still reflected a measure of sincerity on Shui Hao's part. Upon receiving this news, Qian Feng agreed to let Shui Hao's men accompany him into the jungle, albeit with the stipulation that Shui Hao disclose the location where wild potatoes could be unearthed. Initially, Shui Hao was reluctant, as he was not particularly fond of potatoes, yet he understood that his subordinates could rely on these tubers when food was scarce. Eventually, after Qian Feng promised to provide them with a wild chicken or hare, Shui Hao consented to allow Qian Feng and his group to retrieve some potatoes, and Qian Feng resolved to commence the digging the following day. After finalizing the arrangements with Qian Feng, Shui Hao departed with his 2 bodyguards. Once he was gone, Qian Feng and his companions convened to deliberate over the events of the day. Xiao Feng, do you think the potatoes Shui Hao mentioned are reliable? What if he intends to ambush us once we arrive? Zhang Xiaolan inquired, her face etched with concern. It is unlikely. I believe he is truthful about the potatoes, merely unaware of their value in this region, Qian Feng replied. Zhang Xiaolan nodded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Moreover, Xiao Feng, do you think the wreck he spoke of is authentic? I find it hard to believe he would selflessly share such information with us, Zhou Bin pondered. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect he speaks the truth. As for why he would divulge this to us, it is simple. He likely believes that the location is inaccessible, and thus, revealing it poses no risk to him, Qian Feng elucidated. I told you, Shui Hao is not so benevolent. It turns out to be worthless information. Zhou Bin remarqued disdainfully. At this moment, Qian Feng, stroking his chin thoughtfully, chuckled softly. Well, it is not entirely devoid of value. He assumes that no one can access the wreck without proper equipment. I, however, believe there may be an opportunity to test this theory and see if I can gain entry, Qian Feng mused. What? Xiao Feng, you intend to dive over 20 meters and then enter the wreck? That is utterly impossible. During our childhood breath-holding contests, I could barely last a minute and a half underwater. With that time, you wouldn't even reach the seabed, let alone dive 20 meters deep. Zhou Bin asserted confidently. Qian Feng simply smiled and remained silent. He felt that, given his current physical condition, descending to the ocean floor in one breath would not be overly challenging. With training, he could likely explore the wreck without issue. His primary concern was the presence of sharks, the undisputed rulers of the ocean. Qian Feng did not believe he could contend with a shark, and even if he were to chance upon defeating one, there were more lurking in the depths. He chose not to dwell on this matter, deciding it was best to set it aside for the time being. Subsequently, Qian Feng and his companions began to strategize for their potato-digging expedition at Shui Hao's location the following day. Xiao Feng, shall we all go to dig for potatoes tomorrow? Li Qi inquired of Qian Feng. There is no need for a large group. A few of us will suffice. Although I believe that Shui Hao will not be able to control us, it is prudent to exercise caution. Therefore, I shall accompany Sister Qi and Lu Qin tomorrow. Brother Bin, since you and Shui Fan have yet to regain your strength, I suggest you both remain at the shelter. Qinglong, you will stay here with your sister-in-law and Han Fei, ready to retreat into the jungle at a moment's notice should any situation arise. After making this arrangement, Qian Feng sought the opinions of the others. Once everyone agreed, they dispersed to attend to their own tasks. Observing that everyone was occupied, Qian Feng took his dagger and stepped outside the shelter, where he began to whittle the bamboo he had previously brought back into strips. Intent on weaving a larger bamboo basket today, capable of holding a greater quantity of potatoes. Chapter 106. I want to find my boyfriend early the next morning. Qian Feng set off with Li Qi and Lu Qin. Before departing, he reminded Zhang Xiaolan and the others to flee into the jungle at the first sign of danger. The trio walked along the beach to the left, with Li Qi and Lu Qin each carrying a modest bamboo basket, while Qian Feng bore an oversized basket on his back, large enough to accommodate Li Qi. Lu Qin, are you certain that this path will lead us to Shui Hao's camp? Qian Feng inquired, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of white sand ahead, which made him question whether Lu Qin had taken a wrong turn. Lu Qin looked up at the distant beach and confidently assured Qian Feng, there is no mistake. This is indeed the way. When the three of us escaped from Shui Hao's camp, I was so anxious about not getting lost that every place we pass has been etched in my memory. Just trust me and follow my lead. We cannot go wrong. With that, Lu Qin resumed her brisk pace. Li Qi, observing Lu Qin's demeanor, could not help but ask, Lu Qin, don't you feel scared about returning today? You seem quite excited. Ha, Sister Qi, do I really seem excited? I don't think so. Lu Qin playfully replied with a smile. Not yet, but if you were any more excited, your smile would reach the back of your head. Li Qi teased, gently pointing at Lu Qin's head. Sister. For quite a long time after I escaped from there, I was indeed living in fear. Lu Qin paused, glancing at Qian Feng, who was carefully surveying their surroundings, before continuing. However, ever since we met the boss, I have felt a sense of reassurance. I believe I have changed. I am no longer afraid. I have become brave, and I now dare to confront my past, as well as my future. Lu Qin spoke with sincerity, openly expressing her admiration and dependence on Qian Feng. Seeing the spark of affection in Lu Qin's eyes, Li Qi could not help but chuckle. I knew it. Our Lu Qin is not scared at all today. She seems quite exhilarated, and it turns out it's because she is with Xiao Feng. Tell me honestly, do you have feeling for Xiao Feng? Indeed, I do like our boss. If he wishes, I would gladly become his woman, Lu Qin admitted candidly, leaving Li Qi momentarily speechless. Don't you, Sister Qi? Don't you want to be the boss's woman? Lu Qin directly inquired, noticing Li Qi's silence. Li Qi's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple in September. Stammering, she struggled to respond to Lu Qin's question. But Lu Qin could discern the answer in her expression. She understood that Li Qi harbored feelings for Qian Feng as well. After all, who could resist such an outstanding man? Handsome, capable, responsible, and embodying the essence of a true man. Li Qi, feeling awkward, found herself at a loss for words. She glanced at Qian Feng, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she imperceptibly nodded. Although Qian Feng was keenly observing his surroundings, he could not help but overhear the conversation between Li Qi and Lu Qin. Upon finishing their exchange, Qian Feng felt a swell of pride. He had not anticipated being so well-liked. Despite Lu Qin and Qi Jia's undeniable beauty, his heart remained devoted to Zhang Xiaolan, perhaps due to an ingrained bias. However, he dared not reveal his affection for her, as he remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Xiaolan and Zhou Bin were merely a fade of a couple. Nor did he know that Zhou Bin held no interest in women. In his mind, Zhang Xiaolan was his sister-in-law, and his feelings for her could only be buried deep within his heart. The trio continued along the path Lu Qin had indicated, walking for approximately an hour. In the distance, the tops of several coconut trees came into view, followed by an increasing number of them, their branches laden with coconuts. As they advanced further, numerous grass huts emerged, gradually revealing the encampment of Shui Hao. From afar, It was evident that their camp was quite extensive, comprising around 20 grass huts haphazardly assembled. Behind these huts stood several wooden structures, clearly the residences of Cui Hao and his bodyguards. As they approached, the sheer number of people became apparent. This was the first time Qian Feng had encountered such a crowd since arriving on the deserted island. Excluding those within the huts, there were at least a dozen individuals present. Upon their arrival, the onlookers, a group of curious souls, scrutinized the trio, particularly focusing on Li Qi and Lu Qin. Although their camp also housed women, most appeared malnourished and emaciated, their faces devoid of expression, exuding an air of despair akin to that of the living dead. In stark contrast stood Lu Qin and Li Qi, who not only appeared remarkably healthy, but also radiated confidence, compelling onlookers to steal glances. At that moment, a burly man emerged from one of the grass huts, clad in camouflage attire. Upon spotting Qian Feng and the others, he strode directly towards Lu Qin, extending his hand to grasp hers. "Lu Qin, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how long I searched for you? I scoured the entire camp, but could not find you," he exclaimed. Seeing the imposing figure, Lu Qin could not suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth. She recognized the man before her. He was Fan Jia, one of Cui Hao's bodyguards. Ever since Lu Qin and her companions joined Cui Hao's team, Fan Jia had taken an interest in her. Although Han Fei was even more beautiful, she was the object of Cui Hao's affections, and Fan Jia dared not compete with him. While Lu Qin was still part Cui Hao's team, Fan Jia frequently sought her out, initially presenting himself as courteous and refined, though Lu Qin showed little interest, engaging in only brief conversations with him. As time progressed, Fan Jia gradually revealed his true nature, beginning to make unwelcome advances towards Lu Qin. It was during this same period that Cui Hao also started to behave inappropriately towards Han Fei, ultimately leading the three of them to choose to escape from that place. Now, upon encountering Fan Jia once more, a flicker of disdain crossed Lu Qin's eyes. However, she felt no fear, for Qian Feng was present. Lu Qin refrained from responding to Fan Jia's words, stepping back to evade his outstretched hand. And then she confidently wrapped her arm around Qian Feng's. "What do you want from me? I am on my way to meet my boyfriend." Chapter 107. The conflict suddenly embraced by Lu Qin. Qian Feng was momentarily taken aback. The familiar softness against his arm ignited an exhilarating sensation within him. It turned out that Lu Qin was indeed quite remarkable. He chided himself for not having observed more closely. However, it soon became clear to Qian Feng what Lu Qin intended, and he naturally reciprocated by enveloping her in his embrace. Lu Qin, surprised not only by Qian Feng's compliance, but also by his spirited initiative, reveled in the warmth of his hold, tightening her grip around his arm and nuzzling contentedly against him. Seeing Lu Qin's blissful expression nestled in Qian Feng's arms, Fan Jia could no longer contain himself. He swung his fist towards Qian Feng's face, furious at the audacity of someone daring to steal his woman. As a bodyguard for Cui Hao, Fan Jia possessed a certain level of skill. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his fist was already hurtling towards Qian Feng with remarkable speed. Yet, what appeared swift to the average observer seemed insufficient in Qian Feng's eyes. In a fluid motion, Qian Feng turned, evading Fan Jia's punch while still holding Lu Qin. Fan Jia, undeterred by his initial failure, launched a side kick aimed at toppling Qian Feng. However, Qian Feng was not one to be easily bested. With a swift motion, he seized Fan Jia's ankle, yanked him off balance, and sent him crashing to the ground. The surrounding crowd had gathered, captivated by the spectacle, refraining from intervening. Perhaps they had grown weary of their mundane existence, eager for excitement. Or perhaps they were too accustomed to being oppressed by Fan Jia and his like to dare to intervene. Nevertheless, as Fan Jia fell, Qian Feng faintly heard murmurs of approval from the onlookers. "Well done. Take that scoundrel down." Curious, Qian Feng glanced towards the crowd, but could not discern the source of the cheers. Fan Jia, humiliated and enraged by Qian Feng's effortless defense against his full-force kick, hastily grabbed a thick wooden stick from the ground and swung it at Qian Feng. "Watch out!" cried Li Qi and Lu Qin in unison, warning him. Qian Feng seemed to have anticipated the attack. After toppling Fan Jia, he had released Lu Qin and gently pushed her aside. As he saw Fan Jia raise the stick to strike, he did not flinch, but instead lifted his arm, preparing to withstand the blow. Fan Jia, overjoyed that Qian Feng had chosen to confront him rather than evade, increased the force of his swing. The stick collided solidly against Qian Feng's arm, and Fan Jia, convinced he had delivered a powerful blow, expected Qian Feng to at least flinch. However, the outcome was far from what he had envisioned. With a sharp crack, the wooden stick splintered in two, and Qian Feng remained unfazed, as if nothing had occurred. Fan Jia, clutching the broken piece of wood, was suddenly gripped by panic. He had not anticipated Qian Feng's formidable resilience, and he was left astonished that he had suffered no consequence from his full-force strike. However, Fan Jia was not the same as the previously beaten fat man, skinny monkey, and tall guy. He was far from being a worthless individual. His reaction was swift. Upon seeing the wooden stick break, he immediately brandished the remaining half towards Qian Feng's abdomen. It was evident that Fan Jia was a formidable character, as the end of the wooden stick bore several sharp spikes, which would undoubtedly leave multiple wounds if they pierced someone. His intention was clearly lethal. Seeing this, Qian Feng ceased to hold back. He raised his left foot and executed a side kick, sending Fan Jia's wooden stick flying. After his left foot landed, he propelled himself upwards with his right foot, delivering a fierce spinning kick that connected solidly with Fan Jia's neck. Qian Feng was remarkably swift. Before Fan Jia could react, he was already sprawled on the ground. Just as Qian Feng was about to follow up with another kick, a voice suddenly pierced through the crowd from behind. "Qian Feng, have mercy." Recognizing the voice, Qian Feng understood that Cui Hao had emerged. He realized this was likely a scheme orchestrated by Cui Hao to assert his dominance, but he had underestimated Qian Feng's prowess. With a devilish grin, Qian Feng retracted his foot just before it could strike Fan Jia. "Qian Feng, what is going on? Is there some misunderstanding? Who has provoked you to such anger?" Cui Hao inquired as he stepped forward from the throng. Upon his arrival, the onlookers hastily retreated, clearing a path for him. Cui Hao was flanked by the same two bodyguards from the previous day as he approached Qian Feng. "Misunderstanding? I doubt it," Qian Feng replied coldly. Seeing this, Cui Hao glanced at the fallen Fan Jia, furrowing his brow, then turned to another bystander. "You explain what happened." The individual, caught off guard by Cui Hao's inquiry, faltered and became speechless. What do you mean I? Speak up, what transpired?" Cui Hao impatiently chided. The man stammered, even more under Cui Hao's reprimand. Let me clarify." Qian Feng interjected, succinctly recounting the events that had just unfolded. After hearing Qian Feng's account, Cui Hao immediately turned to Fan Jia. "You dare to claim that Qian Feng is stealing your woman? Just take a look at yourself. Do you even deserve to compare with him? Don't assume that just because you're my bodyguard, you hold any significance. You are leagues behind Qian Feng. Even if he did take your woman, it will be a stroke of luck for you. Qian Feng, for my sake, do not stoop to his level. Let us retreat to my room and discuss this matter properly." Cui Hao reprimanded Fan Jia with an air of authority and then embraced Qian Feng's shoulder as they walked towards his room, with Li Qi and Lu Qin trailing behind. "Lu Qin, you are quite bold to declare that Xiao Feng is your boyfriend. Have you been contemplating this for quite some time?" Li Qi whispered to Lu Qin. "Isn't the situation urgent? Am I using the boss as a shield?" Lu Qin's cheeks flushed, as if Li Qi had struck a chord deep within her. If he's merely a shield, then why are you holding Xiao Feng's arm so tightly and lying in his embrace?" Li Qi remarked with a hint of melancholy. In truth, she did not resent Lu Qin. Rather, she felt a pang of discomfort, as it was she who had first acquainted herself with Qian Feng. Why was it Lu Qin who could embrace him and rest in his arms? "Oh dear, Qi Jia, are you feeling jealous? Next time, you can hold the boss's arm too. With your ample bosom, he would surely feel even more at ease," she teased. "Oh, you mischievous girl, what are you saying? Aren't you ashamed to speak like that?" Chapter 108. Potato Harvesting. Qian Feng, along with Li Qi and Lu Qin, followed Cui Hao into his room. The space was quite expansive, approximately 30 square meters, constructed robustly from timber of considerable girth. The ceiling and the surrounding walls were adorned with palm fronds, providing both moisture protection and shelter from rain. A small window had been fashioned on the side, indicating the presence of skilled builders among them. As they surveyed the interior, they noticed the floor was laid with wooden planks, an arduous task given the conditions. To their astonishment, Chui Hao's room boasted not only a table, but also a double bed, complete with a thick mattress. Chui Hao, how did you come by these? Qian Feng inquired, gesturing towards the table and the mattress. Ah, my young brother Qian Feng, Chui Hao chuckled. These are for the cruise ship. My people found them along the shore, and since they appeared intact, I had them cleaned and placed in my room. Do you have more from the cruise ship? Qian Feng's eyes gleamed with desire as he admired the thick mattress, wishing to procure one for Zhang Xiaolan and the others. Although Qinglong had provided them with 2 blankets made of black panther skin, they paled in comparison to such a luxurious mattress. Upon realizing Qian Feng's interest in acquiring a mattress, Chui Hao seemed to misconstrue his intentions. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, I understand your thoughts, my young brother, but this is the only one I possess. I have grown accustomed to such softness for sleeping. I cannot rest on hard wooden planks. Otherwise, I would gladly gift it to you. He then cast a knowing glance at Li Qi and Lu Qin, suggesting he understood something more. Qian Feng sensed the misunderstanding but opted not to clarify, instead shifting the conversation. No need, Chui Hao. The mattress is secondary. We are here to accompany you in harvesting potatoes. When shall we set off? Haha, my young brother Qian Feng, you are quite eager. I was planning to entertain you here for a while, Chui Hao responded. That is unnecessary. Let us proceed to the potato fields. We have much to accomplish upon our return, Qian Feng insisted, wishing to avoid any potential complications that might arise from lingering, as well as to alleviate any concerns Zhang Xiaolan and the others might have. Very well. Since time is of the essence for you, we shall reconvene another day. I will arrange for someone to escort you to the potato fields, Chui Hao said, directing individuals to guide Qian Feng and his companions toward the western edge of their camp. Chui Hao would not partake in the potato harvesting himself. Instead, he dispatched 10 individuals to accompany the trio, as they too needed to gather potatoes. Each of these 10 carried a backpack as they set forth. During their journey, Qian Feng learned that the wild potato harvesting site lay to the west of their camp, nestled within a small grove. However, this area differed from the dense jungle they had previously entered, being a distinct plot of land, separate from the surrounding thicket. They were assured that this location was exceptionally safe, with no larger animals in sight. Soon, Qian Feng and his companions arrived at the potato harvesting site, which was approximately a half-hour's journey from Chui Hao's camp, certainly not far. Upon reaching the location, they observed the distinctly overturned earth, unmistakably the work of Chui Hao's men. Standing still, Qian Feng gazed into the distance, astonished to discover that the expanse of wild potatoes was vast, roughly the size of 2 football fields. He calculated that if the yield were sufficient, it could sustain all the survivors for a month. While Qian Feng surveyed the surroundings, a dozen of Chui Hao's subordinates had already begun their toil in the soil. Sensing the opportunity, Qian Feng, along with Li Qi and Lu Qin, retrieved their tools to join in the harvesting. Qian Feng wielded a dagger, having fashioned 2 makeshift hoes from stones for the 2 women the previous night to aid their efforts. He gently began to excavate the potatoes from the base of the plants, knowing they typically do not grow too deep. After a few careful digs, he unearthed a potato slightly larger than an egg. Given that these were wild potatoes, it was quite an accomplishment for it to have grown so large. Elated by the pale yellow potato before him, Qian Feng felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of diversifying their food supply. He placed the potato into the bamboo basket strapped to his back and continued his digging. Li Qi and Lu Qin, upon seeing the potatoes, shared in his enthusiasm, tirelessly extracting more to fill their own baskets. It must be said that Chui Hao's group was indeed fortunate to discover such a bountiful location. After excavating approximately 5 square meters, Qian Feng had filled an entire large basket with potatoes, and both Li Qi and Lu Qin had similarly filled theirs. Qian Feng estimated that he had around 160 to 170 pounds of potatoes, while each of the women had approximately 30 pounds, bringing their total haul to over 200 pounds. Once everyone had filled their baskets, they began their return journey. After about 40 minutes, they arrived back at Chui Hao's camp. Chui Hao was astonished to see Qian Feng, burdened with so many potatoes, yet moving swiftly. He He wished to invite Qian Feng to dine with them, but Qian Feng declined, his mind set on hurrying back to their shelter. Not wishing to press further, Cui Hao merely reminded Qian Feng of their agreement to lead his men into the jungle and provide him with wild chickens or rabbits. After Qian Feng agreed, he set off with Li Qi and Lu Qin. As they walked, the trio laughed and chatted, their baskets laden with potatoes. Xiao Feng, I truly did not expect such a bounty of potatoes there. No wonder they've managed to endure thus far, Li Qi remarked. Indeed, I was also surprised by the sheer quantity of wild potatoes, Qian Feng replied. If only we had that many potatoes here. We wouldn't have to toil so hard for wild vegetables in the jungle. We must thoroughly search our area once we return to see if there are any wild potatoes. Lu Qin said, her face alight with envy. Haha, what are you thinking? It is indeed a rarity to find such a vast expanse of wild potatoes on this desolate island. We can only imagine the possibilities. However, with these potatoes at our disposal, we need not exert ourselves so much in the search for sustenance. The three of them returned to the shelter, chatting and laughing. Just as dusk was approaching, Zhang Xiaolan and the others had already prepared the meal and were anxiously awaiting Qian Feng and his companions at the dining table. Chapter 109. Is he going to pursue me? As the darkness deepened, Zhang Xiaolan and her companions gazed longingly towards the western side of their shelter. Just as their anxiety was mounting with the weight, they suddenly spotted three figures slowly approaching from the distance. Zhang Xiaolan immediately recognized the one in the middle as Qian Feng and shouted as she rushed towards them. Xiao Feng, you have finally returned. Following closely behind, Han Fei also hurried up, with Qing Long, Zhou Bin, and Cui Fan trailing right after. Upon reaching the trio, everyone could see that they were each laden with large baskets of potatoes, particularly the enormous bamboo basket on Qian Feng's back, which contained at least 130 to 40 pounds of potatoes. The group quickly took the baskets from the three, with Li Qi and Lu Qin's lighter loads being manageable for most. However, Qian Feng's hefty burden was a different story. Over 100 pounds was not something everyone could carry. After some deliberation, Qian Feng decided to hoist it back onto his shoulders and walked with the others towards the shelter. Once they returned, the baskets filled with potatoes were set down. Xiao Feng, did Cui Hao and the others give you any trouble? Zhang Xiaolan asked with a look of concern. No, why would they trouble us? We had a prior agreement, Qian Feng replied. Don't be ridiculous. How could they not? Wasn't it Fan Jia? I saw him looking for trouble. I suspect this was all orchestrated by Cui Hao, Lu Qin exclaimed, her expression filled with indignation. Haha, you are quite astute. Indeed, it was Cui Hao's arrangement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have emerged so late. In such a vast area, he must have been aware of the initial conflict, and his late arrival was undoubtedly meant to test our strength. Qian Feng initially hesitated to share this with Zhang Xiaolan and the others to avoid unnecessary worry. However, since Lu Qin had already spoken up, he recounted the situation to them. After hearing Qian Feng's account, the group began to curse Cui Hao for his cunning nature, expressing their concerns about Qian Feng leading them into the forest, fearing they might cause trouble. Qian Feng felt a sense of obligation as he had already made a promise and had procured the potatoes from him. To backtrack now would be inappropriate. Thus he resolved to adhere to the original plan of bringing Cui Hao's people into the forest the following day. Once back in the shelter, Qian Feng noticed that the dining table was already set with food. He suggested preparing some dishes with the potatoes, and everyone enthusiastically agreed, eager for a change in flavor. Qian Feng asked Zhang Xiaolan and the other women to take some potatoes from the basket, while he and Qing Long moved the remaining ones to a storage shed for later use. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolan and Li Qi discussed how to prepare the potatoes. Sister Qi, how should we cook these potatoes? Should we just roast them over the fire? I remember Xiao Feng mentioning that they often roasted potatoes when they were young. And it tasted delightful, Zhang Xiaolan asked, holding up a potato. That sounds good, Xiaolan. Let us roast some, but with so many potatoes, it will take a while. How about we roast a small portion and boil the rest? Li Qi suggested. Perfect. Let us do that. Zhang Xiaolan agreed. After Zhang Xiaolan and her companions had finished their tasks, Qian Feng and the others returned. Upon witnessing Zhang Xiaolan toss potatoes directly into the fire, Qian Feng hurriedly urged her to remove them. Sister-in-law, you must take the potatoes out. That's not how you roast them. with such a fierce blaze. They will surely be charred. He quickly grabbed a stick and began to extract the potatoes from the flames, noticing that a few had already developed burnt skins. Isn't this how you roast them? I heard you say that when you were young, you liked to throw potatoes into the fire. So I thought that was the correct method, Zhang Xiaolan said, her face displaying disappointment as she looked at Qian Feng. Huh, sister-in-law, you can't be that naive. If you do it this way, the potatoes will all be burnt. Qian Feng chuckled, prompting Zhang Xiaolan to playfully grasp his ear and give it a gentle twist. Umph, you insolent Qian Feng. Who are you calling naive? Say that again and see what happens. Ouch. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I won't say it again. I admit my foolishness. Is that enough? But you must teach me the proper way to roast potatoes. All right. I will teach you, Qian Feng replied eagerly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolan released her grip, and Qian Feng, rubbing his ear, grinned. Hey, that didn't hurt. He swiftly moved aside to avert any further surprise attacks from her. Qian Feng then commenced instructing Zhang Xiaolan on the art of roasting potatoes, explaining each step as he went. Sister-in-law, what you did earlier won't work. The fire is too fierce. We shouldn't place the potatoes directly over the flames. Instead, let us dig a small pit in the sand. As he spoke, he carved out a pit measuring approximately 20 centimeters on each side and about 7 or 8 centimeters deep. Once the pit is ready, we lay the potatoes flat inside, cover them with a layer of sand, and then place the fire on top. This way, the heat will not directly scorch the potatoes. Instead, the sand will gently warm them. When they are done, peeling them will yield a delightful treat. Watching Qian Feng skillfully prepare the potatoes, Zhang Xiaolan's eyes widened in realization. So it's that simple? Indeed, it's quite straightforward. However, there is another method. When the fire is nearly extinguished, you can throw the potatoes in, cover them with ashes, and then add some sand on top. But be warned, the surface of the potatoes will be dusty, and will end up looking like raccoons after eating. After teaching Zhang Xiaolan the art of roasting potatoes, Qian Feng turned to check on Li Qi, who was boiling potatoes. The iron pot contained nothing but water, potatoes, and a sprinkle of salt. While simple, it was a necessary compromise given the limited resources. Yet, gazing at the potatoes in the pot, an idea struck Qian Feng: cold-tossed potato shreds. Since the potatoes had only recently been added and the temperature was not overly high, he reached in and retrieved a few. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Li Qi asked, puzzled. You'll see in a moment, Qi Jie. After speaking, he took the few potatoes to the dining table, placing them down before skillfully slicing them into fine strips with a knife. Oh my, Qian Feng, I never imagined your knife skills were so exquisite, praised Han Fei, who happened to pass by and caught sight of the potato shreds. Haha, I possess many more unexpected talents. Just wait and see how I shall reveal them in due time. Qian Feng responded with a playful grin, then took a coconut shell to gather the potato strips, leaving Han Fei standing there, lost in her thoughts. What does he mean by asking me to wait for him to slowly demonstrate? Surely, he isn't trying to pursue me, is he? If so, should I accept his advances? After all, he is quite remarkable, she pondered, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, before departing with a smile to attend to her own affairs. Chapter 110. The strange sounds due to the recent influx of people in their shelter. Qian Feng ingeniously crafted a pot from salvaged tin, along with numerous bowls, chopsticks, and bamboo baskets, producing a wealth of useful items. He placed another pot atop the stove, igniting a fire, and once the water reached a boil, he added shredded potatoes for a brief blanching. After removing the potatoes onto a plate, he sprinkled a pinch of salt and a dash of fruit juice atop, thus completing a makeshift cold potato dish. As Qian Feng finished preparing the cold potato shreds, Zhang Xiaolan and several other women eagerly approached with their chopsticks to sample the dish. Wow, this is absolutely delicious, Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. Indeed, I haven't tasted anything this exquisite in years. It's my first time enjoying such a delectable meal since arriving on this island. Li Qi echoed in admiration. Lu Qin, nearby, was even more dramatic, speechless as she continuously stuffed her mouth with the potato shreds. Noticing their enthusiasm, Qian Feng quickly beckoned others to join in tasting his creation. Within moments, a large plate of cold potato shreds was devoured completely. Meanwhile, Li Qi's boiled potatoes were ready. She cooled them before serving, and although the flavor was average, they were palatable alongside the roasted meat. Glancing at the roasting potatoes, Qian Feng noticed the fire had died down, indicating the potatoes were likely done. He called Zhang Xiaolan to help unearth them. Together, they brushed aside the ashes and began to dig. As they unearthed the potatoes, an irresistible aroma wafted into the air. "Wow, this smells incredible," Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed. She eagerly picked up a potato, and due to its heat, she blew on it repeatedly to cool it down. Once it reached a suitable temperature, she carefully peeled it and took a bite. "Wow, this is so much better than boiled potatoes. From now on, we should always eat them like this," she declared enthusiastically. "All right, however you prefer, as long as you enjoy it," Qian Feng replied, placing the roasted potatoes into a bamboo basket for everyone to taste. After sampling, they all agreed on the deliciousness and unanimously requested that potatoes be prepared this way in the future. After their meal, everyone rested on the beach for a while, chatting before retreating to their rooms for the night. On the island, darkness enveloped everything as night fell, leaving little to do but retire early. In the middle of the night, as Qian Feng slept soundly, he felt someone nudging him, accompanied by a soft whisper. "Xiao Feng, Xiao Feng." Groggily, Qian Feng opened his eyes to find Zhang Xiaolan beside him. In the confined space, her entire body nearly rested atop him, causing an involuntary reaction. To alleviate the awkwardness, Qian Feng quickly turned to the side and quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, what is the matter?" "Xiao Feng, perhaps I indulged too much during dinner. I find myself in need of the restroom, yet a tinge of trepidation grips me. Would you accompany me?" Upon hearing this, Qian Feng promptly nodded in agreement. After Zhang Xiaolan exited his small dwelling, Qian Feng swiftly followed suit. Guided by the faint moonlight, the pair navigated their way to the makeshift restroom Qian Feng had previously constructed. "Xiao Feng, please wait for me outside for a moment. I shall be quick, but do not stray too far, for I feel a bit frightened," Zhang Xiaolan timidly uttered. "Certainly, sister-in-law. Rest assured, I shall remain right here," Qian Feng reassured her. After Zhang Xiaolan attended to her needs, she and Qian Feng gingerly made their way back. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed from the forest, startling Zhang Xiaolan into Qian Feng's embrace. Instinctively, Qian Feng wrapped his arms around her, and the atmosphere grew palpably intimate. The two stood closely together. Qian Feng perceived the rapid beating of Zhang Xiaolan's heart, while she too could sense his pulse quickening. Abruptly, a thought struck Qian Feng. He gently pushed Zhang Xiaolan away and cast a glance towards the direction of Zhou Bin. "Sister, I apologize. It was unintentional," Qian Feng stammered. "It's all right. That howl frightened me as well," Zhang Xiaolan replied, her voice quivering slightly, tinged with a hint of disappointment. "Let us return and resume our slumber," Qian Feng suggested once more. "Very well, let us return to sleep," she agreed. Afterward, they cautiously approached the shelter. Just as Zhang Xiaolan was about to ascend, Qian Feng grasped her arm and gestured for silence. Observing this, Zhang Xiaolan immediately complied. Qian Feng discerned a sound, akin to snoring, emanating from behind their shelter. However, there were no occupants there, save for an unoccupied thatched hut. He urged Zhang Xiaolan to ascend first while he investigated the source of the noise. Reluctantly, she insisted on accompanying him. Thus, Qian Feng held Zhang Xiaolan's hand, and they crept closer to the sound. Upon reaching the source of the snoring, they discovered it was Qing Long. Qian Feng was perplexed as to why Qing Long was sleeping in this hut, especially when his own room was spacious enough for all three of them. Out of curiosity, Qian Feng called out to Qing Long. "Qing Long, Qing Long." Despite Qian Feng's persistent calls, Qing Long's deep slumber was hard to disturb. It took considerable effort before he finally awoke. "Huh? What's the matter, boss?" Qing Long mumbled, still groggy. "Qing Long, why are you sleeping here? Isn't your room quite large? What is going on?" Qian Feng bombarded him with questions. Boss, it's because Qing Long stammered, seemingly harboring some unspoken secret, unable to articulate his reasoning. Just then, Qian Feng heard an odd sound, soft and emanating from the direction of Qing Long's shelter, which could also be referred to as the abode of Zhou Bin and the others. Qing Long and Zhang Xiaolan heard no sound, yet they followed Qian Feng as he slowly made his way towards the shelter. As they drew nearer, The noise grew increasingly pronounced, seemingly emanating from a constricted throat. Qian Feng remained focused, heading straight for Zhou Bin's room, while Zhang Xiaolan remained oblivious to the circumstances. However, Qinglong was aware of the situation, yet he had no time to relay his thoughts to Qian Feng, who moved with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the entrance of Zhou Bin's quarters, Qian Feng discerned that the sound originated from within. As he leaned in to investigate, he quickly recoiled. Zhang Xiaolan, curious, attempted to peer inside, but Qian Feng swiftly pulled her back.